Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Space Pirate Leader? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Things weren't supposed to go this way. He'd finally made it to space. He'd worked so hard, studying every night and exercising so that he could meet the basic fitness requirements for the academy. So why was Tsubasa here? Izuku knew that his grades weren't the best and he couldn't have possibly passed the normal physical, but there he was, smugly staring at Izuku as he had been the entire trip to the outer station. This was supposed to be a fresh start. This was going to be a new place where Izuku could meet other kids who were as passionate about space as he was. Then everything clicked together. One of the instructors came out to greet them as they were disembarking their shuttle and introduced himself to the crowd of gawking students. Of course, Tsubasa's grandpa worked at the station. He was always bragging that he had connections in space and Izuku would be lucky to ever get the chance to see the stars from anywhere but his apartment roof. And now he was here to rub in Izuku's face that even out in space he wasn't safe from his problems. While Dr. Garaki droned on about what a privilege it was for all these bright youthful faces to experience life on the station, Izuku kept his head down, making sure all attention stayed off him. And just because you're here now doesn't mean you're experts in the field yet. For example, who can tell me how many moons there are in our solar system? Izuku was surprised that no one raised their hands. Surely the first place everyone started learning about the universe was their own solar system. He didn't have to draw attention to himself, not that he would have. Tsubasa raised his hand and singled him out. Izuku here was in my class and he knows everything about space, don't you Izuku? Everyone was looking at him now and his anxiety skyrocketed. I wouldn't say I know everything. Well then, son, pipe up, how many moons are there in our solar system? 181, currently that is. You never know what might happen, a moon might be knocked out of orbit, or another piece of space debris might get caught in a planet's gravitational pull and become reclassified. Izuku didn't mean to yell, but he was nervous and all of his muscles tensed keeping him standing straight. He couldn't help the answers immediately spilling from his mouth. Very good. That question usually stumps the newbies. Alright then, what is the most common type of star in the Milky Way? Red dwarfs, sir. Where's the hottest place in the known universe? Virgo. The coldest? The Boomerang Nebula. Alright, and how much of the known universe is composed of dark matter, young man? About 27%, sir. There was silence for a few moments before Dr. Garaki began to laugh, slow clapping in approval. I'm impressed, you lot might just make it through the academy here. Moving on. The ship has multiple safety measures for all kinds of emergency situations. Over here we have, Izuku took a deep breath, slumping in on himself and following the crowd as they continued the tour. He missed the glare Tsubasa was throwing his way. Izuku didn't know what was going on. One moment he was packing away his things in his assigned room and the next there was a loud screeching noise and strobing red lights everywhere. It was an alarm, but he couldn't tell what kind yet. Was there a fire? A hole in one of the walls? An alien attack? Well, that last one was unlikely, but it still stood that there was some kind of emergency. Most of the other kids were also confused, leaving their rooms and spilling out into the hallways. Tsubasa, normally scowling, was with another group of the kids they'd arrived with, a look of fear on his face. He locked eyes with Izuku then motioned for him to follow, running down one of the hallways. What's going on? That's the evacuation alarm. It's telling everyone to get to the nearest escape pod and leave the station. I know where they are, just follow me. It wasn't long before they reached a hallway with many circular ports, each one its own escape pod. All you have to do is sit in the front seat and hit the blue autopilot button next to the steering wheel. It'll take you to the nearest safe house. Izuku was scrambling to do as told, not wanting to find out just what caused the alarm in the first place. He didn't notice that there should have been others from the ship trying to evacuate too. After putting on the seatbelt and pressing the blue button, the pod doors began to close, and that's when Izuku heard it. But why were the others laughing in this situation? Risking a glance back, Izuku learned the truth. It was all a trick. Tsubasa had his smug smirk back and was waving his fingers delicately at Izuku. The other kids were in on it, and even with the blaring alarm and the closing doors, Izuku could see them laughing beside his old bully. He tried to unbuckle the seatbelt and dive back into the main ship, but it was too late and Tsubasa had the gall to blow him a kiss as the doors shut and he was ejected into space. Trying to undo his seatbelt was a mistake, and when the escape pod shot forward, Izuku was flung to the back of the ship. He would have a nasty bruise later, but he had to get back in the main seat before the ship changed directions again. It was easier said than done. The pod had basic gravity controls to keep the ground as the ground, but aside from that, there was nothing to dampen any G-force made in other directions. He had no idea where he was going, the only person from the station heading who knows where due to the programming, and he wasn't in the pilot's seat to steer clear of any obstacles. Eventually, he made his way back, buckling up and looking out the front window, but all he could see was space. Obviously, Earth had to be behind him, but he didn't have any formal training on how to maneuver the pod. All he wanted was to get back to the station and hope that Tsubasa didn't somehow try to frame the alarm on him and imply he did it on purpose to take a safety pod for a joyride. Knowing him, he would absolutely take this opportunity to get Izuku kicked from his dream program. Ignoring all the buttons and levers, Izuku began to search all the cubbies and compartments of the pod, finding a first aid kit, some ration-grade granola bars, water bottles, and a manual for the ship. Ignoring the emergency supplies, Izuku cracked open the book, hoping it would have something useful like a homing button to return to the station. On page 8 his blood ran cold. The blue button, the one labeled autopilot, may just have killed. Izuku wasn't sure if Tsubasa did it on purpose, but the escape pods came equipped with their flight programs in emergency situations built in. Autopilot is the default setting, and Tsubasa telling Izuku to press the button turned it off, erasing the previous coordinates. Izuku wasn't traveling to a safe house, he was going in a straight line into the unknown with limited food, fuel, and electricity and would have to learn to fly the ship soon or risk dying alone in space. Pages of the driver's manual flew by quickly as Izuku raced to absorb as much information as he could. After learning the basics, Izuku was able to turn off the thrusters, but because space was space, he was still careening into the abyss at breakneck speeds. Turning in these conditions would undoubtedly lead to a spin-out that would be impossible to control, and Izuku had a weak stomach as it was, so as carefully as he could, Izuku found the front thrusters and slowly turned them on. It wasn't perfect, of course. The ship wobbled dangerously and Izuku had to delicately adjust how much he turned each dial to keep the path straight as it slowed, but eventually he managed to get the ship to a crawl. Taking a moment to just breathe, Izuku slumped in his seat. This was a disaster. If his mom found out this happened on the first day, she'd pull him from the program. He'd worked way too hard to stop here. Squaring his shoulders, Izuku finished reading the manual, skimming it one more time to be sure he wouldn't accidentally kill himself, and started to steer the ship. He couldn't see the station anymore, he was so far away, but he could see Earth off in the distance. Turning the thrusters back on, he began to move forward, but after just a minute, everything came to a complete halt. Escape pods weren't built for finesse, and it's impossible to get them to come to a complete stop without crashing into another object or planet. So coming to a complete stop in the middle of space was a huge red flag. Turning up the thrusters did nothing, and then he was slowly moving backwards. There were no windows behind the pod, but Izuku was fairly sure that another ship was pulling his pod into their docking bay. He was close to Earth, so he was probably just being paranoid. Were space pirates even a thing? It was probably a scouting ship that had been notified of the missing space pod. Izuku hoped that it was just other humans as he turned off the thrusters. He'd be in so much trouble, but he'd rather deal with angry astronauts than hostile alien pirates. He was able to see the doors to space close as his pod was manually docked, and after the atmosphere was equalized, his pod was opened from the outside. A toad-like alien shot a dart into his arm once he was in sight, and Izuku passed out with one final thought. It was alien pirates. Dadzawa had lived through many bad days. He had dealt with numerous high-stress situations and even participated in official HPSC missions before settling into his role as a teacher at the United Association run by Nizu, but getting captured during a training flight was still pretty high on his list of worst experiences. He fought as well as he could, of course, but most of his students weren't combat-oriented and those that could fight were still young, so the band of outlaws were able to overpower them. Aizawa was able to take out one of their eyes before going down, but as good as it felt, he knew they'd probably try to get retribution at some point for that. Aizawa hoped that their ship would be found soon so the search efforts could begin, but until then he would have to keep his students safe. They woke up in a cell. A line of cells if the visible cells in front of them were any indication. It was difficult to see just how long the hallways were, but this was obviously a stolen criminal transport ship. Obviously it was an older model, so it was probably found in some illegal trading district for auction. These things were supposed to get scrapped after retirement, but there must be some corrupt official trying to make a quick buck behind the scenes. If it were a standard model and not altered, this should be the only area with holding cells, and even if he couldn't see down the hallway, he used to serve on one of these ships so the floor plan would be similar. Hopefully. He was still an intern at the time, not much older than his current students at the moment, but he could do this. Just find an opening, take out the guards, and fly back to UA. But though the thought was nice, it would be near impossible to execute if the guards were smart, which they seemed to be unfortunately. Each cell was made up of 3 solid walls and an electrified metal gate with the main and food doors leading to the main hallway. Usually, they were only mildly charged to discourage escape attempts, but Aizawa could hear the electricity buzzing from the back of the cell and knew that it would more than just sting if anyone touched the gate. His students could tell too and gave the door a wide berth. It was quiet in the hallway most of the time, especially when the guards came in to deliver food, but Aizawa knew there were others in the rest of the cells. He could see the cell in front of him as well as 2 cells to either side, and all were occupied. Another thing supporting this theory was their unexpected cellmate. Eri was a very young deathfly sprite. Aizawa had no idea how they managed to capture her with all the protections on their species in place, but she became very attached to Aizawa as soon as he presented himself as a non-aggressive adult protector. The fact that he hadn't been split apart from his students meant that the other cages were most likely filled with volatile sentients and creatures. If they were unwilling to risk some of his more fragile students to unnecessary fights, then keeping them together was the lesser risk, which did not bode well for the motives of these criminals. Maybe they would only be held for ransom after they made their grand escape from HSPC territory, but Aizawa knew the statistics for underground trade and auctions. Aizawa himself was a LYX and would sell for a lot on the black market. Aizawa hoped that Zashi would send out a search party as soon as they were even less than half a cycle late. Aizawa was rarely late. He could see that with every solar rotation that passed, his students lost more hope. Even the proud Bakugo was waning in his long-winded monologues, chastising the rest of you for not finding them sooner. He stopped mentioning it after nearly 2 lunar rotations had passed. They were definitely far away from HPSC territory now, and their chances of rescue were only diminishing. They were all settled into the usual routine when out of the blue, Aizawa's fur raised on end. He heard arguing from the guards down the hall. It was too early in the cycle for meal time, and the telltale dragging sound meant that they had a new arrival. I'm saying that it's a death worlder. It can handle being in a cell with the other merchandise. And I'm saying it looks way too small and fragile. It wouldn't last a minute surrounded by the other sentients. What about the deathfly sprite? Are you willing to risk its safety in the off chance this isn't one of the fabled savages new to the Alliance? The OIX will keep the sprite safe. There are plenty of easier prey options in their cell if it is dangerous and it's too small to eat all of them. They're the least temperamental captures we have, even with the Draget in their group. It's going in with them, and if something happens we'll reconsider, but without a strength assessment, I can't imagine something this fleshy surviving with anything else. Fine, but you're taking the fall if anything happens. Once in view, Aizawa could see a small creature curled up on a rucksack being dragged by the arguing guards. It was asleep, most likely drugged to high hell like they all were after getting captured. The door to their cell was opened quickly and the guards lifted the rough fabric, rolling the unknown species into their cell. Everyone was backed into the far corner. The term Death Worlder was respected for good reason. You never knew what a Death World could produce. Aizawa left Eri with Zero as he stalked forward to investigate. Yup, definitely drugged, And with how much Fogget neurotoxin Azawa could smell, it was obviously overkill for something this small. It would be out for at least a cycle, probably two. Azawa couldn't smell much else over the Fogget toxin, the antiseptic they used to sanitize the creature, and the detergent on the gray garb they forced all their captures to wear, but it was obviously a mammal. Its limbs and torso were hidden in the gray fabric, so he only had the face to observe. Front set eyes, so it was a predator, not a great sign, but its mouth was parted to reveal flat teeth. An omnivore perhaps? It didn't seem to have much fur, rather it had a mane at the top of its crown, probably for aesthetic purposes to attract a mate, or maybe camouflage if the foliage on its home planet was that shade of green. Taking in more of its features, Azawa cross-referenced it with other species he knew or had heard of and immediately recoiled when he realized exactly what it was, startling his students. What is it, Azawa? Don't get too close, that's a Terran Deathworlder. We're screwed. Izuku had a pounding headache when he woke up, and everything was stiff. Oh, no wonder. He was sleeping on concrete. But why was he? He was captured by space pirates. Noise from behind Izuku drew his attention, and he saw the strangest group of creatures he'd ever seen staring right at him. His first reaction was to curl in on himself and whine. They all seemed high-strung, him sitting up so abruptly must have startled them. But they weren't creatures, were they? No, they were all wearing the same thing, gray garments neutral enough to fit their body structures in a one-size-fits-all kind of way. Upon closer inspection, he was also wearing them. The tops seemed to be a circle with a neck hole in the middle, like a flowy poncho, and the bottom was similar, a circle with a larger hole lined with elastic. So a skirt and a poncho, huh? Not the most comfortable thing in the world, but also not too revealing aside from the fact that he didn't have any underwear on. They must have taken his old clothes when he was captured. What did they want from him, though? Well, seeing as he wasn't the only one here, it most likely wasn't personal. Izuku tensed when he heard footsteps approaching, sliding away from the hallway and holding his legs to himself, staring through the bars. Two aliens in some kind of haphazard uniform appeared with a cart. They seemed surprised that he was staring at them, not that Izuku knew why. They knew he was here now after all, but maybe he was misinterpreting the looks on their faces too. He hadn't had his first classes yet, so he didn't know any common, let alone how different species communicated with each other in their own physical and verbal ways. There was some talk from the guards, but eventually a small door was opened near the floor, just big enough to fit a tray of food and water through. It was slammed shut as soon as the tray was slid in and the guards moved on to the next cell. Izuku glanced back at the other aliens and all of them were still staring at him, probably trying to see what he would do. Izuku wasn't too surprised. Humans were very new to the whole Space Alliance thing. A hostile race of hamster-like aliens had tried to invade Earth and enslave humanity, but the war was so short it may as well have been a joke. In fact, many newly written history books wrote it off as such. After deconstructing and studying their technology, other species made contact with the first human explorers. After the language barrier was breached, it was a scramble for knowledge. Humans couldn't get too far away from the solar system without help yet, but the HPSC was happy enough to catch scholars up with the most up-to-date history on the sentient universe. Apparently, the weak hamster race were well renowned in the universe as tyrants. Though small, their strong teeth and sharp intellects carried them far, and their overwhelming numbers and teamwork helped them conquer many planets and claim them as their property. Earth had been underestimated, though. The many lights of cities visible in space attracted the crafty conquerors, and with so many lights in so many places, the planet was obviously ideal for colonization. It wasn't until after they'd invaded that they'd realized Earth was a death world by galactic standards. The polar areas are very cold, the equator is fairly hot, and the wobbly axis of the world changes the weather and temperature of everything in between to strange volatile levels. And that's aside from the fact that nowhere is safe from extreme phenomena wreaking havoc on the planet's surface. Too flat? Tornadoes? Lots of mountains? The Earth is constantly moving, so the occasional earthquake is to be expected. Even normal storms can bring deadly electricity or large ice projectiles. They didn't stand a chance of surviving the weather, let alone the plants and animals adapted to live there, or the very angry humans not wishing to be enslaved by small fuzzy overlords. Earth was a fair bit larger than most other habitable planets, so even the gravity was hard on them without their technology. Humans also have the tendency to get very violent very quickly, so after the massacre of the would-be invaders, it was understandable that the HPSC would be reluctant to fully integrate humans to their services until after a thorough probation period where humans could prove not to be complete savages. This is where Izuku came in. The government had made contact, humans claimed the solar system as their territory, and Izuku's generation would be the first to join the HPSC once the probation was lifted. Izuku had worked hard to get accepted to the program that would teach him galactic common, history, and universally accepted measurements of time, distance, weight, and length amongst other things. He would even have had the chance to take video classes with other intergalactic schools with mixed species classes. If he hadn't been captured, reality crashed back into Izuku like a semi-truck as he stared at the food on the floor. There were several cups filled with tater-tot-sized pellets and several disposable containers of what Izuku hoped was water. He was closest to the tray with the cups. Picking one up, he took a sniff. Yup, definitely not human food. It smelled like a household cleaner. It definitely had some kind of plant humans couldn't digest mixed in. Opening the lid to one of the liquid containers revealed that if it wasn't water, it was a pretty close alternative. There was no taste or smell, so Izuku hoped it wasn't some kind of poison. Looking back to the corner, he realized that none of the others had gone for the food yet. Yes. Humans are space orcs as eloquently put by famous astronaut Toshinori Yagi. Most other species didn't know anything about humans aside from how deadly their planet was and how brutal they were to their first invaders. Trying to keep his movements as smooth and slow as possible, Izuku placed his cup of rations back on the tray and scooted it towards the other aliens. The lizard-looking one hissed at him, but he ignored it to the best of his ability. He didn't get too close, and after he thought it was near enough to them, he grabbed his water and backed away. The panther-like one never broke its gaze, curled protectively in front of the others. Izuku broke eye contact first, forcing himself to look away as he heard the others start to move around and take their food. Prolonged eye contact was uncomfortable for most species, so a potential hostile creature staring at you was good enough to put anyone off, and they needed to eat. Izuku was still far too high-strung to eat himself, but he could at least try to listen to them as they started to speak quietly and maybe pick up some common. Maybe. How was the Death Worlder up already? One moment it was dead to the world, and the next it stood up straight, looking around the cell. Dadzawa had everyone huddled in the corner behind him, and the sight of such a large group seemed to unease the Terran. Dadzawa hoped it wasn't trying to make any threat displays at them. None of them could see its body under the prison garb. After a long, uncomfortable staring contest, seriously this thing had to be a predator to hold eye contact for that long, it swiveled its head towards the hallway. A moment later, the mid-cycle meal cart could be heard rolling in. Okay, so it had good hearing, sneaking probably wouldn't work on it then. Oh stars, it's awake. How is it up already? Criff used what was supposed to be the highest dose that was safe for its size. Well, I guess it's a good thing we brought it a ration then. None of the others seemed to be missing any limbs. What do you think? Should we move it to another cell? I'm not touching anything that can shake off Fogget neurotoxin that quickly. Like you said, none of the others in its cell are hurt, let's just hurry up and move on. The BSs slid in the tray only far enough for the Terran Death Worlder to reach, and Dadzawa could see from here that the creature was tense. It waited until the guards were gone before relaxing some, then it picked up a ration cup and smelled it. It must not have liked what it smelled because it put the cup back down. It did accept a water ration before looking back at everyone huddled in the corner. It seemed to deliberate for a few moments before coming to some kind of realization. It choreographed its movements to push the tray closer to them. Bakko hissed in warning, and if Dadzawa wasn't afraid his own hiss would be met with aggression, he would have scolded the Draget. But that's all the Terran did. They had a spare ration cup to share since the Terran didn't want to eat theirs. It even turned to face away, an act of either practiced kindness or extreme indifference. Dadzawa wasn't going to complain. He didn't think he or any of his students would have been able to eat with the gaze of a predator locked on them. Eri was the only one that didn't seem outright terrified by the thing, but she would be their early warning system. Deathfly sprites are highly empathetic and can feel the emotions of those around them. Usually it's only surface level, but if they focus, they can try to read a creature's true intentions. It's very hard to sneak up on a deathfly sprite. Bakugo was the first to break the silence, and the rest of his chosen horde joined in shortly after. It has some nerve turning its back on such a large group. Dude, what if it can understand you? Shut it, Sparky. That thing hasn't said a word since it got here. It might be from that stupid death world, but nothing with that much exposed flesh and flat teeth could be a predator. It's probably something they selectively bred to farm for meat. It obviously had fur to hide in plants, and the real Terrans needed it gone for easy processing. The fact that the stupid guards put it in sentient clothes doesn't mean jack if they don't even know what it is. I dunno, it seems plenty smart to me. It isn't acting like a wild animal. That's because it's domesticated. Probably grew up in some kind of farm, so it's used to cells and cages. Don't spout off lies with confidence, Bakugo. If you don't know anything about a creature, then don't assume and fill others with false knowledge. Bakugo stayed silent at Azue's warning. It was hard to instill the fact that it's okay not to know everything to a Draget. They're boastful by nature and will impulsively act as if they're the best in any situation, a habit not easily broken but necessary to instill in young recruits so they can work well in groups later on in life. I wonder why it's not eating. Don't worry about it, Pinky. If it doesn't want to eat, that just means more for us. They don't fill these cups up nearly enough. I'll take your share if you don't want it. The Eep glared at Bakugo unamused. Maybe it's just not hungry? Well, I'll keep eating its rations while it's not hungry then, Spiderweb. Bakugo was almost aggressively munching on his ration pellets. Even if Azua was right about him being full of hot air, it's still SCKD being called out for it. He was pretty sure he was right too. That thing didn't look like any kind of predator Bakugo knew of. Bakugo was a predator. He had sharp teeth and tough scales. He had pointed claws and hunter's instincts. Whatever was huddled across the cell was the complete opposite of a hunter. It was cowering like prey. Bakugo had nothing to worry about. He continued eating but never took his gaze off the Terran. Izuku was bored. After the initial shock had worn off, there was only so much one could do in a cell. Even less so if that cell was occupied by other sentients you couldn't talk to and were afraid of you, so you had to stay away or risk getting into some kind of self-defensive fight. It was interesting to listen to the others talk, but he knew that every time he looked over to them it made them nervous. He knew what it was like to be nervous, so he avoided looking in their corner, despite how curious he was. He instead observed the cells he could see in front of him. Only 5 were visible from the hallway, but they were all occupied, and Izuku didn't think all of the occupants were sentient. The marker seemed to be the gray clothes. If you had clothes, you were probably civilized, if not then probably an animal, and behavior seemed to reflect this. One creature, a vaguely gorilla-like thing if gorillas were purple and roughly the size of golden retrievers, wasn't wearing the garb and merely paced the whole time. The cockroach-looking alien in the next cell over was wearing the gray garb and sat against the cell wall, staring and glaring at everything much like Izuku was currently doing. He didn't stare at the alien long. Even if it was a bug, discontent is easy to portray no matter what species you are. It had barely been one day and Izuku was going insane with boredom, and his stomach wasn't helping. He wished he had one of the granola bars from back at the escape pod. The last thing he remembered eating was lunch before boarding the shuttle heading to the station. One day then? Izuku didn't know how long he was out for, but that was probably as close as he was gonna get in his estimate. It was only a few hours later when the cart came back. Izuku wasn't as tense this time now that he knew it was just food being delivered, but he still looked out towards the hallway to be sure. He was avoiding his cellmates because they were in the same position as him. He would not give the guards the same courtesy. His staring seemed to put them off, so that was a bonus. What he didn't know was whatever the fruit they placed on their tray this time was. It was obviously meant for one of the other inhabitants, but he could smell it when he got close enough to take his water, and it smelled like food. It was obviously some kind of citrus. It was pinkish red, almost like the interior color of a grapefruit, but it smelled like something in between a lemon and an orange. It probably had vitamin C, which he would need if he didn't want to get scurvy. He really was captured by space pirates? He picked it up and there was a whine from the corner. The pink sheep-like alien seemed apprehensive. It was probably for them then. Well, he wouldn't take much. If it were like any other citrus, it would have slices already grown in. Just one piece. As carefully as he could, Izuku held up one finger. He held it up for several seconds before carefully tearing the peel away from the lorange. Well, he'd call it that until he knew what they were actually called. He was right about the pre-made slices and gently pulled one apart from the rest. Carefully, he placed the fruit back onto the tray and pushed it to the corner, making it obvious that he was trading his ration for the fruit slice. It was a fairly large fruit too, not quite the size of a small cantaloupe, but close to it. It wouldn't satiate him, not by a long shot, but it would be enough. Licking his lips, he paused when he heard a distressed grunt come from the group. Taking the chance to look at them, they all seemed surprisingly pensive about something. Was it because he was taking their food? Surely they would be fine with just one slice missing. The panther-like alien took a step forward and Izuku wasted no time shoving the slice into his mouth. It almost didn't fit and he accidentally bit into the end of the fruit as he did so, but it was so good. He didn't even mean to react that way. He was just so hungry and he didn't want them to take the food away. Just one slice. Whenever they brought the fruit, he would only take one slice. Izuku eagerly licked his fingers and wiped the drop that ran down his chin, liking that too. It was really sour, probably just a hair more sour than a lemon, but it tasted just like it smelled, somewhere between an orange and a lime. With just a bit of sugar it would make an amazing drink, but his empty stomach was probably biased. If he only ate citrus it might screw with his digestion, but food was food. He didn't touch his water for a while after that. Water right after citrus just never tasted great, and though he wasn't sated he was happy that he had something to eat. The lights went out a few minutes after the guards came to pick up their trays and Izuku was suddenly aware of how alone he was. He turned to look at the group and they seemed to melt into a large cuddle pile, the panther alien taking the front like a guard. It was obviously a protective measure. Despite settling down, it didn't look like it would be sleeping anytime soon. Izuku didn't know how long their days or nights lasted, but he would try to get some sleep while it was dark. The floor was concrete though, and his clothes were large and flowy enough to hide his form, but offered no cushioning whatsoever. There were no pillows, so the best Izuku could do was lay down in place. His head on his arm. He faced away from the group and couldn't help but get lost in his thoughts. What was his mom doing? Did she know he was missing? Did anyone know he'd been kidnapped? Would they assume he was dead and stop looking for him? Would he be blamed for the alarm at the station and stealing the pod in the first place? God, he missed his mom. He just wanted to go home. The Death Worlder was surprisingly docile. It kept to itself, avoided staring at everyone, and remained relatively quiet. More points to it being sentient, or at least domesticated as Bakko suggested. Azawa wasn't convinced though. Even if it wasn't a predator, it most certainly wasn't prey either. Even domesticated prey kept their side-facing eyes. That was a basic law of evolution no matter what planet you came from. So, if it wasn't prey, what was the reason? Was it poisonous? Did it not have enough nutrients to be considered prey? It came from a death world, so it couldn't be an exception to the rule like some that lived in areas with no predators to be seen. No matter how weak it looked, the Terran's eyes told Azawa that this had to be a death world predator. Maybe not an apex predator, but something in between at least. Although Azawa may have had to reconsider the poisonous point at dinner. Ugh, I hate how it stares. It looks like it wants to pounce at me. That's just how its eyes are. They said its pupils didn't contract normally during its examination. Apparently they're always that round. Well, it's freaky. At least it hasn't touched any of the others yet. Izaki would have our heads if the deathfly sprite was hurt. Well, I told you to put it in another cell. You're lucky it's so mild. Whatever, let's just finish this so we can go to bed. Yeah. Let's just hope it's not a nocturnal hunter. The nightly rations were slid into the cell and Azawa hoped that the Terran would just take its portion and slide the tray over like earlier, but it seemed instantly fixated on Naas Yanjine. It had probably never seen anything like it before since most planets didn't grow fruit quite like them. Naas race had actually cultivated them over generations into what they were today and they were a near essential part of their diet, even if they were toxic. Apes, as far as sentient species go, are a classic example of a prey species, but they made up for it through generations of agriculture and evolution. Initially, they had supposedly rubbed the fruit on their fur to ward off predators, but as the fruit they grew became more appealing to insects, they had to change their strategy. Some members of their species had grown somewhat tolerant of the acid in the fruit, and though it wasn't intentional, most members started choosing mates with higher and higher tolerance levels. Eventually, after a few generations, the first members that could physically eat the fruit were born, and even if they couldn't properly digest the fruit, their bodies were able to take what few nutrients were available and store the rest in their epidermis, turning their skin as pink as the juice. Their natural predators tended to start avoiding the eeps with bright pink skin, and eventually they were able to thrive enough after their main threat was gone to join the galactic frontier. Despite the fact that they developed special glands in their wrists and ankles to secrete a more potent acid refined from the yangine fruit they ate, they weren't given a probationary PRD like most newcomers because of their docile temperament. Yangines still hold vitamins that are essential to eeps, so the Terran taking an interest in Naas was worrying. The guards only gave her one fruit a day at dinner, and though missing a few days wouldn't kill her, eventually she would lose her pink hue and become weaker. The Death Worlder seemed fascinated though. Na quietly whined as it inspected her yangine, probably not realizing how sensitive the Terran's hearing was before it swiveled its head to look at her. Its intelligence again astounded Azawa, and he would have to consider treating it more like a sentient if the trend continued. It held up one of its fingers for a prolonged moment and then gently peeled away one slice of the yangine. It again only took water from the tray, sliding its food ration over along with the rest of the yangine, but what was it planning on doing? Azawa thought that maybe it would try to save the slice to squirt juice into a guard's eye or something similar if it could tell that the fruit contained acid, but when it started to sniff at it as if to eat it, he panicked. It was going to give itself chemical burns. Eeps spent generations building a tolerance for yangines. The only other species sometimes able to digest them were those with insectoid features. The Terran was obviously a mammal, there were no doubts there. Did it think that because there was fruit on the tray that it was safe to eat? Did it not recognize the ration pellets as food and think that this was the first real food it had been given since its arrival? Or maybe, just maybe, was it trying to injure itself to try and escape through the medical wing? No matter the case, Azawa had to stop it. Not even the Eeps could digest the acid, their bodies just stored it for use against threats until it was benign enough to get absorbed into their bloodstream for proper disposal. The Terran had proven to be close to sentience if it wasn't already, and Azawa wouldn't let it harm itself. He made a move to lunge and grab the fruit, but the Terran was too fast, quickly shoving the slice into its mouth. Azawa thought that it would spit it out, maybe start coughing and hacking, but it was humming contentedly. It spilled a few drops in its haste and even moved to wipe and lick the remnants, savoring the fruit as if it were a delicacy. So Terran Deathworlders could eat acid. Good to know. Azawa wasn't the only one horrified by the revelation, but no one else made any comments on it either. The rest of dinner was quiet, and the lights turned off for the lunar cycle after the guards collected their food trays. The thought of the Terran being a nocturnal hunter would not leave Azawa's brain. He knew the guards were probably just trying to psych him out earlier, but it was a valid theory. Azawa would probably not get any sleep tonight. The Terrans seemed to watch them forlornly as everyone settled down for bed. This was one of the only times Bakko would willingly snuggle with the others, even if he would never call it that, due to his species being cold-blooded. Even those who slept mostly on the floor still had another body to rest their head on, and the affectionately named cuddle pile was a valid survival tactic in unforgiving environments. Azawa assumed the position as watch for the night, laying in front of the group as they settled down. Azawa hoped that the Death Worlder wouldn't stare at him all night, and it thankfully rolled over, trying to make itself comfortable on the concrete. It seemed fine for a while, but then its breathing became uneven and it started to quietly wheeze. At first Azawa thought that it was finally having a reaction to the yangine, but after more observation it was obvious what was happening. Not many sentients could cry, but it was obvious when one who could was. Azawa was sure that if the Terran turned around its eyes would be moist. It seemed docile enough, so the thought that it was sad pulled at Azawa's heartstrings. This was why he became a licensed pro-hero with the HPSC, to save creatures and sentients who needed help. A fine job he was doing now. What's wrong with it? I don't care, but it needs to shut up. Some of us are trying to sleep. Give it a break, guys. It's really sad right now. Yeah. And how would you know, Spiderweb? It's crying. It's something my race does when we're overwhelmed with emotions, usually sadness. It's true. Everyone went quiet. It was rare that Eri spoke, and because she could feel the emotions of beings around her, there was no doubt that she was reading into the Terran. They're sad and lonely. They want their Azawa. What? Denki placed his paws over his mouth at how loud he was. They want someone the same way I would want Azawa if he were gone. They want their Azawa. Azawa sighed and gently nuzzled the little sprite. They want their family, Eri. They miss the other Terrans. Eri shook her head. No, it's only one that they miss. It feels like how everyone here sees you sometimes. They want their Azawa. Azawa wasn't going to argue further than that. The Terran probably had someone it was very close to wherever it came from. He would ignore the twitch in his gut that now screamed this was probably a lost child wishing for its parent. He hoped beyond hope that this wasn't the case. Azawa could relate to the feeling of missing friends and family. He would sacrifice one of his tails to see Zashi again. The other dilemma was that they now had a crying death worlder in their cell. Against his better judgment, Azawa chuffed loud enough to get the Terran's attention. His students tensed behind him, but none of them said a word. As Azawa suspected, there were trails of liquid running down the sides of its face, but they were wiped away after the Terran got up to give Azawa his attention. In what Azawa hoped was a universal invitation, he lifted one of his arms. The Terran seemed hesitant, but slowly crept closer. When Azawa didn't discourage the action, it carefully nestled against him. Azawa would, of course, keep himself between his students and the Terran, but no sentient or semi-sentient alien should sleep on cold concrete when there was a perfectly good cuddle pile nearby. It was heavier than he thought it would be, but luckily his students were able to relax after it didn't attack anyone right away, and Azawa started to purr to help some of them fall asleep. The Terran seemed to like this and fell into its own slumber fairly quickly. Maybe they weren't complete savages after all. This one seemed nice at least. Izuku woke up slowly. The sight of the cell disoriented him at first, but then he realized where he was. There was a warm weight over his shoulder, and he suddenly remembered that the freaking panther invited him to snuggle last night. Of course, it had to be sentient. It was wearing the gray clothes like all the others in his cell, and they all seemed to be sentient too, but why did they invite him to join them last night? Maybe the fact that he hadn't gone into some kind of psychopathic rage helped get rid of their initial fear? He stole one of their fruits though, that hardly warranted a gesture as kind as sleeping together. He hoped it was just pity. Even if he didn't want to feel pathetic, he was a stolen kid alone in space. He was allowed to be scared. As carefully as he could, he moved away from the embrace of the panther alien. It seemed to be awake already and let him go willingly. Izuku sat up and looked at the group in the corner. This was the closest he'd ever been to them, and he tried to drink in their features while he could from this distance. It really was a strange gathering. There was the panther, of course, except it had 3 long tails and looked like it would be just as comfortable walking on 2 legs as the 4 it seemed to prefer. It would be taller than Izuku if it did, but not by much. Still intimidating though. The most hostile-looking one that always seemed to be glaring in his direction was the orange lizard-like alien. Its eyes were a striking yellow, and it reminded Izuku of a dragonborn or lizard man from video games back home. He hoped it couldn't breathe fire like in the games too. The sheep-like alien was actually pretty cute. If they made a plush toy modeled after it back on Earth, it would be an instant hit. Izuku wondered if its pink wool was as soft as it looked. Its face was flatter than that of an actual sheep's, but its eyes were still slightly wide-set, making them seem bigger than they were and adding to the cute stuffed animal-like quality it had going for it. Moving on to the smaller aliens, one looked similar to a kangaroo or jumping mouse. It couldn't have been much taller than 4 feet, but it was incredibly cute. Where the pink sheep would be coveted by girls, this alien would probably be loved equally by both genders. It was sunflower yellow with black streaks along its back, almost like a baby tapir, and its ears were something like a fennec fox's. Similar in size was the simian. It had the same basic body structure of a spider monkey, but the face was decidedly different. Something similar to a human in structure, but the nose was more cat-like and its eyes were perfectly round and completely black. That and it had 4 of them, which was somewhere between oddly cute and extremely horrifying. Izuku would settle on cute for his sanity. The final member of their little cell was the smallest of them all, a slight thing standing at about 3 feet tall that looked like the perfect blend of bird and bat. Its body structure was very bat-like, but it had the softest looking feathers on its wings, which rested closed on its back away from its taloned arms. It was a soft snowy white and had striking red eyes. Looking at it gave Izuku the strong urge to protect. On that note, his staring was probably making them feel uncomfortable. Tearing his gaze away, Izuku slowly scooted back to his place against the wall, away from the group and closer to the electrified bars. He was surprised when a small lump joined him. There, leaning up against his lap and staring right into his eyes was the white batbird. Izuku was surprised, and after turning to look back at the group he'd just left, it seemed that they were too. Hello. The creature scrunched its face in what Izuku hoped was a smile of some kind before it started chattering in a language he couldn't understand. I'm sorry, I don't speak common. It also seemed confused, but it started talking again, probably repeating what it said before, not that Izuku could understand it. Another noise caught his attention though, and on instinct he gently pushed the white alien behind himself, staring out into the hallway. The guards were coming. The staring was unnerving, but Aizawa subtly warned everyone with common sign language to remain still and not make any sudden movements. It may have been docile, but it was still an unknown that had just woken up. It soon seemed to realize it was making them uncomfortable though and moved back to the place it had been sitting at the day before. Aizawa would have felt bad for being so cautious if Eri hadn't immediately followed and invaded its personal space. He tried to whisper for her to come back, but she ignored him. Before he could grab her with one of his tails, she'd already caught its attention. It seemed confused before it spoke to her in some guttural foreign tongue. I'm Eri, what's your name? The Terran seemed confused, but indulgent as it responded, probably telling her that it couldn't understand her. Eri was too young to understand that not all species spoke common yet. I don't understand. Is that your name? It's very long. Aizawa nearly had a heart attack when it seemed to shift its focus from attentive to assertive, muscles tensing when it moved to touch Eri, but its motions were smooth and gentle, placing Eri between it and the cell bars. A few moments later Aizawa could hear the footsteps too. There was no cart and Aizawa growled lowly in his throat. They were here for more feathers. He should have expected this. Eri's flight feathers had grown back in, so it was inevitable that they would return. Eri was young, so it only took about 1 lunar rotation for her feathers to grow in fully, but it didn't hurt any less whenever they were plucked. Deathfly sprite feathers are beautiful in the right lighting. Most of the time they seem white, but in the suns of their home planet, their feathers shine in iridescent rainbows. There are rumors that say powdered feathers can restore youth to those that consume them, but most of the time deathfly feathers are used to make illegal shimmering jewelry. Aizawa wished that he could do more than just growl, but everyone in the cell had learned the hard way that they stood no chance unarmed against the guards and would only end up in pain afterwards. Their pain hurt Eri more than it hurt them. She blamed herself for their injuries, and they couldn't even lie that they were fine because she could feel that they weren't. Aizawa hoped that it would be over quickly. Eri whimpered when the guards came into view, 2 Reiks each holding a pair of pliers. The Terran glanced down at Eri before laser focusing back on the guards. It shifted so that Eri was more hidden behind it. Interesting. The freaking Death Worlder is guarding it. What do we do? I mean, are we sure it's really a Death Worlder? Sure, it matches the description for that savage race that fended off the strays, but look at it. No claws, no fangs, heck, it's so small it looks like it would be out for a whole solar cycle if we shocked it. I don't care what you say, until I know it's completely safe I'm not getting within arm's reach of that thing. Fine, fine, suit yourself, I'll just take your cut of the pay for this. The Terran tensed as the cage door was opened, the hesitant guard standing just outside. Then it stood to its full height. Was it always so large? Aizawa had thought that it stood up abruptly when it very first woke up in their cell, but it must have just been sitting. It was twice the height it had ever been around them, though looking back it must have not wanted to seem intimidating. The gray cell clothes did a great job of concealing just how small it had been contorting itself. It was almost as tall as Bakugo now. Its arms poked out from the sides of its gray top, curling its fingers as if it had claws. Though its teeth looked flat and blunt, the snarl on its face still sent terror ripping down Aizawa's spine. Definitely a predator. The Reich guard also seemed to hesitate before steeling himself and stepping forward, holding out his electrified baton. The Terran showed no signs of backing down. Aizawa would have to witness the moment this child strange sentient learned why the guards should be avoided, especially when armed. It caught the baton with its hand as the guard swung, then flinched and hissed at the shock it received, but still it didn't back down. Aizawa could hardly believe what he'd just witnessed. Even he would have gone down with a hit like that. Most creatures, sentient or not, would crumple to the ground, muscles spasming uncontrollably after getting hit with a baton, let alone catching and holding one for more than a glancing moment. But the Terran hardly looked fazed. The Reich swung once more, but the Terran was prepared for the shock this time, grabbing the baton and somehow ignoring the charge running through it, attempting to pull the electrified stick away from the guard. The Reich kept its hold on the baton, moving into the swing and grabbing the Terran by its shoulders with his upper set of arms. Aizawa didn't know what the Reich intended to do now. His two lower arms were full, holding the feather pliers and baton respectively, and now his two upper arms were grappling the Death Worlder. The guard tried to push the Terran down using his superior height, but the Terran didn't budge. He thought the Terran was a bit bulky as it used him as a pillow last night, but it was obvious now that this creature was built with some fairly defined muscles. Before the guard could pull his arms back to try and change tactics, the Terran turned its head and locked its jaws around the arm on its right shoulder, a sickening crunch following right after. The Reich began to shriek and try to pull away, but the Terran didn't allow it to leave for some reason. The guard was pleading uselessly now, hoping that it might understand some common, but only when the Terran violently shook the still buzzing baton did the guard understand and release his grip. The Terran opened its jaw as soon as the baton went slack in its grasp and the guard ran out, cradling his very obviously broken arm. There was purple lining the rim of the Terran's mouth, and Aizawa swore that the Reich's exoskeleton had been near bitten through, but the guards didn't stick around for too long after, rushing out of the hallway and leaving everyone in deafening silence. The Terran was breathing heavily, the baton now held properly in its hand and turned off for the moment. Aries' distressed whine was what broke the silence, and just like that the Terran was in action, dropping the baton to the ground and scooping Aerie up into its arms like she weighed nothing. It cradled her head into its chest and began to lightly bounce in a rocking motion, murmuring things in its strange language in a soothing tone. It realized that its mouth was covered in blood after a few moments and used the inner neckline of its top to wipe it away with a disgusted look, but the moment couldn't last and out of nowhere the snarling expression was back. The Terran was precise in its actions, gently setting Aerie down near the group and pushing her towards Aizawa. Then it very deliberately held the baton, handle side out, to the group. Bakugo was the one to take it, moving himself to stand beside Aizawa now that he was armed. The Terran then stepped forward, blocking the path leading to the corner where everyone was huddled. There was shouting as a larger group of guards approached. Izuku observed as always when he heard the guards approaching. There were no wheels this time, so this wasn't a meal d'elvoi. He heard the little white alien whimper before he saw the pliers, and then he was livid. He could put two and two together, and the little thing he was protecting didn't have long enough feathers to fly, so that meant they were probably being stolen as they grew in. He hoped that his glare would keep the cockroach-looking guards outside, and it seemed to work on one of them, but the other one arrogantly opened the door and stepped inside waving a black stick at him. For the first time since he'd woken up, Izuku stood to his feet. It felt strange after nearly a full day crouched, but he'd spent longer sitting and laying before. His height made the guard hesitate, but it didn't take long before it steeled itself to attack. It didn't swing very hard, but Izuku wasn't expecting the shock either. He probably should have, considering how he could sometimes hear the cell bars buzzing in dead silence. These pirates seemed to like electricity. Izuku was more prepared for the second swing. The charge was annoying, but nothing he couldn't handle after how many times he'd shocked himself building robots and computers in preparation for the space program. He tried to pull the stick towards himself, But the guard followed, wrapping small pincer-like hands on his shoulder. He would be taking that stick now, thank you very much, so he did the only thing he could while holding the still stinging weapon with both hands. He turned his face and bit its arm. He was surprised that it gave way as easily as a crab claw. He had to stop himself from biting all the way through because that would be gross. This was a warning. A very painful, disgusting warning. The thing screamed but still didn't let go of the baton. One wiggle to let it know his intentions was all it took, and as soon as he opened his mouth, the cockroach was halfway to the cell door. Both guards left quickly, and it was so quiet you could hear a pin drop for several moments. Then the little bird bat whimpered and Izuku latched his focus onto that. It was pure instinct that had him scooping the little creature into his arms, bouncing it like a human toddler. It's okay, you're okay, everything's okay, okay? You're not hurt, you're okay. He belatedly hoped that it was a child. This would be embarrassing to explain if it were an adult of its species, but it didn't seem to mind being held, at least, latching onto his gray shirt. Why was there purple? Oh God, the blood. He was so hyped up on adrenaline he barely tasted it, but it must have been all over his face. It was disgustingly bitter and he was glad to wipe it off, but it wasn't much longer before he could hear the guards returning. Izuku had to steel himself for this. Of course there would be consequences for his actions. He just hoped that this wouldn't be the end of his story. He tried not to startle the others as he gently pushed the little white alien towards them. They were accepted easily enough, the others shielding them within their mass, and Izuku made the decision to arm the group. They didn't seem to want to fight the guards, and it was probably because, again quoting Yagi, humans are space orcs. Humans seem to be stronger than most other species, so their reluctance to fight a known threat made sense. Izuku would be fine using his bare hands. If worse came to worst, he would start biting again. That seemed effective at least. He held out the baton to the group, and it wasn't surprising that the perpetually glowering lizard alien took it. Izuku hoped that he was just misreading its facial expressions, but it looked so angry that he couldn't help but see it that way. The guards came into view soon enough, and Izuku took his place standing in front of the group. The guards that came this time were varied, but one was the toad-like alien that had sniped him with a dart back at the pod. He bared his teeth and hissed at it in particular. Though not a usual human warning, Izuku knew it was one of the universally accepted sounds for "stay away." The guard paid no heed, getting ready to shoot at him again. Another guard stopped it. There seemed to be some kind of argument between them for a bit, but eventually they seemed to come to a decision. They weren't aiming at him anymore. Their gazes were locked on those in the corner. Izuku wouldn't let them. He held out his arms, growling as they took the shot. It hit his shoulder and he glared despite his now doubling vision. Time seemed to slow as they stood at a standoff. Any time one of them would move, Izuku would make a hiss or growl, but then he fell to one knee and then the other. The cell door was opened and he raised his head to glare, not remembering when he'd lowered it. He was out cold before the guards reached him. No one could deny that this was a Terran death worlder any longer. Any doubts held by Dadzawa, his students, or the guards were erased as soon as it stood to its full height and savagely fought the Reich invading its space. And yet despite its terrifying strength, Dadzawa couldn't find it in himself to fear it anymore. It had held Eri so gently. Its face had been contorted in obvious concern while it rocked her like a child, a stark difference to the fury it displayed before. She was a child, of course, but the Terran would have no way of really knowing that. Her size must have triggered some kind of parental instinct within it. Even Bakko could no longer deny that this alien was dangerous, definitely capable of guarding its home planet from an invading force given enough numbers. It also probably earned respect in the Dragit's book when it handed him a weapon. It knew it was most likely getting itself into a tougher fight but had still crippled itself to arm the group and fight barehanded. That in and of itself would earn him a high standing in Dragit etiquette. A larger group of guards rushed into the holding area, staring into their cell with apprehension. They had the Fogget with them, probably a precaution to take out everyone in the cell without having to physically fight them to retrieve their baton and pluck Eri's feathers as intended. Dadzawa hated smart criminals. One of the guards stopped the Fogget before it could spit a dart at the Terran. Wait, what if it dodges? Then I try again, now let me take the shot. It's standing in front of the others, you idiot. You said it yourself, the dose you're about to give it would probably kill any of them. Well, what do you expect me to do about that? There was a slight pause before they made a suggestion that made Azawa's blood boil. What if you pretend to shoot at the others? The Reichs swore that the Death Worlder was protecting the Deathfly sprite, and it's standing protectively in front of the rest of the group. It probably pack-bonded with them, so if we threaten the group it should try to take the hit. I don't have all day, so let's get to it then. You lot play dumb and don't warn the Terran that we're not trying to shoot you. You will die if you take this dart, so no funny business. Stand down, return the baton, and let us take the Terran for modifications peacefully. When we return, we'll take those feathers and be on our way. Eri whimpered, and it seemed to spur the protective urges in the Terran again as it snarled. As much as Azawa's fur bristled at the idea of them modifying the human, he knew that he couldn't risk his or his students' lives to a lethal dose of Fogget neurotoxin. It made his skin crawl as he forced himself to do nothing. Their plan worked like a charm, tricking the Terran into taking a dart it didn't know was actually intended for them. It was a painfully slow process, watching as the Terran fought to stay awake. Azawa's nose crinkled as he smelled just how much toxin was delivered in that dose. But the Terran was eventually downed and Bakgo was forced to return the baton peacefully or also receive a dose of neurotoxin. Eri was extremely distressed when the Terran was dragged out of the cell, but Na was quick to comfort her. About half a cycle later, the Terran was returned wearing a muzzle with a grate big enough to fit the ration pellets through, but not much else. Eri's newly grown flight feathers were harvested and the Terran began to stir just in time for the final meal of the day. It groaned as the squeaky cartwheel woke it, and it sat up abruptly when it realized where it was. Azawa would never mistake its sitting for standing ever again. The guard with the rations flinched in surprise when the Terran locked its eyes on him and delivered their tray quickly, leaving the prisoner's hallway with haste. The Terran seemed to relax and no one was expecting Eri to bolt straight into the Terran. "Thank you." The Terran was startled, but thankfully calmed quickly, gently petting the top of Eri's head. It was probably something Terrans did to groom each other with what little hair they did possess. Its facial features were relaxed as it murmured quietly to the Deathfly sprite. After taking a few moments to reassure Eri, the Terran turned its attention to the muzzle it was wearing. It wouldn't be able to remove it, Azawa had been placed in one for training before. It was stifling, but one learned to deal with it after a while. The leather was sturdy or it could forcibly pull open the padlock from behind its head. That works too. Seriously, what was up with this species? Azawa could hear the snapping of the lock mechanisms as the Terran pulled it apart. With the lock gone, the muzzle slid off its face, but it didn't discard the pieces like Azawa thought it would. No, it placed the device on the ground next to where it sat as it finally grabbed the ration tray. It seemed to hunch in on itself as it eyed Na's nightly Yanjine. It hesitantly held up one finger again, signaling that it wanted another piece. Na was quick to agree, trying her best to motion that the Terran could take the slice. After today, it definitely deserved it. It was as gentle as ever when taking the fruit slice, and as with every meal so far, it pushed its own rations at the rest of the group. Eri opted to stay with the Terran, taking her ration and leaning against it as she ate. The Terran didn't seem to mind, and after the protective streak it showed today, Azawa would be a fool to try and get in between them. After the Terran finished its portion, it seemed to play with Eri a bit. She wanted to feed it, but it only took the ration in its hand and made strange noises while it waved the pellet around, gently placing it at Eri's mouth. She obediently ate the pellets with a giggle, and all subsequent attempts at giving the Terran some of her rations were met in a similar way. The guard that came to retrieve their trash flinched even harder when it saw that the Terran was glaring at it without its muzzle, but dutifully collected their tray and left for the night quickly. Only after they were gone and the lights were dimmed did the Terran speak again, this time deliberately. It turned to Eri, placed a hand on its chest and said one word. "Izuku." Izuku woke with a start, the faint squeaking wheel of the food cart reminding him that he wasn't at the station and he'd fought against the aliens that captured him. He instinctively glared at the guard bringing their food and was proudly vindicated when it flinched. Good, he was tired of being bullied by everything around him. The delicious fruit was there again, but he had a stupid metal cage around his face. probably because he bit that one guard earlier. He didn't regret it. A little white rocket slammed into him, and he was quick to try and reassure the little alien that was now noticeably missing several of its longer feathers. He did his best to keep the discontent off his face. After making sure it was okay and nothing else seemed damaged, Izuku felt out the thing on his face. Okay, so it had a thick strap that wouldn't give, but there was some sort of metal on the back of his head. Okay, so those two halves could pull apart and, there was some kind of small padlock holding everything shut. Izuku once had to pull open a combination lock someone placed on his school locker. This thing was only a bit bigger than a cheap diary lock, so even if it were a bit stronger he could just… and he's free. Despite wanting nothing more than to yeet the cage across the cell, Izuku knew that he might be able to use the parts to make some sort of lockpick later, but first, food. It was day 2 of his capture and all Izuku had eaten was one slice of an oversized alien orange. The little bat bird that now refused to leave his side could undoubtedly hear his growling stomach from where it was, but he ignored it to hopefully ask the group for another slice of the lorange. Luckily, the sheep seemed eager to share, so he gathered his slice and slid the tray over after the small white alien took its own portion. It tried to feed him, and it would have been the most endearing thing if he could actually eat their pellets. He distracted them by playing food airplane instead. The alien was delighted despite not knowing the context of his actions. He was just glad they seemed so joyful after everything that happened earlier. His lorange slice was gone before he knew it, and he hoped that the guards would notice his dilemma and give him a granola bar or something before he actually starved. Only after the last guard left and the lights were turned off for the night did Izuku truly relax. It was now or never. The others in his cell were too nervous to initiate first contact, so he would have to do it. Turning to the alien that showed him the least amount of fear, Izuku placed a hand on his chest and clearly pronounced his name. Izuku. He patted his hand there a few more times, repeating himself. After a few moments, recognition seemed to flash on the alien's face and it placed its small hand on his chest, repeating after him. Izuku! 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 He smiled with a closed mouth at their enthusiasm, remembering that some aliens found smiles with teeth to be threatening and nodding, hoping that they understood the gesture. He then placed his hand gently on their chest. After a moment, they responded, Eri. 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 Izuku smiled again. He really hoped this was a child because he couldn't imagine it being an adult, though the thought of a young child being trapped here wasn't pleasant either, disregarding his own situation of course. Izuku was pulled out of his thoughts as Eri gestured to the others, calling out their names. Izuku pronounced each one patiently, and as he said them each member seemed to come out of their shell to finish introductions. Their names were all so varied and it was actually kind of fun to try and pronounce them all. He would ignore the fact that they seemed slightly uncomfortable. He would be too if the alien that fought off an armed guard suddenly turned around and tried to act friendly. There was some chatter as Izuku went back and forth with the group, repeating names over and over before the panther, Dadzawa, chuffed like Izuku had seen tigers do on YouTube, gathering their attention. It said another foreign word and Eri was polite enough to pretend to fall asleep to teach him what the word meant. Okay, so maybe Heck'll pick up some common before he returned to society. Dadzawa took their place on the ground as the cuddle pile built itself, and Izuku was surprised that they lifted their arm in invitation again. Without giving himself enough time to second-guess his actions, Izuku picked up the discarded mouth guard and sunk to the floor, rolling into Dadzawa and settling back into the position he'd fallen asleep in the previous night. He didn't want the guards to take away the cage, so he placed it against the wall, hiding it as best as he could behind his hair and hoping that Dadzawa wouldn't mind as long as it didn't touch him. He wasn't very tired after having just woken up earlier, but he didn't want to mess up his sleep schedule too much either. Eri, rather than joining the cuddle pile like before, forced their way in between Izuku's arms, talons clutching at the gray fabric over his chest. Okay, this was fine, but Eri was too exposed like this. Before, Izuku was content to face the cell's doors with everyone else behind him, but Eri had proven to be a target now. It would be awkward to face Dadzawa as they slept, but it would keep Eri just a bit safer. They seemed to like it when he started gently preening at the feathers on their head and fell asleep fairly quickly. Izuku fell asleep himself when Dadzawa started to purr again. That was one nice thing in this situation at least. It was most definitely sentient. Azawa had known this for a while now. It didn't act like an animal, wild or domesticated, but it was so quiet most of the time that Azawa hadn't been sure that it could speak before. It seemed like Eri was the one to get it to open up. Maybe it recognized that she was trying to introduce herself earlier? At any rate, the Terran shortened its introductions to just names, which was clever with the language barrier in place. Eri picked up on it quickly and they started to go back and forth. Then she drew its attention to everyone else. Azawa, Denki na, Bakko, Siro. Most of his students froze at being called out, but the Terran kept its movements calm as it addressed them. Azawa. Azawa inclined his head, replying in kind. Izuku. 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 Azawa repressed a shudder when it not only mimicked his name first try but inclined its head in the same way he had just a few moments before. It quickly shifted its gaze to its next target though, zeroing in on Denki. Denki. Azawa could hear the slight popping spark as the thunky startled. He inclined his head and managed to keep the stammer out of his voice for the most part in response. Izuku. Izuku nodded their head and moved on, probably seeing how nervous it made his student. Na. Na smiled in the way that her people do, also nodding her assent, excited to finally talk to the Terran. Zuku. Izuku. 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 It had pulled its own face into some kind of smile. It was similar enough to some other species, and Azawa hoped that this wasn't just an assumption on his part. This almost felt like the first day of school again. Introductions always took a while due to how varied the languages could be on some planets. Common was meant to be as universally accessible as possible, but included gestures and signs for those species that couldn't communicate otherwise. It looked stupid sometimes. Azawa hated whenever he had to dance around while speaking, but it was a necessary evil that everyone had to deal with. So far though this Terran seemed like an excellent mimic, which was both terrifying and impressive. Bakko. There was a long pause as the Dragit seemed to weigh his options on not replying, but to Azawa's surprise and relief Bakko slumped his shoulders, giving Izuku his full attention before he replied. Izuku. It was curt and precise. The Terran didn't seem to mind and just nodded, moving along. Siro. The Senki startled at that. Oh stars, that's creepy. Oh stars, that's creepy? Siro quickly corrected the misunderstanding. Siro. Siro. Izuku. The Terran nodded, a slightly confused look on its face. And wasn't that just something? The Terran didn't seem to have any trouble with any of their names. Azawa wondered why they developed such good mimicry skills and hoped it wasn't a hunting thing. He allowed for a few more moments of back-and-forth banter before he decided that he and his students needed their rest. Sleep. It only took the one word for his students to start getting ready for bed. Hopefully the Terran also understood. Eri helped by acting the word out. After getting comfortable himself, Azawa lifted one of his arms again in invitation. Before taking its place, the Terran shifted the muzzle it wore earlier so that it was against the wall near its head, adjusting in such a way that it would be slightly hidden from view while outside of the cell. Azawa didn't know why the Terran was keeping the muzzle, but he couldn't ask about it, not that he would question it if he could actually communicate with them either way. Eri was quick to worm her way into the Death Worlder's embrace after it had settled, and if Azawa didn't already know that it was attached to her, he would have protested the blatant invasion of its space. As it was, the Terran didn't seem very comfortable after Eri had latched herself to its top. It became tense and Azawa couldn't figure out why until it turned around to face him. So it was more protective than he thought. Usually the Terran faced the front, probably to keep an eye on anything that might enter their cell, but Eri's safety seemed more important than that, so it was using itself to shield her in a way. It was surprisingly domestic for a Death Worlder that Azawa knew could tear someone limb from limb. He could tell that the Terran had held itself back from severing that Reich's arm. It almost seemed surprised at its own strength. It was hard to imagine as he watched the Terran gently preen at Eri's feathers, but he'd seen it in action firsthand. She still felt safe enough around it to fall asleep quickly, but even after she was asleep, it didn't stop its preening. Azawa couldn't help but purr while he watched it care for her. Their hopes of getting rescued by UA grew slimmer and slimmer with every passing solar rotation, and their chances of rescue from the HPSC had already been low to begin with, but with this Terran on their side then maybe just maybe, their chances of escape were higher than the near impossible odds they had been before. Only time would tell. Izuku was absolutely sure that everyone could hear his stomach now. The sound of the food cart woke him up again, and after the tray was slid in, all he had was a water container to his name. He tried not to look too disappointed as he drank to have at least something in his stomach. Eri was now attached to his hip and sat in his lap as she ate her ration. Na, Denki, and Siro were all giving him strange looks as they ate. Na seemed to be the bravest one out of the group as they left the others and approached Izuku. He stared at them curiously until they crouched in front of him and forced a ration pellet into his hand. They were worried about him. It would be sweet if their food didn't smell like perfume and shampoo. Na started to talk at him, miming the eating motion. Izuku smiled awkwardly at them, shaking his head to hopefully get his point across. He tried to hand the pellet back, but they wouldn't accept it. Bakko barked something at them and Azawa also said something, but Na pouted and still looked pleadingly at Izuku. After a few moments even Eri spoke up. Izuku didn't know what was said, but he could at least tell that it was on his behalf. Defeated but still not fully undeterred, Na held up one finger, much like Izuku had with their fruit every night. One piece. They wanted him to eat just one piece. Izuku never had been good at avoiding peer pressure, especially when he hardly had any friends growing up to begin with, so his resolve crumbled quickly. It didn't smell like a harsh chemical cleaner like bleach or Clorox, just hand soap. He'd eaten soap before as a child, and though it was gross it didn't kill him. He hoped that it would also be the case here. Na's eyes seemed to sparkle as they smiled when Izuku held up one finger back. Izuku's own face was scrunched up into an awkward smile of his own as he did so. He was already sweating and he hadn't even eaten it yet. He was screwed, wasn't he? Maybe it wasn't as bad as he remembered? Izuku took an experimental sniff at the pellet gifted to him. Yup. Nope, this would be like liking air freshener, wouldn't it? Sking it up, Izuku threw it into his mouth, chewing a few times before deciding that chewing was a bad idea and using the rest of his water to wash it down like bad medicine. He couldn't help but stick his tongue out in disgust afterwards. Eri placed their hand on his arm in worry, but he was quick to school his features into a smile and murmur quiet reassurances to the little bat bird. They didn't seem convinced. Na was satisfied though, and went back to their little group, chattering away and finishing the rest of their ration. Nothing happened for a while after, but Izuku could feel that whatever was in that pellet wasn't settling well in his stomach. Eri was content to play with his fingers and babble things that Izuku couldn't understand until lunch was delivered. Everyone gathered their portions and Izuku resolutely ignored the tray and the group of aliens eating this time around. He didn't make it until dinner before his body decided that it did not like what he'd ingested earlier and it was time to expel it. Finally moving from his spot against the wall made him surprisingly motion sick, but he was still gentle with Eri as he nudged her off his lap and quickly crawled to the bathroom area. If Izuku was thankful for one thing, it was the fact that even these alien prison cells had working plumbing, though theirs was more air-based than water-based and their bidet was uncomfortable to get used to. It was only a small area in the back right corner with a 3-foot-long half-wall for some privacy, but it wasn't tall enough to easily hide from the guards. Usually everyone looked away for the sake of privacy, but it seemed as if all eyes were on him as he started to violently retch into the square bowl. There was nothing but bile and water, and it was obvious that Izuku was able to digest some of the pellet, but there were dried plant bits that had been pressed into them that were now visible in the mess. Eri of course had run over in concern, tugging at his clothes in worry. He tried to reassure her, but it was hard to do so when all his body wanted to do was dry heave. There was nothing left, and yet it persisted. If anyone ever tried to peer pressure him into doing drags, he would forever remember the time he was peer pressured by an alien to eat literal poison and force himself to grow some backbone. It only really lasted a few minutes, but he still felt nauseous afterwards. There was no way he was going to crawl all the way back to his usual spot against the wall on the other side of the room, so he pressed the button to empty the toilet and slumped heavily against the privacy wall. Eri whimpered beside him, talons digging into his gray poncho. Izuku made sure that his face and hands were clean before starting to preen Eri, trying to reassure them that he would be okay. He could already feel that this would just be a bad spell of nausea and nothing life-threatening. Sparing a glance at the others in the cell, he probably looked like he was dying with how worried they all seemed. He tried to reassure them too, smiling a bit and trying to make a light hand motion to wave off their concern. They probably wouldn't understand a thumbs up, would they? He was just going to nap. Yeah, a nap sounded good. He'd probably feel better by dinner, and then he could have another slice of the l'orange they'd deliver. It probably wasn't a good idea to eat something so acidic after throwing up, but food was food. At least they probably wouldn't try to force him to eat anything else again. Na made it her goal to get Izuku to eat. It had already been nearly 3 full solar rotations, and all they ever had was a bit of her yanjine and some water. She complained to everyone in their group except for Bakko, who refused to get involved, but they were all too chicken to help her out, even if everyone agreed that Izuku shouldn't be starving themselves. Have fun getting your hand bit off. Na only glared at Bakko's snide comment before approaching Izuku. Okay, she had their attention, that was good. It wasn't like this was the only predator in the universe that her natural defense mechanism probably wouldn't work on or anything, no need to be nervous. Before she could stop herself, Na forced a ration into Izuku's hand. They seemed to understand what she was trying to do, but still refused to eat the pellet. Na, never one to be deterred easily, started to exaggerate eating motions, encouraging Izuku to just eat the stupid ration. They still tried to let her down easy, trying and failing to return it to her. Give it a rest, it doesn't want to eat. Don't try to force the Terran to do something it doesn't want to, Na. There are many things we don't know about them, like their eating habits. What you're doing could be disrespectful. Bakko Na could ignore, but Aizawa had a point and his words were a thinly veiled order for her to stop outwardly pestering Izuku. Well, there was nothing stopping her from begging them to eat with her expression alone. Izuku had an uncomfortable habit of maintaining direct, unbroken eye contact, but Na forced herself to keep her own gaze locked on. If she gave in first, then they would probably never eat. Eri surprised her by piping up with her own opinion. They don't want to eat them. I don't know why, because they're hungry, but they don't want to eat the rations. Okay, Na had one last trick and then she would give up for now. Mimicking Izuku's actions at dinner, she held up one finger. Maybe, just maybe, she could convince them to eat one ration. Just one. Na nearly leapt with joy when they complied, though they seemed to struggle to get it down. Maybe Terrans only ate fresh foods? They looked like predators because of their eyes, but Izuku ate her fruit and had flat teeth. Did Terrans only eat fruit then? Was it a texture thing? Na dutifully returned to her group after Izuku ate at her request and promptly decided to stop hurting her brain by imagining what Terran culture was like. Izuku seemed a bit paler during lunch and refused to look at any of the other pellets. For it to starve itself so thoroughly, they must have really tasted terrible. Na didn't push the issue again, but it wasn't until a bit later that the truth revealed itself. Eri had grown quieter as the day progressed, something that Na hadn't quite noticed until she stopped speaking completely. Eri was usually quiet, but the Terran had been able to really bring her out of her shell somehow. Even if it had failed to protect her, it had been more successful than their entire group combined when trying to stop the guards and had even gotten off with fewer injuries for its efforts. It was obvious that Izuku was now a protector in Eri's eyes, especially if she could feel their emotions during the whole ordeal. Even Na could tell that they were protective of the deathfly sprite. After Eri stopped talking completely, Na looked over to see a slightly nervous look on her face. Glancing over to Aizawa, she could also see that he had been keeping tabs in the Terran's direction and did not like what he was seeing. Izuku was even more pale than before and seemed to be staring off into the distance, swallowing reflexively every now and again. With no warning, Eri was moved off of Izuku's lap and they lurched away from the wall. They wobbled dangerously at first, but were able to make it to the toilet before puking. It was loud and sounded painful. Na's stomach dropped. Poison. The Terrans couldn't eat the rations because they weratoxicto them. Izuku? Izuku, are you gonna be okay? Please don't die, Izuku. Eri was both physically and emotionally attached to the Terran and could probably feel its condition worsening as time passed. That's why she'd grown so quiet. It was all Na's fault. Distressed, Eri turned to them. Please, he feels sick. Can you help him? I'm sorry. The pained look on Azawa's face was answer enough, and the Terran probably couldn't even hear them over its violent episode. Izuku seemed to calm down after a little while thankfully, but still looked worse for wear afterwards. They still did their best to clean up and reassure Eri, as if they weren't the one that needed comforting at the moment. After taking care of Eri, Izuku looked back to the rest of the group. They then had the gall to look sheepish as they tried to wave away any concern. It was hard not to worry when they then proceeded to slump against the wall and promptly pass out. Was this it? Was it dying? Were those gestures its last? No one was saying anything, but Na knew that this was all her fault. The Terran was still asleep when dinner arrived. Azawa chose then to address the guards. The Death Worlder can't eat ration pellets. One of them scoffed at him. Those are designed to fit all species universally. Sure, our supply may be a bit expired, but the nutrients in them are still good. Look, it hasn't eaten them since it arrived. Today we were able to convince it to eat one because we were worried it was starving itself. It became violently sick and is now sleeping against the wall. I'm not even sure if it'll wake up to tell you the truth. The guards observed Izuku for a few moments, and Azawa really tried to hammer in the thought. Check the ship's septic tank if you don't believe me. If you find its vomit, you'll see that it's clear aside from one poorly digested ration. After a few moments of deliberation, the guards nodded. If it makes it through the night, we'll bring a tasting platter for breakfast. Azawa nodded, realizing that this was going to be the best they were going to get. The guards finished delivering food to the rest of the prisoners and left. Eri refused to leave Izuku's side and Na didn't eat her yanjine. Izuku woke up with a pounding headache, but at least he wasn't nauseous anymore. He groaned as he blearily looked around. Oh, Eri was still clinging to his chest. He couldn't have been out for that long if the lights were still on. Oh, there they went. Dinner must have just ended then. At least his eyes weren't irritated anymore. Izuku stroked Eri's head to try and calm them. The poor thing was so tense. Na approached him soon after, holding out a whole peeled lorange in offering. Izuku couldn't help but laser focus on the fruit. The thought of his one dinner slice was the only thing that kept him going whenever he thought about food now. He wondered why the fruit was peeled, but then realized that they must have saved it from dinner. The guards took away their trays and trash at the end of their meal times. Izuku didn't think it would be a huge deal if the lorange peel was missing, but Na most likely just wanted to make sure all of the trash was taken away. They probably had no idea when Izuku would wake up either, so they'd peeled the fruit and just held it waiting for him. It was a very kind gesture, especially considering that there obviously wasn't enough food being given to them already and Na had to hold off on eating something as tantalizing as the lorange while they waited. Like with earlier, Na forced the food into Izuku's grasp, but instead of sticking around this time they ran back to the group. Were they giving him the whole thing? Didn't they need to eat this? On that first night they seemed terrified that Izuku would eat it. The others were concerned too, but it was obvious that if the guards were willing to provide these from Na, then they were essential to their diet. Izuku cradled Eri with one arm as he stood, holding the lorange in his other hand before walking over to the group. Na was obviously trying to avoid eye contact with him, but he wouldn't let them ignore him for something like this. He tried to sound stern but not aggressive. He didn't want to scare them after all. Na. They instinctively looked over when their name was called. Sitting down cross-legged before the group, Izuku was able to safely let Eri go to use both of his hands to tear the lorange in half, offering one of them to Na. They shook their head at the offer, refusing to take it. Izuku frowned. Now the roles were reversed, but Na needed this more than him. Na. The sheep-like alien had looked away again, but turned to face Izuku as he called their name. Carefully, he peeled away one slice, holding up one finger briefly before holding it out. Na huffed out a light laugh and accepted the piece. Izuku smiled at them and they seemed to relax some. They were probably feeling guilty about earlier. Izuku wasn't mad. They couldn't have known that their food would make him sick. After Na accepted their slice, Izuku moved back to his usual spot in the cell, savoring the smell of the lorange before shoving nearly the whole half of the fruit he'd shared a slice with Na from into his mouth. He didn't care to look to see what the others thought of this impulsive action. He just focused on enjoying having a mouthful of juicy goodness. He ate the other half 2 pieces at a time and was sad when it was gone, but was still more sated than he had been since arriving. Na probably wouldn't be able to share that much of her fruit with him moving forward, but Izuku hoped that he would at least get more than just one slice from now on too. After digesting for just a bit, he turned to the group settling in for the night. Azua's raised arm invitation was easily accepted and Eri seemed to calm down after they realized that Izuku was really okay now. Their death grip hadn't lightened on his shirt in the slightest, but it was easy enough to shift them into a good sleeping position as he got comfortable. One thing was sure, Izuku was certainly getting more sleep here than if he'd started classes back at the station. To Azua's relief, the Terran woke up just in time for everyone to see before bed. It looked groggy, but had more color in its face than earlier. Its expression seemed to be contorted in discomfort, but as soon as it registered Eri, it was surprisingly good at concealing its expression and tending to her. Eri had kept a stress grip on the Terran's top since it fell unconscious, and Azua was glad that it wasn't trying to pry her off. Na had long since made her decision to share her Yanjin with the Death Worlder, and Azua was only allowing it because she had to remove the guilt she couldn't seem to shake, and if all went well tomorrow then the Terran wouldn't need to take her fruit anymore. It instinctively looked up when it heard her approaching footsteps, and Azua could see the moment its gaze locked onto the fruit. It stared intensely and was probably salivating if the reflexive swallowing Azua could see from his position meant anything. Na was quick in handing the fruit over, scuttling back over to the group afterwards, but now the Terran looked confused. It looked from the fruit and then back to Na before deliberating. It didn't seem to like the conclusion it came to. Azua was surprised at how much strength it seemed to have after being so sick earlier, but it had regained its lost balance and was able to stand while still holding Eri before walking right over to them. It would always be unnerving to see it stand to its full height after getting used to its sitting position, but it didn't last long, the Terran taking a seat within arm's reach of his students. Na. The Eep turned her head and locked eyes with the Terran. To everyone's surprise, the Terran deliberately split the Yanjin in half and offered one of the halves to Na. It must have been starving, and yet it was still willing to share that much? Azua would probably have scarfed down any food offered to him after 3 solar rotations of nothing and felt guilty about it later, but Death Worlders seemed to have a surprising amount of restraint. They couldn't even tell it why Na needed the fruit in the first place, yet it was smart enough to figure out that she did indeed need it. Na could be stubborn though and shook her head in the same way the Terran did earlier when it was refusing to eat the toxic ration pellet she offered. Izuku seemed a bit exasperated at the refusal before getting her attention again. Na. It made one more attempt, holding up one finger and peeling away one slice of the Yanjin. Na snorted and finally accepted the offer. After seeing it so many times, Azua could confidently say that the expression it was making was a smile, and after Na had her slice it shuffled back over to its usual spot in the cell. The whole world then seemed to fade away for the Terran. It took a long smell of the Yanjin and without warning shoved nearly the entire smaller half into its mouth, one slice falling apart from the rest only to be quickly eaten right after. It resolutely ignored them as it made little contented noises while chewing. The second half was savored a bit more slowly, but one slice at a time didn't seem to be enough when it had more available to it. It was almost funny to watch since the fruit was obviously a bit bigger than the food its mouth had evolved to eat. After the fruit was gone, it just sat against the wall for a bit, stroking Eri's head. When it finally turned to look in their corner, Azua didn't hesitate to raise his arm in invitation. The Terran wasted no time in picking Eri up and nestling her in between them, settling down for bed. One thing that Azua couldn't deny was how warm the Terran was. If it weren't so heavy he might have invited it into the cuddle pile, but it could never comfortably lay on top of his students, and he doubted it would be very comfortable at the bottom of the pile. This would just have to do. Almost like clockwork, the sound of the squeaky food cart woke Izuku. He didn't know when the others woke up usually, but they all seemed to be awake enough to eat whenever it arrived. Maybe they were more sensitive to light and woke up when they were turned on for the day? Izuku's mom used to joke that just opening the curtains was never enough for him like in the movies. There was something interesting on the cart today, and instead of one tray, 2 were pushed in. The guards stared at Izuku strangely, but didn't comment before moving along. The rations were wrong today, but the tray of assorted items far outweighed the one missing ration cup. Izuku couldn't stop staring at the little piles. No longer afraid of him, the others approached and gathered their portions, moving back to their usual corner to eat afterwards. Izuku looked from the tray to them, not quite understanding what was going on. Bakugo huffed in annoyance, catching Izuku's attention before pointing at the tray and then to Izuku. Izuku. Izuku wanted to be completely sure, so he pointed at the tray and then to himself, repeating Bakugo's motions. They bobbed their head once before turning away and continuing their meal. Izuku blinked down at the tray as if it would hold the answers to the universe. Did they tell the guards that he was allergic to their pellets while he was out cold yesterday? That was actually really sweet. Not one to waste an opportunity, Izuku took stock of what was available. He wouldn't be touching the raw meat or mixed seeds, but the fact that they were there amongst other options showed that they were trying to find his diet requirements. They could just rummage through his safety pod and throw a granola bar at him, assuming they still had the thing, but as long as he would be getting more food soon, it didn't really matter. He would save the fruit for later inspection, but there was cooked meat and something similar to bread on the tray. The cooked meat was cut into chunks, but just to be safe, Izuku ripped a bigger piece in half. Medium well done, that's acceptable. It didn't smell off, and most meat wasn't toxic, unlike plants which came in a wide variety, so it was probably as safe as any other cooked meat could be. The bread smelled really nice actually, and because it wasn't an Earth recipe, he couldn't even tell if it was supposed to be stale or not. Ripping it in half, Izuku stuffed most of the cooked meat in between the bread halves. If he had mayo, then his sandwich wouldn't be so dry, but real food was amazing to have after so long. Izuku tried to make sure to chew his food thoroughly, but it was difficult with how ravenous he was. He didn't want to throw up after finally getting to eat again. He'd had enough of that yesterday, thank you very much. It was still too soon before the main course was gone. Now for the fruit. There were a few options to choose from, but everything was sliced into a kind of fruit salad. Taking one piece of each item, they each had to pass a sniff and lick test. Luckily, everything passed and Izuku began to eat his dessert. Eri's stare caught him off guard, but he couldn't resist that face. After eating a few more pieces, he offered some to them. Eri's eyes went wide when they realized that he was actually sharing with them. They seemed hesitant, but Izuku put on his most convincing smile and pushed a few pieces towards them. Their resolve crumbled quickly and they shoved slices of fruit into their mouth. Izuku couldn't help but laugh at that, slowly taking a few more slices for himself before leaving the rest for Eri. He was full. Like, actually full, and it left him feeling quite happy. He wiped away some fruit juice from Eri's face when they finished and returned the trays to the guards with a smile on his face. If he purposefully smiled with teeth to unnerve them, then that was his business, but his joy was short-lived. Before lunch, the ship shook suddenly. When the gravity shifted, Izuku knew they were landing somewhere. Where were they headed? What was going on? The others seemed worried but not surprised. Not wanting to take his chances, Izuku joined them in their corner. They were at least comfortable enough with him now that this should be fine. Izuku didn't bother to check as he stared past the bars and into the hallway. This didn't bode well. Right on schedule, the squeaky wheel of the food cart woke the Terran. Just as promised, there was a tasting platter ready for it. The guard didn't linger after pushing their trays in, and the Terran stared curiously at the assortment of foods. To minimize confusion, everyone had agreed to gather their rations and return to the corner, leaving the Terran to peruse its options. It still seemed confused, and to everyone's surprise, Bakugo took the lead in explaining the platter. It was simple enough. He caught the Terran's attention, pointed to the tray and then to it, and said their name. Still reluctant, the Terran pointed to the tray and back to itself. At Bakugo's affirmative nod, Izuku began to inspect the items before them. Aizawa wasn't surprised when they didn't spare a glance to the assorted seeds. They were a mammal after all, and those were preferred by avians, but they also steered clear of the raw meat, which was mildly surprising. Everything else was fair game, and after inspecting the cooked meat to check its preparation, Izuku wasted no time in stuffing the chunks into the provided bun ration. Not the strangest thing Aizawa had ever seen, but for them to recognize the bun as food right away meant that they had something similar back on the Terran death world. They saved the fruit for last, and despite agreeing to let the Terran eat in peace, the deathfly sprite couldn't help but eye the fruit. Izuku was very observant and noticed her after just a few bites. Eri tried to stay strong so that Izuku could eat, But despite this being their first meal in 3 solar rotations, they still were willing to share. Deathfly sprites survive almost solely on fruit, so after having been held captive for so long it was probably irresistible to the young girl. Izuku was generous, saving nearly a third of the assorted fruit for Eri to snack on. They even seemed to enjoy watching her eat, not that Azawa could blame them. Eri almost looked like Izuku had the night before as they gorged on Na's gifted yanjine. The domesticity wasn't meant to last, unfortunately, as not even halfway through the cycle the ship lurched as it prepared to land on some unknown planet. Azawa hoped that they were just refueling or gathering more supplies before moving along, but this had happened a handful of times during their stay already and the chances of that were slim. He at least prayed that they wouldn't be using the Death World. Underground fighting rings could have some nasty competitors, and Izuku obviously had no clue how to tell what creatures to look out for. Izuku was not prepared for the ship to land and huddled with the rest of them in their corner in apprehension. The landing didn't take too long and it was eerily still until the guards entered the hallway, armed with their batons and restraints. I'm saying that the Death Worlder should have been chosen. Did you see what it did to Eskadischa's arm? For the last time, that wasn't our call to make. We're still too close to its home territory to draw attention to it, so we have to wait until we get to another system before we can have it fight. I know, I'm just so curious to see what it can really do, you know? Yeah, less talking, more grabbing. To Azawa's relief, the guards opened up the cell directly in front of theirs, taking out the Rya for today's fight. As terrible as this situation was, Ryas weren't a sentient species. It was still cruelty, but there was something different about sending an animal to fight versus sending a colonized species into the ring. The Rya didn't go quietly, but even it knew to follow after it was caught. Those batons were nothing to mess with. Lunch was more tailored after the guards assessed what was and wasn't eaten from the Terran's breakfast tray, and by dinner they will have figured out a meal plan for Izuku. They still shared their fruit with Eri, but Azawa wasn't going to step in and stop them. When the Rya wasn't back by dinner time, Azawa knew that it wouldn't be returning. He idly wondered if they would try to move Izuku now that there was a free cell again. Izuku didn't like how everyone kept glancing at him after the ship landed. He tensed when the guards walked into the hallway, but they thankfully didn't enter their cell. They instead took out the alien in the cell in front of theirs to drag it off somewhere. Izuku wasn't sure he wanted to know where it was taken. It didn't come back. On the bright side, he was no longer starving. The guards had cracked the code and he now had edible food to eat, though he felt bad that the others still had to eat those disgusting pellets. They didn't seem to mind aside from Eri, but Izuku was happy to share his fruit with them. He didn't even have to ask. Not for any of their Lorange anymore. They stayed docked wherever they'd landed just for the night, and after their breakfast trays had been collected the ship rumbled back to life, blasting back into space. It was impossible to tell exactly which direction they were going in, not only because there were no windows in their cells but also because Izuku had only felt any motion at all while the ship was either landing or taking off. Everyone knew that something big had happened after they left again because the guards were heard running and yelling outside the hallway. It wasn't long before they knew exactly what went down. Izuku didn't know what the dragging noise was, but the others seemed to, and it piqued their interest. The chatter of the guards had gone from frantic to casual, and it took 3 of them to drag what was obviously a new captive into the new vacant cell in front of them. It was covered in the large billowy gray clothes everyone here wore, but after it was unceremoniously rolled into the cell, Izuku knew exactly what it was. That was another human. Just one? Where did he come from? Was he looking for Izuku? Were there others? If no one was looking for Izuku, would other humans come to find this man? He didn't have to wait long before he could ask these questions and more himself. Ugh, what the… Hey! The blond man's head shot up in Izuku's direction, eyes wide in surprise before a wide grin spread across his face. Izuku couldn't keep the emotions held inside and he began to cry, upset that someone else had been captured but so glad to have something familiar nearby. Lost kid, I found you. Me? Yeah. I almost thought I'd never catch up. Well, this isn't much of a rescue yet, is it? The man laughed as if he hadn't been captured by space pirates. Izuku slid closer to the bars, trying to get as close as he could to this physical representation of hope and rescue, to bask in words that he could actually understand again. The name's Taishiro Tomitsu. You can call me Toyo. I would have been one of your instructors back at the station, but then those kids had to play that nasty trick on you. Don't worry, we got everything on surveillance, you aren't in trouble and everyone involved has been dealt with, but, well, we're really in a pickle here, aren't we? Yeah. Hey, you're not hurt, are you? No. No, I'm okay. Well, I did fight with the guards the other day. It was in self-defense, I swear. They were trying to pluck this alien's feathers and they were so scared. I was only really electrocuted a little. Their sticks are kinda like weak tasers. They used the toad alien to put me to sleep afterwards and put some kind of muzzle on my face because I bit one of the guards, but it was pretty easy to break and they haven't come back with a new one yet, so I'm hoping they gave up, and… Wow, you really have a set of lungs on you, huh? Don't worry, that's a good thing. We love inquisitive minds at the station. Dr. Garaki said something about you having potential and it's hard to impress that old bat. Anyways, I'm going to talk to your friends real quick, okay? Have they been treating you well? Yes. I think they were scared of me at first, but I guess the fact that I didn't attack anyone and helped when the guards barged in before helped show them that I'm not a threat. I hope so at least. I don't know any common yet. Don't worry about that, you've got Toyo-sensei here to save the day now. I'll be getting a sense of the bigger picture after I speak with everyone and then I can let you know what we should expect. I'm assuming you've had an eventful few days. On behalf of the whole space program, I apologize that we let this happen. Toyo, who hadn't stood yet, content to just sit against the wall mirroring Izuku, bowed in apology. Izuku waved his arms around in a slight panic. No, it's okay. You couldn't have known that one of the kids would set off an emergency alarm and pull such a big prank on me. The fact that you came to find me is more than I could have asked for. Toyo just smiled broadly, laughing off Izuku's panic. Afterwards, he turned to the group hiding in the corner, speaking common for the first time and drawing the attention of Aizawa. Toyo wanted answers and someone was going to give them to him. They'd somehow managed to catch another Terran Deathworlder and this one was obviously much larger than Izuku was. Aizawa hoped it was a gender difference, or maybe even some kind of mutation, anything but the confirmation of his theory that Izuku was truly a child of their species. Izuku was instantly transfixed on the new Terran, getting as close to the electrified bars as they could to get a better look. The new Deathworlder groaned as it woke up, but Izuku called out to it, gathering its attention right away. It didn't react like how Aizawa thought it would, baring its teeth at the smaller Terran. Izuku returned the gesture, but Aizawa could not for the life of him figure out just what these Deathworlders were truly feeling. The large one was baring its teeth, but sounded upbeat as it spoke, and Izuku sounded relieved but was very obviously crying. Eri didn't seem very bothered, so he assumed it wasn't anything too bad. Maybe Terrans had to establish a hierarchy upon meeting one another? Aizawa wasn't sure if Izuku knew this other Deathworld. Call him callous, but Aizawa was glad they put it in a different cage. He was sure that Izuku would be happy to be reunited with another of their species, but their cell was already cramped as it was. Then the Terran spoke to them in common. Hey, can anyone tell me what's going on? Everyone's eyes locked onto the new Terran. It was almost creepy in how it spoke. It sounded exactly like the computer-generated text-to-speech communicators. With a start, Aizawa realized that the Terrans must be in their probationary PRD right now, and because they were such good mimics, as proven by Izuku, they were using technology to learn Common and were able to pick up the language without any species-specific accents. Common as it was intended was decidedly creepy, but fairly easy to understand. Aizawa stepped forward to address the Deathworlder. I am Soda Aizawa, flight instructor for UA and a licensed pro-hero of the HPSC. You have currently been captured by a group of criminals participating in underground fighting rings and black market trades. At this time we are unsure if there are rescue efforts in place to free us, but the statistics say that odds are slim. My students and I have been here for nearly 4 full lunar rotations. The Terran made a whistle that would make Zashi proud and nodded the same way Izuku had in affirmation. Sorry to hear about your capture. I'm Taishiro Tomitsu, human instructor on alien flora and fauna for the new HPSC-approved space station orbiting our home planet. You can call me Toyo. At this time, I can confirm that there is no one from our company that is coming after us, we're considered a lost cause. Azawa's fur bristled at that. A lost cause? From what little interaction Azawa had with Izuku, it was apparent that humans were very prone to pack bonding, to the point of near-lethal self-sacrifice in either high-stress combat situations or more subdued actions like Izuku's refusal to hoard food. They absolutely did not have to allow Na to receive her nightly yanjine. Izuku was fully capable of fending her off for it, yet they still esqueto take small portions for their own survival. Toyo bared their teeth at Azawa's reaction and he shrunk back in SBMs. Toyo was quick to explain their actions. Ah, sorry about that, I always forget. If humans bare their teeth and the corners of their mouth point up, that's a sign of joy. Sorry if the kid scared you at all, he hasn't had the chance to learn anything about the given HPSC curriculum yet. On his first day at the station, another human set him up and long story short, the poor kid was ejected into space with no idea on how to fly the escape pod he was tricked into. The human, Toyo, was no longer smiling. What a terrible thing to do. And now Azawa could only lament that yet again his gut hadn't been wrong. Izuku was a child, not unlike his own students. They were still in their first year at UA. But Izuku had barely even started his first day. At least he now knew that Izuku was a male. How young was he? Azawa was afraid to ask. Instead, he praised Izuku's actions thus far. Izuku has been a pleasure to be around. He has smiled around us, but he has never bared his teeth in our direction. The only time I remember him baring his teeth was at the guards when they attacked us and the corners of his mouth were pointing down in an obvious scowl at the time. He has gone out of his way to make us feel safe around him and done everything in his power to keep us out of harm's way. You should be very proud. It wasn't every day that Azawa doled out such high praise and his students' minds must be imploding at the fact that he could deliver any kind of positive feedback without his emotionless droll, but Azawa meant every word and if they got out of this alive he would do everything in his power to ensure that Izuku would be well educated and taken care of until he could go into whatever career he decided to. Oh stars, he was attached, wasn't he? Oh well, at least he couldn't take Izuku home like all the other strays that Zashi always complained about. If they got out of this alive he would sell his soul to Nizu to get Izuku into UA no questions asked, and from the look that Toyo was giving him, they could see it too and approved wholeheartedly. The kid really is something, isn't he? I never even got to meet him before storming out to my ship to track him down, but I'm glad I did. He seems like the kind of student I hope to have in all my classes. Azawa listened as Toyo spoke, and they seemed like a competent teacher, but Azawa was still confused. If you don't mind my asking, why have you both been written off as lost causes? You are obviously a well-educated instructor, valued for the knowledge you can pass on to the next generation of explorers, and Izuku is a student under your care. Is it not the duty of a school to take care of their students whilst they're under the school's supervision? Toyo's face soured. At first we thought that Izuku had set off an alarm to steal an escape pod for a joyride, but after reviewing the security feed we discovered that he was tricked and framed by another student. All students involved have been expelled from the program and sent back to Earth for legal review, but there was still the issue of him being missing. Our emergency pods aren't very fast, so the ships we used to patrol would have easily caught up to him, but he was captured by this merry band of idiots before we could get to him and the homing beacon on his escape pod grew too fast for our ships to catch up to. The pods have camera feed for safety reasons, so it was easy enough for us to see what went down after we logged into its frequency. This kid really is something else. The student that tricked him also fooled him into turning off the autopilot. At first he didn't realize, but instead of touching any of the controls he was able to find the flight manual for the pod and start reading it. Any other student would have tried to figure it out themselves and probably would have ended up making the thing spin out uncontrollably, but even after he realized he wasn't going to a safe house he didn't grab the controls in a panic. I've never seen anyone read an instructions manual so fast. It would have been funny if not for the situation. Anyways, the kid was able to slow down the pod all by himself. Keep in mind our technology is archaic by your standards, so we have pressure nozzles that shoot out gas in the direction we want to accelerate or decelerate in. It's like steering a boat with paddles over soap-covered ice, but he managed it. He was even able to turn the pod around to try and head back to the station, or at least nearby enough that an adult could have picked him up, but that's when our lovely gathering here caught him. They waited until he was turned around before turning off their ship's cloaking device and deciding to strike. He might have assumed it was one of us at first, until the doors were opened and that Fogget shot a dart at him. Once he was captured, they hightailed it out of our territory. Again, our technology is leagues behind yours, so even an older ship like this one can outpace the best of ours. At that point, all we could do was report the situation to the HPSC officials in our area with a description. Do you want to know what they said? They said that Izuku was a very rare specimen and if they put a spotlight on him that he would only gain unnecessary attention to potential buyers and that because Terran Deathworlders, as they so kindly named us, are unknown to most of the galaxy, that it was safer for us as a race to let the kid meet his fate. Our own officials actually agreed with that assessment. As if the quiet death of one child would help keep humanity safe. Get it, politics. Humans are strong, great for fighting rings, and if Izuku was used in any and gained traction with the universe on the lookout for his whereabouts, it would make others want to capture their own humans and so on and so forth. But Izuku is a kid with more potential than I've seen in a while. I decided that I was going to keep following his pod's homing beacon. They said that I could only go if I returned after his escape pod lost its signal due to distance or we reached the edge of the system, and that if I didn't return that they wouldn't be coming after me either. I took that chance and was able to catch up after these schmooks stopped at that last planet, which wasn't too far away from the outside of our system's borders by the way, and now I'm here. I don't want to scare the kid. I haven't told him that he's been abandoned yet. I told him that I'm here now because I was someone who wanted to rescue him and I stand by that, but I don't want him to get depressed because government programs refuse to keep the people they're supposed to protect safe. Azawa agreed wholeheartedly. One of the reasons he'd started working for UA was because the HPSC cut corners when it suited them and Nizu absolutely refused to leave anyone under his protection behind. Losing Azawa and his current students has been the biggest blow to UA in recent history, and he knew that they wouldn't stop searching as long as their whereabouts were unknown. No one was supposed to know where the Terran Death World was, so Azawa had no gauge on how close or far they were to UA, but after nearly 4 lunar rotations he was doubtful they were still in the area. As long as they skirted the much larger HPSC territory, they were bound to get found though. They couldn't use Azawa or any of his students in fighting rings because the bounty for their return was probably higher than what their captors would make in any bets made for or against them. With such a large group missing, it was a stain on the UA record, but it also meant that their faces were most likely plastered all over the known universe. All they could do was hold out hope for rescue, and if their capture helped save these Terrans abandoned by society, then that in and of itself was at least one silver lining. Toyo wasn't going to lie, he was pretty shaken up about the whole being captured thing, but he found the kid. He'd reached his goal, and even if this wasn't the rescue he imagined, he would be dead if he didn't try to keep the kid's spirits up. He was a teacher at heart and would do everything in his power to keep Izuku safe, even if he had to act a bit scary first. He had his opportunity when lunch was delivered. He heard the cart at the same time that Izuku did, both their heads swiveling out into the hallway in sync. He heard the Senki mutter about how creepy it was but ignored it to start enacting his plan. Izuku let him know it was just food, but Toyo had a mission. He stood to his full height, 6 feet 8 inches and tall by even human standards. He knew he was an intimidating figure and his face was set in stone by the time the guard arrived. They flinched when they spotted him. Okay, I want you to listen to me and listen good. That Death Worlder you have in there is a child, and we take the safety of our children very seriously. If even one hair on his head is harmed, you can bet that I will find a way to break out of this cage and dismember each and every individual in this crew. Do I make myself clear? Weiss, very. Good. Now pass along the message to your superiors. Toyo didn't remove the scowl from his face until after the guard had finished delivering the food and scuttled away, and then he sat back down against the wall with his usual smile back in place. Everyone in Izuku's cell was tense now. What did you just say to the guard? Oh, nothing much, just a quick warning is all. Man, I'm surprised we get such a nice selection. Not even all the HPSC members know we can't eat danga root yet. Danga root. Toyo had only really meant it as a distraction, but this was the perfect chance to start teaching Izuku in the field he excelled in. Yeah. It's an essential component to most universal rations. It has vitamins inside that most species need to survive, but it also has some proteins in it that are too harsh for humans to digest. Don't worry, you would know not to eat it, they smell like a car wash. Toyo grimaced, having been one of the lucky few to help test and determine what humans could and couldn't eat. When Izuku stayed silent and looked away, Toyo got a bad feeling. He instead turned his attention to the others. Please tell me that the reason we have actual food is because Izuku was just starving himself and they took notice. I'm not stupid enough to believe they somehow knew that we can't eat danga root. Toyo's eyes shifted to the eep of the group when they whined and started to shift uncomfortably. It was my fault. I was worried that he wasn't eating and convinced him to eat the rations. I'm sorry. Toyo turned his attention back to Izuku, food forgotten as he scrambled to the bars. You ate the rations? Kid, those things don't smell anything like food. What were you thinking? How much did you eat? Did you throw it back up? How long ago was this? Are you feeling okay? Izuku slumped against the wall and sighed in defeat now that he was found out. Knowing this tone from whenever his mother got worried about him, Izuku gently removed Eri from their usual place on his shirt and encouraged her to eat the rest of her lunch with the others, offering a small smile to them before turning to the mother hen in the cell facing theirs. I'm fine. I only ate the one pellet and I threw it up a few hours later. I was only really nauseous and don't remember any other side effects aside from how dizzy I was when I finally tried to move afterwards. I slept it off and by the time I woke up I was okay, I swear. Toyo sighed in relief, but then started to lecture his new student, waving a finger in his direction as he did so. You know that could have gone a lot worse, young man. Lesson number 1 in my class is to never eat anything you're unsure of unless it is an absolute emergency. You see these fruits? I know that they're approved for human consumption because I was on the team that worked with the HPSC to figure these things out, but even if it smells good doesn't mean it's edible. Is there anything else I should know about? Izuku flushed and looked away before mumbling. What was that? I couldn't hear. Phew. The lorange, sir. None of that's your business, I'm not that old. What's a lorange? Oh right. I didn't know what it was called, so I just started calling it a lorange. It's some kind of citrus they bring in from Na, the pink sheep-like alien. They're called eeps, kid. Okay, so let me guess. It's purpley pink, larger than any other citrus we have on Earth, and tastes like if they spliced an orange with a lime. That's it. Before they knew I couldn't eat the rations, I may have asked if they could share some of their fruit with me. Toyo barked out a laugh. Oh, this is rich. They're called yangines, kid. How did they react? Well, at first I don't think they knew I was civilized like them. I can't speak common like you, so I just held up one finger to ask for a slice. I took my piece and gave the rest to them after. It smelled really good, but then Azawa moved and I didn't want to have the fruit taken away, so I might have, shoved the whole thing into my mouth? Toyo was full out laughing now. Man, I bet that must have been surprising for them. Kid, eeps are the only species aside from humans and some insect species that can digest citrus. Even then, eeps don't actually eat the fruit. They store the juice in a special layer of their skin and can use it to squirt at predators in self-defense. To other species, it's almost like acid. It's not corrosive enough to hurt skin in most cases, but it will absolutely hurt them if ingested. Azawa was probably worried you would hurt yourself and you must have blown their minds. I know the feel. The HPSC brought in the yangines because it was a requirement for testing, not realizing that humans would take to them like candy. Just add a little sugar and they make the best juice. Izuku smiled and laughed at that, and Toyo turned his attention back to the group. Thanks for sharing your yangines with Izuku. He's lucky that everything that smelled good to him has been edible so far, but I'll be sure to teach him what is and isn't human safe properly when I have the chance. For now, just keep in mind that the universal rations go through rigorous testing for every new species that enters the galactic frontier, and they're currently working on a version that humans can properly digest. Na nodded, surprising Toyo a bit since that was a more human thing, but smiled nonetheless. Bakko didn't know what to think. It had only been a few solar rotations, and yet his view on Deathworlders had already shifted in so many different directions. At first he was wary. Azawa was never scared of anything, But when Izuku first arrived, Bakugo couldn't describe the look on his teacher's face as anything but fear. Then it didn't attack them and he thought that his teacher was overreacting. Was this really the fabled race of savages that easily fended off the strays? They certainly didn't look like much. Then it attacked that guard and Bakugo remembered why he trusted his teacher's judgment. Those teeth were blunt, but they were dangerous. And then another backwards weakness. What kind of creature could eat yanjines of all things, but not ration pellets? One thing was made clear though, this Death Worlder, Izuku, had earned Bakugo's respect. The moment it decided to arm them with a weapon and still try to defend them while unarmed, it gained his respect. The fact that it didn't falter even after getting electrocuted and was still willing to take on a group of enemies in a fight it knew it probably wouldn't win awed Bakugo. Until he could prove himself, Bakugo would fight to feel like he had worth as a warrior again. After the Terran was taken out, Aizawa ordered him to stand down and return the baton quietly. Even though every nerve in his body screamed at him to fight, to fall beside his new sibling in arms, Aizawa was his superior and he knew that fighting back would be futile anyways. Aizawa telling him that he was proud of Bakugo for following orders only soothed the sting of defeat a little. Izuku had fought hard to steal that weapon, and he spat on that effort by willingly returning it to the enemy. He was a stain on the warrior title for rolling over in defeat without putting up any kind of fight, and he wanted nothing more than to let loose and rip something to shreds. It also bothered him that Izuku tended to act meek and lacked the strong will befitting their abilities. It was probably for their benefit. Bakugo could admit that he was wary of Izuku, and the Terran making itself small and quiet helped calm his nerves, but it also didn't seem to have any backbone. Bakugo had tried to give it an out by yelling at Mna to back off when she was bothering it, but it still decided to eat something it knew it shouldn't have. Bakugo would have yelled at Mna for a stunt like that, whether or not they could speak the same language. Then the new Terran, Toyo, arrived. Izuku was just a kid. He wasn't even sure how young Izuku was in Terran measurements, but the adult in the cell right in front of them was very large. If Bakugo wasn't sure if he could win in a fight against Izuku, then he was sure he'd lose against Toyo, especially when they stood to their full height and threatened the guard delivering their food. Toyo had also earned Bakugo's respect for that act, as well as his fear, but he'd ever admit to being scared of anything to anyone. Bakugo couldn't fault Izuku for acting SBMSSV towards the obvious leader in the cell just across from them, but he also couldn't fully understand the attachment they had to Eri now. Before he assumed it was just parental instincts. Eri was a kid and Terran seemed like the kind to protect their young, but Izuku was also a kid, they shouldn't have those parental instincts yet, so how had they gotten so attached to someone they couldn't even understand? It was almost sickening with how sweet they were with her too. The DMN thing was starved and yet cute baby eyes were able to convince them to share with her when they knew that she had her own DMN food to eat. Again, Bakugo would have understood if it were instincts. Dragons were feral when protecting their young, but Eri wasn't Izuku's young. That mystery would need to wait another day though, because after dinner, Izuku began to fiddle with the muzzle they now hid behind the toilet's privacy wall. What was it doing? Oh, okay, so not just its teeth were strong. Even young Terrans had the strength to pry apart well-dead metal, good to know. It wasn't just prying apart the metal either, it was straightening out the spokes. For what? What was it going to do with? The metal scraps? It had some kind of plan, that was for sure, because as it worked the metal into thin V-like shapes, it spoke with the other Terran. Out of nowhere, the adult touched the cell bars. It didn't get seriously hurt though. Even Denki would have had quite the shock if he touched those bars, but thinking back, Izuku had been able to hold onto the guard's baton while it was sparking before too. Were humans resistant to electricity? It did hurt them. Toyo waved their arm a bit and SED on their finger after getting shocked, but whatever they said to Izuku must have been encouraging. Izuku made sure that Eri was latched onto Aizawa before approaching the bars and tentatively touching them. They were careful to only allow the bars a quick feel before moving back, but they had even less of a reaction than Toyo, only briefly wiping their finger on their top before trying again, laying their palm over the bars. They were able to hold their palm against the bars for several ticks before grinning in a way that sent shivers down Bakugo's spine. The Terrans had a plan, and it already seemed terrifying. Izuku would admit that he was quite proud of himself. The locks for these cells were different than ones on Earth, but similar enough that the wires he was able to salvage from his muzzle might just be able to do the trick. He modified them to fit visually by using the lock on Toyo's cell as a reference, but there was still one problem to address. The guard's keys all had rubber handles to avoid the electric current constantly being fed through the bars. "Hey Toyo." "What is it, kid?" "I think I have a plan to get everyone out of here." "Oh, well, if anyone can do it you can. What do you have?" "Well, after I bit one of the guards," Toyo, who hadn't processed that little tidbit during Izuku's previous mumbling episode, made a noise at that, but Izuku continued, not giving him a chance to recover. "They put that muzzle I mentioned before on me so I couldn't do it again. I was able to break it off pretty easily and I just made some lockpicks with the wires that I think might work. The only problem is that the bars have electricity flowing through them and I don't know how to turn them off to test my lockpicks out." Toyo thought for a moment before replying. "What if you didn't have to?" "What do you mean?" "I'm gonna touch him." What if you get hurt?" "I'll be sure to only do it for a sec, but we won't know until we try, right?" Toyo approached the bars and quickly poked his finger against them, hissing and skiing on his finger after, but it wasn't really that bad. "I've been tossed before, kid, and it's not quite that bad. It's like a step above a static shock, but it's more annoying than painful. Just don't hold on for too long." Izuku nodded and tried it out himself, finding it tolerable. After being able to hold his palm against the bars for 5 Mississippi seconds, he was sure he'd be able to pick the lock to their cage. Then there was the toad issue. "Okay, I think I can pick the locks like this, but what about that toad-like guard? If they catch us, we'll just be put back and they'll figure something else out." Toyo rubbed his chin for a minute before snapping his fingers. "How many times have you been hit with their neurotoxin?" "You mean their darts?" "Twice, I think." "Yeah, the first when they captured me, then again later on. I think the second dose might have been weaker because they were aiming at everyone behind me though. I wasn't out for as long and I was able to stay awake for longer before passing out." "I'm not so sure, let me ask your friends real quick." Toyo switched to common before addressing Azawa, who'd been watching them curiously as everyone got ready for bed. "Hey Azawa. The kid says he was shot with Fogget neurotoxin twice. The first time I can guess the guard got him with the usual dose for something his size on capture, but did they say anything about his second dose? He says it was probably weaker because they were aiming at you guys." Azawa paused for a moment to process. "He's wrong on both fronts for his shot while with us. The guard warned us that the amount he was giving to Izuku would be enough to kill anyone else in our cell, and we weren't allowed to warn him. They pretended to aim at us so he would take the shot without dodging. It worked, but it took a while to take effect and he was fighting it the whole time." "How long did it take him to go down?" "At least 40 ticks, but I was more focused on other things at the time." "That's fine, it sounds like it was stressful. Izuku and I are working out an escape plan right now, but there are things we need to plan ahead for. The Fogget on their team is an issue, but Izuku already has a head start on that. Given enough exposure, humans can become resistant to some toxins. The fact that he was able to fight off such a high dose of Fogget neurotoxin means that if given more exposure it won't affect him enough to keep him down. The only problem is how to get him that exposure." Azawa was glad that Toyo had included him in their plans. "I have an idea. Make Izuku pretend to be sick. I'm not sure how good you are at acting, but maybe if he acts sick we can play it off as withdrawals. Izuku was given 2 doses in a short amount of time and then not given any afterwards. We can say that humans get addicted to foreign substances easily and cutting them off suddenly is bad for their health." "I like how you think. As much as I hate to admit it, I think I also have an idea to get the desired effect, but we're all going to hate it. I have no doubts he'll agree to it too, which should be concerning, but it might just be our ticket out of here." Toyo then turned to speak with Izuku, who had been waiting patiently while he and Azawa were talking. "Hey, kid, I know I gave you an earful for it earlier, but would you be willing to eat another ration pellet tomorrow morning?" I guess I could, but why?" "The dart they used to knock you out before wasn't meant for the others, it was meant for you. If it had hit any of them they would be dead right now, and I'm not saying that to scare you, it's just the fact that humans, well, you know the famous quote. Humans are space orcs? Yeah, that's the one. Anyways, that dose they gave you was way higher than the first one you got. The fact that you shook it off so easily the first time must have spooked them, but thanks to that you've grown a bit of a resistance to it. If you eat a ration at breakfast you'll be sick enough by lunch that we might be able to convince them that you're suffering from withdrawals. We might just be able to get your tolerance up enough for an escape attempt if we do, but it's up to you on whether we take it that far. Think you can act sick enough without the pellet? Izuku steeled his resolve. I'll do it. Toyo smiled a toothy grin. The guards didn't know what they had coming. Humans are insane. That was the only conclusion that Aizawa could draw when Toyo went over their plan last night. It was good to know that danga root wasn't lethal to humans unless ingested in large quantities, whatever that meant in human terms, but the fact that Izuku was willing to go through the obvious discomfort he had before was a testament to their iron will. Na refused to be the one to put him through that again, but Bakugo surprised everyone by offering one of his own pellets. He scoffed, saying that it was just repayment for all the rations he got while Izuku couldn't eat his own, but Aizawa had a sneaking suspicion it was a bit more than that. Regardless, Izuku ate the pellet after the guard left, not touching his own food aside from some water to wash the ration down. Eri was content to munch on his fruit and the rest of them split the remainder of his food so it wasn't as suspicious, but the little deathfly sprite was concerned again as Izuku's complexion paled. They had warned her that he would be sick again, but for something that could sense just how terrible he was feeling it was hard for her not to worry. Izuku was able to hold himself together long enough for Toyo to give the signal when the guard arrived. Izuku wasted no time before rushing to the toilet, throwing up what little was left of the pellet and anything else that was still in his stomach at the time. The guard came rushing down the hallway, cart abandoned, to stare at Izuku in horror. The Death Worlders were a valuable commodity after all. What happened to the Death Worlder? Na was the best actor out of the group. Well, Aizawa could act fairly well, his job sometimes required it after all, but he'd already established his true nature during his capture and frantic worry would look fake on him. We don't know, he was fine this morning. She played her part well, everyone else showing appropriate amounts of concern. It wasn't even all fake, which was the real kicker. The only thing keeping them on track was that fact that he wouldn't actually die from this. Toyo took his K to lead the conversation. Please tell me you guys only used Fogget neurotoxin on him once. The guard seemed confused, not knowing who to focus on, shifting his gaze from Toyo to Na and back to Izuku, who was still retching into the toilet. I think they used it twice. Why? Is it an allergic reaction? It's been too long for that. Toyo groaned convincingly, rubbing his forehead in what seemed to be obvious concern. Humans could be surprisingly good actors, which added yet another mark to how terrifying their species was in Aizawa's book. He's addicted, you morons. Humans don't process chemicals in the same way you do. Our bodies adapt and decide whether or not they like the new stimuli. You gave him 2 free naps in a stressful place and now his body's hooked like he started using trigger. Aizawa flinched at that. The stuff was highly addictive to most species, and using the intergalactic drag as a comparison drew a grim picture. From the look on the guard's face, it was the right picture to draw. What should we do? Is there anything that can help it? Toyo pretended to look thoughtful for a minute before somehow making a loud click with their fingers and making their pre-planned suggestion. He can't stop cold turkey, the longer he goes without it the worse off he'll be, but if you guys can give him his fix in smaller and smaller doses over the next several days, he should be able to beat it. He's still young after all, he should be able to bounce back from this quickly enough. He won't be able to eat like this, so today I think you should give him 2 doses, one small one now so he can sleep this off, then one tonight after dinner so he can actually sleep during the lunar cycle. Starting tomorrow, it should be okay to just give him 1 dose to help with sleep until he doesn't need it anymore, but it's probably already this bad because he didn't get any during the last solar rotation. The guard ate up the instructions, agreeing quickly with Toyo's suggestions and rushing off to inform his superiors. They must really want the humans in good shape for sale if they were willing to go this far for them. Toyo yelled something over to Izuku in their language, and Izuku only had enough energy to hold up one arm, placing its opposable finger in the air in response. It must have been a human thing because Toyo laughed afterwards. They were lucky that there wasn't much known about humans and their biology yet. The guard tasked with delivering food returned with their Fogget companion, who grumbled but shot a dart out at Izuku after he finished his last bout of violent vomiting. Izuku went down for a mid-cycle nap and the rest of their meal time went relatively smoothly. Azawa wasn't sure how long it actually took Izuku to fall asleep because they had planned on having him act as if the neurotoxin was working properly. If asked, they would just explain that adrenaline had prolonged the experience last time, but they needed to put the guards at ease regarding its potency. Azawa did however know that Izuku was only out for as long as it took the guards to come and collect their food trays. Either the dose they used was fairly small or Toyo's explanation for how fast humans could become immune to substances was, as usually seemed to be the case, understated. Fortunately, Izuku's nap seemed to help with the backlash of eating the ration pellet, similar to the last time he went to sleep after the worst of his nausea had passed. Unfortunately, he would have to wait until dinner before getting anything to wash out the taste that was obviously bothering him at the moment. Oh well, he was a Deathworlder. He would be fine. Everything was going according to plan, which had Izuku excited. A few more days passed and Izuku could now say that he had been captured for at least a week, but with the way things were progressing, they should be able to fight back and hijack the ship soon. He was getting well acquainted with the Toad Guard, a faggot he had been told, and he could now confidently say that he would be able to fight off the toxin if needed. He barely felt the effects now and he was hoping that Toyo was right that he was growing immune and it wasn't just the smaller doses they were giving him every day. He still pretended to sleep when shot, but he was able to fight it off easily. He found that if he stayed awake for at least 2 minutes, then the forced drowsiness would fade into near nothing. All their plans hinged on Izuku being able to take out the faggot, no pressure. Toyo had begun to teach Izuku the basics of common while they waited for his tolerance to grow, and he now knew all of the names and genders of his cellmates. As he thought, Azawa was an adult and Eri was a child, crisis averted on that front, but he was surprised that all the others were young like him. Their growth rates were all slightly different, but in terms of species, aside from Eri, he was still the youngest in the group. For some reason, this unsettled most of them, but at least now they could communicate a bit better. Na, when given the chance, spoke a mile a minute, changing subjects too quickly for Izuku to fully follow while he was still new to the language, but she seemed to be content to just have someone listen to her for once. Bakko was standoffish but not nervous to speak back when spoken to. The others, classmates he'd been told, were still wary of him. The day finally arrived. Their best chance of escape would be to take out the faggot guard, and they knew that he would be coming to the cells like clockwork to help Izuku with his addiction after dinner. All Izuku had to do was feign sleep until the guards left, pick the lock before they could get too far, and take out the faggot so Toyo and the rest could take out the guards and assume control over the ship. No biggie. Izuku waited until the guards' footsteps were almost out of the hallway before standing up and heading to the gate. As soon as he knew they left the hallway, he took his makeshift lockpick and jammed it into the lock on their cell door. With just a few wiggles, the door opened and he was sprinting down the hallway. Fast, he had to be fast. He ignored the right guard as both aliens turned in his direction and immediately sucker punched the faggot. He was lucky they were so short, but he didn't have the time to dwell on the now felled guard since the Reich was reaching for their communication device. Izuku was able to grab it from their fumbling grasp and crush it under his foot before the guard could activate it. As he did so, he felt a familiar sting on his back. He turned to see the faggot with a smirk on their face, at least until a long black line smacked its head hard enough for it to bounce against the wall behind it. It was definitely out now, but they weren't done, because before Izuku could blink, the Reich had also been taken out. Glancing down the hallway, Izuku was relieved to see that the black lines were Azawa's tails. He didn't know they could stretch that far, but he would dwell on that fact later. They made sure that there was nothing that the guards would be able to use in their pockets before locking them up in their old cell, and Izuku got straight to work on unlocking the cell holding Toyo. It was laughably easy. It turns out that the locks were relatively simple in design on these older ship models, the system relying on the electricity to prevent escape attempts. The HPSC has of course updated their systems since then according to Azawa. They had no choice but to bring Eri with them as they started storming the ship, but she and some of the other weaker members of their group stayed in the middle surrounded by the rest of the group. Azawa and Toyo took the lead while Izuku and Bakko brought up the rear. It was quiet since everything was settling down for the night cycle and they kept their footsteps as light as possible. If they hadn't already spent several days with Izuku, the others might have been surprised at how eerily quiet humans could be on their bare feet, but Izuku had taken to pacing in the cell after the first few days in boredom. Now the only sounds were the tapping of Na's hooves and the clattering of Bakugo's claws. Aizawa led the way, knowing exactly how to get to the cockpit. They were almost free. Aizawa and Toyo took the lead in storming the control room while Izuku and Bakugo guarded the door and the others in their group from outside. There were only 3 crew members present, and after they were taken out, Aizawa hit the emergency lockdown control switch. All across the ship, reinforced metal doors slammed shut, locking all inhabitants in whatever rooms they were currently in. It was over, they'd actually done it. Once everyone but Aizawa and Toyo were locked out of the cockpit area, they knew the plan had worked, and Izuku wasted no time in leaning against the wall, laughing and crying. The only thing that could open doors now was the captain's keycard, and after a few moments Aizawa and Toyo walked out, Toyo wearing the keycard proudly. Izuku wasted no time in tackling the man in a hug and sobbing into his chest. Toyo chuckled as he reciprocated. "Hey now, we're not done yet. We still have to sweep the halls and bring everyone who's not locked down to the brig. Think you can hold out until then?" Izuku sniffled and nodded, pulling away with a determined look on his face. Toyo opened the door to the cockpit again and ushered everyone inside. Once there, Aizawa started to give swift instructions to everyone who would be staying behind. Denki and Siro began to start resetting the coordinates for the nearest HPSC station, while Na got to work on sending distress signals and communications to the nearest hero in the area. The remaining 4 heavy hitters left the control room, Izuku carrying 2 of the guards and Bakugo carrying the captain, who'd so graciously given over his keycard when confronted. Toyo and Aizawa took the lead in storming the hallways until they returned to the brig. "Bakugo, stay here and watch over the outlaws while we finish the sweep." Bakugo bristled, wanting an active part in everything. Izuku noticed this and knew enough common now to guess what was happening. Toyo? Can you tell Aizawa that I don't mind staying here?" The tall man nodded before relaying the info over, but after a few words back and forth, Toyo smiled at Izuku apologetically. "Sorry kid. You're lighter on your feet, which makes it easier for us to sneak around, and you're strong enough to carry more than one criminal if we come across a larger group. Aizawa said that we need someone capable of taking out the guards safely too. I've worked with these species and I know what they can take. If you'd hit the Reich with the same strength you'd hit the Faggot earlier, you might have done some real damage. As it is, Bakugo is better suited to using the right amount of non-deadly force to knock out anyone we bring back for him to guard if they wake up, and you're an emergency backup fighter if we somehow can't pull through. Aizawa is a licensed pro hero and shouldn't use deadly force, and I'm his backup. You're the muscle who will carry anyone we find back here, so we have our hands free. Think you can do it?" It was strange that someone was calling him the muscle on a team, but they'd come this far and he could at least do this much. Looking back at Bakugo, Aizawa seemed to have calmed him down with a motivational speech of his own, and the Dragot didn't look as if he was 2 seconds from running off and trying to storm the halls himself any more, so Izuku nodded. The next several minutes were a blur of action while Aizawa led the 2 humans on an efficient loop through the winding hallways. Most of the ship's occupants were already in their rooms for the night cycle, as cleverly planned by Aizawa, but there were a few staggered patrol groups, and in the end the 3 scouts dragged 7 more unconscious aliens to a semi-patiently waiting Bakugo. Toyo opened the door to the brig and Izuku went in first. As soon as he stepped into view of their old cell, he was shot with another dart. The Faggot was furious. How are you still awake?" Izuku gave a toothy grin, causing both cell occupants to flinch back. Terran Deathworlders adapt quickly. Comply or accept punishment. Izuku didn't know a lot of common yet, but he knew enough now to get his point across, even if it was overly formal and he sounded like Space Siri. Content after the 2 guards backed away, he nodded to the others, Toyo entering to stand beside Izuku to help block the hallway from view in case they tried to take a shot at the other 2. There was no resistance as Bakugo and Aizawa dragged the remaining criminals into Toyo's old cell. As soon as the door to the brig closed behind them, both humans laughed, Toyo holding up his hand. Izuku hooped and slapped the palm with a resounding smack and startling the other 2 aliens, but they figured it couldn't be bad if the humans were now excitedly dancing in celebration. Neither decided to comment as they finished their jumping and returned to the rest of their small group. Na rushed to the door as soon as it opened, excitement in her eyes as she let them know that help was on the way. Zashi couldn't believe it. He'd spent countless cycles patrolling and searching for his missing partner and students. They'd very nearly been written off as dead by the HPSC, but after 4 lunar rotations a report of their whereabouts was handed over. Their captors had gotten sloppy. They had hidden away outside of HPSC territory to escape a hero ship hot on their tail, but with their captain's face known and a description of their ship plastered everywhere in search of the missing UA students, someone had sold them out after they'd stopped at a nearby planet for an illegal underground fighting ring. It turns out there's no honor amongst thieves when the bounty is high enough. Zashi was quick to insist on being with the UA crew dispatched to intercept their last known trajectory. Despite his lack of sleep, Nizu agreed so long as he rested before they made contact, something Zashi easily agreed to. Nemri and pro-hero Ingenium, or Tensei as the other two knew him, were also scouted for the mission. Ingenium's ship was one of the fastest in their sector after all. Nemri was helpful enough to use her neurotoxin to help Zashi get some rest for their journey, but he wasn't expecting to get woken up so suddenly by the other two. Zashi? Zashi, we found them. Nem's on comms with one of your students right now. Zashi squawked himself awake. What? Are they okay? Zashi heavily stumbled with how quickly he rolled off the bed and Tensei chuckled at his friend's antics. They seem fine. Apparently they were able to escape and take control of the ship. Azawa turned on the ship's emergency lockdown and left most of the students in charge of the control room to reset the ship's coordinates and send out distress signals. He and some others are currently sweeping the area to take out anyone who wasn't locked in their rooms. Both men were heading towards Tensei's ship's control room where Nemri was happily chatting with one of the students. Now if Zashi was hearing correctly, and his hearing was fairly good. He smiled in relief at the bubbly tone the young teen had as she droned on, speaking to Nemri who was doing a great job at distracting the Eep from her current situation. That tone meant that no one was seriously hurt or dead, thank goodness, and with actual backup and no one to protect Zashi knew that Azawa could handle a simple sweep, regardless of whether or not he was armed. His soda had always been so smart. Zashi's team had been planning on striking in the middle of the lunar cycle when most of the crew would be asleep, but they'd beaten them to it, timing their escape in a way that meant they could lock everyone away when they would most likely be settling down in their rooms. He loved his partner and couldn't wait to reunite with him. Azawa returned to the control room before they got close enough to dock and board their ship, and Zashi almost trilled with how happy he was to hear his partner's voice. As soon as the ships were pressurized and Azawa used the captain's keycard to let them in, Zashi was at the doors, only just barely restraining himself from hugging his mate. Azawa didn't even try to keep the smirk off his face, but there was also a deep fondness in his expression. Zashi was so deep in his fixation that he almost missed the additional members of their group after arriving at the control room, despite one of them being quite tall. After cataloging their features, he almost screeched. It was only Azawa's pointed look that kept him from crying out in alarm. He probably should have been listening a bit better when they were being debriefed earlier. Azawa introduced the two unknowns as Terran Deathworlders, and everyone on the rescue team blue-screened at the information. That probably hadn't been mentioned before because Tensei and Nemri also seemed surprised, but they also probably wouldn't have boarded right away if they'd known who exactly was in their group. It wasn't that they didn't trust Azawa's judgment, it was just that Deathworlders weren't meant to be taken lightly. The taller of the two newcomers broke the ice, trying to seem as non-threatening as possible. Hello, my name is Taishiro Toimitsu, please call me Toyo. I'm the human instructor on alien flora and fauna for the new HPSC-approved space station orbiting our home planet. This is Izuku, one of our students. We were captured after Azawa and your class, but we shared living quarters during our time here. Please treat us well. The Terran, or human rather, bowed at the waist, the smaller human quickly following suit. The fact that they were definitely sentient had the three responding pro-heroes sagging in relief. Hello, I am pro-hero Ingenium at your service. HPSC ships are currently en route to make contact with this ship and process everyone aboard. My services were requested specifically by Nizu of the United Association, so please excuse me while I contact him and debrief him on the situation. The human, Toyo, bobbed their head, and Tensei took that as his chance to head back to his ship and fire up his communication system. Hello, I'm Pro Hero Midnight at your service. This here is Pro Hero Present Mike. We're both teachers at UA and thank you for your assistance in rescuing our students. Both heroes flinched when the Terran bared its teeth, but the shorter Terran jabbed its elbow into their side and the mouth was quickly closed as they rubbed the back of their head sheepishly. Azawa's deep sigh after caught their attention. Apparently, humans smile while baring their teeth. If the corners of their mouths point up, it's a good thing. Trust me, if you see them scowling, you'll know. Well, that was comforting. Zashi took solace in the fact that none of his students seemed to be hurt, but before he could comment on the young deathfly sprite that was hiding behind Soda, Tensei came back. Hey, Nizu's on the line and wants to speak to the Terrans. Izuku still couldn't really follow everything that was going on with his limited vocabulary, but he was able to pick up that some HPSC heroes were on the way to rescue them. Azawa took over the comms when they returned to the control room, and within a few minutes there was another ship docking them. Azawa left with the captain's keycard and returned with 3 new aliens in interesting outfits. One looked like Big Bird from Sesame Street, if Big Bird was a chocobo from Final Fantasy, and wore shiny black leather similar to Earth motorcyclists. The speakers they wore didn't help differentiate from the image of the Earth's 1960s greaser style, but the aliens somehow managed to pull it off. One was a Fogget, though they were slimmer than the only other Fogget Izuku had met, and they had fewer bumps on their head and back area as far as he could see. Despite bad first impressions, he could tell that this Fogget was nicer, even if they jumped when Azawa first introduced them as Deathworlders. That would follow them for a while, wouldn't it? Izuku couldn't see the final alien properly through their armor. From what he could make out, it was some kind of insect-based sentient, but it wore a helmet that hid its face from view. If Izuku had to guess based on body structure alone, he would probably say that it was similar to some kind of beetle. Toyo would have a better analysis. Izuku was brought out of his observations when Toyo bowed. What were they even talking about? Izuku thought it was just introductions, but maybe he was thanking them for coming out to get them? Whatever the case was, Izuku scrambled to follow Toyo's example, but then had to elbow his would-be teacher when they smiled full force at the new aliens. You'd think after having interacted with other species for so long that you'd remember not to show teeth when smiling. Luckily, Azawa had opened the door for the bug alien to leave earlier, and the 2 that were still there didn't attack before Azawa explained human smiles. Before things could get too awkward, there was a knock at the door and Azawa let the bug alien back in, but right after Izuku was ushered out of the control room, following the group of adults as they boarded the hero's ship. It wasn't big, but it looked very fast. It was a fairly long triangular shape, almost like a jet but without actual wings, and the back had several thrusters that looked similar in design to the ones on the bug alien's armored elbows. The interior was very high-tech, at least, it looked that way to Izuku. He'd never been on an alien ship before, the one he was already on aside. Once they were on the flight deck, Izuku could see that there was a screen with an active video call on it. A white rat-like alien was patiently waiting on the other end. They perked up as soon as everyone was within sight, placing a hand in the air and doling out what was undoubtedly a human-like smile. The others seemed to shudder at this, but both Izuku and Toyo relaxed a bit, returning the gestures to the new alien's pleasure. Greetings. I am Nizu, Pro Hero and Principal of the United Association, or UA as you may know it. Izuku perked up, staring at the screen in wonder. He could understand them. Before he could ask, Nizu continued, we have recently updated our translators to include many widespread human languages. I hope that you can understand me at this time. Toyo grinned widely, speaking up for the both of them. You're coming in loud and clear, Nizu. It's an honor to meet you. How can we be of service? That's good to hear. There seems to be a misunderstanding, however. It is our endeavor to survey what this time. Currently, we have HPSC personnel en route to your location. Normally, the protocol would be to apprehend the criminals and return all captives to their homes. However, as you are still in your probationary PRD and I hear that there were some complications with both of your approved access into the territories outside your jurisdiction, I'm not sure that I can guarantee a clean slate with the HPSC's involvement. Toyo frowned at that, rubbing his chin in thought. You might be right there. Izuku has a pass. He hadn't left the system before getting abducted, but I directly challenged orders and knowingly left our territory against direct orders, even if I wasn't too far away when I got picked up myself. What? Izuku was looking at Toyo in disbelief, eyes wide as he squawked out the word. Toyo had broken an intergalactic treaty to come after him? What about the others? The sheepish look he was giving Izuku was not reassuring at all. Nizu was the one to continue though, nodding their head in a humanoid fashion. Did he study human mannerisms? That was actually kind of sweet. Those were my thoughts exactly, and though my knowledge is limited, the circumstances of Izuku's capture also lead me to believe that returning to your station isn't an ideal option either. My proposal is for both of you to accompany my staff back to UA where we can gather all the facts, create a complete story, and then ensure that there will be no repercussions for any actions taken in survival or in the defense of those surrounding these events. Izuku's mind shut down and rebooted. At the United Association? He dreamt of someday taking virtual classes at the station that included other students from UA, but actually visiting the famous structure had just been a dream within a dream. Nizu quickly gathered Izuku's attention once again after giving them both a moment to process the offer. The representatives should arrive at your location sometime within the next half cycle, so you should come to a decision by then. Eraserhead will stay behind with Midnight to help process everyone on the ship. Ingenium and Present Mike will accompany you and the students back should you decide to come to UA. Nizu seemed like they were about to wrap up, but Izuku couldn't help but speak up before the call was dropped. One moment please. Everyone turned to him and he swallowed a lump in his throat. The Deathfly sprite Eri. Is she allowed to come too, or will she have to stay here on the ship? Nizu's eyes remained on Izuku as they gave a sharp nod. A wonderful observation. Ingenium did mention that she was in your group in his report. She has most likely imprinted on several of you in her time on the ship, and it would be detrimental to her health were we to separate her from you now, so if she also agrees to come to UA, I will grant my approval. Thank you for your time and consideration. I hope that in light of all recent events that things work out smoothly. It was a pleasure meeting you. The call dropped suddenly and now they had a lot to think about. Izuku hoped that Toyo would let them go to UA because even if his mother wouldn't approve without a lot of convincing, Toyo had legal say in what they did now, and given the circumstances it seemed a logical plan. Izuku crossed his fingers as Toyo took in a deep breath. Please, please, please. I guess we don't really have much choice then. You ready for a field trip, kid? Izuku just barely restrained himself from jumping in place because he knew he'd probably just scare the new aliens in their group, but he couldn't help the beaming smile he gave Toyo. The man seemed exasperated but was at least pleased that Izuku seemed so excited. Yes. 1,000 times yes. I get to go to UA? The U.A? Am I dreaming? I have to be dreaming. There's no way this is real life right now. Whoa, where'd all that energy come from? Take it easy, okay? We've had a long day and UA will still be there tomorrow. For now, why don't we head back with Azawa to fill in the others and get ready to head out? Izuku nodded his head vigorously, heading to the door and waiting for Azawa to use the keycard for access. Toyo shook his head and filled in the others since the universal translator turned off once Nizu hung up the video call. We agreed to come to UA per Nizu's request. The kid is excited, so don't mind him. He'll probably burn off some of that energy soon and sleep while we're on our way to UA. Thanks for everything so far. Couldn't have done it without you. Azawa shook his own head, copying Toyo as he started leading them back to the others. It's you we should be thanking. Without your help we would still be stuck in those cells. Eri latched herself to Izuku as soon as they returned to the control room, and she seemed to come to life after feeling the elation that was oozing off of him. He played it up, speaking to her in a mix of what little common he knew and his own muttered ramblings, speculating how things would turn out. The others were soon informed of the developments, and after a bit of shuffling, Azawa led the way back out to the loading dock. Of course, Ingenium's ship was still there, but off to the side, just beyond whatever ships the original occupants owned, were Toyo's ship and Izuku's escape pod. They were almost hidden, most of the other ships dwarfing the two human vehicles, but they were there and Toyo was just able to see them due to his own height. Hey, our ships are over there. They won't be able to take us to UA what with how slow they are, but do you think your ship might also be somewhere behind them? Aizawa huffed. Doubtful. They most likely pawned it a while ago. The only reason yours are still probably here is because they haven't had the time to try and sell them since you arrived. Well, that and they're much more valuable to the right buyer than our mass-produced HPSC training ships. The HPSC will bring them back to your system. Ingenium's ship can't tow them to UA from here. Toyo nodded. Yeah, I figured they'd be okay staying here. Mind if we head inside and see if anything's still salvageable? Aizawa hummed in thought. I would say that you shouldn't try your luck. Usually, these kinds of things are gutted, everything not necessary for a bare-bones ship sale gets used for scraps or sold off separately, but since your species is so new they may have tried to keep everything in pristine condition to sell as a novelty bundle. Good luck, but don't take too long, you should both leave before the HPSC representatives get here. Aizawa padded off to speak with his disembarking students. He was holding Eri, the deathfly sprite having fallen asleep some time ago, and Izuku watched him hand her over to present Mike before he followed Toyo behind the other ships. It would be weird not having Aizawa with them, but Izuku was confident that the others would help keep present Mike and Ingenium calm while they were harboring unknown Deathworlders on their ship. Toyo was about to skip over the escape pod when Izuku paused. Wait, could you open this door for me? Kid, you didn't have any of your stuff when you got blasted off into space. What do you need? There were some granola bars in one of the compartments, and I remember seeing a first aid kit. You never know what you'll need until you need it. Huh, you really do have quite the head on your shoulders. Alright, I'll open up the pod for you. Just head on over to my ship afterwards. If everything is where it should be, then I know where I have a bag stashed away. For emergencies. I mean, we're not supposed to leave the system, but you never know, so, as a flora and fauna expert, I may have everything I'd need to survive in a foreign wilderness. Maybe. Izuku no longer felt as bad about Toyo leaving the system to chase after him. From the sound of things, he probably would have gone off on his own as soon as the probation was lifted. The consequences set by the HPSC were way different than those set by human laws, and Toyo probably would have only gotten fined and put on temporary leave if he snuck out on his own after the go-ahead was announced, as long as he came back with something worthwhile. The inside of the pod didn't seem much different than when Izuku had been taken out. The pod's manual was open, face down on the floor by the main seat, but everything else was still in the drawers just as Izuku remembered. The gray prison garb may not have pockets, but it was nothing if not large and flowy, so Izuku decided to use the front of his shirt poncho to carry everything he could with his lack of bag. Luckily, this only lasted until he arrived at Toyo's ship where, miraculously, Toyo pulled another smaller bag out of his large camping backpack for Izuku to use. After grabbing a few other items, namely the surprisingly large bundle of blankets and pillows that Toyo kept in his ship's storage, the two humans returned to board Ingenium's ship. They were stared at, but no one questioned why the two humans were holding large piles of cloth and stuffing. Knowing them, rumors that humans needed nests to be comfortable would spread, but after having slept on literal concrete, Izuku was willing to let the half-truth be. Izuku was starting to crash from his adrenaline high now that things were calming down, but he did manage to muster up enough energy to get excited when Ingenium started up his ship. It would never not be cool going into warp speed. After a few minutes, the STRKNG star light couldn't hold his attention anymore, and Izuku made his way to the bunking area. It wasn't large, but Toyo already had everything set up and many of the others were already curled in a cuddle pile. Toyo stayed off to the side and Izuku was only too happy to take the spot in between him and the others. He was out within a minute, but he knew that when he woke up they would finally be at UA. Lord Sasaki, I regret to inform you that the transport ship has been captured. There was an audible crunch as Sasaki gripped his pen hard enough for it to snap, ink dripping onto the table he was working at. The poor grunt who'd been tasked with breaking the news kept his head bowed, hoping that the ire dripping from his boss wouldn't get directed towards him. Explain, there was precious cargo on that ship. It was the Deathworlder, sir. When the ship veered off course, we began to intercept the communications. There was a riot. The UA captives mentioned they were given help by their cellmates, and the records we were able to pull mentioned that the Deathworlders were placed with them at the time. Saki sighed. hovering his hand over the mess on his desk and pulsing energy into the action. A few moments later, he was twirling his pen as if it had never been shattered. Losing the Terrans is a hefty loss, but they're more trouble than they're worth at this point. We took a gamble and lost, however we do need to keep working towards our purpose. Track the HPSC movements until we can locate the Deathfly sprite. We've used up too many resources studying her already, and starting again from scratch is out of the question. The guard was silent for a few moments and Saki grew terse. Was there something else? The grunt swallowed the lump in his throat and took in a shuddering breath. According to the intel we could gather, the Deathfly sprite and the Deathworlders have all been taken back to UA at this time. The grunt flinched when Sasaki growled. It only took a few moments for the mob boss to calm, sitting back in his seat with strained ease. No matter, they won't keep her there forever. Track all UA communications for the time being. We will find out when they plan on moving her back to her home planet and intercept them at that time. We cannot allow her to escape. Yes, sir. The grunt took his chance to leave and inform the others. Sasaki was still upset, but the grunt was happy at least to have escaped with his life. I know my plan will work, Sensei. UA has weakened since their loss, and striking now will crumble their reputation if an attack succeeds now. We can make a difference. We can show the universe that Hero Society is just an illusion. I just need a Nomu to set loose. Patience, Tamura. No good plan is made in a day. I know I can do it, Sensei. Just give me a chance. The man on the other side of the screen was quiet for several moments, and before a reply was given, Tamura feared that he may have finally overstepped his boundaries for once. Eventually the voice hissed back through the speakers. You will take Kurogyri with you to scope out the area and make a plan. If your plan is sufficient, then I will bargain with the doctor to use one of his creations. This mission is your responsibility, and I expect you to take its planning and resources seriously. Contact me again when you have everything ready. I expect you to plan for the unexpected. I will, Sensei. You won't be disappointed. The monitor displaying the video call went dark and Tamura stood from his seat. He had an infiltration to plan. While the HPSC was dealing with the criminals that ran the ship, one alien in particular slinked away to another area to hide out. It was a miracle that none of the representatives had recognized him, but he supposed that he had been missing for a while now. They probably assumed he was still in hiding after his last stunt. No, there was still work to be done. Hero Society was corrupt, and he could not allow himself to get captured before he purged more false heroes from the universe. One day they would see. They would all hear his words and listen to his message. Only those who fought to save others without the need for glory could be considered true heroes. He wished he could have seen the face of the Terran Deathworlder that had helped free them. He had heard enough of their plans from down the hall. The kid was young, but still willing to poison himself for the sake of the others. From the other snippets he'd gathered just from listening, he'd also fought the guards to help another and shared food even when starving. To someone like that child were to become a hero, then maybe, just maybe, he could retire the name stain and allow society to rely on them. He had no idea what future the Terran would have though, so for now he had to find an escape pod and leave undetected. He had a mission to complete after all. He hoped that Hosu wasn't too far away. The escape pods on ships this old were already slow enough. Izuku woke up in an unfamiliar room, but Toyo was there and it was well furnished, so he knew they hadn't been captured again at least. There was a window and Izuku could see that they were at a station, but he couldn't quite see just how big it was. As soon as he was awake enough to put two and two together, the blankets that covered him were flung to the floor, and he was standing. Toyo laughed at his eagerness. Whoa, where's the fire, kid? You've only been out for a few hours, you should go back to sleep. There's no way I could sleep now, we're at you. Why didn't you wake me? Kid, you were out for the count. I tried to wake you, honest, but you just didn't stir. It freaked the others out. They thought you were more injured from the prison break than they thought. I let them know that sleeping like the dead was normal for humans and carried you in. Really, you should get some more sleep. We have a meeting with Nizu scheduled for the morning cycle and you need to make sure you're acclimated. The standard galactic day is different than Earth's, you know. I figured it felt different on the ship. Toyo nodded, going into teacher mode. The terms they use can be confusing, especially since some phrases use the same words but mean completely different things, but I'll try to break it down for you. A cycle is what they call a half day, so there's the solar cycle and the lunar cycle. They essentially mean daytime and nighttime. A solar rotation is a full day. Technically, it should be planetary rotation, but I don't make the rules. A lunar rotation is different though, that means a month. Most planets have similar concepts for measurements of times, but the galactic version is the one that's used off home planets. A full day is 32 hours, very easy to divide into sections of cycles and half cycles or even further. Hours here are shorter than on Earth, so it's actually closer to a half hour for every hour they use. Well, hold on, give me a minute. Toyo opened his bag and pulled out a notebook with a pen bookmarking the next available page. Okay, here's the full breakdown. Galactic uses the easy-to-follow doubling sequence, for more than just time, but time is what we're learning here, so think 2, 4, 8, and what comes next? 32. Got it in one. Moving on, this makes things easier to label. Take the half cycle for example. The math is already built into the system, so it's easier to follow. What you have to understand is that Earth is a bit bigger than most other planets where sentience come from. Our gravity is higher, but it also makes our days longer than the galactic average. Seconds are called ticks and they're essentially the same. You don't have to worry too much about the terminology outside anything shorter than a half day because the translators take care of that, but you do have to know the conversion rates. A minute is called a click and it's only about half an Earth minute at 32 seconds. Their hours are called blocks and are closer to an Earth half hour because they're 64 clicks long. Using everything we have here, we can calculate everything else we need. In galactic measurements, 1 day is 32 hours, 1 week is 8 days, 1 month is 4 weeks, and 1 year is 16 months. All in all, it's not a difficult schedule to adapt to. In fact, when we tried to explain the system we use back home, they completely lost it at our months. They absolutely could not wrap their heads around the differing numbers of days. Well, that and daylight savings because apparently most other planets don't have a super wobbly axis. Toyo was laughing now, done with his explanation of time, but Izuku was itching to take notes. He was utterly fascinated by the galactic system and mental calculations were running through his head. The system was practical and easy to follow, and even if each general measurement of time was shorter than the Earth average, their years were still longer due to the quantity of months they had, and it all averaged out well enough to. Hey kid, you still with me? Oh yeah, sorry about that, I get lost in my head sometimes. You said we have a meeting later? Yeah. I spoke with Nizu a little after we arrived, but there are some things we need to figure out with you as well. There are going to be a few options for us, but from how things are going we have a pretty good idea on how things are going to go. They're going to be getting in touch with the station and your guardian in the meantime so we can have a full meeting. Izuku's eyes widened. My mom. Is she okay? Do you know if she was worried about me? Of course she was worried, but does she know I'm safe now? Toyo ruffled Izuku's hair. I haven't spoken to her yet, but I'm sure she's fine, kid. She wasn't the one that was kidnapped. Nizu assured me that the station has been informed of our rescue and by extension our emergency contacts. She knows you're safe now and is probably eager to speak with you again, so you should go back to bed and rest up for the day cycle. No need to get jet-lagged, I promise I'll wake you when it's time to get ready. Izuku nodded, mind now preoccupied with thoughts on how his mom was coping. She was already a nervous person to begin with, and it took a lot of convincing to allow her to agree to send him out into space where his father had met his own demise years prior. Izuku hoped that she wouldn't force him to come home. Even after everything, he still wanted to explore the stars. Izuku woke with a start, Toyo having shaken him awake. He wasn't rough though, and to Izuku's surprise there was a tray of steaming food on one of the tables waiting for them. Toyo smiled, clapping his hands loudly once. Rise and shine, it's a new day, check this out and tell me what you think. Until he gestured at it, Izuku hadn't noticed the outfit change. Gone were the gray garbs and now Toyo was wearing a yellow jumpsuit with white and orange decals. It's nice? Where did you? Awesome. I designed it myself. Did you know they have fabricators here? UA has a support department like no other, but simple things can be printed with the press of a button. Here, I already made a basic jumpsuit model, we just need to scale it down and you can customize it. Toyo looked like a kid in a candy store, but Izuku couldn't deny that the thought of clothes that actually fit again sounded nice. Toyo handed Izuku a large pad with the schematics for a jumpsuit displayed on the screen. The first thing Izuku did was change the bright yellow to a more reasonable green. The decals were fine, but he still changed the colors to white and red for the accents. Much better, and to his surprise the print button was labeled in English. Pressing it opened a compartment in the wall of their room, and before his eyes a machine began to create his clothes. So cool. It was kinda slow though. Great. It should only take a few minutes for your suit to finish. You should shower and get ready. I already fabricated toothbrushes, but you'll have to use the station's hygiene products. Some other species can't handle the harsh chemicals in our stuff. Nizu was still sure not to give us anything the HPSC hasn't already approved for human use, so everything else in there is good to go. Toyo punctuated his statement by tossing a towel at Izuku. Now that he'd had time to think about what would happen later, Izuku was nervous. He really hoped that his mom wouldn't pull him from the space program. He didn't know what he would do if he was earthbound until he turned 18 and could legally make that decision for himself. Still, a decent shower sounded amazing after being held up for so long. Izuku had managed to keep his hair mostly tangle-free in captivity, but that didn't stop the natural oils from building up. The shower, to Izuku's immense surprise, didn't look much different than an Earth setup. Was that intentional? Did all species use a similar building style, or was UA really so accommodating that they took the time to research and create something unique for every species? Everything was even labeled for easy use. Izuku may have been just a tad biased, but it felt like one of the best showers he'd ever had, and Toyo placed his new jumpsuit by his towel before Izuku had even finished showering. The toothpaste wasn't minty, but it was effective enough, and soon Izuku was ready to take on the day. Physically. Mentally, he was still reeling at the fact that there would be a meeting with Nizu, the pro-hero in charge of UA, and his mother. There would probably also be others present, but he didn't want to think about that. Toyo didn't seem nervous, so that helped at least. The walk to Nizu's office was relatively short. Toyo already knew the way since he'd checked in with everyone else before, but Izuku couldn't help but stare. The hallways weren't too different from those at the Earth station, probably an HPSC default in station structure, but there were more windows here, and any glimpse of the station's exterior and the planet they were orbiting was exciting to see. The planet, from the glimpses Izuku could get, looked similar to Earth. Large body of water covering at least 50% of the surface? Large land masses in various shapes and sizes? Unlike with Earth though, the land masses were all one general color, so the planet probably had one consistent biome across its equator. Izuku had no frame of reference for how big this planet was, he had no idea how far into orbit they were, and he had only seen Earth from his previous room window for a bit while he had been unpacking. Already he had several questions he wanted to ask about the system they were stationed at. Was the ocean down there also made up of salt water? Was their ocean even made of water at all? Was the surface green because of trees, or was everything a grassland? Did the flora and fauna change depending on how near or far to the equator things were? Did the flora and fauna differ greatly depending on which landmass you were on? Hey kid. Huh. You're muttering, you good down there? Izuku felt his face heat up. Yeah, sorry. No need for that. From what I could pick up, you were thinking about some interesting stuff. We're almost to the office, but there's a call station right outside the hall, and your mom asked to speak with you before the meeting started. Will you be okay to talk to her before heading inside? She's already waiting on the line, but we'll be ready to start whenever you two finish up. She's calling now? Yeah, she's been pretty worried, you know. The station had to inform her of your disappearance as soon as we confirmed you were taken, and at the time things didn't look hopeful. It hasn't even been 2 Earth weeks since everything started, but having to hear that your only child went missing is hard to hear no matter how short the time frame. I'll talk to her. Just show me how to answer and I'll let her know I'm okay before heading in. Take your time, okay? The meeting can wait a few minutes for you two to catch up. Izuku nodded and Toyo showed him the monitor. With the press of a button, the screen turned on to reveal Izuku's mother, put up for a meeting yet still looking frazzled. Tears welled in her eyes as soon as Izuku appeared on her screen. Izuku smiled lightly, happy that she was okay. "Hi, Mom." Inko immediately burst into tears, wailing loudly. Toyo patted Izuku's back before heading into Nisa's office. Izuku waited for his mom to let it out. She deserved it after everything. It was so good to see her again. "Izuku, are you okay?" Inko was still sniffling, but she'd managed to get a hold of herself long enough for her questions to at least sound like words again. "I'm okay, Mom, I promise." "They said you were gone, Izu. They said you probably wouldn't come back." Izuku winced at that. His mom was a very emotional person, and hearing that would have been horrible for her, especially since she'd already lost her husband to space. Hisashi Midoriya had been one of the few people able to join Yagi Toshinori's crew as he traveled the universe with HPSC-approved pro-heroes to better understand what humans should expect after their probationary PRD ended. Yagi Toshinori was the first ever human to make contact with the universe outside their world, his crew having been the first to leave Earth using the technology recycled from their would-be invaders. The HPSC had heroes posted around their system to intercept anyone in the case that we became smart enough to work with their ships. Yagi was very charismatic during first contact, and after just a bit of charades, he agreed not to leave the area outside the orbit of Mars and even eased the hero that was posted enough for true communications to begin. Apparently they had been planning on being a bit more harsh with any humans who tried to leave the solar system, but the hero posted had some kind of gift with empathy and Yagi was genuine in his approach, or that's how the story went anyways. The language barrier was addressed and the probationary PRD was set up, but Yagi was given the go-ahead to visit other systems with hero escorts in order to help map out the planetary conditions humans could and couldn't thrive in. The crew grew and shrank over the years, Izuku's father having managed to join them as a member during his career at some point, but something happened on one of their expeditions while Izuku was only 4, and his father never returned. Despite this, Izuku had always wanted to go to space. The stars fascinated him, and he took after his father in many ways according to his mom. She was always reluctant about him wanting to study out there, but was also very indulgent with his dreams. Hisashi's end had been a calculated prediction. He'd had to sign waivers to leave the system's borders, and they knew there was a chance that something could go wrong. Izuku had just barely managed to convince his mom to sign the permission slips to study in space because there should have been no way for anything extreme to happen to him. Toyo-sensei came after me, and together we were able to work things out. "I'm okay, Mom, really. I'm sorry I worried you, but I promise I'm fine." "That's good to hear, Izu. You don't know how good it is to see you again after." She couldn't even finish her sentence, and Izuku could see the tears welling up again. "Mom, I'm alright. I'm safe now, you don't have to worry. Did you have anything you wanted to talk about before the meeting?" She shook her head. "I just really wanted to see you for myself, before everything, to make sure you were really okay with my own eyes. You can head inside and get ready, I'm going to go wipe my face before joining." Izuku nodded and smiled at her again, waving a bit before the screen turned black. Izuku took a deep breath to compose himself before opening the door to Nizu's office. He then had to do a double take at just who he saw inside. Yagi Toshinori? The man was gaunt now, but still recognizable. It had been several years since first contact had been established with the universe outside Earth, and fewer images of Yagi had been posted during that time. It was usually chalked up to how far away from home he usually was, and pictures of him in his youth were often used with any articles that were written about him, but age was something that caught up to everyone, and Yagi was no longer the young man that wrestled his way into the hearts of the first friendly aliens humans had ever made contact with. "Hello there, my boy, it's a pleasure to meet you." Izuku could only stammer as he shook the hand of his idol. What was Yagi Toshinori doing here? Of course he was allowed to be wherever he needed to be, but why was he in Nisa's office? Was he going to be in the meeting? If so, then what was he here for exactly? But all great questions, young man, but everything will be answered very soon. Izuku clamped his mouth shut, to amend his muttering habit, but Yagi seemed more amused by it than anything. Izuku cleared his throat, hoping to save himself some grace at least. My mom says she'll just be a minute, then we can start." Nizu, who was sitting in the chair across from everyone else behind a large desk with many organized piles, bobbed his head once, smiling in a way that was oh so close to being human that it seemed to unsettle Azawa, who was seated nearby. Splendid! The universal translator in my office has already been set up and will be ready whenever everyone finally joins the meeting. Just so there are no surprises, on the other lines are occupied by the director for the Earth Space Station and an HPSC representative. I'm sure you know everyone else present here. Indeed, Izuku did. Even if he had never met Yagi before, he knew of the man, and aside from Nizu himself, the only other two present were Toyo, who waved and smiled at Izuku, and Azawa. Seriously, why was Yagi Toshinori here? The man was a living legend, someone who would be immortalized in history books for generations to come, and he was just sitting casually at one of the chairs in Nizu's office, waiting for the meeting to start. Izuku was still starstruck as he took his own seat beside Toyo on one of the couch-like chairs that lined the office walls, and before he had time to fully process everything, the screens lit up for the meeting to start. Greetings! For those of you who are new here, I am Nizu, Pro Hero and Principal to the United Association. It's a pleasure to be here today. Azawa inclined his head. I am Pro Hero Eraser Head and Homeroom Teacher to the Class 1 Hero students. It's a pleasure to be here. Toshinori cleared his throat briefly before speaking up. I am Yagi Toshinori. Some here may know me as the Pro Hero All Might. It's a pleasure to be here. What? Yagi was a licensed pro hero? Since when? Toyo interrupted Izuku's thoughts by going next, his smile beaming at the camera streaming them. Hello, I'm Taishiro Toimitsu, instructor for Flora and Fauna at the HPSC-approved station orbiting Earth, and this here is one of our students, Izuku Midoriya. It's a pleasure to be here. Izuku knew that he was probably beet red, but he was glad that Toyo took the opportunity to introduce the both of them. His eyes were instantly drawn to the screen as his mother spoke up. Hello, I'm Inko Midoriya, Izuku's mother. Thank you for inviting me. Izuku stared at the other two on the monitors. One he knew of because he'd read articles and did a lot of research in his spare time, but the other was an alien that Izuku hadn't encountered yet. They were another insect-like species, resembling a common brown moth, though their wings looked more for show than function. The moth's antenna twitched when the person Izuku was more familiar with spoke up. I am Rikiya Yatsubashi, director of the HPSC-approved station orbiting Earth. It's a pleasure to be here. And I am MRA Ikumu, representative assigned by the HPSC to attend this meeting and make decisions on their behalf. It is a pleasure to be here. Nizu took the floor after introductions finished, relaying a brief summary of the events that took place on the ship that captured Izuku and the others. It was more a formality than anything considering that most here already knew the gist of what happened. Afterwards, the floor was open for comments. I was the first to respond. We at the HPSC have already processed everyone that was reportedly on the ship, however it seems that the Deathfly sprite was amongst those to travel to UA. At this time we would be happy to take her for processing as we're sure that you have your hands full with the Terrans. Nizu's smile turned sharp, though the human showing of teeth remained undisplayed while directed at E. It's no trouble at all. UA has the resources to properly process her, and with the laws surrounding her species in place my paws are tied. You know as well as I do that the HPSC has domain on the reuniting of displaced creatures and sentients, especially those with protections. However, Deathfly sprites have the clause that protects the bonds they make with others, and I'm afraid that the young sprite in question has already bonded with members of the UA staff that were present on the ship. I can assure you that we will take every measure to return her to an environment appropriate for her future development, but in the meantime we will keep a close eye on her condition and wait for a PRD when separating those bonds won't stress her to the point of injury. She is in good hands and will be processed in a timely manner. Do you have any other concerns? His antennae twitched, though in what emotion Izuku couldn't tell, before the moth spoke again. What of the Terrans? We at the HPSC have confirmed that the youth is not at fault in this situation, but it has been confirmed that Instructor Toyomitsu went against direct orders from the Terran station, going so far as to break the probationary borders. Surely you cannot expect us to ignore this. Director Rikiya nodded. Toyomitsu was informed to return before crossing the border of our solar system. We did not give clearance for his actions beyond that. Izuku bristled at that, and he could see his mom getting ready to go on a tirade of her own considering the man had played a crucial part in his rescue, but Nizu countered the thinly veiled threat with grace. We here at UA have a press conference planned for later in the cycle. There we will be informing the public of the situation in celebration of ending the search for our missing staff and students. Toyomitsu, as a clear player in everything, will be highly regarded for his actions. Feel free to deliver any punishments you see fit. The fact that the borders were breached before clearance was given is valid, but keep the press in mind. After the conference concludes, sentients across the universe will be keeping an eye out for any other tidbits they can get, and the HPSC may become the target for criticism should he bear the brunt of the usual punishment. Yes, the law only protects blood relatives that break similar laws while seeking out missing family members in the case of emergencies. However, it cannot be denied that the story of a teacher breaking protocol to save the life of their young student won't be highly regarded. Anna's antennae twitched again, and Izuku was starting to think that it was more of an irritated tick than anything else. Thank you for your consideration, Nizu. We will further discuss suitable punishments with the station head then to come to a reasonable agreement. Rikiya nodded again, and Izuku was upset to find that the man didn't seem to want to protect Toyo as much as he probably should. This isn't the first time Toyo has skirted policies, so we will be sure that his inability to follow instruction is curbed. Izuku didn't like the sound of that, and from the way that Nizu piped up, neither did he. Actually, I have a suggestion to make. Izuku was on the edge of his seat as Nizu prepared himself. So far the white rat-like alien had only ever defended Toyo's actions and praised everyone else that had been involved. Izuku didn't trust the HPSC representative, especially with how Azawa and the other heroes ushered them off the ship before they arrived for processing. He knew in theory that they were supposed to help, but he also knew that there was corruption even in human governments. There also being shady things going on behind the scenes in space wouldn't be too far of a stretch. Yagi here has offered 2 of the extensions he has to Izuku and Toyomitsu. As of this time, Yagi's crew is clear of any other Terrans and they are free to continue their duties without him. Yagi has agreed to stay here at UA to oversee these 2 and offer guidance. We have an opening in one of our classes at this time, and given this opportunity we would like to offer Izuku a seat at UA. Wait, what? Izuku didn't have a chance to fully process the request as Nizu continued. Furthermore, we would like to extend an offer to Toyomitsu as a TA in preparation for an actual teaching position in the coming semester. Should Toyomitsu prove his skill, he will have the opportunity to shift his employment over to our facility. We have already discussed this arrangement in private. However, Toyomitsu has expressed that he has an apprentice under his tutelage that he refuses to forsake even given this opportunity. We here at UA would be honored to work with the staff of the Terran Station. However, it is ultimately up to the director here on whether or not our offers are approved. The circumstances surrounding this meeting are grim, however we have a rare opportunity to benefit from them as well. Should the offer to accept Izuku as a student be approved, then he will learn amongst other students in his age group, and we here at UA will be able to learn how to properly accommodate any future Terran students that may apply after. As for Toyomitsu, it would be great to establish staff that are fluent in a common Terran language, should his offer be accepted, in the case of any translator malfunctions. Toyomitsu has stated that his apprentice is well on his way to completing his personal studies and should be on par with the students in our current classes, so after an evaluation, should you accept Director Rikiya, we would be happy to house Toyomitsu and these 2 approved students from your facility. Rikiya's eyes seemed to shine at the idea as he weighed his options. It was obvious that the man would only be too happy to get rid of the responsibility of having to deal with Toyomitsu. Izuku already knew that Toyo had a slight rebellious streak that was probably problematic for the station officials, but his heart was in the right place. Rikiya paused after some deliberation though, barely repressing a sigh as he responded. I would love to accept the offer, Nizu, however this isn't just my decision to make. At this time, should Toyomitsu accept his offer, I am willing to get into contact with his apprentice and his apprentice's guardians to establish the proper permissions and waivers. However, it is up to those participating and their immediate guardians to approve after I give the go-ahead. Mrs. Midoriya, do you have any opinions on the matter? Izuku held his breath, trying to plead with her using just his eyes through the monitor for her acceptance. It has always been my son's dream to go to space someday. Okay, that was a promising start. As a mother, I worry, and so far the space program hasn't kept Izuku safe. If I may be so bold, Nizu, what can you do to assure me that my son will be safer with you than closer to home? And there it was. There was a fire in Inko's eyes, and Izuku knew that Nizu would have to be convincing to allow her to sign over her approval. He seemed to be up to the challenge. Your worries are completely valid, Mrs. Midoriya, and before I begin I would like to express my deepest apologies that you've had to go through so much trouble since this whole ordeal began. Nizu gave a brief bow and Izuku wasn't sure on whether or not it was an alien gesture or if he had looked up human mannerisms before the meeting. UA prides itself on the safety of its staff and students. A majority of the on-site staff are HPSC-licensed pro heroes, and this adds an immense amount of security to the facility and acts as a deterrent for threats against our establishment. We also boast a high number of pro hero graduates, and many well-established heroes are UA alumni. Even with the unfortunate press that surrounds these most recent events, we can proudly say that our students acted bravely even in the face of their capture, and that Eraserhead, pro hero and UA staff, did his duty in keeping them all safe until their eventual escape and rescue. On that front, I would also like to express my deepest gratitude to your son, and even if you do not grant your approval now, a spot at UA will be reserved for him should either of you change your minds in the future. Nizu gave another bow and Izuku again tried to beg with his eyes through the screen. The chance to actually study at UA was something that had literally been out of reach before, only to be attained after the probation ended and Izuku was too old to attend their classes anymore. Even if he knew the man only had selfish reasons, Izuku was glad when Rikiya offered his own opinion on the matter. If I may, Mrs. Midoriya, UA is a very widely known entity in galactic society. Their exploits are well known and highly respected. It is regarded as the best place for students to learn, and graduating from UA would give anyone a very good foundation for whatever career they choose to pursue. It is, essentially, the Ivy League of space, if you will. After just a bit longer, still giving his mom the puppy eyes, she crumbled. Izuku held his breath before his mom gave her answer. If Izuku would like to learn at UA, then I will give my blessing, but I do have my conditions. One is that there must be a human on staff while he is there. I wouldn't feel comfortable knowing that if he were somehow injured that there wouldn't be anyone that would know how our bodies work on site. Secondly, I would like to know if Mr. Toyomitsu's apprentice gets approval from their guardians. It would be a huge relief to know that there would be another human around Izuku's age that he could go to should he ever need it. Nizu nodded, clapping his paws together once. Wonderful. As stated, Yagi Tashinori will be staying at UA while his extensions for Toyomitsu and Izuku are processed. Should Toyomitsu's apprentice also get approved, UA will offer one of our own extensions to them and they will be added to the curriculum, otherwise Toyomitsu will decline his offer and return to Rikiya Station to resume his normal duties. As of this moment, our current agenda is requesting our permissions for all parties involved and assuring that Toyomitsu, Izuku, and all UA affiliates involved are at peak physical and mental health after their ordeal. They will spend the next several solar rotations resting and preparing for their reintegrations to society. Are there any other comments or questions? Inko gathered everyone's attention again. Yes, how are the living situations at UA for students? A wonderful question. At this time we have a dorm system as many students come from planets across the universe and commuting is not a viable option for everyone. Each class has their own area with a communal living space and individual rooms, and we pride ourselves in our ability to accommodate any and all species requirements as necessary. And what about Izuku's current living situation? Toyo smiled at that, taking the reins from Nizu. He's rooming with me at the moment, ma'am. We have our own room near Nizu's office with 2 beds and a bathroom attached to it. We also have a computer system that we can use to contact nearby staff if we need anything. Nizu nodded, taking over once again. Izuku will remain with Toyomitsu until after their cycles of mandatory rest have been completed. At that time, Izuku will move to room with either Yagi Toshinori or another UA staff member while Toyomitsu leaves to either retrieve his apprentice or fully return to the Terran station. Once Izuku has been integrated into his class fully, he will be given his own room in the dorm system and will live with the other students. All students have communicators in their room to summon staff if they need anything. Inko nodded, satisfied. Nizu again asked if anyone had anything else to say, and when everyone was quiet, he called a close to the meeting. Izuku took a breath he didn't know he was holding after the video feed was cut. Toyo patted his back with a wide grin. "You did good, kid. Congrats on making it to UA." Izuku smiled nervously. "Thanks, it was an accident?" Toyo slapped Izuku's back hard enough to have him stumble slightly in his seat as the older man laughed. Azawa seemed startled at the action, but refrained from acting on any impulses since Nizu remained neutral. Yagi also seemed amused. "Well then, it's good to meet you both. I'm sorry the circumstances aren't better." Izuku was going to faint. He had almost forgotten that his idol was here in the flesh, sitting in a chair within arm's reach. Toyo hardly seemed fazed by the literal living legend beside them. "Everything worked out in the end, and will be working together from now on, so no need to be so formal." Izuku's brows furrowed. "What about your apprentice?" Toyo smiled at that. "I know the boy and his guardians very well. There's no way they won't let him follow me into space. He's only a little older than you, so you'll barely feel the difference. His moms both work at the station. They used to take turns working and watching him back on Earth, but he studied hard and managed to get approval to move to the station at the start of middle school so they could both work and not have to worry about watching over him. He's been living at the station for a few years now, so I'm sure he'll be happy to have someone new to talk to. Be warned though, he's very passionate about his personal studies. I'll probably only leave UA for a few cycles depending on travel time to pick him up, so I'll be back before you know it." Izuku nodded, but then Toyo turned his attention to Yagi. "Please tell me that you have coffee somewhere on your ship. It's been far too long since I've had a cup, and I know for a fact they won't have any stored in the UA pantry." Yagi laughed at this. "Yes, we carry coffee on our ship, though no one else goes anywhere near it. I can leave some for you. It's easier to keep the instant stuff than having to worry about grinding the beans and thoroughly cleaning the machine after, so I hope you don't mind. Coffee is coffee. I'll be indebted to you for life if you can provide." The words were said so seriously it was comical, and the statement was only punctuated by the fact that Toyo bowed lowly in his seat. He couldn't keep the look up for long though, a grin cutting through the stoic facade. Yagi smiled too, and Nizu cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. "Sorry to interrupt, but if you two have anything at all that you would like to request from your homeworld, just let us know. Yagi has offered to spare some of the resources from his ship to help stock our kitchen in the meantime, but meal preferences and allergens will be taken into consideration. This applies to things other than food, of course. If you have special hygiene products or other miscellaneous items, we will review them as necessary." Yagi smiled again, taking the floor with a softer voice than Izuku had ever heard on TV. "We have strawberry plants at our ship that are just about ripe at the moment. I can take you on a tour and you can pick out anything you'd like to keep here at UA if you're up for it." "The tour? On Yagi's ship?" "Yes, please." The response was so immediate that Izuku was a little flustered at himself, but he wouldn't take it back. If getting to study at UA and having Yagi Toshinori give a tour of his ship were the end results of everything that had happened, then maybe getting kidnapped by space pirates wasn't such a bad thing after all. Azawa decided to follow the group. Toyo, despite knowing the area around Nizu's office well enough, seemed to be a curious man, and Azawa didn't want anyone to run into two wandering Deathworlders. Yagi had visited UA before and had an HPSC uniform, so he shouldn't have any issues. Azawa didn't know how he didn't recognize what Izuku was when he'd first arrived, but in his defense, the kid had been curled up and was much smaller than Yagi was at the time. Yagi was currently wearing the official HPSC uniform, but his usual hero outfit had a dome-shaped mask that obscured most of his features. He'd initially thought that it was a design choice like Pro Hero 13's, but Azawa now believed that it was probably more functional in the case of a new atmosphere being harmful to him before their universal survey was complete. Was the green hair a mutation? Probably not, considering Izuku's mother also had dark green hair, But then which one was more normal? Izuku and his mother's green or the yellow that Toyo and Yagi sported? What exactly were the common hair colors back on their planet? Were they used for camouflage in foliage like Bakugo suspected? If so, did that mean that Izuku's Terran group evolved away from Toyo and Yagi's? Izuku's eyes were wide in wonder as they approached Yagi's ship. It was a modest model, fit for how small their crew was now. It was probably for the best as their previous ship had been getting too recognizable. The name All Might had spread throughout the systems, even if most didn't know what Yagi looked like or that he was a Terran Deathworlder. Luckily, there were enough species out there that even those he rescued might not know what he was upon meeting, but there were always rumors floating around, even if they never quite hit the mark. Understandable considering that Aizawa had always had his suspicions but none were ever confirmed. He had only seen the man in brief meetings once or twice before and his species was never addressed. It was probably the biggest secret flaunted in front of the public to date, but his influence wasn't to be underestimated. He was a legend amongst heroes despite his short time working as one, and after seeing Toyo and Izuku back on the ship, Aizawa could understand how he'd done so with relative ease. If Izuku was enough to fend off a horde of guards, then Aizawa could only imagine how an adult Terran in their prime would fare in similar situations. There was also that rumor that Yagi had ended the reign of another Death World-born threat, but nothing had ever been confirmed on that front either. Any hero worth their salt agreed that it was a strong possibility though, and that alone put Yagi in high standing. Aizawa watched as Izuku stared at everything in wide-eyed wonder. He knew that Izuku's pupils were always that round, but watching him bounce over to every little detail of Yagi's ship reminded him of a LYX kit at an amusement park. The other two Terrans probably agreed because the looks they were giving Izuku seemed very fond of his excitement. Yagi took charge, leading them down a corridor that Aizawa knew led to the ship's greenhouse from the posted signs. Right over here is our garden. We may find some of my crew members around, so be aware of that. Yagi was right to assume because once the correct door was opened, another hero that Aizawa recognized was there, though they seemed to also be missing their usual hero attire. Oh, hello Ainin. We have guests. Pro Hero 13, or Ainin as Yagi called them, walked over to greet everyone. Hello, you must be the two that Yagi plans to sponsor. I'm Ainin Cross. It's a pleasure to meet you. Both Terrans bowed and 13 didn't seem surprised, so it was probably something that Yagi had done before as well. It's nice to meet you, Ainin. I'm Taishiro Tamitsu, please call me Toyo. I'm Izuku Midoriya, please call me Izuku. Ainin nodded, turning back to the plants. Yagi has been especially excited that his strawberries are ready to eat. He's tried to grow them 3 times before, but this is the first batch to make it to harvest. Yagi sputtered at that, trying to refute the claim but to no avail. It seemed to have the desired effect though, as the other two started to laugh at the poor gesturing man. You would almost not believe that he was a highly respected hero. Ainin took their chance to leave the humans to themselves and lightly invade Aizawa's space. There are a lot of Terran plants here, so please be careful about touching anything. Most things aren't too dangerous since we also grow the plants for our other crewmates in here, but just ask if you have any questions. Humans have a surprising amount of agriculture on their planet and some of it can be harmful to others. Aizawa eyed the garden with interest, spotting the fruit of a tree he had come to be familiar with. You have an eep on your ship? Ainin looked over to the Yanjine tree and their smile turned into one of amused disbelief. No, Yagi likes them. He's claimed that he's justified in having the tree here in case we find and rescue an eep that might need the dietary requirement, but he tends to turn the fruit into a kind of beverage they have back on his planet. They have Yanjines on their planet? No, but they do have many other very similar plants. They call it citrus, and Yanjines aren't even the most potent out of the bunch. Yagi has to eat pineapple well away from the rest of us. It's not harmful to be near, but we're all taking extra precautions with it. The fruit produces an enzyme that actually dissolves meat. Yagi had once mentioned that they have a joke back home: when you eat a pineapple, it eats you right back. Aizawa stared at the 3 humans exploring the garden and shuddered internally. If an eep Yanjine could chemically burn the insides of most sentient mouths, he didn't want to imagine what a Terran pineapple could do. Humans were truly terrifying. The garden was amazing. There were a lot of plants that Izuku couldn't place, but there in the back corner was a little patch of red that couldn't be anything other than freshly growing strawberries. He was so focused he almost missed the other occupant of the room, but when he looked at them he didn't know how he hadn't spotted them right away. They seemed to be made of sentient fire, or maybe that wasn't the best description. Their uniform covered everything but their face and hands, but from what Izuku could see they were a swirling mass of white and gray, like something in between smoke and how some galaxies are supposed to move when depicted hundreds of thousands of times faster than they already do. Izuku was broken out of his accidental staring contest when they spoke. Their name was Ainen and they seemed to have a good sense of humor as they outed Yagi's gardening skills. After a good laugh, Yagi decided that a tour of the garden would be a good distraction and Izuku followed, thoroughly invested. He would ask Toyo about whatever species Ainen was later. If he spoke with them now then his questions would never end. There was so much biodiversity in the greenhouse, and of course not everything was from Earth which made it even cooler. There were large flowers that smelled sweeter than honey, and little tiny pepper-like plants that Yagi said tasted great in omelets, but what really caught Izuku's attention was the yanjine tree. Its leaves were the same pinkish red that the fruit itself was, but the large round orbs were impossible to miss. Yagi noticed his attention and laughed lightly. Toyo mentioned that you ate yanjine back on the ship. Would you like some? Can we make them into juice? Of course, I believe that I also promised coffee to Toyo. Why don't we get those started and I can introduce you to my crew while we wait. Izuku didn't think that this day could get any better. Yagi explained how to tell when yanjines were ripe and it was similar to most tree fruit on Earth. If one fell after a quick tap then it was ready. If you had to forcibly pull on one then it probably wasn't ripe yet. The tree was fairly small but Mna had been pretty short so it would make sense that the fruit would be within grabbing distance. Izuku idly wondered how the others were doing now. The kitchen on the ship was very similar to ones they had back home. Counters lined the walls and included a built-in sink area. What Izuku guessed was a fridge was nestled against another nearby wall and there were several appliances, both known and unknown, that sat on the tabletops. The cabinets were all under the counters and had simple locks on them, probably because this was a mobile ship, and there was what Izuku believed was a stove against the wall opposite to the fridge. There was a dining table in the middle of the room that was large enough to comfortably seat about a dozen people, but the actual available space was lacking. You could tell that the ship was well lived in. Where the room Nizu had given him and Toyo was tidy in a way that most hotels were, here there were random papers and other items strewn about. Yagi seemed to come to the same conclusion after setting up the juicer and getting some water on the heat for their coffee. Don't mind the mess please, we were more preoccupied in getting here than straightening up you see. When Nizu called in and explained everything, we wanted to arrive and provide help as soon as possible. You can just move things aside if you'd like to sit. Are you hungry? Toyo smiled. Nah, we ate breakfast already, but if you'll have us for lunch later? Aizawa spoke up at that. Unfortunately your lunch plans have already been arranged for today. Toyo, if you didn't remember, you agreed to a tour of our Class 3 students' facilities to help prepare for your tutoring sessions. Also Izuku, if you wouldn't mind, Eri's been asking about you. Izuku brightened at that. Can I see her? Aizawa's tails swished languidly behind him in the same way Izuku remembered the neighborhood cat doing when pleased before the man responded. I was going to ask if you wanted to see her actually. Toyo will be eating lunch with some of the other teachers for introductions, and if you wanted to you could join him, but if you'd like you could eat lunch with Eri instead. Izuku looked at Toyo for a bit. Before making his decision, I'd like to eat lunch with Eri, sir. Aizawa bobbed his head in a nod, taking a page out of Nizu's book and copying their mannerisms. I'll be sure to drop you back off at your room when Toyo returns then. We have some Class 3 students who will be escorting Toyo to the teacher's lounge later so you can follow me and I'll bring you to where Eri is currently staying. Izuku was so excited to see Eri again, and going to a teacher's lunch meeting did not sound fun so it was a win-win situation. A little ping sounded from the counter and Yagi smiled at them. The juicer is finished. Would you like to help make the yanjine juice? Izuku wasted no time in getting up and walking over to the counter. Yeah, today was going to be a good day. Yagi had sugar stashed in the cupboards and while the tall man was grabbing for it Izuku spied some other non-perishables. He had already taken out the instant coffee, the tin having been stored in another more secure container for some reason, but considering that there were a few other heavy-duty storage containers on the shelf, he didn't dwell on it for too long. There were several different canned foods, from fruit and vegetables to canned meat, which was weird to see but also made sense while being so far away from home. All the cans were placed in a large clear box that looked more for stability than anything else, but there was another opaque box with a tightly sealed lid that Izuku suspected held more canned goods separately for some reason. The only thing taken out was the sugar, both for Izuku's Yangin juice and the two men's coffee. Izuku had made lemonade many times before, so he didn't need much help with making his own drink, especially since the juicer had taken all the work out of gathering the fruit's juice, but Yagi did give him a special sanitary wipe for the counter for when he was done. Right, acid. Anan had left to go let the other crew members know they were there, but returned to the kitchen alone and promptly stole Dadzawa from his seat to move to another part of the table. They looked like they started to work on the papers there, but Izuku suspected that the move was more strategic because both Toyo and Yagi grew a bit tense at their hushed conversation. Izuku politely tuned out what he could hear because they obviously didn't want him involved, and he turned back to his juice. It was amazing, by the way. Lemons tasted great on their own, to some people at least, but if you had only ever eaten lemons and not had lemonade before, then you were missing out on the true scope of flavor that was available. The Yanjin was no different. Sure, it tasted like someone crossbred a lime and an orange, but there was another underlying flavor that was there underneath the tartness that only came to the surface after the sugar pushed away the sour profile. If you had made orange juice and added lime to the mix, it would still be missing this key element that Izuku couldn't quite put his finger on. What was it? It was an almost indescribable thing, in the way that you could only call the flavor by its title, a Yanjin. Izuku would never be able to describe the flavor of Coca-Cola without just calling the flavor Coca-Cola, but he could describe it as being sweet and unique, and this was no different. Yagi and Toyo stayed by the counter after their coffee was done, leaning against the countertop and sipping idly at their steaming cups. Toyo seemed to be in heaven, taking in deep breaths to just savor the smell of his drink in between sips. Yagi smiled over at Izuku, who was sitting at the only spot at the table where there was enough space to set down his cup if needed. "It's good, isn't it?" Izuku smiled back at the man, nodding. "Yeah, I thought it was just like any other fruit in the lemon family, but now that there's sugar and water I can taste something extra." Toyo beamed, his focus shifting from his beloved cup to Izuku. "Oh, I can explain that. Well, sort of. It's a lot more complicated than this. But we're not in class and I don't have my textbook to show you the diagrams, but it's from the soil composition of their native planet. Yangines are very, very similar to Earth's citrus, except that the soil they grow in, amongst other factors, is different than Earth's. There's an extra set of minerals that the plants absorb that give a kind of herb-like flavor, but it's hard to identify. It's almost like seasoning in a way. Salt and pepper aside, the right herb can change the flavor of something like a steak immensely, but if that herb were used in a different context, say sweet instead of savory, then the herb itself would taste completely different too. I can guarantee you that the flavor you're tasting now would be super different if you used a Yangin on any kind of cooked meat. Also, we've tried it and Yanjin goes really well with lobster in my opinion. Yagi seemed just as fascinated by the subject as Izuku. Really? I've only ever had it in juice, but I may just have to put in an order for some lobster to try it out myself. I haven't had proper seafood in ages, so it would be a nice change for once. Don't forget to include us in those plans, Yagi. Izuku looked over to see a few aliens joining them from the hallway, but the moth-like alien, the same species as the HPSC representative had been, was the one to call out to Yagi. Izuku initially thought that their expressions were always just very neutral, but this new alien seemed to be pleased to meet them. Another alien in the group was the same species as Ingenium, and without the armor in place Izuku could better see their features now. They had 4 eyes and were a nice dark blue color, not quite navy but close to it, and there were little ports around their joint areas. The ones on Ingenium had been enlarged around his elbows, but this one seemed to have larger ports on their ankles, or ankle equivalents at least. They were also shorter than Ingenium, though it also may have been because they were more hunched over. The final alien to join them was a deathfly sprite, though this one was obviously an adult. They were quite tall, probably nearing Toyo and Yagi's height. It might have been intimidating if they weren't so slim. They moved with grace, wings neatly tucked behind them as they walked, and where the puff of soft downy feathers around Aries' neck had been large and fluffy, this alien's tuft was much neater and well-groomed. Yagi smiled as he stood to join them. Great, everyone's here now. Toyo, Izuku, I'd like you to meet my crew. We can take it from here, Yagi. Hello, I'm Mesa Tsukachi. I'm the officer assigned to this ship. The moth-like alien, Mesa, seemed very kind and open, but Izuku was curious about that introduction. Officer. Toyo, ever eager to teach, took over the explanation. I keep forgetting that these things aren't common knowledge back on Earth. Mesa here is part of the intergalactic police force. You can see the badge on his uniform, yeah? That identifies him as an officer, and a higher-ranking one at that. Understandable since he's on Yagi's crew. Mesa nodded, probably something picked up from Yagi, before agreeing. Yes, I'm actually considered a detective on the force. Most crews that have HPSC-certified heroes don't need an officer on their ship, but Yagi's is a special case. It's not a bad crew to be on though, and someone has to keep Yagi on track whenever he gets distracted. Yagi made a few aborted hand motions and some indignant sounds but didn't refute the detective's words, instead giving up and allowing his crew to poke fun at his expense. The shorter beetle-like alien patted Yagi on the back of his leg before stepping forward. Don't worry, whippersnapper, we'll always be there to pull you out of the fire whenever you stick your nose into business you don't understand. Nice to meet you, I'm Sohiko Torino, Pro Hero Gran Torino. Sohiko had a kind of walking stick, but they didn't seem to have much trouble getting around despite it. The final member, the deathfly sprite, approached. After being with Eri for so long, Izuku could tell that they were indifferent at best. I'm Rei Saki, Pro Hero Sir Night Eye. Welcome to the ship. They walked off elegantly, promptly leaving the room after their introduction. Yagi chuckled a bit after. Please don't mind him, he's not the best around new faces. Sohiko grumbled, following after Mrei. Young folks these days never know how to treat guests. I'll whip him back into shape. Enjoy your time here, Yagi's missed having other Terrans around to chat with. Sohiko patted Yagi's leg once again before leaving through the same door Mrei exited from. Still, it somehow wasn't awkward after their departure. Ainin and Azawa continued their discussion from earlier, and Mesa joined into Yagi and Toyo's conversation. Izuku was content to listen until Azawa stood and stretched a bit. The Class 3 students should be arriving soon. We should meet them at the dock. Yagi instructed everyone to put their cups directly into the ship's dishwasher rather than into the sink, and it was just a short walk back to the entrance of the ship. Still, this had been a nice break after the morning meeting, and Izuku was more relaxed than he had been in a while, considering his kidnapping and all. Once they left the ship, they waited at the main UA corridor, and it wasn't long before a few voices could be heard coming from the hallway. They were garbled nonsense for a bit, but as soon as they were within range of the translator, Izuku could just make out what was being said. Once they rounded the corner, Izuku could see them too. There were 3 of them, 2 speaking animatedly about what the Death Worlders would look like while the last member trailed further behind. There were so many new species to see, and Izuku desperately hoped to get his hands on a notebook soon to start logging his thoughts. They were all wearing the same outfit, tailored to their needs of course, and Izuku wondered if he would have to wear something similar soon. It was pretty generic, a kind of gray bodysuit with some dark green and yellow accents, but thankfully it was a different shade of gray than the clothes he had to wear while being held captive. He never wanted to wear that shade of gray ever again. One of the new faces looked very similar to Ainin, definitely the same species, but this new individual was a bright yellow color. The swirling smoky galaxies around their face revolved around a bright center, almost like a mini sun, which thankfully wasn't too bright to look at. They were talking to a periwinkle bird alien. They were the only one in the group not wearing shoes, but looking at their long taloned feet it made sense. Though bird-like, this alien's beak was smaller than present Mix, and their features were more humanoid than his had been. They were gesturing wildly with their feathered arms and taloned fingers as they walked, still oblivious to their audience. The final alien behind them was the first to notice they weren't alone anymore, and they seemed to shrink back a bit, almost hiding behind the other 2. They were a deep shade of midnight blue and looked like they would be more at home in the ocean than here on a spaceship. They were mostly covered by their uniform, but Izuku could see that their hands were very similar to tentacles and their hair also seemed to be made of the same fleshy material. They looked like an octopus, but their face had more shape, indicating a more complex skeletal structure. Their mouth was still a sharp-looking beak though, and Izuku had so many questions. Finally they noticed the attention on them and the yellow alien jogged over to greet them. "Hello. I'm Miro Togta, and these two are Nijii Hato and Tamaki Ajiki. We're the Class 3 students sent to provide escort. It's great to meet you." Izuku hoped he never got over meeting new aliens. This was so cool. "Hello, Miro. Izuku will actually be coming with me. Will you three be okay walking Toemitsu to the teacher's lounge without a teacher present?" Tamaki seemed to shrink in on himself, but another voice sounded from Yagi's ship. "That won't be necessary, I'll accompany them." Mrei walked elegantly down the ship's ramp to join the three new students and Toyo smiled, with his mouth closed for once, joining them. "Alright, let's get this show on the road then. You gonna be okay with Aizawa, kiddo?" Izuku nodded, smiling back at the man. "I want to see Eri." Toyo nodded, turning towards the hallway and walking past his supposed escorts. "Alright, have Aizawa come and get me if you need anything." "Where are we going again?" Toyo laughed as the three students scrambled to follow after him, trying to somehow lead the way from behind the tall man. Mrei looked like the embodiment of an exasperated sigh as he too followed. Izuku jumped a bit when Yagi cleared his throat. I'm going to go make sure the dishes are cleaned. The others are very particular whenever harmful substances are used in the kitchen." "Oh, right, the yanjine was toxic to most species." Before Izuku could stammer out any apologies for his drink, Yagi had returned to the ship and it was just Izuku and Aizawa left in the hallway. "Alright, follow me. It's not too far to the teacher's dorms from here." It really wasn't a very long walk, and after maybe 5 minutes of traversing twisting pathways, Aizawa paused at one of the many doors lining the halls. He hesitated before opening it, turning to Izuku briefly. "Just to let you know, Present Mike also lives in this dorm. He's been watching Eri while I've been away." That made sense. Eri was young enough to still need a babysitter after all. Aizawa knocked briefly before unlocking the door and Izuku followed him inside. Present Mike was sitting at what Izuku could only describe as a bird couch. It was more of a perch really, but he stood up to greet them before Izuku could dwell on it. "Hello again, Izuku. Eri is going to be so happy that you came to see her." Aizawa glared at the birdman when a little noise caught Izuku's attention. He hadn't even seen Eri curled up in the oversized catbed couch thing until she was waking up from her nap and stretching. As soon as she saw him though, she nearly flew to embrace him. "Izuku!" Izuku laughed lightly as he caught her, picking her up to hold her closer to his chest. "Hey there, Eri." Eri's eyes grew round as her ears twitched towards his voice. "You can talk now. You're talking just like my people back home. Did you just not know space speak?" Izuku settled himself on the couch that seemed more suited for species like his as Aizawa took over the explanation. "It's a translator, Eri. I'm holding a machine that lets everyone understand what others are saying even if they don't speak the same language. Izuku doesn't speak the Deafly language and he's still learning Common. His species doesn't learn it from a young age like yours does." Eri bobbed her head in affirmation like she'd seen Izuku do before, greeting the Panther Man briefly before turning back to Izuku. "Thanks, Aizawa. Welcome back." "Izuku, where did you go after we left Inji's ship?" "Inji?" Izuku was hoping he hadn't already forgotten a name. He'd been meeting so many new faces it was hard to keep track of everything. The Endia's hero." Luckily Aizawa came to the rescue again. "Ingenium, Eri, his hero name is Ingenium." Turning to Izuku, Aizawa further explained what Eri meant. "Entias is Ingenium's race. I thought I'd let you know in case you weren't aware." Izuku thanked Aizawa because so far he'd only learned the races of those he'd been imprisoned with. Eri immediately took over the conversation, describing everything that she'd done since Izuku had fallen asleep and been taken to his and Toyo's shared room. He took this chance to look around his surroundings, noting the mixed furniture and a few other things he couldn't quite figure out the functions for. Was that a litter box? But space cats weren't a thing, right? But then what were those panels on the walls or that strangely fluffy tower in the corner for? Azawa, ever observant, noticed Izuku's confusion. We have a few pets that we keep here on the station, but we didn't want to overwhelm them or Eri, so Midnight is taking care of them right now. I can't wait to meet them, but I'm a little scared, so they're going to come back one at a time during Azawa's break. Can we play some games, Izuku? There's lots of room here now. Izuku was so ready for this. He loved games, and for part of his community service requirements for the space program he'd volunteered at the local elementary school. This was going to be great. Do you want to play hide and seek? The words seemed innocuous enough, but Azawa was just happy to have someone Eri was really close to take the reins in watching over her. She wasn't fully comfortable with Zashi quite yet, but Azawa trusted him, so she gave him the benefit of the doubt. It was rough having to leave her with him to attend the meeting. She had grown so attached to everyone in their cell that being away from all of them at once was probably very stressful. She had asked about them, of course, even Bakko once or twice, but Izuku was by far the one she wanted to see the most. Maybe it was because he looked dead as Toyo carried him off to their room, but it was more likely that Izuku had also grown very attached to her in their short time together. Azawa and his students were bound to the path of the hero. They all knew that they would meet people in terrible situations, and while it was nearly impossible not to grow somewhat attached to a young child in need of help, he and his students knew that Eri was a victim in need of saving and had some level of detachment from the situation. Izuku, on the other hand, seemed to grow attached very quickly and very strongly. Azawa saw it in the way that he tried to protect them all whenever he could. It was very apparent with Eri since she reciprocated his feelings and initiated touch-base affirmations, but Azawa knew that Izuku felt very strongly for everyone that had also been in that cell. He was unsure on whether or not it was a Terran thing or if it was unique to Izuku, but he was willing to bet that instincts were at least part of why he'd grown attached so quickly. Azawa was ready to doze while the two played until he heard the rules of the suggested game. Hide and seek, a very unassuming name. Azawa had thought it would be similar to a game Zashi's species played as children where items or food were hidden and one had to seek those items out. But no, this was a hunting game. The only thing keeping Azawa from stepping in was Eri's rapt interest and apparent excitement. Izuku allowed Eri to pick if she wanted to hide or hunt, and she decided to hunt first. Typical for a prey species, the idea of being hunted was not appealing. Izuku told Eri to cover her eyes and count to 30 ticks. A strange place to stop being just 2 ticks from a full click, but Eri didn't complain. Izuku surprisingly made much noise as he wandered the main area of the dorm. Azawa knew he could be quiet on his bare feet, and he had removed his shoes, copying Azawa when they'd first arrived at the dorm, but after watching him purposefully rustle the blanket they kept on the couch and hide in a noticeable lump, Azawa realized what was going on. This was almost like a teaching game, and the concept was one that Azawa knew his own home planet would enjoy, coming from a more predatory species himself. Eri finished counting shortly after and made a beeline for the couch, squealing in delight after removing the blanket to reveal Izuku. "But found you." Izuku smiled widely at her, picking her up in celebration. "You did, you're so good at this, Eri. Do you want to hide next?" Eri nodded and Izuku took his place near the wall, counting loudly for her benefit. Eri scrambled for a good place to hide without entering any of the rooms, but the main area was a bit bare. Azawa was fairly practical. It wasn't as if he had known that a Terran Death Worlder would just waltz in and start a hunting game that required hiding places. Eri still didn't do too badly, entering his cozy couch again and hoping that the white of her fur and feathers would blend in with the soft white plush base. The fact that there was a cover over it for added security helped keep her shaded as well. Izuku finished counting and immediately spotted her, but quickly looked away, making a big show of looking elsewhere. "I wonder where Eri could be?" She had to stifle a laugh as Izuku walked right past her hiding spot, and Izuku really put on a show as he searched the apartment for her whereabouts. Finally, he stood right in front of the couch, scratching his head in faux confusion. I can't seem to find her. She didn't leave the dorm, right?" Eri took her K to stand up, stretching her wings wide to be extra visible. "I'm right here, Izuku." Izuku gasped dramatically, cheering the young girl on. "Wow, you won, Eri. You're so good at this game. That was fun." What other games do you know, Izuku? Azawa wasn't sure he wanted to know, even if the hunting game had been fairly tame in practice when compared to the explained concept. He didn't know what the game, tag, would be aside from maybe identifying or marking certain objects, but he was sure he would be surprised by the explanation yet again. At least Eri was entertained. Eri was out like a light. The games had really tired her out. Izuku had so much fun with her and couldn't wait to see her again, but Toyo was waiting for him back at their room and they would need to start getting ready for bed soon. Lunch had been nice, if a little tense for some reason, but maybe it was all just Izuku's imagination. Eri seemed to enjoy herself, so maybe Azawa and Present Mike, or Zashi as he had reintroduced himself as, weren't used to having lunch guests. UA really worked fast. Eri had her own room already set up and fully stocked within Azawa's dorm. He explained that it had been a guest room in case any visitors or students needed it, but it already seemed like a children's room, full of toys, even if they were all slightly strange, and other items to cater to Eri's small size like the stepping stool for her fully stocked children's bookshelf. Probably the cutest thing in there was the hanging hammock nest Eri's species was apparently used to sleeping in. Azawa was kind enough to walk him back to his and Toyo's shared room, and Toyo had a ton to talk about as soon as Izuku had stepped one foot in the door. Apparently the class 3 students, or third years as Toyo explained, had a ranking system, and the 3 that had come to escort him were the top 3 students in the hero course. Heroes, what a strange concept. It was a topic that Izuku desperately wanted to learn more about. Toyo, what exactly are heroes? Toyo paused mid-bite of his dinner, taking a moment to think through his answer. Well, in layman's terms they're similar to the police force, except instead of using the standard issued gear to apprehend criminals or other similar feats, they're allowed to use their species-specific attributes. Like how Earth police officers have tasers and a generic training program, these would be more like using special martial arts or cooler non-deadly weapons like a nice wooden staff. The main difference is that aliens come in all different shapes and sizes and have a ton of different skills that go with that diversity. Take Azawa for example, he's a LYX, and so if he were a police officer he'd only be able to fight hand-to-hand, use a standard stun gun, and maybe use his versatile tails as an apprehension tool. As a hero he has the ability to freely use his tails in combat and utilize his paralyzing glare. Paralyzing glare? Toyo waved his hand dismissively. Not what we're talking about, that would take too long to explain, but the bottom line is that police officers are limited in their abilities, but heroes have more room for creativity as long as they get the job done without using deadly force. The HPSC, or Hero Public Safety Commission, is a very large branch of the intergalactic government, and they're the ones that issue the tests to license heroes. So far I don't think I like the HPSC, but Azawa and Nizu are heroes, so why don't they like them either? Politics, but you'll learn more about that when you start your classes. All you have to know is that heroes are licensed by the HPSC, but they don't always work for them. It's like a driver's license. They're government issued, but not all drivers work for the government. Some heroes join agencies that fit their skills like UA as an establishment for learning, or some venture off to do hero work solo or in smaller teams. The HPSC isn't really all that bad, but they're very strict even in most situations that need a bit more flexibility. It makes sense. They have entire galaxies to watch over, and our own governments can barely handle their respective countries most of the time, but our situation was delicate and the HPSC doesn't really do delicate. They're not all bad, so don't worry about it until you're a bit older, okay? Izuku made a face and Toyo laughed at his expense. Alright, I think that's enough talk for now anyways. I'm not the best person to talk to about these things anyways. My student is a hero fanatic, so when you meet him I'm sure you'll both have a nice long chat about the different heroes throughout history. For now I think it's time to hit the hay. That press conference really took a lot out of me. Izuku had almost forgotten that he had participated in such a large televised event. Izuku, as a minor without parental permission to appear on intergalactic television, stayed in the dorm with Eri. Azawa had to leave after lunch to appear live with Nizu and the others, while Izuku assured Eri that Azawa was only leaving for a little bit. He hadn't seen the recording of the event yet, but he'd get around to it in the morning. Playing with Eri had also been pretty tiring. So far though, it had been really nice being at UA. Izuku hoped that everything would continue to run smoothly. He idly wondered if Eri would like apples or other earth fruit. He'd ask in the morning. And thus concludes our statement. We again thank everyone for their involvement with the search and are happy to have our students and staff safe and sound back at UA. If anyone has any questions or concerns, now is the time to ask. Reporters of all species began to shout in unison, shoving different styled microphones to the staff sitting at the press conference table, and Toyo cut the feed to the recording there. So, what did you think? Why were you wearing a spacesuit? Toyo laughed. That's what you're caught up on? Okay, well, humans still aren't fully known in the universe yet, so it's the duty of the HPSC to keep our presence under wraps until they're ready to introduce us after our probation ends, or sooner if needed. What about Yagi? Isn't he a hero? I thought everyone knew about heroes in space. Yes, there is a leaderboard with hero rankings and popularity scores, but there are 1,000 soft-licensed heroes out there and no one knows all of them except for maybe some HPSC officials, especially since some heroes go underground to avoid the rankings and to help with missions that require more stealth. Izuku huffed at that. Yeah, I couldn't sleep last night, so I did a little research on the computer thing. I already know about the rankings, but Yagi said his hero name was All Might at the meeting and he's at the very top of the list. How did he manage that? Toyo sighed and booted up the galactic web on their room's communication pad. Okay, I was going to let Kiri explain things to you when he got here, but since you're so curious, I'll just get it out of the way now. No one knows that Yagi is a human, they don't even know his real name. Izuku walked over to see that Toyo was typing in questions like, what species is All Might, All Might's home planet, and All Might's face. That last one really stuck out. They don't even know what he looks like? Kid, most aliens don't know what a human looks like. They made me wear a space suit to the conference to help conceal my identity. All Might's hero costume also has a spacesuit design to it, helmet included. After the probation he'll be able to change it, but I hear that he might just retire before then. Your generation will probably be the first human heroes to have their faces proudly on display. His generation? Did that include Izuku? He was still young and he had thought that he would probably just end up working at the Earth space station, or maybe even someday pilot a ship or work with a crew of surveyors like his dad had, but now that the idea of heroes was there, how could he think of anything else? He was 12 after all, almost 13, and since he already skipped a grade next year, he would officially start high school. High school is when you really get to pick out what you want to study in life, and up until now Izuku just knew that he wanted to be in space. After helping Eri and the others escape, he found that he really liked the idea of rescuing people. If he could help others that were captured like he had been, then that was a noble career and it was still in space. Could I be a hero? Toyo smiled. If that's what you want, then yeah. Kiri wants to be a hero too. He was working hard to finish his studies early so he could take the online hero course classes and join the licensing exam as soon as the probation lifted, but now he has the opportunity to study at UA and learn with other aspiring heroes. You'll actually be joining the hero course yourself since Azua's class was the only one with any openings. If you want to really learn to be a hero, though, you'll have to take an entrance exam. We can ask Nizu about it later today if you want. A hero? He liked the thought of that. Would his mom approve? Probably not, but if he phrased it just right, then maybe. Can I call my mom later? You can call her now if you want. Nizu hooked up our communicator to the long-distance antennae and we can make calls from our room now. I wanted to talk to Kiri before heading out to pick him up in a few days, so he made that accommodation for us. Just be sure to check what time it is for her. Nizu added Earth's planetary rotation info to the database using Yagi's ship settings, so just plug in the general coordinates of your old address and the time zone she's in should pop up. Just like Toyo said, it was easy enough to check everything. It even had the day of the week logged. Izuku quickly saved the settings for his preferred time zone, and after nearly an hour he knew that his mom would be starting her lunch break. It was a bit strange because their morning was just about to get started, but time rarely seemed to make sense anymore. Psyching himself up, Inko picked up the phone after the second ring. Hello? This is Inko Midoriya speaking. Hi, Mom. Izuku? Is everything all right, honey? Inko was getting increasingly more stressed, and Izuku was quick to reassure her. I'm fine, Mom, I promise. I just wanted to call is all. Oh, honey, I know that tone. What did you really want to talk about? Izuku had to swallow the lump in his throat before answering. I think I found the career path I might want to follow. Oh, that's wonderful, sweetie. Did you settle on whether you wanted to be a pilot or surveyor like you were thinking? Well, you see, about that, Toyo was snickering in the corner of the room like the traitor he was. Izuku, I am very happy to have you back, and nothing you can say to me will ever be worse than the thought of losing you again. You can tell me what you think you want to study. Can I be a hero, please? Izuku blurted it out, almost fast enough that it sounded like one garbled word, but the slight silence that followed after was worse than the heat crawling onto his cheeks after realizing that he was really having this conversation on speaker with Toyo in the room. Izuku, could you let me know more about heroes? I'm familiar with the word but not the career, so please, for my sake, let me know that it's not something I should be too worried about. Izuku took a deep, steadying breath. It's like being a police officer, but in space. Izuku. Please, Mom? Being a police officer isn't really super dangerous. They have backup and safety training, and the actual mortality rate for them is smaller than you might think. And there's danger in any career, like if I became a pilot then I could crash, or if I was a surveyor I might get poisoned by a plant or animal. If I got a hero license, then I would have permission to fight back if I got captured again too. Just, will you think about it? For me. Inko was quiet for several long moments, Izuku wringing his hands, anxiously awaiting her reply. Finally, she sighed on the other end. Izuku, I know you're just like your father, and I know for a fact that if I say no now that you'll just wait until you're 18 and sign up for whatever program you need to. It's why I gave you permission to study at the space program, and it's why I will also give my permission for you to study whatever courses they have out there to teach students wanting to become heroes. I want you to be safe, and the best way to do this is to help give you access to resources early enough that you can really truly learn what you need to rather than getting crash courses as a young adult. I don't have to like it, but I will always love and support you no matter what. I know that there is nothing I can say or do that will dissuade you from this right now, but if you ever feel like you want to change your course, just let me know and I'll be there to help you navigate however you need to. You need to promise me you'll try to stay safe though. I promise. Thanks, Mom, it really means a lot to me. Thank you, baby. Please have Nizu forward over any paperwork I'll need to sign. I'm sure that there will be at least a few forms that'll require parental permission. I will. And please call me more often. I like knowing that you're okay. I'll try to call as often as I can, but space uses a different time metric. I know, Izuku. Your father also had a hard time calling when you were little. It took a few years to really get our antennae fine-tuned to receive signals from so far out, but I'm glad that things are well enough that you can call me on my cell phone now. You stay safe, you hear me? I will. I love you. I love you too, sweetie. I need to head back to work now. My lunch break is almost over. I promise to call again soon. Bye for now. Bye, Han, and good luck. I know you'll do great. Inko hung up and Izuku smiled. That actually went a lot better than he expected it to. And he could start learning how to be a hero now. Izuku pumped his fist and Toyo openly laughed now that the call was over. Izuku had yet again forgotten that the man was in the room. Congrats, I'll talk to Nizu about officially adding you to the hero course. You were going to sit out for their physical classes, but after your mom signs the forms you should be able to participate. Again, in order to get into the hero course you'd usually have to take an entrance exam, but maybe Azawa can pull some strings and sponsor you after your role in our escape or something. What about your apprentice? Doesn't he want to be a hero too? He'll be fine. I'm sure Nizu can test him separately. This is a rare opportunity for everyone involved, and from what I've heard of Nizu, he's pretty flexible when the need arises. I've always respected that in a boss. The atmosphere at the station could be stifling sometimes. Izuku resisted the urge to roll his eyes at that. He hoped that Toyo's student passed whatever exam Nizu came up with. It would be nice to have another human kid his age close by. Izuku wouldn't lie, he was a bit nervous. Toyo was still working on meeting the staff and the class 3 students he would be teaching once their resting PRD was over, and now it was Izuku's turn to meet other students. Everyone in his new class had been informed of his presence, and he would be slowly introducing himself to small groups during lunch every day with Azawa present to help things run smoothly. Azawa had said that he picked the groups personally with about 5 students for each day. Today's group was supposed to be easy with the mostly calm-mannered quiet students, but didn't that almost make it worse? How was Izuku supposed to start a conversation with alien introverts? Earth icebreakers would probably get lost in translation and they couldn't even talk about the weather being in space and all. No, things would be fine, he just had to believe. Toyo, as always, was poking fun at Izuku's dilemma, but he was a little helpful too. The man was surprisingly good at giving pep talks, and the little speech he gave before he had to leave really had Izuku thinking that he would be perfectly fine. Now, if only he could remember what he was told and stop panicking, then things might actually go smoothly. Azawa walked Izuku to the room where they would be having lunch. It was his classroom, and food generally wasn't allowed, but Izuku would have to get used to the space too, and this was a good way to get acclimated. Azawa could probably see the nerves on Izuku's face as they approached the labeled door, and quiet chatter could be heard from the room. I plan on sitting at my desk to grade some papers. Do you think you'll be okay, or will you need me to join in with you? I think I'll be alright. Thanks. Okay. Just let me know if you need anything or if anyone overwhelms you. We don't know your customs very well, so don't be afraid to let us know if we break one. We're used to dealing with many intergalactic cultures, and your input will help us understand what not to do if we ever meet other humans. Izuku nodded. He could do that. He probably looked a bit dumb peering slightly into the room before entering, but he was nervous. Azawa walked over to his desk, briefly greeting the students that were inside before getting started on his paperwork, just like he said he would. Okay, this was fine, everything is just fine. Izuku finally entered the room, if a bit hunched in on himself, with a purposeful smile on his face. Hello. I'm Izuku Midoriya, please call me Izuku. It's nice to meet you. There was silence for a few moments before an alien that Izuku suspected was a Faggot stepped forward. Hello. I'm Tsu Asai, please call me Tsu. It's nice to meet you, and one by one, the others introduced themselves. Tsu was very similar to the Faggots that Izuku had already met, but the others had been more stocky and toad-like. Tsu was much slimmer built, almost like a poison dart frog, except she was a more traditional green like many Earth species were. Shou Toroki was a Dragot like Bako. Their coloring was different than his had been though. It was almost like chimerism, and Izuku wondered if Shou was actually 2 siblings that had fused before birth. It could have been a natural color variant, but Izuku doubted it, especially since his eyes were also different colors. His right half was a beautiful crimson red with white accents and a turquoise eye. By contrast, his left side was white with red accents, his dark gray eyes standing out against the lighter toned scales. Fused twins probably, but Izuku wouldn't pry. Out of the group, Shou was the only one who didn't offer up more conversation aside from introductions, so Izuku would leave it as it was. Another alien that Izuku vaguely recognized was Mizo Soji. Izuku was almost certain that he was the same species as Tamaki Ajiki had been, but the coloration and size difference almost threw him off. Where Tamaki had been dark blue and slimmer in build, this alien was much more muscular and had a more peachy orange skin tone. He was certain though that under the mask Mizo wore that he would also have a black beak. Takyami Funkage was most definitely the same species as Nijii Heido. Izuku had no trouble pronouncing their name, much to nearly everyone's surprise, but he was still given the option to call him Tako, the shortened nickname created for ease in the classroom. Now that Izuku had the time to process, he was able to pick out more differences between Tako's species and Zashi's. Tako's body shape was much more streamlined. The legs were more bird-like in proportion than human legs, but it was like looking at a picture of a harpy. The face wasn't quite right for that though. Zashi's beak was large and obnoxious, but Tako's was smaller, almost like a parrot or owl. Owls were probably the closest Izuku was going to get with similarities to an Earth species. Where Nijii's feathers had been a soft periwinkle, Tako's were charcoal black. Izuku idly wondered how many colors their species came in. The only alien whose species Izuku hadn't made contact with before was Koji Koda. Koji seemed to be made of rock, as crazy as that seemed. He was a pinkish red for the most part, but it shifted in tones and shades and had many clear quartz-like places as well. There were a few small holes and crevices from what Izuku could see, but the moss growing in some places was more eye-catching. None of the group seemed to be put off by his staring, and they scrutinized him right back. Once food was out though, it was surprisingly easy to fall into conversation. Tsu took charge and slowly Izuku began to relax. He still missed the others, but hopefully he could make more friends without having to go through highly traumatic events. Izuku was surprisingly timid, and Aizawa hadn't expected that. Sure, he seemed shy while meeting Yagi and his crew, but from what little he had been able to gather, Yagi was an important figure on his home planet, so nerves were to be expected. Meeting the other adults on his ship had also gone about as expected, but now the boy was shaking in his boots at the thought of meeting a few of Aizawa's more well-behaved students. Aizawa sometimes forgot that Izuku was truly a child of his species. Yes, he was much smaller than Toyo and Yagi, but seeing him act like a nervous kid really drove in the fact that a young child had been kidnapped and forced to fight tooth and nail to escape. Aizawa hoped that nothing similar ever happened to the kid again. It didn't surprise Aizawa that Tsu took the lead in guiding the conversation. It was why he'd put her in this first group to begin with. Koji had always been the most timid in his class, preferring to use common sign than his voice, and the translators they had now were only the verbal ones, so Tsu took it upon herself to translate for him. It was nice to see his students working together. Takyami and Mizo took a more subdued role, but they contributed to the conversation when prompted. Izuku, having not grown up in the intergalactic community, had many understandable questions. The first thing they got out of the way were pronouns. Thank goodness, because Aizawa still cringed when he remembered calling Izuku in it before they knew he was sentient. Shou took a step back from the situation as a whole, giving very minimal input only when prompted. After the first or second awkward attempt, Izuku stopped trying to include the Draget in conversation. His indifference was something everyone expected, having already dealt with this cold attitude throughout their first semester. Despite not contributing to the conversation, Shou didn't try to hide the fact that he was sizing Izuku up. The others at least attempted to be a bit more subtle in their staring, but it was also a slight intimidation tactic. Aizawa would speak to the boy about it later, but he couldn't really help it. It's Draget instinct to scope out any threats or competition, and with how Bakugo had loudly barked that if anyone upset Izuku they would have to deal with him, this new mysterious character was definitely on his radar. Izuku had been praised by the students he'd helped, Na and Denki retelling their stories in grandiose fashion. Bakugo refused to talk about it, and Shiro only helped a little, toning down some exaggerations but confirming any questions asked by their other more curious classmates. Yes, Izuku was a Death Worlder. Yes, he was a child. Yes, he had taken on the guards and come out on top more than once. The rumors had already spread throughout the school, and Aizawa hoped that the staring wouldn't put Izuku off too much. The way that Bakugo had declared the boy off limits also spoke volumes though. He never gave any reason why, only demanding that the others not mess with the human, and declarations like that were like law to Dragons. Usually it meant that they were very close, claiming each other as friends or something similar, but Aizawa doubted it was that since the two had barely interacted while captive. Bakugo wasn't the type to admit to being subservient to others, but Aizawa couldn't think of many other reasons for his sudden fierce resolve to protect the boy. It wasn't harming anyone, so Aizawa would let his students figure out any friendships or hierarchies on their own as long as nothing grew out of hand. Aside from Shou's staring though, today's meeting seemed to be a success. Tomorrow's students would be similar in demeanor and things should remain civil. He was only worried about one student in particular, but all of his students had been given warnings and knew to behave themselves. Everyone gave kind farewells after the lunch bell rang, and Aizawa packed his belongings, ready to escort Izuku before his substitute arrived. He couldn't wait to get back to teaching. Leaving his class to someone else felt wrong on many levels, but he would take his forced vacation with grace. Eri was waiting for him after all. Aizawa let Izuku ramble about his students as they walked. He was half sure that the boy was mostly speaking to himself. Aizawa had been in the room to hear everything after all, and he had known his students for longer than Izuku had, but the boy's mumblings were still full of interesting tidbits. The kid had a good head on his shoulders, that was for sure. Aizawa shuddered at the thought of Izuku being kidnapped for anything other than his supposed fighting prowess. Sure, the fighting rings were terrible, but intelligent minds were far more dangerous when properly wielded. Izuku was safe now though, and UA could mold that mind to fit whatever field the kid wanted to pursue. Aizawa contentedly listened to Izuku ramble, happy that he was so animated after being so shy earlier. Aizawa planned to make good on his promise to ensure Izuku's safety while learning. The kid deserved at least that much. Meeting students was one thing, but meeting the principal was another entirely. It had only been a few short days since they'd arrived, but Nizu had put in a request to meet with Izuku now that they were more settled. Toyo assured him that the principal was nice, and he was informed that he could refuse to meet with him if uncomfortable, but it would be rude to say no after all he had done for them. Izuku accepted the meeting, if only because he knew everything would be okay. His spot at UA was approved and he'd already met with the man twice now. Sure, being alone sounded daunting, but Toyo would have warned him if he were in trouble. The smile on Nizu's face when he entered the office only solidified that things would be fine. "Hello, Izuku. It's nice to see you again. Would you like some tea?" "And no thank you, sir. I'm all right." "There's no need to be nervous. I mostly called you here to discuss your current education level and goals moving forward." Izuku relaxed a bit. He could do that, though he wasn't sure how Earth education ranked on a universal scale. "I have a packet here for you to fill out. Don't worry about getting everything correct. This is an assessment test and nothing is being graded. At the end there is a section regarding your future goals, so feel free to write however much you feel is necessary to get your point across. Your mother has already sent in her signatures clearing you for hero course studies, but I want to hear it from you as well." As soon as Izuku had a pen to work with, he was off. He always excelled in all his classes. Without many friends growing up, working hard to impress the adults around him was what he tended to focus his time and energy on. Maybe not the healthiest thing in the world, but validation was validation, and it had gotten him into his dream program out of thousands of other applicants. Tests and homework were Izuku's bread and butter, and he filled in answer after answer on his assessment test. The math section was laughably easy. Anyone aiming for space had to have a basic understanding of the math required to navigate through a constantly moving universe with different metrics for speed, time, and gravity depending on the end goal or destination. Science was only a bit more difficult, but only because some alien terms didn't translate well in the questions asked. All the basic elements were the same, and the biology of alien flora and fauna still seemed to follow the basic rules of evolution. Language and history were what really killed Izuku. Sure, he knew the HPSC approved history, they started learning it in schools a few years ago after all, but they never went fully in depth, and everything taught on Earth was surface-level information meant to relay the bare-bones information to the average citizen. Common was pretty much a lost cause as well. He'd learned a few things from Toyo and the others, but learning had tapered off as soon as they had access to translators, and that meant he only had less than 2 weeks of any formal training. He didn't even know the alphabet yet, just some words and simple phrases. The only thing keeping Izuku sane during that portion was the fact that he knew this was just to gauge his level so they could better teach him when he joined in on the classes. The final essay was admittedly very fun to write. The simple prompt asked what his goals for the future were, as well as his motivations and plans to achieve his goals. He'd had to ask for more paper only twice before Nizu left a stack on his desk for easy access. After a solid 8 pages, plus a little on a 9th for good measure, Izuku was done. Nizu seemed pleased. "Thank you for your time today. I will say that you finished a fair bit faster than I calculated, but I noticed that you seem to have some trouble with the language and history sections. This is quite understandable given your circumstances, but I wanted to extend an invitation to catch up on what you needed here if you wish." "You'd teach me?" "Why, of course, I am also a teacher myself, you know. I'll have several documentaries sent over to your room's communication pad so you can watch them at your leisure and come to me with any questions you may have. But was there anything you wanted to ask me now?" "I don't have any questions yet, but would I be able to get some supplies for classes? I used to write in a few notebooks while learning back home on Earth." "Of course, feel free to use the fabricator in your room as you see fit. It has several items in the log for you to choose from, and all materials used during printing are in the machine itself and regularly restocked as needed. If you want to order something that cannot be easily made, then put in a request using the communicator and we'll see about ordering it." Azawa has let me know that you will be slowly meeting your new classmates during lunch over the next few days, so if you have any questions or would like to learn with me after lunch, then just ask Azawa to walk you over to my office. Izuku didn't know why he'd been so nervous earlier. Nizu was nothing but kind, and now all he had to do was hope that classes wouldn't be too difficult once they started up again. He was getting more and more excited to start learning at UA by the day. Izuku wasn't as nervous as he had been the first time he'd met new students, but even now that he knew what to expect, he couldn't help but curse the butterflies in his stomach. Azawa had assured him that these students were also a quiet group that shouldn't have any issues, but Izuku's nerves were still buzzing as he walked. Just like the last time, Azawa announced himself before plopping at his desk and working on some papers, leaving Izuku to fend for himself. At least he didn't hide behind the door this time. Hello. I'm Izuku Midoriya, please call me Izuku. It's nice to meet you. Two of the students were of races Izuku had met before, but the other three were unknown. The two he knew of were a Mini-Rix and a Togoya, if he was remembering correctly. Now that he had notebooks, he couldn't help but pester Toyo with all of his questions regarding space. Currently his curiosity was rooted in all the different species he had been meeting lately. Rakido Sato was the Mini-Rix, and he looked very similar to how Koji had when they'd met, but the rocks that seemed to make up his body were different somehow. Rather than being pinkish in color, he was more amber. He didn't have the holes in his body or any moss growing like Koji, but there were still patches of clear quartz-like areas dotting around his form. He was very nice and asked a lot of questions about Izuku's meal. It was a simple peanut butter and jelly sandwich courtesy of Yagi's shared pantry, but he was fascinated nonetheless. The Togoya was Mashiai Ojiro, and he was similar to how Mizo had been in many ways. For one, they were the same peachy pink shade, but Mashiai was a bit smaller and had a long tail-like tentacle behind him. When asked about it, he was happy to explain that all Togoyas had 10 limbs, but most paired them up into fewer basic shapes. The standard was to keep 3 in each pant leg when emulating bipedal species, leaving 2 for each arm, but he and Mizo used different variations. Mizo preferred to have 4 arms, so his uniform was tailored to have 4 holes in his shirt to fit them comfortably. Mashiai, on the other hand, kept his arm count at 2, making them structurally sound by keeping 2 of his 8 limbs bound to each other on each side, but rather than keeping 3 limbs in each pant leg, he kept 2 on either side and used the last 2 as an independent third leg behind himself. It was absolutely fascinating, and Izuku couldn't wait to get back to his room to write everything down. Momo Irozu introduced herself as the class vice president. Izuku would be meeting the class president tomorrow, but he was glad to meet Momo first. She warned that the president could be a bit loud at times, but he meant well. She, on the other hand, was very soft-spoken. Izuku was stuck wondering if she was fully a plant throughout their conversation. With Mini-Rix like Koji and now Rakido, Izuku had been able to ask Toyo what he had known. They apparently were actually a reptilian species, but their true bodies were hidden under many layers of naturally forming minerals from their home planet. The composition of that material depended on the environment the Mini-Rix was born and raised in, but the particulates bond to their bodies due to oils they secrete in their youth, eventually forming a protective barrier. Momo, on the other hand, seemed to be a sentient plant. Did she have lungs and other organs? Would she bleed blood or something else? Were there other variants of her species as well? She almost looked like a plum tree, but she was a bit more willowy than the ones he knew of. Her skin was bark-like and had an ashy gray overtone to the muted brown, and she had dark purple, almost black leaves covering much of the back of her upper arms and shoulders, as well as flexible leaf-covered vines sprouting from her head that grew nearly down to her waist. Izuku had so many questions to ask Toyo tonight. By comparison, Kokajiro and Tashiai Shino were the more normal aliens to meet. They were similar to Eri in that they resembled bats, but they were definitely more bat than bird. Like Eri, their forelimbs were separate from their wings, but they were a dark brown color with dark purple accents. Their ears were also quite large and perky, and they had distinctly fox-like faces. Koka was a girl and had a tuft of purple hair on her collarbone area, whereas Tashiai was a boy and had a gravity-defying purple mane atop his head. Both were fairly quiet in demeanor but friendly nonetheless. They mostly stuck to each other for conversation until Izuku heard them start talking about music and instantly became transfixed. What kind of music did aliens enjoy? Did all aliens have music, or did only some species listen to sounds for fun? Were there more genres in space? Were any space genres similar to ones on Earth? As it turns out, Koka and Tashiai were really into a genre similar to soft sci-fi punk rock. It didn't have any harsh percussion sounds, but there was a rhythmic tapping on the background of most of the songs they played for Izuku on their phone-like tablets. Their ears were understandably sensitive, and the tempo of the tapping apparently set the mood for the songs. Izuku now had even more questions to ask Toyo when he returned to his room for the day. The lunch hour was too short for anything aside from general icebreakers and introductions, but Izuku was happy to meet so many new faces despite his bouts of social anxiety. He of course visited the principal's office right after lunch. Nizu was a surprisingly good teacher, and Izuku was devouring intergalactic history with gusto. Hopefully he would be almost caught up with his class by the time their break PRD was over. It was the final day of meeting his new classmates, and Izuku was more excited than apprehensive now that he'd done it twice before. Starting tomorrow, he would be able to start eating lunch in the dorms with whoever decided to stay behind instead of eating in the cafeteria with everyone else. Just 5 more to go. Aizawa did warn that these were the more rowdy members of his class, but for the most part they shouldn't be too eccentric. Na would have been in this group had she not already met him. Izuku was excited to see her again, probably starting tomorrow, as she would most definitely stay behind to eat lunch in the dorms for him. There was significantly more chatter coming from the classroom today, and Izuku had to take a deep breath to calm his nerves before entering. "Hello, I'm Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to meet you." Today there was only one alien that Izuku was unfamiliar with, and he was grateful that he wouldn't be spending too much time speculating about them in his own head while trying to meet everyone else for once. "Hello, I'm Okoo Yua. It's so nice to meet you." Okoo was a pink purdy, the same species as Nijii and Toko had been. It was fascinating just how many colors their species came in, but Izuku didn't have long to dwell on it as Okoo quickly made her way over and wrapped a feathered arm around him in a kind of half-hug. The Eniyas made a chopping motion in the air with one of their arms and lightly scolded Okoo. "That is no way to greet a new classmate. Please remain respectful of personal boundaries when meeting someone." "Ah, so this must be Tanaya. Hello, I am Tanaya Ida. I am the class president, so do not be afraid to come to me with any issues you may have." Bingo. Just as Momo had warned, he was loud but not unkind. Izuku wondered if Tanaya was related to Ingenium. It wasn't because they were the same species, otherwise Izuku would have thought that Sohiko was related to them, but Ingenium had introduced himself as Tensei Ida, so these two seemed to share a common name. Izuku would ask later when he wasn't more afraid of seeming speciesist. Tanaya's enlarged thrusters were on his knee joints, and Izuku wondered if it was a familial or random factor that decided which thrusters to enlarge on each Antiyas. "Hi, I'm True Hagari, and it's great to meet you." True seemed just as excited as Ochako, but Izuku was having a hard time properly seeing it. "True, please control your camouflage while meeting new individuals." Tanaya was still making a chopping motion in the air with one arm, and Izuku could see why so many of the other students had warned him of this behavior. "Oops, sorry," and where the image of floating clothes and a slightly mirage-like haze had been before stood another Fogget. "You can see me, right? I just get so excited that I can't help it sometimes." Okay, Izuku knew this one. He'd asked Toyo why Tsu looked different than the other Foggets he'd already met, and apparently they had a few subspecies on their planet. Foggets like Midnight had their neurotoxin to help them, but other areas didn't have the diets necessary to help evolve toxicity, and so those Foggets evolved to be more stealthy. Their cells are similar to squid and cuttlefish, able to expand and contract to show or hide pigment, the only difference being that their internal organs also have this ability, and it ties in with their circulation and stress levels. A higher heartbeat would explain the unconscious activation of her camouflage. "It's no problem, I can see you just fine now. You don't have to worry about being visible all the time if you don't want to." True seemed to get even more excited as their forms slipped from view and they once again seemingly became nothing but their uniform. Izuku wouldn't want them worrying about flexing the whole time, and it wasn't that much of an inconvenience since her clothes were still visible. On the opposite side of the spectrum was Yuga Im, a Dragot that seemed to literally sparkle as he introduced himself. He was white with yellow accents and once allowed to speak began to monologue about himself. He barely touched his food during their lunch PRD due to how much talking he was doing, and Izuku politely listened but did split his attention to continue talking with the others halfway through the long-winded speech. The final member of the group remained relatively quiet as soon as they knew Izuku's gender. He was a slug-like creature, but the sides of his body had large ridges or bumps that he used to walk on. He would almost look black in color if the light reflecting off of him didn't shine purple, but even then it was hard to tell. His back was absolutely covered in round circles about the size of tennis ball, and Izuku would ask questions about them if he didn't seem so standoffish. He only spoke enough to introduce himself as Netanoru and state his preferred pronouns before turning to his lunch. The others paid him no mind, and so Izuku followed suit, enjoying his chat with True, Tanaya, and Okoo while Yuga continued to provide background chatter. All in all, it wasn't a terrible meeting, and Izuku was so excited to finally reunite with the others tomorrow. Maybe he would ask Nizu to help teach him more common during their lessons since he was almost done catching up on the history section. Izuku was nearly bouncing on the ball of his feet. He was going to the student dorms today, and anyone who wanted to stay behind and eat lunch with him would be there. He tried to focus his energy into productive tasks like memorizing the hallways as they walked towards the student dorms for the first time, but as soon as Izuku heard familiar laughter he couldn't help but zero in on his goal. All Aizawa had to do was open the door and Izuku was in the room, a wide grin splitting his face. There they were, all of his old companions. A few were startled at his entry, but they all gave returning smiles in their own ways, Na being the most excited of the group. Izuku, hi! There was a table in the middle of the room close to a coffee table in height, and everyone was seated on the floor around it. Izuku took the spot next to Na since she was very obviously gesturing for him to join her. Aizawa took his own spot on a nearby couch-like seating area, separating himself from the group of students. Hello, it's nice to see you all again. The chatter picked up now that everyone could understand him, but he was still confused. Did no one else want to join us? The only ones there in the dorm were his old cellmates. Bakugo snorted at the assumption, but it was Na who answered. Almost everyone wanted to stay and eat together, but we never got our turn to eat with you alone, so we told them to hold off until tomorrow. Is that okay? Na seemed a bit nervous, as if she was worried that Izuku would be mad at them for wanting a quieter meeting. Izuku smiled to reassure them. I don't mind, I missed you guys. Tell me about your lunches, they all look so different. Izuku didn't really have to use any icebreakers here. He wasn't meeting anyone new, so conversation flowed naturally. Having someone chatty in the group like Na helped immensely. After a few minutes, Denki joked about swapping lunches and Aizawa walked over with his tablet. I don't want you to exchange food without checking the database. UA has received the log data for human diets, so check here before eating anything strange. He went back to his seat and Izuku wondered if his concern had anything to do with their previous visit to Yagi's garden. Denki took his chance to plug in his bamboo-like lunch and was surprised that humans could also eat the green plant poles. What's sugarcane? Izuku looked at the tablet and Denki's meal had a note with a picture of Earth sugarcane next to it. That's a plant we have on our planet. Think it's saying that your lunch is similar to something we have back home. And you eat it too? Izuku looked at the green rod and shook his head. No, we process ours into a white sugar powder. The raw stuff isn't strong enough and we can't use it to make other foods. Denki typed sugar into the tablet to see what kind of nutritional data it had, but the smell coming from Bakugo's lunch was distracting. Izuku could barely hear the other three in the room freaking out about something they were reading before he gained the Dragot's attention. What are you looking at? You probably wouldn't like this. Most other species avoid Jalens like the plague. Jalens? Oh, those pepper things that Yagi said were great in omelets. Izuku knew that he could eat them and smiled. Mind if I try a bite? Bakugo grimaced a bit at that. Shouldn't you use the tablet to make sure you won't hurt yourself? The chatter from the other three settled down before Denki piped up. Huh, it says here that humans can eat Jalens. That doesn't mean it won't hurt them, Sparky. Huh, was Bakugo worried about him? That was sweet and all, But Izuku hadn't had his fix of hot chips in weeks and he missed the burning sensation of spicy foods. I think it smells really good. You don't have to share if you don't want to, of course, it's your lunch after all. It only took a few moments for Bakugo to cave surprisingly. Teach fine. Don't say I didn't warn you though. Izuku smiled as he used Bakugo's spork-like utensil to place a bite-sized portion onto his plate. There was a small piece of meat surrounded by a few little pepper slices and whatever sauce they made while being cooked. Izuku's mouth was already salivating and he used his own spoon to scoop the bite from his plate and eat it. It was delicious. No wonder it smelled so good. It could use a touch more salt, but it had some earthy undertones that complemented the spice levels very well. It was probably a bit hotter than a jalapeno, but still much more spicy than anything Izuku had eaten recently. It's so good. What's this dish called? Wait, you really like it? Izuku nodded his head quickly. Yeah, we have a lot of pepper species back on Earth, and not everyone likes them, but I do. How spicy are these? Do you guys have a Scoville scale? Bakugo looked confused, but Denki still had the tablet and answered for him. It says that Jalen's are about a 4,000 on the Earth Scoville scale. Bakugo huffed, no longer surprised that the acid drinker could also eat capsaicin. How high does that stupid scale go, Sparky? Denki paused after searching it up. It says here they have a pepper called a Carolina Reaper that can be up to a 2,200,000 on the Scoville scale. Humans were insane, there was no other explanation. Bakugo could only imagine how many times a plant had to evolve to avoid getting eaten for it to become that potent. What the heck was up with these Death Worlders? Izuku had to spend the rest of lunch explaining that most humans didn't eat Carolina Reapers casually, but they still seemed tense when he let them know that they were artificially bred to be as spicy as possible for the ones that did enjoy them. Whatever the case, Izuku had a lot of fun and would definitely enjoy meeting with them again soon. He wondered if Na and Bakugo would be able to eat the peppers and citrus from Earth. Hopefully the tablet in his and Toyo's room would be able to look that up. Speaking of Toyo, the man had been haggling with Nizu relentlessly. Ingenium had offered to use his ship to transport Toyo to and from the Earth station to pick up his student, who was now officially approved to join Izuku at UA and hopefully the hero course. It had been one intergalactic week so far and they still had one more for their mandated resting PRD, but Toyo was insisting that he was well enough to at least pick up his student. With Ingenium's ship the journey would take only 2 intergalactic days one way, so Toyo would be gone for about 5 days, factoring in an extra day for the actual packing and pickup. Izuku's belongings had been put away already and Toyo would be bringing everything to UA on his way back. Hopefully nothing had been tampered with by the other kids. Izuku was itching to get his old notebooks back. Izuku was also eager to meet Toyo's assistant. Toyo had called the boy a few times, but they used the generalized intergalactic lunch PRD to talk, and Izuku had been too busy with meeting the other students to hang back and join in on their calls. He had called his mom a few more times though, and she had always patiently waited as he described all the new sentients he was meeting to her. Hey, Izuku. I finally got my approval. I'll be leaving first thing tomorrow. Yagi's finished with his preparations and will be joining in as a TA here at UA, like me, for this year to help out. He has a dorm here with the other teachers and I'll be moving into my own dorm when I get back, but you get to choose who you stay with while I'm gone. Yagi says he has a spare room you can use, but Azawa also said you could stay with him if you were more comfortable with that since Yagi's still a stranger and all. Izuku thought for a bit but couldn't really come to a concrete decision. On one hand, he really would be more comfortable being with Azawa. They'd spent a while in a confined space and this would be a much more comfortable arrangement than that had been, not to mention the fact that Eri would be there too. Even if he did visit every day, he always felt as if it were never enough. On the other hand, Yagi was his idol. He'd be able to tell him stories from when his dad still worked on his ships if the man still remembered, and Yagi was another human. They wouldn't need a translator to rely on when speaking and there wouldn't be any tiptoeing around social cues. That and all of the food would at least be familiar in Yagi's dorm. Would I be able to meet with them both so we could talk about it together? Sure. Their dorms are actually pretty close together, so I'll give them a quick call and then we can head over. After a quick conversation, it was decided that Toyo and Izuku would meet Yagi and Azawa at Yagi's dorm. Toyo wasn't kidding when he said that their dorms were close either. Izuku recognized the symbols on Azawa's dorm, room 490 in common, and Yagi's dorm was right next door. Room Toyo knocked and let himself in after Yagi called out to them from inside, and both of the men Izuku wanted to see were seated at the dining table. Yagi's dorm was very similar to how his ship style had been. There was a normal-looking couch in the living area, along with a coffee table and large screened pad stylized like a TV mounted to the wall. All of the kitchen appliances seemed to have either been moved or copied from the ship. Even the little details, bookshelves, knickknacks, and the like, helped to make the room feel like something you might see back home. Yagi smiled from the table, beckoning Izuku and Toyo to join them. "Hello, my boy. You wanted to see us?" Izuku took a seat at the table and nodded, gathering his thoughts. "I was thinking about the living plans while Toyo's away. I have pros and cons for both of your dorms, but I wanted to talk it out with you guys before coming to a final decision." Azawa bobbed his head in a nod at the statement. "That is very logical of you. Where would you like to start?" Azawa was secretly relieved that Izuku ultimately decided to stay with Yagi. Don't get him wrong, he didn't dislike the kit, quite the opposite actually. There were just too many things that could go wrong in the span of 5 solar rotations. Terrans as a whole were widely unknown, and their customs were a mystery that still needed to be decoded. What if someone in the dorm accidentally did something offensive or threatening? How often were they supposed to eat? Azawa knew that he chaperoned Izuku to and from their mid-cycle meal, but did Izuku need to snack in between? The chances of food poisoning were much lower now that they had a basic database to cross-reference, but what if the kid still ate something harmful? What if he brought in an Earth food and Eri ate it thinking it was safe? Zashi was also still pretty stressed about the situation as a whole. He'd met the kid a few times, but he could never fully relax when in Izuku's presence. The games that he played with Eri didn't really help much. Eri was young and impressionable, so she was relatively unbothered by the playing, but nearly all of the games involved a physical activity of some sort, usually revolving around a show of stealth or strength. Azawa still had no idea what red or green lights had to do with treading quickly and quietly in a stalking manner towards a target, but it put Zashi on edge while they watched. I Spy was the only game that Zashi had liked. Ironically, the name did not allude to a player pretending to be a spy of some sort and was instead an identifying game, much like Azawa thought Tag would have been. Humans were strange, and Azawa had learned not to question things after the 3rd or 4th children's game Izuku described. Azawa was sure that Yagi would be much more equipped to deal with a child of his own species, and Azawa was confident that the man could handle Izuku of all kits. It was also nice to know that they wouldn't have to move. His and Zashi's dorm only had the one guest room, but if Izuku had decided to stay with them, then they would have temporarily shifted over to a dorm with an extra room. Azawa and Zashi had lived in their dorms since they were hired. Moving into a new room, even temporarily, would have felt very strange. It could look exactly the same as their current dorm, but it would never smell right, and the stale smell of home that would greet them when they returned would have also been depressing. The fact that their dorm only smelled like Zashi upon Azawa's return proved that much at least. If Izuku needed him at all, then Azawa would be just next door, and if he only ate and slept at Yagi's dorm, then Eri would be able to see Izuku plenty. The poor deathfly sprite had been in terrible condition when Azawa and his students were thrown into her cell. Apparently she had only recently been acquired by Sichisaki, the new leader of the overhaul. Azawa wasn't sure what kind of experience Sichisaki had had with deathfly sprites, but while her physical needs were met, her emotional needs were severely neglected. Deathfly sprites, especially young deathfly sprites, needed social interaction. Once Azawa and his students had been captured, the crew decided that a UA teacher and several young students would be the perfect candidates to provide her with the mental STMLTN she needed. No other sentients were calm or delicate enough to risk her safety. Eri had been on the verge of a coma when they were introduced, flickering in and out of consciousness for the first few cycles they were stuck together. Na's frantic worry didn't help much, but Azawa was a trained professional and his instructions helped to calm the other students enough to provide positive feelings to fill the void that had grown within the young girl. After Eri was well enough to eat on her own again, the feather plucking began. Azawa still shuddered thinking about it. Those were a rough few lunar rotations, but at least Eri seemed to get better and better as more time passed. It was slow progress until Izuku arrived. It was apparent even to Azawa that he got genuinely attached to her very quickly. Most species have a hard time doing so even with kits of their own species, but humans were apparently very prone to pack bonding. His affection and protectiveness must have felt like a powerful beacon after such a long time of wallowing in detached worry and pity. While Azawa and his students could think of friends and family to briefly feel joy, that joy was usually accompanied by a wistful melancholy longing, and was very much overshadowed by the despair and hopelessness that surrounded them on all sides. It was no wonder she grew so attached to Izuku. Toyo decided to spend the rest of his cycle relaxing with Izuku and Yagi in Azawa's dorm so that Eri could play with Izuku again. Watching as the human caught her effortlessly while she practiced using her newly growing feathers warmed Azawa's heart. Watching as Eri pulled up the corners of her mouth to imitate a human smile dimmed the feeling. Azawa would have to curb that behavior soon, or at least teach her to only use that greeting with other humans. A threatening display of teeth, even from a species as mild as a deathfly sprite, could cause some serious misunderstandings in the long term. She seemed happy though, so this would be a problem for future Azawa to deal with. Current Azawa would have to deal with watching two kits play terrifying Death World games for the next several blocks. After speaking with both Azawa and Yagi, it was easy for Izuku to make his choice. Living in a dorm with more familiar facilities just seemed like the smoother transition from moving into his own dorm when he joined in with the other students. This was also the first human environment that Nizu had tried to create based on Yagi's ship and crewmates' specifications. The room that Izuku and Toyo were sharing had been a guest space quickly modified for the bare basics of human anatomy, and there had still been a fair bit of guesswork from the limited data that was available at the time. Apparently Yagi wasn't the best when it came to descriptions. After living with Yagi for a bit, Izuku would be able to provide better updates for Nizu during their after-lunch meetings, further refining the dorms in preparation for the new human occupants. Izuku would still be free to visit Azawa and Eri during the day, and Yagi's guest room was scheduled to be converted for his needs by the time Toyo left the station. With that decision made, Toyo announced that he wanted to see Eri before he left. Something about assuring her that though he would be leaving, it would only be for a short while. She'd been meeting with everyone she had grown close with in scheduled blocks over the last several days, but they were trying to wean her off these visits before the break PRD ended. Toyo said that if she'd been any closer with him that he would have had to wait before leaving the station, but as it was he had been in another cell for a majority of their time in captivity. Izuku knew in theory that soon he would also have to start timing his visits, but for now he was who she was the closest with, and his unofficial job was to get her back to a mental state that was healthy for her species. Yue was working hard to get into touch with her home planet and arrange for the search of her family or others that would be willing to take her in and help her live the rest of her life with a normal childhood. For now Izuku would just enjoy the fact that when everyone arrived at Azawa's dorm, he was the one that she ran straight for. Izuku! Eri! The deathfly sprite was easily caught as she practically flew into his arms. She smiled, adopting his and Toyo's human expressions of joy, but opting for an in-between of the two variants she'd seen, showing only the barest hint of teeth. It was adorable, and Izuku smiled right back. "How's your day been, Eri Berry?" "Good. Zashi got me more apples for lunch today." It was really hard to wait while he cut away the seeds and peels, but they were so good. Izuku was happy he'd looked up what foods deathfly sprites could have from Earth. They primarily ate fruit, and after trying a few from Yagi's garden, Eri had latched onto apples the quickest. Yagi wasn't surprised. Apparently the deathfly sprite in his crew was also very partial to apples. The seeds and peels did have to be removed before consumption though. Ah, that reminds me actually. Mrei has been waiting for a chance to meet with Eri. Nizu already agreed that he would help provide transport for her later, but he wanted to be sure that she would be okay with meeting new people before approaching. As her current guardians, do you think it would be alright for him to visit? It's okay if the answer is no, I just thought I'd ask since I was allowed to join in with you today. Yagi started fidgeting with his fingers a bit, a nervous tic that Izuku could relate to, while Azawa contemplated the question. Let's ask her how she feels. Eri, this is Yagi. He's a hero that's helping us right now. One of his hero partners would like to meet with you. He's like you and wants to make sure that you're okay after what happened. He may have to watch over you later, but you don't have to meet with him right now if you don't want to. Eri's grip tightened on Izuku's shirt, but after looking in between Aizawa and Yagi for a bit, Eri inclined her head with a nod. If Izuku doesn't have to leave, then I don't mind. Yagi smiled. That should be fine. He's been very curious about officially meeting Izuku as well, so you two can stay together while he visits. Somehow Izuku doubted that. When Mrei had last met with them, he didn't seem very welcoming. Maybe Izuku was just misreading things. He forced himself to calm down and think of something else when Eri pulled herself closer to him, no doubt tasting his unease. Why don't we play a game while we wait? You can pick Eri. Can we play I Spy? Of course. Why don't you start? Eri was easily distracted while Yagi left to go make the call and let Mrei know that she was ready to meet with him. It was only a few rounds later that the odd high-pitched ping of the doorbell sounded. Izuku was still enthusiastically entertaining Eri when Aizawa and Yagi let Mrei in. Yagi, you never said there were two. Again, Izuku was struck by how tall and elegant Eri's species was. Then they made eye contact and Mrei seemed to freeze in surprise for some reason, but then that cold, almost glare was back on his face. Eri, surprisingly, puffed up her feathers at Mrei, placing herself in front of Izuku. Ah, Eri, it's okay. That's Mrei, he's here to see you. Eri refused to break eye contact with the new Deathfly sprite, even after he focused on her with a calm yet surprised look. He's mine, be nice. The odd stare down lasted only a few moments before Mrei conceded. My apologies. I am here for you, however. Mrei leisurely took his place on the perched couch, settling in next to Zashi. I am Mrei Saki, it is a pleasure to meet you. Mrei did a kind of half bow, sweeping out one arm and wing. The gesture caused Eri to relax her feathers and sit back against Izuku. Hello, Mrei. I'm Eri. Mrei had been thrilled when Yagi called the ship. Eri was finally stable enough to meet with him. He walked the halls briskly, sensing Yagi and knowing exactly where to travel. Mrei trusted Yue to be accommodating since his apprentice was taught here. It seemed like only yesterday that he'd seen the young man in his visions, urging him to head out and seek the Galtrix. It had been a little strange at first, but when a Deathfly sprite showed interest in you, it was in your best interest to play along. Nizu was of course thrilled to host such an esteemed guest. He had the finest fruits served while they awaited Mrei's future student. Just as Mrei foresaw, the little yellow ball of starlight was everything his visions had revealed to him. This was his student, his protégé, and the boy had the confidence to take their first meeting in stride. Within the cycle it felt as if they had never been apart, and Mrei imparted as much wisdom as he had time for. He tried to visit in between every successful mission, but Yagi was adventurous and their travels often took them far away from Yue. It was a long wait, but when Miro was in the later half of his Class 2 studies, he finally received his provisional hero's license and could leave Yue to accompany Mrei on missions. He didn't do so dreadfully often, he still had classes to attend after all, but the boy had been an invaluable asset on many adventures and solidified the fact that Mrei's future vision was never wrong. It also put the enigma that was Yagi and the human race into perspective. Mrei couldn't easily see Yagi's future. Humans were far too spontaneous to get any kind of accurate reading on their fates beyond even just a few clicks. He could see the futures of everyone else and thus deduce what events might occur around their strange human companions. But if Yagi decided to adventure on his own, then Mrei had no way of knowing whether or not his companion would return. It was something that Mrei had needed to come to terms with in the early days of their journey. Mrei could still feel the emotions rolling off the man. Humans had such strong emotions that it floored him the first time they'd made contact, but he had still not met another human quite so genuine as Yagi. They had housed a few other humans on their expeditions, however, not everyone made it out in the end. In the beginning their missions were very treacherous for their human crewmates, but as they learned more they were able to further tailor the suits and other equipment that was necessary for their survival. More would have survived if it weren't for him, but that man had been dealt with. Mrei was thankful that Yagi had made it out in one piece through it all. The man was a beacon of hope, a ray of sunshine in the endless abyss that was space, and though his precious student Miro had boundless energy and charisma, Yagi's emotions overshadowed all others. It's why it was so easy to pick out his whereabouts despite the countless others that called UA their home. The closer he got, the more he could feel the others in the room. The two current guardians of Eri, the human who was set on leaving and thus required to gently reveal the news to the youngling of his species, and then he felt it. The purest energy, sheer joy, and so much of it too. He was right to trust UA with this task. It was strange, however. The closer he drew, the more he could distinguish two young happy flavors. Had he been misinformed? He planned on lightly chastising Yagi for keeping this information from him. Having two sibling deathfly sprites was a much different scenario than one lone child. The healing process would be faster for one, as Mrei could feel even through the door. Sibling and other familial connections were often the most healing in situations of high stress. Yagi, you never said there were two. Mrei would have said more, but he had been mistaken. There was only one deathfly sprite in the room aside from himself, and the other energy he could feel was the human child he'd blatantly tried to ignore back on the ship. Why should he pay any attention to a child that means nothing to him beyond the act of saving? The fact that he was so closely bonded with Eri, however, was a problem. At this rate, their bond would snap back and cause more harm than good in the long term after they separated. Eri could feel his contempt and placed herself protectively in front of the human child, puffing up in aggression. "Ah, Eri, it's okay. That's Mrei, he's here to see you." It seemed as if Mrei had already miscalculated and misstepped. "He's mine, be nice," and there it was. That intonation. She was special just like Mrei. A rarity amongst the already rare. This destined queen of their kind had claimed a human of all beings as hers, and challenging that now would be several steps backwards from where he wanted to be in her graces. Mrei stepped down, backing away from the pair and performing a low bow to request forgiveness. "My apologies. I am here for you, however. I am Mrei Saki. It is a pleasure to meet you." His display worked thankfully, and Eri stopped posturing protectively. "Hello, Mrei. I'm Eri." This was probably the most awkward meeting Izuku had been in, and he was hardly involved. Eri and Mrei shared a back-and-forth conversation, but every so often Mrei would glance in Izuku's direction and Eri would tense in his lap. Yagi seemed oblivious to the hidden intensity, adding to the conversation every now and again. His presence at least seemed to calm Eri, and Izuku was grateful for that. Eventually Mrei announced his departure, taking Yagi with him. After a little while Izuku also had to head out. Toyo was the one who was leaving UA, but Izuku still had to return to their shared room and pick up what few items he had amassed in his time living there. Most were just fabricated supplies for schoolwork, but there were a few items gifted to him from the other students. Bakko had given him one of his teeth for some reason, and Na had given him a rock from her home planet after he showed an interest in their soil composition. Izuku was just really curious after everything that Toyo taught him about Yanjines, but Na apparently liked to take pieces of home back to UA and had a few extra rocks and other natural knickknacks handy. Izuku would treasure it, even if it looked like any other rock he could pick up back on Earth. Toyo left with just a little fanfare, waving dramatically as he boarded Ingenium's ship, and then Izuku found himself alone with Yagi. It didn't take long for him to put his belongings away in the spare bedroom, and dinner was a fairly quiet affair after that. The silence was stifling, and it was an overall awkward experience. What does one say to their idol? Do you remember my dad? Smooth, Izuku, real smooth. Yagi smiled gently at the subject, sitting on the couch. Izuku sat across from him in a nearby armchair. I wasn't sure before, but yes. Hisashi, right? You look just like him, you know. You have your mother's eyes and her hair color too, but you have his curls and freckles. Wow, Izuku's dad had died half a decade ago, but Yagi still remembered him? The starstruck look on Izuku's face was all Yagi needed to see to know exactly what would warm the boy up to staying with him. He was a good man and an excellent surveyor. He was fascinated with everything a planet had to offer. He was a good, genuine man, and that's why he was approved to join us despite his lack of credentials. He was younger than many of those that were in the selection, but he passed our tests with flying colors, and we were happy to have him join us. How did he get selected? What made him so special? Well, for one, he was very driven. The only reason he hadn't pursued a master's degree was because there wasn't any one field he wanted to be labeled under. He instead was focused on getting degrees in all of his favorite subjects. He loved everything equally, from the flora to the fauna, and the makeup of a planet's atmosphere along with its minerals too. He excelled in all of the classes that were offered at the station and was added to the group of potential staff on that standing alone. No one expected him to get chosen to join us, not with the other more specialized scientists alongside him, but he really won over the crew. I wasn't allowed to help pick anyone. Apparently it was considered unfair because I might have been influenced by unconscious signals from subtle body language. Mrei and Mesa did a great job picking though, and every person that joined the crew was amazing. Yagi stood suddenly, heading for the hall that had his room. I'll be right back. There's something I think you'd like to see. Izuku sat at the armchair, listening to the sounds of rummaging coming from Yagi's room. Did he have something of his dad's? Maybe an object they'd discovered together, or even something he used to own before the accident. Yagi returned with a large box labeled Memories in his arms. They had official recorders for our scouting missions at the time, but there's nothing like a good old photo album. It took a lot of convincing, but they allowed me to take a Polaroid camera on our surveys. I've been making photo albums with it ever since. I label them by the galactic year, so sorry if there are any discrepancies. Inside the box there were several binders, each overstuffed with plastic photo liners. Yagi moved some of the top binders out of the way and pulled out some near the middle. After turning the first one a few pages, he handed the book over to Izuku, who teared up at seeing the first picture, a young picture of his dad. He was standing tall in his station uniform, and he seemed a little nervous as the picture was being shot, but the smile on his face was filled with definite excitement. That was the first day he joined us. The others beside him are all of the new recruits that were approved on that day. Feel free to browse through those. I'll answer any questions you might have. Some of the planets we traveled to had some fairly strange phenomena. Izuku didn't have to be told twice, carefully turning the pages and absorbing all the information presented in each picture. Yagi looked on fondly, remembering the many adventures he had shared with those depicted in the album. Yagi, keep up. A young spry man with a head of unruly brown hair ran ahead, nearly disappearing behind the lime-green foliage of the giant fern-like plants around them. Hisashi, I'm not that young anymore. Slow down a bit, would you? The young man laughed, turning back to smile at the camera before pulling ahead again. You're the one who offered to explore with me. Everyone else wanted to stay by the ship. The planet isn't going anywhere. We don't have to sprint our way through the forest. Hisashi turned around again, walking backwards with a grin on his face. I know, but it's just so exciting being on another new planet. What lives here? Why are the plants so neon? What are the animals like? Wag. Still walking backwards, the young man tripped on some hidden root and disappeared past the wall of lime. The camera blurred for a moment as the person holding it sprinted forward. Hisashi! The camera soon refocused on the crumpled form of Hisashi sitting inside a giant flower, absolutely covered in a thick viscous yellow fluid. The man grimaced in disgust and tried to fling away the substance to no avail. What is this? Tentatively, the man took a sniff of the syrupy liquid. Note to self, don't walk backwards on alien planets, you might end up covered in nectar. The camera started to shake as the man behind it laughed. A hand appeared in the frame to help Hisashi up, and the man was quick to take it. Let's get back to the ship, my friend. They'll scan you to make sure that sap isn't dangerous, and then you can take a well-deserved shower. An evil smirk befell the younger crewmate before the camera blurred again, gaining a brief glimpse of the green-tinted sky before the cameraman started loudly complaining at his sticky companion. What was that for? The camera returned to a normal angle as Hisashi walked along the path they'd come from. I just thought I'd give a big hug to the superior who cared so much about my well-being. Also, this is nectar, not sap. I thought that maybe sharing a bit with you might make that more apparent. Why you? Hisashi laughed as he started running along the tangled trail they'd created, the camera cutting as the betrayed companion made chase. Izuku laughed as the video ended, Yagi laughing beside him. Your father was quite the prankster after we all got to know each other. He couldn't help but act his age sometimes. What happened next? The ship wasn't too far away, so we were able to scan him and confirm that the flower wasn't dangerous. Mray refused to go anywhere near him and insisted that he rinse off before tracking anything even remotely sticky into the ship. Some of the other scientists didn't like how childish he acted sometimes, but I certainly appreciated having someone who liked my jokes around. He did earn himself a substantial noogie for the stunt he pulled in that clip though. Are there any more from that planet? Well, aside from that incident, the rest of the survey went well. I was only allowed to save some of the clips from each planet, so I made sure to only keep my favorites. I played that clip at one of your father's birthdays alongside a few others of him falling or tripping on our other travels. He wasn't very pleased, but he was the only one aside from myself that seemed to actively seek out adventure. I just happened to not be as clumsy when exploring. Izuku had devoured the photo albums his first night in Yagi's dorm, and while Izuku was out having lunch with his new classmates and visiting Eri the next day, Yagi requested access to his saved files from the ship. Like all hero ships, their data was heavily encrypted, but it was only because the UA encryption was stronger that Yagi's request was approved. Yagi had file after file in his communication pad filled with short clips from his surveys over the years. The first few survey clips that included Izuku's father had Yagi holding the camera while regaling terrible jokes to the new recruits, but soon Hisashi had started bantering back and their dynamic of exploring the surrounding areas began. All of the other scientists had their favored subjects and stayed close to the ship, monitored by one of the other crew members, but Yagi offered to escort Hisashi as he decided that his place was to search the nearby area to find anything that the others weren't already studying. There was no need to have two scientists looking at plants or soil composition after all. Most of the time it was just an excuse to freely hike, but sometimes, once in a blue moon, they would find something exciting. Izuku knew that he would never forget the clip of his father picking up a rock, only for it to explode in a flurry of spores with legs and wings. It was a new species, half insect, half mushroom, that gathered in groups to camouflage as rocks to hide from predators. He'd probably never be as surprised as his father, who had recoiled and fallen yet again after the fake rock swarmed away. Izuku was excited to see what the other clips would reveal as Yagi again began to search through his files. Why are we here again? Because the lichen here is full of nutrients and it only grows for one season. Yagi was patient as he explained this, but Hisashi still groaned, his silhouette coming up as infrared on the camera feed. I reiterate, why airware? This is so boring. I'd rather survey a mud planet than pick plants all day. Yagi only chuckled as both men went back to work. After a bit of silence, Hisashi spoke up again. Why can't we wait for the sun to rise? I saw the trajectory, it should only take a few hours. The lichen only emerges at night, they're very sensitive to solar radiation. The atmosphere here may be stable enough for us to breathe, but it doesn't block out enough of the star's rays for anything aside from specialized plants to live. You should be happy we're doing this at night, you'd get a sunburn 5 times faster here than on Earth. This place gives me the heebie-jeebies. I'd take the potential skin cancer over this horror nonsense. The only reason I'm here and not back on the ship is because we scanned the surface and confirmed there were no pods nearby. I can't believe we're on an already surveyed planet that comes with a warning label. Yes, the mushroom monster is very scary, we know. You know, if it weren't horror movie worthy, I'd probably study it. I mean, it's already in its own category altogether, something in between a fungus and an animal. How did it come about? Fungus are already almost a kind of in-between of life and plant. If I were an ocean man, I'd probably study corals extensively, but this thing is an enigma. It's fairly large for something that moves as it does, but it doesn't have any organs. It's just solid mushroom as far as anyone's been able to tell, yet it can still feel the vibrations around it to pinpoint where things are if they move or make sounds. Why did they evolve this way though? No one's been able to disturb the planet's surface beyond the top mycelium layer, so is there an entire undiscovered history right beneath our feet? Were there other creatures that used to call this planet their home before falling at the hands of these mushrooms? Why do the information videos on surveyed planets only go over survival techniques and never anything else? What am I supposed to do with cutting and stabbing do not work and neither do blasters? The creatures are made of fungus and only large area blunt force trauma will work. Seriously, Yagi, what do I do with that? Yagi chuckled again, but a low gurgling screech in the distance scared both men to silence. Yagi, the ship said that the nearest pod was 2 kilometers away. That was not 2 kilometers away. Before Yagi could respond, another screech bellowed, closer than before. The baskets of lichen were abandoned as both men started running, the camera angle shifting to the ground in blurs of blacks and blues from the infrared setting. The roar of the beast was closer than ever before by the third call and both men screamed, but a light giggle overtook the chaos. Redacted, what are you doing? The giggles ramped up again. I could feel where the mushroom was, so I ate it. Did I scare you? Hisashi looked scared. Did I get you too? The camera was still angled at the ground, but the amused exasperation could still be heard in their voices. Yeah, you got me good, kid. Go on and scare the other scientists. We're almost done here. Okay. The camera was able to catch the briefest glimpse of spider-like legs scuttling away. Finally, the camera angle was restored and both men walked back to their abandoned baskets. It's hard to believe sometimes that he's older than us. The universe is a mysterious place. I'm just glad he's doing okay after everything. Are you sure that sicking him on the other scientists was a good idea? Mrei is by the ship, he'll see it coming. He's not my kid, it'll be fine. He makes me miss my son though. I wish I could visit home more often. We've all had to make sacrifices for these tasks. I know. I hope they fix the communication pad soon. My kid's birthday is coming up, you know. He's growing up so fast. There were only a few more words spoken before the video cut. Izuku remembered that birthday. His dad had called them near midnight, but Izuku was still so excited to hear from him. He could vaguely remember some of these stories, but the way his dad had spun them, it was always someone else tripping or falling. He missed the man dearly. Yagi, who was that? The video, it cut out their name. Oh, that was someone our crew had rescued. Their name was censored for security reasons, you don't have to worry about that. Yagi moved on to the next clip and the sight of a pastel sunrise quickly captivated Izuku. The universe was a beautiful place to behold, but some things are just better off not being known. Izuku held Eri in his arms as the ship finished docking. The onboarding ramp lowered and the door hissed open as Toyo walked out, grinning widely as he made his way out of Ingenium's ship. We're back, did you miss us? Welcome back, Toyo. Eri was more excited than Izuku thought she would be, but she didn't make any movements to leave Izuku's grip, so there she stayed. Since her declaration, Mrei had backed away from Eri and Izuku while they were together, but he had started visiting Eri one-on-one after. Izuku usually left for the day. See, Eri, I told you I'd be back soon. I have someone I want you to meet, can I bring him out? Eri nodded and Toyo called back to the ship. Okay, Kiri, come on out. A boy around Izuku's age peeked out from Ingenium's ship, looking at everything around him. Izuku didn't blame him, this was Yue after all. The boy had bright red hair gel spiked up into sharp points, but his face was friendly as he made his way down the ramp. He seemed surprised when he laid his eyes on Izuku. Izuku! Izuku smiled awkwardly and waved. Yeah, that's me. Hi, it's nice to meet you. No, you're Izuku Midoriya, right? Yes. The boy beamed, his smile even wider than Toyo's. You don't remember me? Oh, wait, I guess my hair was black back then. It's Kirishima. Kirishima Ijiro? We went to space camp together a few years ago. Izuku did remember and a wide grin grew on his own face. Of course I remember, you almost beat me on trivia night. Kirishima laughed. Yeah, that was the first time I ever lost actually. It was so cool that there was someone out there just as passionate about space as I was. I was too shy to ask you back then, but I'm glad I have the opportunity to ask you now. Will you please be friends with me? The question was asked quickly, but Izuku was still able to catch it. Really? I didn't think anyone liked me after winning. Everyone just stayed away from me after that. I know. They were just jealous. You were really cool up there, even if you did stutter a bit on the microphone. Izuku could feel the heat of his blush. He had stage fright but still had a lot of fun answering questions. I was scared of being left out too when I saw, and I'm sorry for that. I should have stepped up and introduced myself properly back then, but I hope you can forgive me so we can start over here at you. Yeah, I would like that actually. I get it, I probably would have been too scared to make friends with someone if no one liked them either. It was a while ago so it doesn't really matter anymore. Toyo said a lot about you, so I'd be happy to be friends. Really? Awesome, I won't let you down. Izuku laughed, but Eri patted at him, reminding him that she was still there. Oh, where are my manners? Kirishima, this is Eri. Kirishima straightened at the introduction and bowed briefly. Hello Eri, it's nice to meet you. Toyo's told me a lot about you too. Please let me know if you need anything. Eri smiled and clutched onto Izuku's uniform a bit tighter. Hello Kirishima. You're nice, I like you. Izuku chuckled while patting Eri's head a bit. It's Kirishima, not Kirishima. You can call me Kiri, a lot of people do. You too, Izuku, feel free to call me Kiri. I give everyone the option. I'm not sure if you knew this already, but most sentients shorten their names off-planet. It just helps others who might have a harder time pronouncing things in weird native tongues. That made sense. Izuku briefly wondered if he should get used to the nickname Aizu before Nizu appeared. Hello everyone, I trust your trip went well? Toyo matched Nizu's toothy grin before nodding. Yup, all according to plan. You had something to announce. Indeed I did. It's very nice to meet you Kirishima, welcome to UA. I know you just returned from quite the trip, however the end of the break PRD is almost upon us and we need to gauge your and Izuku's standing in the UA curriculum. You will be coming with me to fill out some placement tests. Tomorrow, you and Izuku will be taking the physical UA Hero Course entrance exams. The tests shouldn't take long and you will have sufficient time to unpack and rest afterwards, but I wanted to let the both of you know now that everyone is here. If you would follow me. Yes, sir. Nizu started walking down the hall and Kirishima followed right after. Izuku was suddenly very nervous. He knew that he would be taking the entrance exam, but so soon? What if he failed? Would he and Kirishima be able to help each other? What should he prepare for? Toyo slapped one of his large hands on Izuku's back, still smiling. Hey, don't worry about it. You'll do great out there. You already met everyone in your class, right? If they could do it, then I know you can too, so no pressure, okay? Izuku nodded, shaky confidence restored. He could do this. If he couldn't even pass one test, then he shouldn't be able to become a hero anyways. Things would be okay. Hopefully. Izuku had butterflies in his stomach. There had been a PowerPoint presentation on the robots that he and Kirishima would have to fight, but that only made him even more nervous. How were they supposed to fight robots? They still had a few minutes to prepare before heading out, but Izuku was spending his remaining time doing breathing exercises. Hey, we got this, yeah? Kirishima had looked tired when he arrived, but still seemed confident. We'll both go for a one-pointer together, okay? After we see just how tough things get, we'll figure out the rest. 2-on-1 isn't so bad after all, right? Can we even work together? They never said we couldn't. What if they split the points? Kirishima beat his fists together with a wide grin. Then we'll just have to get enough points for the both of us to get in. Izuku sighed but then smiled lightly. He felt better now at least. 2-on-1 did sound more manageable. The doors opened and both boys took their mark. There was no countdown, they were just told to run, and Izuku scrambled to follow after Kirishima who bolted as soon as he knew he could. There were robots everywhere, but it was still a relatively small area. UA had converted one of its large gyms into a fake city. It looked eerily similar to an Earth city, but maybe it was just Izuku's imagination. Kirishima pointed out one robot after scanning the crowd. There, a one-pointer. We're gonna go in and punch its hull. If that doesn't work, then we'll back off and try something else. When we find out their weak points, we'll go for those. Sound good? Izuku nodded and Kirishima made a fist. Okay, go. Izuku also made a fist, letting out a battle cry as he hit the chest of the robot with Kirishima. He'd expected to hurt and maybe make a dent as if he'd punched a school locker, but to his immense surprise the metal crinkled like the front of a car does when in a crash. Were the robots made of aluminum? The metal was certainly softer than steel, but it made sense for UA to use a cheaper and safer material for mock battles against students. Hey, Izuku, you can nerd out about metal compositions later, get a move on. Izuku looked over and Kirishima had taken out another robot, but he didn't see the three-pointer coming in to get him while he was distracted. Watch out! Izuku ran in, pushing Kirishima aside and kicking the robot. The robots were lighter than they looked too because it bounced several feet away at the blow, sparking a few times before laying in an unmoving heap. Nice save, but we still have to get going. This thing is timed. This is a competition now, whoever gets the most points wins. 1, 2, 3, go. And then Kiri was off again, punching robots left and right. Izuku didn't think that his fists could take all that, so he stuck with kicking everything in his path. After he got into the rhythm of things, it was actually kind of fun. Both Izuku and Kirishima took out a few robots individually, but after saving each other from sneak attacks a few times they decided to have each other's backs for the remainder of the mock trial. By the time the bell rang the two were laughing. That was the most fun they'd had in a while, especially when they realized that the lasers the robots fired were essentially useless against them. Nizu was there to greet them when they returned to the locker room, and both boys straightened up immediately, which caused the short principal to chuckle lightly. I want to congratulate you both on a job well done. We as a panel will still need some time to tally up your results, but you both did splendidly out there. Your new rooms have been completed in the 1A dorms, so you may spend the rest of your day moving into the space with your fellow classmates. Kirishima, feel free to request an extension on your current room if you would like to meet your new classmates beforehand. Kiri shook his head. I think I'll be okay. Izuku can introduce me while we move in. Splendid. Your rooms are on the first floor right next to each other. Should you need anything from us, your room communication pads have all UA staff programmed in as contacts. You each also have a fabricator in your room for basic materials as well as personalized restrooms. You will have to use the universal restrooms while in the rest of the halls, so be aware that they may undergo rapid modifications as necessary for new species, though this is generally a rare occurrence. Yagi and Toyomitsu have both agreed to help with any packing and unpacking should you need it. Kiri smiled and bowed at the white-furred alien. Thanks again for having us. This is like a dream come true. Izuku also bowed lightly in agreement. It's no problem at all. This is a grand opportunity for everyone involved. I trust that you two will do your best in all of your courses. Welcome to you. Kirishima couldn't stop talking about how excited he was to finally arrive as soon as the two were alone in the UA halls, and Izuku couldn't agree more. He couldn't wait to call his mom in the true privacy of his new room and tell her all about it. Bakugo wasn't nervous. Not one bit. It wasn't like his biggest friend rival was moving into the dorms or anything. Izuku had only gotten cooler and cooler the more he learned about humans. That Scoville scale or whatever. But the fact that it could go so high? Well, he certainly wanted to try some earth peppers that were hotter than Jalen's. Maybe not that Carolina Reaper though. Toyo was back with his apprentice too, so now they would have a twomans in their class. That meant 2 more rivals to beat, 2 more people that Bakugo would have to prove himself against. As it was, Shou was the only one worth competing against, but the BSer didn't even register Bakugo on his radar. It set him off being dismissed so callously. He worked his tail off to get into the hero course, darn it. He wondered what Toyo's apprentice was like though. Would he act as infuriatingly meek as Izuku did? Would he be as annoyingly boisterous as Toyo was? Were there even any other kinds of human personalities out there? How many did they have? Well, he wouldn't have to wait long to find out. Azawa briefly stopped by to dryly inform everyone to be on their best behavior because the humans were finally moving in. He left before anyone could ask questions and the common room exploded in conversation. Everyone was excited to finally be able to live with Izuku. He'd grown on everyone surprisingly quickly, but they were also worried about meeting another new Death Worlder. Izuku was nice, so they couldn't be that bad, right? Knocks on the front doors quieted all other activity. Shou answered, being the only one brave enough to answer. Hey, Bakugo'd have done it if he were closer, okay? Hello, everyone. Sorry to barge in, we're just here to help your new classmates move in. For anyone who hasn't met me yet, I'm Toyo. I'll be a new teacher's assistant working with the class 3 students this year, but feel free to come to me if you have any questions, okay? Toyo walked in carrying a frankly enormous box in his arms and walked over to what would be his apprentice's new room. Another adult human that Bakugo didn't know walked in and he bristled at the stranger. Hello. My name is Yagi. I'm also a new teacher at UA this year. I will be working with your class soon, so I look forward to meeting you all properly. The man-woman did an awkward short bow while holding a smaller box than Toyo had held, opening the door to Izuku's new room and disappearing inside. A familiar head of green hair could be seen poking out from behind another large box as Izuku walked in, another figure completely obscured by the box in their hands following closely behind. Hello, everyone, it's nice to see you. Well, I'll see you after I put my things down, but I'm glad to be moving in. A chorus of welcomes echoed throughout the room in greeting. Another unfamiliar voice piped up afterwards. Hello, I'm Kirishima Ijiro. Feel free to call me Kiri. It's nice to meet you. Just let me put my stuff away and we can properly talk, okay? Another round of replies sounded, a little more hesitantly than for Izuku, but the new human didn't seem daunted. Good, he sounded confident at least. It only took a few more trips for the humans to finish putting their belongings in the new students' rooms, and then they were free to unpack or hang out at their leisure. The two adults left the dorms as soon as everything was delivered, and Bakugo was able to really get a good look at the new human. His hair was bright red, rivaling Showa scales. How many colors did their hair come in? He smiled just like Toyo did, full teeth baring. But he did seem to tone it down with everyone who wasn't Izuku. Bakugo was able to see a teeth-baring smile from Izuku directed at Kiri too during this time, and it was a good look on the green-haired alien, confident. Bakugo played it cool during introductions, feigning indifference, but inside he was excited to size up his new competition. He had seen Izuku in action, but Kiri seemed even more fit than his green-haired companion. His arm muscles were more defined, but maybe that was because the redhead was wearing some kind of short-sleeved garment while Izuku was still wearing his fabricated jumpsuit. They would find out their strengths and weaknesses during training later in the week. Bakugo couldn't wait to get back to training. Both boys took their time meeting everyone, or Izuku took his time to introduce Kirishima to everyone who was interested, but afterwards both retreated to their rooms to fully unpack and set up their living spaces. Bakugo wondered what kind of decorations humans had. Kiri seemed to have bigger boxes than Izuku, and he had more items than he had as well. Just what did Kiri have that would require that much heavy lifting? Because for Toyo's strain in lifting something it had to be heavy. Hopefully humans weren't territorial and Bakugo would get to see what was inside their spaces after they finished decorating. Izuku was happy to finally have his notebooks back. Toyo had picked up everything he brought to the station while he'd returned, and after double-checking the list that Izuku had made he knew that nothing had been stolen or tampered with in his absence. There was a letter of apology from Director Rikia added to the list of items, but it was mostly just a general statement on how and why things were handled the way they were. Izuku hated politics. Kirishima had way more to unpack than Izuku did, but that was to be expected. He'd moved to the station to be with his moms a few years prior, so he had accumulated a lot more things for his station room. Izuku had everything that he thought would fit in a 4-person dorm, so a few of his favorite posters and essentials like toiletries. In the end, Izuku had a half-filled bookshelf and a sad-looking living space. What few gifts he'd received from his classmates were displayed proudly on his desk though. Okuro had gifted him one of her feathers recently, and Sato had given him a quartz-like chunk of his mineral coat. Izuku now has a little bowl of odd items and he couldn't be happier. He hadn't received gifts from others aside from his mom in so long. After sitting in his new room for a few minutes, boredom started to creep in and he decided to see if Kirishima needed help unpacking. He waved to the few classmates that were still in the common room as he walked by, and Kiri answered the door after the 4th knock, beaming when he saw it was Izuku. "What's up, man, you need something?" "I'm okay, I actually just finished unpacking and wanted to see if you needed help." Kiri stood aside, inviting Izuku in. "I would appreciate it. I have most of the decorations up already, I just need to set up all my gear." Gear. Kiri just had to gesture to a pile and Izuku understood. In a heap off to the side there was a pile of unassembled exercise equipment. There was nothing too fancy, But the punching bag and dumbbell shelf did seem like two people projects. Taking a look around the room, Izuku was struck by how different it was to his own. His room had posters of constellations and other space phenomena, as well as a few articles with Yagi pictured on the front, but Kiri had numerous alien posters all over his room, each with unique outfits and backgrounds. There were a few bodybuilding posters and some science-themed ones too, but the bulk of the hanging decor were obviously depicting heroes. Kiri caught him gawking and playfully bumped his shoulder. Toyo mentioned that you didn't know anything about heroes. Don't worry, I'll catch you up to speed. I'll have you hooked by the end of the night. I've been telling stories to newbies at the station for years now, so I have experience. Izuku's fingers twitched and he made for the door. I'll be right back, I need to get my notebook. Kiri grinned, excited to have such an eager student. Izuku was back in record speed and Kiri spoke while unpacking everything he didn't need help with. Izuku took notes furiously, mumbling when particularly interesting tidbits came up. Each poster had a different story to tell and Izuku hung off every word. Kiri saved the best for last, or so he said. Crimson Riot, a red mini-Rix with iron deposits all throughout his protective layer. You know, Crimson Riot is the reason I decided to major in geology. As soon as I found out that mini-Rix each have a different cover layer depending on the geographical location of their native home island, I dove down the rabbit hole of how different environment could affect them. My moms think it's hilarious how I found a favorite hero and then immediately became a rock nerd, but I wouldn't change things for the world. My hero name is going to be Red Riot, a testament to Crimson Riot. Hero name. Yeah. Heroes come up with names for the public to call them. It's dangerous to put your real name out there, not only so you can have a private life but to keep your loved ones safe. Some heroes even design their costumes to help them blend in better when they're off duty. We probably won't have that luxury since we'll be the first official generation from Earth, but you should start thinking about what you want to be called if we get into the hero course. Conversation tapered off as Kiri started instructing Izuku on how to set up his exercise equipment, but Izuku was still thinking about his hero name. Yagi's was All Might, and he had met others too but had never put two and two together before. Separating his real name from his hero name made sense, but what would the universe call someone like him? Izuku and Kirishima read their letters and cried tears of joy. They were officially in the hero course. Not only had they each earned enough villain points, but helping each other out on the field proved that they had heroic natures and their rescue points placed them even higher on the scaling system. They both passed with flying colors and they had each other to thank for it. Stares and whispers followed the two humans as they traveled the halls. They were finally in the section of UA populated by other students and everyone wanted to get a good look at the new species. Kiri had toned his wide grin down to a closed smile after the first few students flinched away from him, but both humans were waving lightly at others who caught their eye. Kiri seemed to be soaking up the attention, but Izuku had to fight not to hunch in on himself. Today was their first day of class and Na was leading the way even though Izuku knew where Azawa's classroom was. The halls were usually so blissfully empty during lunch that Izuku forgot what a crowd of students looked like, let alone a large group of students with vastly different physical features. He had to force himself not to stare. He didn't want to be rude, but everyone around him was fascinating. Once they arrived at the room, Izuku noticed a new desk that hadn't been there before. It was fairly obvious because it was longer than the others and had two chairs, definitely meant for Izuku and Kiri to share. It wasn't at the very back of the room as if to hide them, nor was it at the front to put them on display, but instead nestled in the middle and off to the right of the room behind Bakugo's seat. After doing a head count, the shared desk made sense. There were now 21 students in Azawa's class with Kiri joining them, so fitting two new desks would have been a bit more difficult for the small room than this solution. Azawa began to speak and it took Izuku by surprise for a moment. His hands began to write quickly in his notebook, jotting down the lesson and anything he didn't quite follow. He had been working all throughout the break PRD to get caught up with Nizu, but a new language was a new language. Later on, Izuku would learn that translators weren't allowed during official class hours, but this would be good practice in case he ever found himself in another situation where Common was the only language spoken. Izuku was still trying to keep up with the lesson when the bell for lunch rang. "Come on, Izuku, I want to show you the lunchroom. Na was thankfully speaking clearly and avoiding slang so Izuku could keep up with her but also didn't wait around, grasping his hand and pulling him out of the room. The stares were instantly back, but the smell wafting from the cafeteria the closer they got served as a good distraction from the attention. Kirishima was keeping up with the conversation flawlessly as they walked, and Izuku was just a bit jealous. There were so many sentients that Izuku was suddenly overwhelmed, but he managed to snap himself out of it to keep following. Not only were the students varied, but their lunches were too. He was worried up until he actually got to the lunch line and a tablet with several preference prompts appeared, allowing him to order a traditional Dragit Jalen dish with a little extra sodium. Many of the students not in their class looked at the dish strangely as they walked by to find a seat, but it smelled amazing and Izuku couldn't wait to try it. Bakugo seemed to approve of his choice, and Kirishima had grabbed some kind of fragrant herby salad with a healthy amount of large dried grubs in the mix alongside a cup of assorted foreign fruit. After a little convincing, Na had grabbed a cup of lemonade made with sweeteners from her home planet, and Bakugo ordered a modified jalapeno burrito unprompted after Izuku ordered his food. Most of Class 1A sat at one table and the group was quick to make space for everyone. Tsu complimented Kiri on his lunch choice, but Izuku lost focus on conversation after taking a bite of his food. Izuku didn't mind peanut butter and jelly sandwiches or other easy meals to be honest, but he was getting a little tired of Yagi's usual stock of pantry fillers. UA was done implementing their human meal plan, including foods that other species could and couldn't eat from their new stock of human produce, and Izuku couldn't be happier to have a hot new meal to enjoy. The topic of food was one that really dominated the table. Kirishima was happy to help translate for Izuku when words he still didn't know popped up, but it was interesting to learn about all the varied diets at the table. Students from other tables weren't as subtle as they thought they were while they tried to eavesdrop, but Izuku found that it didn't bother him as much as he thought it would once he was preoccupied. Once lunch was over and Aizawa continued his lesson, Izuku vowed that he would study even more in his off time to learn common. He refused to fall behind so early in the year, and Kirishima seemed to be doing just fine. Izuku idly wondered if his dorm neighbor would be willing to help him study. At the very least he would ask about his choice in lunch. Kirishima pinched himself as Toyo walked out of the ship to greet everyone. He still couldn't believe that he was at UA, the home of heroes. At first he'd been scared that his mentor would never come back. His other teachers gave him pitying looks in class while Toyo was missing, but then Nizu called the station and confirmed that he was alive. Kirishima isn't ashamed to admit that he cried when he heard the news. All of a sudden he had to scramble to pack his bags because he was invited to join his mentor. Kirishima wasn't dumb. He knew that the only reason why Toyo still had his job was because he was the most willing to use himself as a testing dummy for the organic HPSC tests, but the man still risked his position to help Kirishima escape the frankly toxic atmosphere of the station. His moms did their best to be there for him, but they were always busy working and he didn't want to bother them too much. He'd been living at the station for so long that everything was routine now. He tried to fit in, he really did, but it was hard. When he'd first moved to the station he was so much younger than everyone else, and even now that he was around the same age as the newest group of recruits, he wasn't the best at socializing. He had Toyo for that. The man introduced Kiri to heroes when he was a kid and then proceeded to teach him everything he knew about any topic Kiri could ask about. Naturally, he was the most experienced when it came to his own personal studies, but his research was interesting, so the man became a kind of father figure that Kiri couldn't get with either of his moms. His moms tried to help him grow up with other kids his age, sending him down to Earth for summer space programs, but Kiri was too shy to make friends, especially when he knew that he might never see them again. When Toyo left, he understood. Toyo was acting like a true hero should, but when he didn't come back right away, he left a gaping hole in Kiri's heart. Toyo was one of Kiri's favorite people and he hoped beyond hope that he was safe. The worst thing about the disappearance was not knowing what happened. Should he hope? Should he mourn? Kiri did a bit of both until the UA call came through. His moms may be constantly busy, but they loved him and knew that he would be happier studying at UA under Toyo's guidance, so they signed off on their approval quickly. Before Toyo was able to pick him up, he called during lunch nearly every day, telling stories of his capture and their escape, and also about the boy that he'd left to save. Izuku. That name sounded vaguely familiar. The way that Toyo described his nervous tendencies also rang a bell somehow. The boy had kept up a strong face, but Toyo knew that there was an anxious ball of nerves lying right under the surface. Kiri promised to help as much as he could. He'd also been that boy once upon a time after all, and he still was behind his bravado. Kiri's memory returned as soon as he followed Toyo off the ship. That curly green hair and those freckles. That was Izuku Miridia, the only boy who'd ever beat him at trivia. It was a few years ago now, but Kiri still remembered. He stuttered while on stage and a lot of the other kids accused him of cheating behind his back, but Kiri was happy to find someone who loved space as much as he did. After the other kids started to ostracize him, Kiri was too scared to approach anymore. He didn't want to miss his one chance to socialize with other kids his age, but he never did end up making any friends that year. He regretted his choice and wanted to make up for it the next year, but Izuku never returned to that space camp. Kiri didn't blame him. He had another chance now though. Kiri only had enough time to introduce himself before Nizu stole him away, but he was confident that he would pass the written assessment at least. He'd had Toyo as a mentor for years and shadowed the older kids' classes when he got bored at the station sometimes. Kiri knew he was well ahead of his age group. It didn't make him any less tired the next day. He was so excited that he hadn't been able to sleep. Kiri hoped that Izuku didn't notice the bags under his eyes as they prepared for their physical exam. Izuku was really nervous. If Kiri was being honest, he was nervous too, but one of them had to be strong, so he channeled his inner Toyo and came up with a plan that he was honestly surprised worked out in the end. To see someone who was nearly hyperventilating before laughing while fighting robots was an accomplishment. This is why he wanted to be a hero, to bring smiles to those he saved. Getting his acceptance letter was a great feeling. He was doing it, he was accomplishing his dream. Izuku seemed to struggle on the first day of class, but Kiri would be sure to help him out. From what notes he could read in the boy's notebook, he was still understanding quite a bit. Considering that Izuku hadn't known any common before his capture, Kiri respected what he'd already picked up. Izuku was definitely smart and Kirishima was proud to call him his rival. A few weeks had passed and things were settling down at UA. Some students still stared at the humans as they traversed the halls, but now they were a common sight. Only Class 1A had really made friends with them, but they all lived together in the dorms, so that was to be expected. There was a big exam coming up though, one that all the hero students aside from the two newest members were aware of until it was finally brought up in class. Mustafa was the planet that UA orbited, and it in and of itself was property of UA. It was a place where no sentient life had evolved, but it still had a stable climate as well as its own flora and fauna. It is considered one of the safest categories of planet that one can receive with very mild weather and very docile creatures. It has no large predators on any of its land masses, and UA boasts several settlements on the surface, each with a different function and highly classified whereabouts for security purposes. This would be where their midterm would take place, a survival exercise. Anyone can end up stranded on an undocumented planet, but heroes are much more likely to find themselves in survival situations when in comparison to other occupations. This wasn't an undocumented planet. Every student at UA received a packet on what to expect in an emergency evacuation to Mustafa, and the hero courses spent the final 3 weeks leading up to their midterms learning about basic survival skills and what Mustafa was really like on its surface. The students would be tasked with survive 4 full rotations, or half a galactic week, on Mustafa with teacher supervision. The teachers are only allowed to intervene in emergency situations. Students are allowed tap out if they ever feel unsafe, and there is no shame in tapping out, however it will affect the grades given depending on the reasons for early departures. Kiri and Izuku work together intensively, both passionate about planets and their ecosystems. Izuku's understanding of Common grew massively in this time as he and Kirishima studied almost exclusively in Common, and he even started to learn Common Sign with words he was very familiar with. Both boys were very excited for this trip because it had been a while since either of them had been camping, and they made sure to order anything that they couldn't fabricate. Izuku was ever practical with his orders, and Kiri still ordered what he needed but also splurged a bit on luxuries. His moms approved anything that wasn't necessary and transferred over the appropriate funds to UA for whatever wasn't covered by the tuition. Still, Izuku couldn't wrap his head around some of the redhead's choices. Kiri? Why do you have 24 boxes of chocolate? Hey, I've been in space longer than you, okay? I know this looks like a lot, but it takes forever to order things and it's better to order in bulk when you can anyways. Okay, then why did you only order 1 tube of toothpaste? No comment. Such conversations were par for the course as deliveries arrived and survival plans were drawn out. In the days leading up to their midterm, Izuku and Kirishima passed more and more notes to each other during class. They shared a desk, so it was easy enough, and it was a lot more exciting than the lectures being given. The things being taught were all very basic, almost common knowledge like boiling water before consumption and making shelter before seeking out food. The only reason that Aizawa didn't call attention to their blatant disregard for his lessons was because he'd approached them after class on the day they'd passed their first note. What, may I ask, was so important for you two to discuss while I was going over today's lesson? If there's anything you need, you can feel free to ask me, another teacher, or recovery girl, but you'll need to use your time after class to do so. You can also raise a limb to ask questions if any come up in class. You don't have to keep to yourselves if you need anything. I'll have you know that if your back and forth notes were just a simple conversation, then you both have detention. Sorry, Mr. Aizawa. We were just going over some more advanced survival techniques together. We already knew everything you went over in class today. May I see? Izuku had handed over his notebook to Aizawa and was thankful that even in class he and Kiri were practicing common together. Aizawa skimmed the notes for a bit before returning the book. I want to see your notes after class every day to make sure you're not slacking. Try to be more discreet. I don't want the others thinking that they can also get away with ignoring lessons. Treat this as extra stealth training. Both boys nodded and packed up their belongings, but Aizawa stopped them before they left the room fully. Your notes were good, by the way. Keep up the good work. Izuku and Kirishima were even more determined to show their skills now. They would ace this test and show everyone just what humans were made of. Enjoying a nice camping trip would just be the icing on the cake. Okay, class. You've had time to prepare yourselves and gather everything you deem necessary for your trip to Mustafu. You have the rest of this class PRD to return to your dorms and pack your bags. Return here with your bags before lunch and we will scan them for technology and keep them with your hero costumes until they are needed. All technological items and functions in your suits have been removed and disabled for this exercise. You may only bring what you can carry over long distances, so after lunch we will head to the gym and have you carry everything you've packed while you walk 1 kilometer around the track. We will all head to the gym together, so return here after lunch. After delivering that announcement, Aizawa pulled out the now iconic yellow sleeping bag he used while not actively teaching, and the class erupted into conversation. Izuku and Kirishima were quick to head to their rooms, their heavy-duty backpacks already half-packed with essentials. It didn't take long for the two to finish packing, and they loitered in the common room to chat with a few others about the exercise while waiting. Zashi arrived at the dorms a few clicks before class was supposed to end for lunch, and as he saw what few students were still there, he motioned for them to cover their ears before amplifying his voice and making an announcement that could undoubtedly be heard throughout the other rooms. Okay, listeners, you have 10 clicks to get back to class. If you are not in class with your bags by then, you will be given a basic UA survival bag, and we all know that those are for emergencies at best, so get a move on. Scrambling could be heard in some of the remaining rooms as what students were lagging behind began to frantically finish packing. Neta opened his door and practically ran to Zashi. Can I have an extension? I didn't get back to the dorms until 30 clicks ago. Oh. And what took you so long, little listener? I was talking to some classmates. About the exam, of course, back in class. I'm sorry, little listener, but you had the same amount of time as everyone else to pack. Better get going, you're down to about 9 clicks now. Neta hurriedly ran back to his room, slamming the door behind himself in his haste. Izuku and Kirishima made their way to class, hoping that the others weren't also as unprepared. Camping was no fun if you didn't carry the essentials. Once back in class, they took a look at their classmates and the different styled bags they each carried. Some were alarmingly small. Okoo was the alien closest to Izuku when they arrived, and she also had one of the smallest bags of the group, so Izuku grabbed her attention. Okoo? Why is your bag so small? The Purdy turned to her friend and smiled, waving off his concern. Don't worry, I thought for a long time what I would bring. My water bottle collapses and it saves a lot of space. Purdy bones are hollow, so we're not very strong. I can't carry a lot unless I use my feathers, and even then we're only allowed to take what we can physically carry over long distances. She then looked over to his bag and her eyes widened in alarm. Your bag is so big. Are you sure you can carry all that? Won't you hurt yourself? Izuku looked at his camping bag and shrugged. I've carried heavier. I was surprised when I learned that space uses the same distance metric as most of Earth does. My old school was about 2.5 kilometers from my home. 1 kilometer isn't very far for us, and my backpack was almost as heavy as this since I used to carry all of my school books with me. Your class books were heavy? His voice was a high-pitched chirp by this point, but Izuku was still able to understand her. Yeah. We still use books for our schools since most schools haven't adapted to using tablets yet. Archaic, I know, but I always made sure to stretch to help with avoiding back problems. Kirishima got Izuku's attention to talk more about their plans, and Okuro gladly took the distraction as her cue to make conversation with one of the more sane members of her class. Neta made it back to class just as the bell rang for lunch with present Mike right on his heels. Azawa took his spot at the front of class once again and gestured to a rack on the wall. Please place your bags here. We will scan them for technology while you're at lunch. Be prepared for the physical test upon your return. Everyone placed their bags on the racks and headed towards the cafeteria after. Every single one of them couldn't help but talk about the midterm. Izuku and Kirishima were especially excited. There was no way midterms back at the Earth Station would ever be this exciting. Wow, it's so big! The sheer size of some of the rooms at UA would never cease to amaze Izuku. It wasn't quite as big as the area he and Kiri had used for their entrance exam, but the gym was still fairly large, roughly the size of a small stadium. Izuku wasn't sure what the Earth Station was like since he hadn't had the chance to explore it, but he doubted it was as grand as this. The gym track measured at 1 kilometer exactly. There were 4 lanes, so the class would be split into groups for this exercise. Averages had been taken using the scores measured during the beginning of the year, so everyone that would be paired together would be expected to finish at roughly the same times to help things run smoothly, but this data was roughly estimated and Izuku and Kirishima weren't fully added into the system accurately yet due to insufficient data. Mr. Azawa volunteered to go first to demonstrate this exercise. Because our class has 21 students, there will be 1 student expected to go alone, and as a proud member of the NTIA's race I can finish this test quickly and efficiently. Yeah, sure, just grab your bag and start at the inner line. Azawa almost seemed to expect Ida's offer to volunteer, and Ida didn't seem to take Azawa's dismissive response to heart as he picked up his bag. It wasn't the smallest bag, but it still wasn't very large. Izuku still watched mesmerized as Ida's thrusters powered up, shooting him forward with heavy bursts of air. Even though the class was only required to walk, Ida always stressed the importance of completing work in a timely manner, and it seemed that this task was no different. Oi, just because you're new here doesn't mean you get to break the rules. Izuku looked down at Neta, who seemed to be glaring at him for some reason. What do you mean? Your bag? There's no way you packed all that just now, and you really think you're so arrogant that when the teachers see you struggle that they'll let you keep everything you packed? UA isn't like whatever school you were at before. They'll just make you take things out until you can walk the full kilometer without stopping. You should take some things out now while you have the chance. Izuku looked briefly to Kirishima, who shrugged, also not understanding, and then back at the lug. There weren't any rules about packing beforehand, so Kiri and I started making our bags ahead of time. You don't have to worry about us, we'll be fine. Neta scoffed, walking away from the two. Don't say I didn't warn you. Neta was quick to scuttle off when Bakko suddenly appeared, sitting at the bench next to Izuku on the side opposite to Kirishima. Don't listen to him, I know you can carry all that. I've seen your strength firsthand. They wouldn't have paired you two up with me and Shou otherwise. Izuku looked up at the roster and it was true. Currently Mashiai, Mizo, Koka, and Tashiai were walking the track. They were going at a decent pace and each were chatting lightly as they went. Mizo and Mashiai had fairly decent-sized bags, but they also had more muscle density than most of their other classmates. One by one, each of the groups went, most walking rather than following Ida's fast-paced example. Koji, Sato, Momo, and Denki were a fairly average group, none standing out too much during their exercise. Tsu, True, Siro, and Iga followed, and they took their exercise at a light jog, finishing faster than everyone else aside from Ida himself. Neta was in the second-to-last group along with Mna, Okoro, and Tako. Their group was by far the slowest. Neta in particular had a pitifully small bag, but everyone in their group was winded by the end of their walk. Izuku was a bit worried for them, but Bakugo got his attention before leaving to grab his bag. Shou and I are probably going to run this, so if you want to prove that stupid lug wrong, you should try to keep up. He trotted off before Izuku could reply, but Kiri bumped his shoulder with a mischievous smile on his face. Hey, Izu, dragons are pretty strong, but most species don't have the stamina that humans do. They're going to shoot ahead and tire themselves out by their second laps. Just jog and you'll be fine. Izuku was planning on doing so anyways. If Bakugo and Shou were planning on running, then it would only make sense to not walk the track either, but sprinting for a kilometer also didn't sound particularly fun, especially while wearing a bag. Kiri's bag was even bigger than Izuku's, but the boy insisted that he would take everything that he needed for the 4 days of camping. Izuku was a bit more practical and planned on making anything he might need using the tools he brought, but his tent and sleeping bag were a must, and they took up quite a bit of space on his back. It was no wonder that so many students saw their bags as huge. Kiri had 2 tents, but his were smaller than Izuku's, and the boy insisted that a framed cot was more comfortable than a sleeping bag. After grabbing their bags, Izuku took the lane next to Kiri, and both dragons got into sprinting poses before Aizawa called the start of their test. Kiri wasn't kidding, the dragons started off pretty strong, each trying to get ahead of the other. Izuku was enjoying being able to stretch his legs again after so long. They weren't allowed to run in the halls, so most of the running he did was playing with Eri in Aizawa's dorm. Just like with his physical entrance exam, Izuku could feel that the galactic gravity measurement didn't weigh him down as much as back on Earth, making his bag feel even lighter than it could have been. Hey, so what was up with that lug? Oh, Neta? I'm not sure, we've barely really met. He hasn't spoken to me since we made introductions, and our introductions were pretty similar to yours. Kiri grimaced, going on a tirade about how some species had stuck-up personalities, and even if it wasn't their fault, it was still annoying to deal with sometimes. Izuku barely noticed when he and Kiri passed the now panting dragons and overlapped them, finishing earlier than the two by over a full lap. Hey, Izu, wanna race when they finish? What? I mean, it is nice having access to a track, but we're doing a class right now. Hey, Mr. Aizawa. Can Izuku and I use the track to run a lap before we leave? It's been a while since we've had a chance to exercise. If you make it quick, then that should be fine. Yours was the last group to finish, and we have some time left over. Kiri pumped his fist, and Izuku smiled. A friendly race did sound nice. Bakugo and Shou returned panting, setting their bags down with the rest, but Izuku only sent them a small wave before heading back to his lane. Kiri was stronger, but Izuku knew he would be the faster one. It would come down to stamina in the end, and he couldn't wait to really use the stations. Gravity to his benefit. Shou didn't know what to make of the humans, but they did pique his interest. Na and Denki returned from their capture, regaling grandiose stories of being locked with a death world. Siro was the only reliable source of information that Shou trusted, but even then the Senki didn't do much to stop the frankly ridiculous gossip being spread. It was Bakugo's reaction that surprised him the most. Izuku was apparently the name of the death worlder they'd met, and from his body language Shou could tell that Bakugo of all dragons saw him as step above himself. Shou had been proving time and time again that he was the superior dragon in the class, and yet Bakugo still hadn't acknowledged his dominance. At least Iga knew his place. The human seemed unfazed at his posturing when they met, but that was more likely out of ignorance than anything else. Aizawa scolded him for it afterwards, but Shou paid no mind. There was a potential rivalry to be had after all. It didn't look like much. It had no protective scales, and the only fur it had was at the top of its head. From its general demeanor it seemed skittish too, but then why was Bakugo so eager to submit? Why had he warned the class that Izuku was off limits, as if declaring that the new king of the class was approaching and required everyone's respect? It all started to make sense when All Might arrived. All Might, the #1 hero, now teaching at UA. It was highly suspicious. Everyone had been starstruck when he'd arrived for his first heroics class. The battle simulation would have been more exciting if Bakugo weren't still on his required rest PRD. There was no one else in class that was worth Showo's attention. Showo was nothing if not observant. He knew that most would call his ideas conspiracy theories if he ever voiced them, but even hidden by his hero costume, Showo was certain that All Might was the same race as Izuku. Sure, there were many species out there that walked bipedally with 2 arms and no tail, but the mystery surrounding the #1 hero was too great to ignore. The two had to be related somehow, but Izuku was nothing like All Might. After observing the boy for a while, he proved himself to be weak. Kirishima arrived shortly after, and then there was another one to keep an eye out for. Kirishima was obviously more fit than Izuku. Without fur or scales to get in the way, it was hard to miss the muscles in the human's biceps. Izuku never wore clothing that revealed more than just his hands and face, but Kirishima seemed more comfortable in clothes that revealed his limbs. Was it a cultural difference? Showo kept his theories to himself and continued to observe. On the day of the test, Showo finally decided that the humans were stupid. There was no way that their bags would be approved. They were over twice the size of the largest bag in class, and that belonged to Mizo, the muscled 4-armed Togoya and definite leader in physical strength of 1. Showo could win a fight against Mizo, but in a fight where he couldn't use his ice or fire he would lose, as sour as that thought made him. The humans didn't even seem to care that Netta had called them out for their packing decisions. The lug was the weakest link in the class, and yet they had no retaliation for the rude interruption to their conversation, even if it was solid advice. Bakugo still went over to comfort Izuku, which was one of the strangest things Showo believed he would ever see. Bakugo didn't do nice. He was a future Draget hero through and through, someone who would rise above the rest and make a name for himself in society through sheer force of will. Why the gentleness? After lining up on the track, Showo only regarded Bakugo as competition. Bakugo noticed the slight against the other two and huffed indignantly before their mutual competition started. Showo wasn't surprised when he and Bakugo left the two humans in their dust. Good riddance. Today would be the day that he would find out for sure that the talk of Death Worlders was all hot air and fairy tales. He and Bakugo were neck and neck. Even after they slowed down, they lasted a respectable distance. They weren't Entias after all. And then the Death Worlders passed them. And then the Death Worlders overlapped them. How were they still going? They didn't even look winded, and yet they were casually jogging with their massive mountain bags. Showo would have assumed that they were lighter than they looked if he hadn't heard the impact they'd made on their desks earlier on in class. He saw Azawa and Zashi struggle to hand the bags over for their endurance test. What was going on? The humans finished a full lap ahead of them, and Showo was still too busy trying to keep ahead of Bakugo to prove his superiority in some way to watch them as they went to the benches. There was no way he was going to get last place in a race of 4. In the end it was considered a tie, but it still felt like a loss. And then the Death Worlders walked back to the track, getting into the running stances that they'd bypassed for their physical test. Why were they back on the track? Azawa motioned for the start of a race, and then they were off. They were so fast. And yet they were smack-talking each other? Was that laughter? How were they acting so carefree and not focusing on their sprinting? And then what surprised Showo even more was that Izuku pulled ahead. Kirishima obviously had the more defined strength, but Izuku was holding his own? Both humans laughed and lightly roughhoused with each other after their unnecessary display of power, but Showo re-evaluated his stance on Death Worlders. Maybe Bakugo was onto something. Alright, we don't have an even amount of students for this exercise, so one group will have an extra student. Raise a limb now if you would not like to participate in this activity with either Kirishima or Izuku. We have already confirmed that they will not be upset by your decision, and they respect that they are unknown variables in this exercise. A surprising number of hands went up, but almost half the class were still willing to attend their midterm with either of the new humans. Azawa took stock of the raised hands and made notes. Of course, everyone who had been stuck with Izuku before would have no troubles working with another human, but Aizawa still had to keep this fair for everyone. Okay, Bako, Mna, Siro, and Denki will be paired up with Kirishima for this exercise. I will supervise this group due to my experience with humans. Bakosho? Su and Ida will be paired with Izuku. You will be supervised by Present Mike due to his experience with humans. Tashiai, True, Koda, Mizo, and Momo will be supervised by Ectoplasm. Takyami, Rakido, Mashiai, Koka, Neta, and Iga will be our group of 6 and under Midnight's supervision. Remember that we teachers will only be there to observe and assist in emergency situations. Nothing on Mstafu should be able to injure you in a high capacity, as this is an entry-level survival test. You will be given a final syllabus to study tonight. Expect to leave only with your hero costumes and the bags you have packed, both of which will remain in our possession until it is time to suit up and head to Mstafu. Any and all electronic devices on your person will be confiscated, and any attempts at sneaking them to the planet will result in a loss of points. Are there any questions? Aizawa waited a few moments before continuing his lecture as normal. At first, Aizawa had been glad that the two humans could share a space in his class, but it seemed as if Kirishima continuously attempts to distract Izuku from his lessons. Aizawa had almost called him out on their first infraction, but they had been relatively quiet, and after taking a look at the scribbles in their notebook, it looked like they were still making survival plans. Their notes were more on par with Class 2, or even dare he say it Class 3 survival notes, but he wouldn't let on just how impressed he was. Notes were different than actions after all, and they would be graded on their performance more than their knowledge. Aizawa had no idea how much preparation these two students would actually need given their aptitude for survival already, but he doubted they still needed to pass notes even now on the final solar cycle before the assignment began. It was almost as if the two hadn't been planning for this since they'd learned about it. At least Izuku was more subtle with his note passing. Everyone else in Class 1A had been given a rundown of the weather, flora, and fauna of Mstafu at the beginning of the term. All UA students were briefed on Mstafu in case an emergency evacuation was needed, but not only were these two really supposed to be a grade below this class, they were being moved right into the curriculum. Rather than the several lunar rotations their peers had to mentally prepare, they were given a crash course on what to expect on the planet's surface mere solar rotations before being sent down. Aizawa still didn't know what Nizu had been thinking in allowing them to participate in their class fully, but apparently the two had been doing excellently in their makeup courses with him during the allotted math and science blocks. It still astounded Aizawa that the two were already beyond the Class 3 students in those subjects, but after the description Toyo gave for their current spacecraft technology, it made sense in an almost twisted kind of way. As long as Kirishima didn't make a habit of being a distraction in his class, Aizawa wouldn't draw attention to them. With how Izuku's focus seemed honed in on Aizawa, the OIX was sure that anything Kirishima missed would be recapped for him at a later time. Izuku's aptitude for common after such a short time still impressed Aizawa, and he was proud at how far his new student had already come. It was a shame that Aizawa would only be able to watch Kirishima, but he was more comfortable with leaving his husband with a human they both knew the full temperament of. Likewise, he didn't trust Kirishima with any students that hadn't been in contact with another of his species before, so his decision to bind himself and the students that had been with Izuku when they'd met had been an easy one to make. He hoped that Zashi and the others would be okay during their stay on Mstafu. Aizawa was so engrossed in his thinking that he almost missed when True approached him after class. "Mr. Aizawa, I had my hand raised during class, but I think my camouflage was on at the time. Would I be able to switch groups to join either Izuku or Kirishima?" "I'm sorry if I made you feel unseen, True. I noticed your hand, but I can only allow 4 other students to accompany Izuku and Kirishima for this exercise. This is as much a trial run for their cooperation with other species as it is a survival test, so we need diverse groups to accompany them. I placed Sue in Izuku's group because someone with her leadership skills will be needed to help rein in Ida and Okoo while also providing a buffer for Shou's uncooperative demeanor. I want all of my students to succeed, and if I had allowed you to join them, then I feel that as a teacher your and your classmates' chances of passing would be lowered. With Sue already being in Izuku's group, We don't want to have two individuals suited for water-related tasks in one place. Kirishima's group, on the other hand, doesn't have an obvious solution to water, so your services will be better utilized elsewhere while they work to overcome this obstacle. I promise to pair you up with them in the future, but for this exercise we decided that it would be unfair to give a group both a human and an extra student this time around. Is there anything else I can help you with? True seemed sad but accepted the decision with grace. Watching her go, Azawa wondered if leaving his group without an easy solution to water-related tasks was such a good idea after all. Well, if worse came to worse, he would help them. No matter the fact that he himself hated dealing with water. They would be fine. Izuku couldn't help but stare out the window as Zashi piloted their assigned ship. He was strapped in one of the seats with a great view of everything from the windshield, and the view of the planet getting closer was mesmerizing. The ocean was blue, if with a little green tint, and they were heading to what looked like an archipelago rather than one of the other larger purple navy continents that spanned the planet's surface. The ships piloted by the other teachers flanked them, also heading for their test locations. All of a sudden the ship seemed to lurch. Was that them hitting the ozone layer? Izuku knew a lot about space, but he didn't have the experience yet to be sure. Looking around, it seemed as if that shake wasn't normal, at least not to the other students in his class. Observing the other ships around them, they also seemed to be shaking and swaying oddly. Oh no, I'm losing control, little listeners. Izuku could see that Zashi was purposefully moving the steering mechanism. The other ships around them weren't also doing the exact same thing. Then the fact that Zashi couldn't seem to act to save his life would have tipped Izuku off. It seemed that his classmates didn't get the memo, each screaming as they crash-landed on one of the many islands in the archipelago. The landing was a bit rocky, but nothing too serious. Still, everyone unbuckled as soon as they touched ground and ran for their lives to escape what would have been a smoldering wreck if they'd actually crashed. Izuku could only sigh. This was going to be a long trip, wasn't it? He and Zashi were the only ones on the ship as Izuku gathered his bag, the yellow bird man smiling in a way that Izuku had learned to interpret through his many visits to the dorm as amusement. Was that really necessary? I had a feeling that you would have figured it out. It's good practice for them. Survival 101 is to get as far away from your ship as you can if you crash land on a planet with a stable enough atmosphere. You never know when an explosion might happen after all, especially in an oxygen-rich environment. You won't lose any points this time because you knew it was a ruse, but as a teacher I would advise you to at least play along next time. Thanks for not spoiling the lesson. No problem. I figured it was planned because all the other ships started to do the same thing before they split off. Very observant. Let's get a move on, you need to help set up camp after all. Izuku nodded, stepping out of the ship with Zashi to see his classmates all huddling around a tree in the distance, staring at the ship with open fear. The ship is fine, guys, it was part of the exercise. Izuku called out to the others and they all visibly relaxed. Ida stepped forward, chopping one of his arms in their direction. What, may I ask, was the purpose of frightening us? It is unbecoming of UA staff to prank students so cruelly. Zashi was quick to defuse. It's protocol, little listener. We need to see how you react in a crash situation, and we need you to feel what it would be like to find yourself stranded. The more you feel it, the less you'll freeze in fear when it actually happens. I see, I apologize for my outburst. No worries, little listener. You guys set up camp, I'll be over here if you need anything. If I'm asleep or in the ship, just hit the external alarm function, I'll be right out. And true to his word, Zashi went back inside the ship only to grab a collapsible pole perch, sitting atop it and observing. Izuku got right to work, taking out his tent and assembling it. Okuro approached him first, curiosity getting the better of her. Izuku? What is that? This? Oh, it's called a tent. It's a transportable earth shelter. It's not very helpful to keep dangerous predators out, but it's enough to keep dry when it rains and act as a kind of security measure for items when scavengers are around. It's lightweight but hydrophobic and has good ventilation because of these windows. The nets over the windows help to keep out insects. Would you like to help me set up? I made sure to order a tent that would be big enough for everyone to sleep in. Really? That's so kind of you. How do I help? Izuku was very grateful for Kirishima's late-night cram sessions. He still felt like his common was too formal at times, more textbook than daily conversation worthy, but it definitely got the job done and everyone in his group was very accommodating and less likely to use slang with him. Na especially could be hard to follow at times, but she was in Kiri's group thankfully. Both boys had really emphasized words that would likely come up like shelter and equipment components, and Izuku was so pleased that he could keep up, if a little delayed while his brain translated. These poles are flexible and connect to each other at joints. Like this. Yeah, perfect. If you connect all the little parts, I'll start feeding the poles into their places. Sue also approached a few minutes later, offering to help when she knew what the tent was. Ida walked over when it was fully set up. What is this? We should be gathering resources for a shelter, not building luxuries. Okuro fluttered over to him reprimandingly. This is shelter, Ida. Ida looked from the tent to Okuro and back again. This isn't how the UA curriculum taught us to build shelters. We had an entire unit dedicated to the subject. Surprisingly, it was Tsu who stepped forward next. It also says to use your resources wisely. We were allowed to bring anything we could carry, and Izuku decided to bring a human shelter. Practicality is the most stressed survival lesson after all. Now we have more energy to gather food and do other tasks, right? I suppose so. The wind seemed to be knocked out of Ida's sails, but Izuku was quick to try and help. We still have to organize everything to fit inside. You're very organized, Ida. Would you like to help with that? The four-eyed alien perked up considerably, following Izuku's lead. Of course. Where should I start? Zashi knew that as soon as Izuku's brows scrunched that he'd figured out what was really going on. The listener had been over at his dorm many times to play with Eri, and now Zashi had experience with seeing him in a classroom setting too. As a prey species, Zashi tended to be very observant when it came to the social tells of the predator species he spent time with. He probably wouldn't have been as comfortable with Kirishima on his team since the boy was still new to UA, but Zashi loved his husband for realizing this and giving him the student he knew more personally. Oh no, I'm losing control, little listeners. While normally this was one of Zashi's favorite assignments, Izuku's unbroken attention on Zashi's talons at the steering rod and the other ships flanking them despite the distracting screaming of his classmates was unsettling. Even teachers usually had to undergo training so the screams of their students wouldn't distract them and cause an actual crash. It was a fine balance to land the ship safely and yet roughly enough to simulate a minor crash. But Zashi was an excellent pilot and everyone aside from Izuku followed the protocol for leaving the ship if it might explode soon. He would only dock them a little for leaving their survival bags behind. Was that really necessary? Zashi ignored the exhalation of breath that he'd learned was called a sigh and smiled at the young human while they both gathered their things. I had a feeling that you would have figured it out. It's good practice for. Survival 101 is to get as far away from your ship as you can if you crash land on a planet with a stable enough atmosphere. You never know when an explosion might happen after all, especially in an oxygen-rich environment. You won't lose any points this time because you knew it was a ruse, but as a teacher I would advise you to at least play along next time. Thanks for not spoiling the lesson. Izuku smiled strangely and Zashi interpreted it to be amused despite his earlier exasperation. No problem. I figured it was planned because all the other ships started to do the same thing before they split off. Very observant. Let's get a move on, you need to help set up camp after all. Izuku bobbed his head in a nod and as they exited Zashi could see his other students hiding behind a tree. More docked points were necessary it would seem. That tree was too flimsy to provide good cover and they weren't nearly far enough away if a real explosion occurred. The ship is fine, guys, it was part of the exercise. Izuku's common had really improved by leaps and bounds since his arrival at UA and Zashi was proud of his progress. Ida of course was offended as soon as the relief at the situation wore off. What may I ask was the purpose of frightening us? It is unbecoming of UA staff to prank students so cruelly. It's protocol, little listener. We need to see how you react in a crash situation, and we need you to feel what it would be like to find yourself stranded. The more you feel it, the less you'll freeze in fear when it actually happens. Zashi very much valued his friendship with Tensei because it just saved him a lecture he knew he would have gotten had the older Ida brother not given him advice on how to calm down the younger Antaeus. I see, I apologize for my outburst. No worries, little listener. You guys set up camp, I'll be over here if you need anything. If I'm asleep or in the ship, just hit the external alarm function, I'll be right out. Zashi would forever be grateful for the invention of the portable perch. He could stand for hours, but he really didn't want to. Zashi thought that he would almost fall asleep with how boring camp setup usually was, but whatever Izuku was fiddling with was very distracting. It seemed like Zashi wasn't the only one to think so as Okuro approached Izuku to ask him about it. Tsu also abandoned her search for shelter materials to approach the two when Okuro started to help. Ida finally decided to break them up when over half the group was focusing on a task not in the top 5 survival instructions, but surprisingly backed off after a short conversation. Showa was the only one still gathering branches for shelter, well away from the others, by the time the large human contraption was constructed. What was that? They'd set it up far enough from the ship that Zashi couldn't eavesdrop unless Ida was yelling, and even then he only got small parts of their conversations. Was that a door? Had the human really carried a portable shelter to Mustafa? Zashi now wondered what other portable items could exist. Shelters were one thing that everyone knew couldn't be carried because they were far too bulky, but this one seemed lightweight somehow. It blew with the wind, but was anchored in place. Interesting. Ida seemed to be given the task of organizing their belongings inside the pop-up shelter while the rest started to talk, probably discussing their next roles in setting up. Okuro of course began to use her wings to carry her to treetops to pick the approved fruit, but Showa would need protein to survive this exercise. Showa abandoned his sticks as soon as he saw what Izuku's shelter was, heading off to dig a hole in the woods for waste disposal instead. Zashi was tempted to mark the others down for lack of communication, but Showa was known for sticking to himself and everyone was still getting to know one another, so he held off for now. Surprisingly, Izuku and Tsu went over to the stick pile as soon as it was abandoned and started picking through the branches. Were they organizing the sticks? Why were they separating the larger pieces from some of the more wispy strands? Zashi was still as confused as Izuku took the thinner sticks to the edge of the water, sticking them into the mud. What kind of pattern was the human making and why? Zashi hoped that he would find out soon. He was starting to get very interested in human survival. Thanks for the help, guys, and thanks for organizing everything, Ida. It will be my pleasure. Good luck in gathering resources. Izuku led Okuro and Tsu out of the tent to decide what else they needed to do. Fire would be nice, but Izuku would worry about that closer to evening. It looked like Showa had been gathering sticks, so that would be great for that, but while Izuku was distracted with his tent, the Dragon had gone and cut down all of the low-hanging branches from the nearby trees. Showa was taller than Bakko, and even with the lower gravity Izuku doubted that he would be able to jump to the nearest branch and climb them anymore, which was a bummer because he'd hoped to play hide and seek with everyone after they finished setting up camp and the canopies looked perfect for hiding. Moving on from his dilemma, Izuku began to collect stones and river mud to help keep the flames of their eventual fire contained. There was still plenty of daylight left, so they wouldn't have to actually light it until later, thankfully. Mustafa had a day-night cycle that was similar enough to the galactic measurements that Izuku knew there were still at least a few hours left in the day. I can go gather some no-gos, but we still have to get some fish for Tsu and Showa. Okuro was quick to offer help since she had the best chance of gathering the native fruit, and Izuku agreed. I can help with that, right, Tsu? You go start on getting the fruit, we'll gather the fish. Okuro left quickly, but Tsu seemed a little concerned. How are you going to help? You don't seem very adapted to water environments, Izuku. Izuku didn't take offense. Tsu tended to be very blunt. I can swim, but I don't want to have to resort to that if I don't have to. What do you mean? I wouldn't be able to catch any fish or even see well in the water. The problem is that as soon as we enter the water, the fish will all swim away. I remember Azawa saying that there are tiny fish that aren't worth eating. Do you know what they eat? I think they eat the leaves of the no-go trees. That made a lot of sense. Mustafa didn't have any natural predators, but it also lacked insects and other similar species for biological degradation. Everything was highly adapted to live on the planet, and the waste disposal system was left to the plants themselves. It seemed that space was filled with weird and fantastical mushrooms because that's what grew on Mustafu's surface. No-go trees produced fruit, but they were still a hybrid of plant and fungus, the trunks bringing nutrients to their squishy leaves, and the fruit dropping to feed the moss-like mushroom ground cover and any animals that happened by. Anything that lived on the planet fed the mushrooms when they passed and lived by eating the mushrooms or no-go fruit in a closed cycle. Toyo had a field day when he learned about Mustafu, and Nizu was happy enough to give the man a book on all their research for him to keep. Despite there being no predators, Izuku kept his attention sharp. There was one creature that posed a threat, and the fact that there were so many no-go trees around suggested that some lived on this island. Gao were pig-like creatures that ate no-go fruit, but they were also the only way for no-go trees to reproduce. Only the nutrient-rich soil fed by a fallen Gao could sustain a no-go seed to maturity. The more trees there were, the more likely there was a population of Gao around, and both worked together to create the vast forests on some of Mustafu's continents. Luckily there wasn't a forest on this island, and UA had most likely relocated or temporarily captured the Gao population for this exercise. Considering that both Tsu and Okuro had fragile bone structures, Izuku hoped that they would stay away for the exercise. Azawa warned that Gao were territorial with their chosen trees and very stubborn when facing opponents. The current protocol was to climb the nearest tree and then wait for it to fall asleep before sneaking away. They weren't very large, maybe about the size of a pit bull, but they had enough muscle to ram their heads into no-go trees and knock down ripe fruit to eat. They didn't have any tusks and their teeth were only adapted to eating soft fruit, but those headbutts could be dangerous to most species and were the reason that Mustafu wasn't labeled as the safest category of planet. Azawa stressed that they would break bones if given the opportunity. Izuku really hoped that one wouldn't appear because he was now bound to the ground unless he could run deeper into the copse of trees fast enough to find one with low enough branches before his knees were rammed. Shaking himself away from hypotheticals, Izuku shifted his focus back to his fishing tasks. After looking at the pile of branches that Shou had gathered, Izuku called Tsu over to help him find the right branches to use for his trap. When he was a child, Izuku and the other neighborhood kids would catch minnows in a W trap at the local creek. As long as the fish weren't too small to fit through the gaps, then Izuku might just be able to catch some to use as bait for the larger prey he knew were hiding in the deeper waters. Tsu was happy to help, fascinated by the idea of catching fish with traps instead of manually hunting them. Izuku was glad that he'd ordered a small fishing kit for this trip and that as long as an item didn't use electricity that he was allowed to use anything he brought with him. These assignments would get harder and harder with each passing year. When they eventually became Class 3 students, they would have to survive an entire galactic month with only a UA emergency bag. By comparison, this trip would be a breeze. He and Tsu had a lovely conversation about the fish and bugs on their home planets as they set up the W trap. Izuku wondered if her whole planet was tropical for their bugs to be so big, but it would also make sense for it to be more humid as both Tsu and True had to moisturize regularly during class. The universe was such an interesting place. Humans were strange and Shou still wasn't sure how he felt about them. Gon was the shy creature that hid behind a door when meeting new sentients. Izuku seemed to be in his element, even if the tasks he was doing were strange. Shou had been offended when he'd found out that his hard work was for naught. He had been gathering the best branches he could find in order to build the greatest structure he was sure his class would make. But then that lump of strange fabric Izuku had brought turned out to be some kind of instant shelter. Shou was sure to hide his disdain, even as the others in his group started to flock to the human and start taking his orders rather than asking Shou for instruction. The Draget had given everyone reason to stay away from him, but it still hurt that they didn't defer to the obvious leader of their group. Instead he did his part, abandoning his first task to start another on their list of things to do. Shou couldn't help but be a little curious when Izuku started to organize the sticks he'd gathered. He was smart enough to realize that whatever the human was doing wasn't some kind of game, not after the shelter was made, so why were he and Tsu placing sticks in the mud near the bank of their island? Shou kept a small portion of his attention on them and was even more confused when they asked Okuro to get them some no-go leaves, placing them in the water near the sticks. They then abandoned their project for seemingly no reason. It had seemed so important before. Were they just giving up? Was it some kind of human ritual for good luck to leave nature offerings? Regardless, the two began to find nearby rocks and bring them back to Shouo's stick pile. Not one to be left out, Shouo finished digging his sanitation hole and wordlessly began to gather the largest rocks he could find, showing off his muscle by gathering rocks that no one else in the group aside from Izuku himself could carry. Shouo even doubted that present Mike could lift what he could, and that helped with the sting that he knew Izuku was still physically stronger than him. Izuku let them know when they'd gathered enough rocks and began to shape them into a rough circle, scraping away the natural fungus layer to reveal the rocky mycelium-filled earth underneath. After stacking some sticks into a pile, Izuku retrieved some kind of device from his bag and present Mike screeched as soon as a small flame appeared with the press of a button. "Hold it!" Izuku flinched back at the loud call and present Mike walked over to them, looking down at Izuku. "What is that? How did you manage to sneak that into the exercise? This? It's a lighter, it doesn't use electricity." Shouo was skeptical at that. How could one create fire without a spark? It seemed that present Mike also wasn't convinced, and so Izuku started to explain how it worked. The small chamber held fuel, and friction caused a spark to ignite it? What a strange device, but also dangerous. What if the spark traveled inside and ignited the interior fuel? Izuku spent quite a while explaining how it was safe using his still limited vocabulary. Shouo here is half fire Draget, he can help with the fire. It may not be electrical technology, but I'm still on the fence about allowing it for this exercise. Shouo bristled a bit. Present Mike knew that Shouo refused to use his fire. Is that why they'd paired him up in this group? Shouo had only raised his hand to help him scope out his potential rivals. Looking around, he realized that he was this group's fire starter. "I will not use my fire unless absolutely necessary." Present Mike looked down at him with poorly concealed exasperation, but huffed and started walking back to his perch. "I am not to interfere with your assignment, so do as you wish. Please do not use your lighter or else you will lose points, Izuku." Izuku dug through his bag frantically and ran over to present Mike holding a small box afterwards. "If I can't use a lighter, can I use this? Feel free to inspect it." Their teacher did, turning it this way and that, inspecting the interior and exterior of the small flimsy box. "I don't see why you can't use this, whatever it is." "Thank you. It's called a matchbox. It also uses friction and all the fuel we need is on the end of the little sticks." What was it with humans and their strange items? Izuku's shelter looked flimsy, but maybe there's more than meets the eye with these devices. With just a swipe of his hand, Izuku was holding another tiny flame, and present Mike could say nothing because he himself had approved of the item. It was almost like magic. There didn't seem to be anything special about the tiny box. It was obviously made of flimsy materials, and yet one of the most powerful forces of nature was literally at the tip of Izuku's fingers. How hadn't humans entered the space frontier sooner if their rudimentary technology could already do what so many others took generations to invent? Shouo just managed to keep the shock off his face as he watched Izuku nurture a small fire to life. So the rocks were a kind of pit for containment. How strange. The wonder wore off quickly when there was a loud, deep screech from the treeline. Shou's blood ran cold as the wild call froze him in his tracks. There, on the other side of the clearing they'd used for their camp, was a Gao. The thing scraped one of its hooves on the ground before charging. Shouo was halfway up the nearest tree, using his claws to climb before he'd even realized that he'd fled. His only consolation was that as soon as he got to a sturdy branch, he could see that everyone else had followed his example. Everyone except for Izuku for some reason. Why was the human still on the ground? What was he doing? Izuku hoped that he'd been able to explain lighters well enough to Zashi. His heart had started to pound when he'd been called out by the teacher. Thankfully his matches were approved and he started to create their fire using wood shavings from the spear he decided to carve. Izuku had a pre-approved knife for the exercise, but he wanted something with a bit more range, and one of the branches that Shouo had gathered seemed perfect for a simple spear. The wood of the no-go trees was a bit softer than wood on Earth, so it was easy enough to carve. But it was still almost as sturdy as young tree branches, so it should be able to withstand some level of force if used head-on. Carving helped with the fact that he was getting a little bored while waiting for their little fish trap to work. The best thing you can do to attract minnows is avoid the trap. Shadows are a great way to scare off anything in the nearby waters. Whittling small wood shavings into the fire also helped keep the flame going relatively strongly, even if the fire wasn't the largest thing in the world. Izuku planned on gathering more sticks soon, but getting the fire started would be a great first step in having it ready for freshly caught fish. On that note, once Izuku finished carving his spear, he began to lightly whittle some other good sticks to make an A-frame for cooking later. Shou had really gathered quite a few good branches while he and the others were setting up the tent and gathering fruit. He was still bummed that all of the easy-to-reach branches were gone, but he had to admit that they were good quality at least. As he was whittling away, a harsh shriek sounded from the trees opposite to their camp. Looking up, Izuku saw exactly what he wanted to avoid, a gao. The pigs were a strange marbled blue and purple, very similar to the fungus that made up the leaves of no-go trees, but they had a mane of bright yellow-orange hair that ran from the top of their heads to the base of their lizard-like tails. From the length of this one's mane, it was a male, the more aggressive gender of the species, unfortunately. Izuku didn't have much time to really dwell on what it looked like because after it gave its battle cry, the alien swine charged straight for the group as a whole. Everyone, of course, made their way into the trees, each of his classmates using their abilities to do so. Su used her powerful legs to jump while Shou used his claws to climb. Both present Mike and Okoo were able to fly into the trees, and even Ida was able to use his thrusters to help propel himself upwards. That left Izuku as the sole individual still on ground level, and after the gao shook itself out of his stupor from headbutting the nearest tree, it focused on the only thing still left in its sight. Hiding in the tent would only open up the opportunity for the gao to damage the poles or rip the fabric with its hooves, but the thing was fast, definitely faster than Izuku was on its four legs. It rushed again, and Izuku was able to jump over it as it ran straight for his shins, buying him a few more seconds to stumble forward and gain some distance. The lower gravity was a helpful tool that Izuku was thankful for, even if he had to get used to landing from the slightly higher jumps, but he couldn't just play hopscotch with the hog all day. Zashi also had some choice words to squawk when he registered that Izuku was still on the ground. "What are you doing? Come up here. Where it's safe." Izuku didn't have the chance to answer before he was getting charged again, but after a loud clang sounded, Izuku realized that the boar had rammed right into the side of the ship. Luckily, it seemed as if the outer hull was undamaged, but watching as the gao swayed slightly, more stunned than before, gave Izuku an idea. The no-go trees were softer than the metal of the ship, so if Izuku could angle things just right, he might be able to use the ship to his advantage. Izuku quickly used what little time he still had to grab his completed spear from the ground, the grip he still had on his knife unwavering. Gao could only look forward. Their spines were similar in structure to earth pigs, and they didn't have the capability of looking upwards, which was why they tended to eventually lose interest if one hid in the trees long enough. Gao could, however, bow their heads downwards, and they did so when charging to aim the hardest parts of their skulls at no-go trees or rivals. Their eyes faced the ground when they charged, so they tended to aim before charging in a straight line. Izuku yelled to get the gao's attention, standing in front of the nearest tree to buy himself enough stun time to aim himself. "Hey, over here!" The gao shook itself out of its latest stun, and Izuku took his chance to hop around like a rodeo clown while his class hissed at him to stop being stupid. He really hoped that this would work. Izuku jumped over the gao as it rushed for him, sprinting towards the ship. The stun from the no-go tree didn't last long, but Izuku had the frantic calls of his classmates to warn him when the gao eventually aimed his way once again. As soon as he knew it was aiming for him, Izuku turned around and hopped over the beast once more. It was squealing out in anger, trying to challenge Izuku as if he were a rival male. The gong of the gao's head against the metal of the ship rang out in the clearing once more, giving Izuku hope. Looking back, Izuku confirmed that he had enough time to brace himself for what he was about to do, crouching in front of his chosen tree and setting up his spike. "Over here, you stupid pig!" The gao snorted, shaking away any lingering stun before lowering its head. Izuku braced the back of his spear against the trunk of the no-go tree and aimed the tip lower than the gao's chin. His classmates yelled at him from the treetops when they saw that he wasn't preparing to jump over it again, but the agonized screech of the gao as it impaled itself with its own momentum drowned out their frantic calls. Wasting no time, Izuku stepped over the back of the Gao, slashing his knife across the front of its throat. Its orange blood was hot on Izuku's skin as the beast gurgled out its last breaths, slumping forward and stilling after several final muscle spasms. Silence befell the campsite, and all Izuku could hear was his labored breathing and the hammering of his heartbeat. He'd just taken a life. He was going to be sick. Izuku was a murderer. Sure, he wasn't a vegetarian by any means, but actually holding the knife that took a life was so much more graphic than picking up a wrapped ambiguous steak from the store. Izuku and Kiri had spent hours looking up videos on how to hunt and field dress animals, but he never thought he'd actually have to use those skills. Kiri was the one to find the Earth frequency and access their home planet's internet, but nothing could have prepared Izuku for this moment. Kiri said that they should be prepared for any situation, that their research would only be used in hypothetical situations where they might have to actually survive on Mstafu, but that's all they were supposed to be, hypotheticals. Kiri had been excited at the prospect of eating space bacon, and even Toyo was jealous that they might have the chance, but Izuku wanted no part in that kind of adventure. It seemed as if their teacher didn't realize this though. What were you thinking? You could have gotten hurt down there. Izuku hardly registered that everyone had already left the trees and Zashi was now very upset, but he was very quickly getting overwhelmed and was still reeling at the fact that he'd killed something. Remembering that fact caused him to finally rush to the side and heave up his breakfast, several of his classmates gasping at the sight for some reason. Izuku coughed a few times after he finished and tried to defend himself, shaking as he addressed Zashi. I can't climb the trees here anymore. All the branches I could reach were cut down. Zashi seemed to almost startle at that revelation. If I tried to hide in the tent it would have just charged through, ruining our supplies, and the ship's doors are too slow to open. I didn't have anywhere to go. You should have let someone know right away. If you can't climb trees then we could have had safety measures put in place. Are you injured? Izuku was still riding out his adrenaline rush and grew angry at the accusation of incompetence. I couldn't tell you that I couldn't climb while it was attacking me. I can climb, it's just that the lowest branches were cut away earlier to set up camp. I didn't want to kill it, I swear, but I had no choice. To Izuku's horror, tears started to form in his eyes. Zashi relaxed slightly, toning his voice down considerably. Okay, you're okay. Do you think that I'm mad that you killed it? I'm not, I was just worried about your safety. Now you were just sick, were you injured at all? Izuku wrapped his arms around himself and glared at the ground. I'm fine. The words were said quickly as Izuku tried to keep his emotions under wraps. He knew that if he spoke again that he would break into pitiful sobs that would leave him embarrassed for the remainder of the trip. Zashi seemed to pick up on the fact that Izuku wanted to be left alone for the moment, backing up several steps and using that stupid placating tone again. Okay, if you get hurt or feel sick, please, let me know. I'm here to help, okay? You were very brave down there, little listener. I'm sorry that I wasn't there for you. Izuku didn't respond, still trying to keep a hold of himself. He was angry, not sad. Zashi didn't seem to understand that, leaving him to head back to his perch. Please, in the future let us know if you need help with anything. You don't have to do things on your own. I would never dock points for having to step in for emergencies. Izuku couldn't help but feel like Zashi's words were there just to mollify him. He wiped his tears before they could fully fall and got to work in dragging the Gao to a place. He could clean it up without affecting their camp. He hoped that the others would give him some time and space to calm down before they checked up on him. Once he believed he was far enough away from camp, he allowed silent tears to fall, hiccuping a few times as he worked on taking deep breaths again. Sometimes he hated that he and his mom were such easy criers. Once he knew he could hold his knife steady, he steeled himself to start working on the Gao. It would be disrespectful not to use it when they were already approved for consumption, but after turning the carcass Izuku realized that he was going to get very squeamish very quickly. Actually dealing with processing an animal was vastly different from watching someone else do it on YouTube as it would turn out. Zashi had done this exercise with many classes now, but hearing a Gao cry would always bring him back to his first time on Mstafu as a Class 1 student. He had frozen in fear and barely managed to climb his tree before it focused on him as the last target within its reach. He was lucky that Shikimo was in his group and could teleport the darn thing away, but it had still been terrifying at the time. It was tradition for UA to set a young male gal loose on students during their first day of camp setup, and while it had been a bit traumatizing, Zashi had to admit that it was a great learning experience. Zashi was happy to see that none of his students seemed to freeze like he almost had, and even Shou climbed a tree like he was supposed to, but after a brief headcount he realized that Izuku was still on the ground. As soon as there was only one target to focus on, the gal was after him, forcing the boy to dodge frequently. "What are you doing? Come up here where it's safe." Izuku ignored his warning, continuing to dodge rather than climb. What was he doing? Did he think this was a game? Did humans get sick kicks out of dangerous situations? When the gal stunned itself on the ship, Zashi almost went down to try and take it down himself, but Izuku seemed to have a plan now, grabbing his blade and the pointed stick he'd been using to carve shavings into the fire earlier. Izuku was unfortunately too alien for Zashi to know exactly how he was feeling in this dire situation. At first the human seemed frantic, but then he'd started taunting the gal. Izuku was using his native language, and Zashi had no idea what the boy was yelling at the creature. Did he not know that it couldn't understand him? Were his words ritualistic for hunts? Izuku was almost barking words at the gal, and had Zashi not known that Izuku was civilized, this is exactly how he imagined a Death Worlder to act. Before Zashi could commit to helping out, Izuku had ended the beast. It was clever, bracing the sharp stick against a no-go tree to use the gal's forward momentum against itself, and then the speed at which Izuku dispatched after it was alarming. Had Izuku just wanted to show off his hunting skills? Why hadn't he followed protocol? Hisashi couldn't quell the puff in his feathers as he approached the young Death Worlder. "What were you thinking? You could have gotten hurt down there." Izuku's look was more vacant than he'd ever seen it in class, and Zashi started to rethink his stance on the situation. To Zashi's horror, Izuku lurched away, bracing himself against a nearby tree and vomiting. The other students were rightfully terrified since most had only ever heard of the action, knowing it was something that some species only did in dire situations regarding serious injury or ingesting toxins. Zashi still didn't know enough about human anatomy to determine whether or not the exercise should end right then and there, but Azawa had mentioned that Izuku had been violently sick while trapped with them due to a toxin in their rations and was fine just a few blocks later. Izuku addressed him as soon as he'd finished retching, a quiver in his voice as he started to defend himself. "I can't climb the trees here anymore. All the branches I could reach were cut down." He couldn't climb the no-go trees? Why hadn't he said anything? "If I tried to hide in the tent, it would have just charged through, ruining our supplies, and the ship's doors are too slow to open. I didn't have anywhere to go." What a dangerous situation. No wonder he was so stressed. "You should have let someone know right away. If you can't climb trees, then we could have had safety measures put in place. Are you injured?" This only seemed to agitate the human for some reason. "I couldn't tell you that I couldn't climb while it was attacking me. I can climb, it's just that the lowest branches were cut away earlier to set up camp. I didn't want to kill it, I swear, but I had no choice." And then the boy started to cry. Zashi quickly relaxed himself to smooth out his feathers. Izuku had been scared, and Zashi hadn't been there to help him in his time of need. He was a terrible teacher. He made sure to soften his voice to console the child before him, because even now Zashi still sometimes forgot that Izuku was slightly younger than the rest of his class. "Okay, you're okay. Do you think that I'm mad that you killed it? I'm not, I was just worried about your safety. Now you were just sick, were you injured at all?" Izuku wrapped his arms around himself, a common self-soothing action, and avoided contact by staring at the ground. Zashi felt like a villain. His student, a child, had been in danger, and not only had he not helped, he'd scared the boy by yelling at him right after. "I'm fine." The words were quick and quiet, an obvious attempt at leaving the situation be. Zashi wouldn't hound the boy for now. It was obvious that Izuku needed some time to decompress. Zashi used his best hero voice, the soft one he reserved for victims in stressful situations, before slowly removing himself from Izuku's space. "Okay, if you get hurt or feel sick, please, let me know. I'm here to help, okay? You were very brave down there, little listener. I'm sorry that I wasn't there for you." Izuku didn't respond, still holding himself tight and looking smaller than he usually did. Please, in the future let us know if you need help with anything. You don't have to do things on your own. I would never dock points for having to step in for emergencies. Zashi stared from his portable perch as Izuku unfolded his arms and dragged the Gao away from camp. It still astounded Zashi how sturdy humans were as he watched the boy heave the creature away without any signs of trouble. Everyone else climbed down from the no-go trees at their own pace, shaken from the event but unharmed. Zashi would continue to beat himself up for almost allowing an injury to occur when he could have prevented it. Izuku didn't leave the Gao once it was away from camp like Zashi thought he would. Instead, he started to work at it with the same sharp weapon he'd used to dispatch it. Was this some kind of ritual of respect for a life taken? As soon as Izuku set some parts aside, Zashi knew that Izuku was going to attempt to eat the Gao. Did he know what he was doing? One could get very sick if they ate the wrong organ or didn't kill enough bacteria. Zashi was done antagonizing Izuku for now and just watched as the boy worked. His slices were calculated, and to Zashi's relief most of the digestive tract and other organs were pulled out and placed off to the side, obviously set for inedibles. After a few minutes Oko and Su approached him, despite the horrifying amount of Gao blood now coating his arms. After a brief conversation, the two began to collect even more sticks and branches from the nearby area. Shou wordlessly followed their example, adding to the growing pile of wood near their camp while Ida flitted about checking their supplies. It took almost 2 blocks, but Izuku seemed to finish his work, using the hide of his kill to drag over everything he deemed edible. Zashi didn't blame him for leaving the head behind. Despite all the meat found on the face, Zashi wouldn't want to watch it cook either. Izuku was very precise as he set up a frame made of sturdy branches and draped several large pieces, namely the limbs and ribs, over the fire. There was still an entire pile of cubed scraps left over, and Izuku rummaged through his ridiculously large bag to pull out some kind of metal container. It would never cease to amaze Zashi just how prepared humans seemed to be in any situation as he watched Izuku pour some water into the container before adding the meat cubes and other nearby food scraps to the mix. Zashi was glad that he had real rations on the ship, because as fresh as everything was, Zashi couldn't imagine that Gao, no-go fruit, and Mustafa mushroom soup would taste exemplary. As soon as Izuku got over the first few cuts, he knew he could do this. He followed his mental instructions one by one to keep the meat as clean as possible and removed anything that could ruin it. His next priority was detaching the head, if only so he didn't have to keep looking it in the eyes. The sections between the Gao's vertebrae were surprisingly soft, so it was easy enough for Izuku to slide his knife in between them and separate everything nicely. After it had been bled and skinned, it was like any meat you could find at a market. Sure, Izuku hadn't ever worked with anything so big before, but he remembered his mom's cooking and used what he could recall to make everything presentable. Okuro and Su thankfully gave him some time to himself before approaching, and he had calmed down from his earlier fit by the time they walked over. He would have to apologize to Zashi for yelling later. "Izuku? Are you okay?" "Yeah, that was a pretty scary encounter." Izuku smiled at the girls for their worry. "I'm okay now, but it was pretty stressful. It would be a waste not to use this meat. I know that you only eat fruit, right, Oko? If I'm remembering correctly, then everyone else was on the list for being able to eat Gao, right?" Su piped up to correct the assumption. "I can eat Gao, but I prefer fish. Shou will probably enjoy your efforts, but Ida may also just stick to fruit. You'll have to ask him later." Izuku nodded, getting back to work on carving the meat. "Would you two be able to get more wood for the fire? These will need to cook thoroughly before they can be eaten." Okuo chirped in reply, posing affirmatively. "Of course. We actually came over here to see if you needed any help. Call us if you need anything else, okay?" "Thanks, I appreciate it." Izuku was grateful that the planet was covered in a layer of fungus because it kept his work nice and clean. He would still have to wash up properly in the ocean, which was very mild-tempered and made up of fresh water, but he didn't have to worry too much about dirt getting on everything. The fire was still active when he returned, but he threw on a few more branches to give it some heat as he set up an A-frame heat and leaned the larger Gao pieces against it to start the cooking process. He'd kept the legs intact for the most part, but they would still probably have to cook all night to be fully safe to eat at the thicker portions with how small the fire was. Izuku was most looking forward to making a stew. From everything he'd watched with Kiri, cooking meat directly over a fire was only good for larger cuts of meat, and unless you wanted dry jerky, it was better to boil some water and make a soup or stew instead. He was glad that he'd packed a set of pots. Sure, he thought he'd be using them to safely boil water, but this was the next best thing. After scooping some water from the ocean, away from his fish trap of course, Izuku set it next to the fire, waiting for it to boil before adding his meat and some of the surrounding fungus. As much as he wanted to, Izuku couldn't add too much. He'd read that the fungus was filled with vitamins and nutrients, but it had too much sodium for sentience aside from those like humans that ate a lot on a regular basis to process. Gaos just happened to get their sodium from the fungus as well. After tossing in a few of the spine vertebrae, Izuku left the pot to cook. He gained some strange looks, but no one questioned him for throwing bones into the stew. Izuku took this chance to stretch and finally clean himself after everything was over the fire, but his job still wasn't done. "Hey, Tsu, would you be able to catch some of the small fish in our trap?" Tsu walked over to follow Izuku. "Yes, I can use my camouflage to catch them quickly." "Okay, I'll show you how to catch fish the human way then. We'll only use as many small fish as necessary for now, but since we've started cooking it would be a good idea to catch some food for you. I'll show Ida how to fish too if he doesn't want any of the gao." Izuku was surprised at how successful their little stick trap was. There had to be nearly 20 little fish swimming around and munching on the no-go leaves. Izuku stopped before his shadow could spook them into a frenzy. Getting out his fishing line and hooks, Tsu got to work in grabbing 2 tiny fish. She winced when Izuku hooked the corner of one's mouth, but he threw the line out before she could react further, and not 10 seconds later he had a bite. The frantic swimming of the bait must have been really enticing to the larger fish in the deeper waters, and Izuku was able to pull in a decent-sized trout-like catch with ease. Tsu was amazed. "Is it always that quick?" Izuku chuckled. "I wish. On Earth, fish have evolved to be a bit more cautious. It may be because we've been using the same techniques for so long, but it's more likely due to the many other predators they have lying around in wait. The small fish may have things to worry about, which is why they stay close to shore, but as far as these guys are concerned, they're the biggest threat around. It seems like they're hardwired to take advantage of any opportunity they see, which is great for us. I'll go stick this on the fire. Feel free to use anything here to keep fishing. I'll ask Ida what he plans to eat when I get back to camp." Tsu was quick to follow Izuku's example, hooking the other bait fish and tossing it into the deeper waters while Izuku made his way to the others. He was glad that his items were helping out so much. The stew was delicious. Izuku added some more of the ever-abundant fungus to his bowl specifically because it needed just a bit more sodium in his opinion, but the marrow from the bones had added a nice richness to the meal. Shou and Ida were enjoying it right beside him as Okuro enjoyed her fruit and Tsu munched on her fish. Zashi was by the ship eating a proper instant meal, but Izuku was still enjoying the camping experience with everyone else. Thankfully Shou ate quite a bit and the stew was nearly finished by the time it started getting dark. Izuku took the initiative to put the leftovers in another container before rinsing out the pot and filling it with water to set it to boil for the morning. If the planet had better grass and soil, he would have considered making a DIY filtering system, but as it was, the ocean was crystal clear and had no signs of pollution. Izuku made sure to turn the gao legs and ribs every now and again so they cooked evenly, but he still didn't think they would be completely done until at least the morning. Some of the thinner parts might actually become jerky at this rate, but Izuku would take it. Mustafa had plentiful food if one knew how to hunt and gather it. Izuku could see why Yue used it as a training ground. It is almost time for bed, so we must decide the watch order before we settle down for the night. Ida could really use some more lessons on stealth if he was still yelling at this hour, but he also had a point. I'll take either first or last watch. Humans sometimes have a hard time falling asleep, and waking up in the middle of a sleep cycle can be harmful to younger members since our brains are still developing. Not truly a lie, but Izuku just really didn't want to get woken up in the middle of the night. Trying to fall asleep on an alien planet was bound to be annoying enough without the interruption. Very well. Does anyone volunteer to take the first or last watch? Showo huffed and made a brief gesture with his arm. I'll take first watch. And with that Izuku prepared himself for an early morning. Not necessarily a bad thing. Maybe the sunrise on this planet was worth waking up for. Ida, Tsu, and Okuro quickly filled in the gaps for the rest of the night. Each watch would be 4 blocks, but that roughly translated to about 2 Earth hours, and so with the 5 of them each taking a turn, everyone theoretically would get about 8 human hours of sleep. With that settled, Izuku started getting his sleeping bag ready for bed. The abundant fungus made the bottom of the tent softer, but it was just the slightest bit lumpy too. After it was discovered that Izuku was fairly heavy, he took the initiative to act as a kind of base for the cuddle pile. Having walls around everyone really seemed to take the edge off of sleeping on a foreign planet. Showo sat away from everyone else, staring out of the netted windows and into the darkness. Mustafa had no large moons, probably why the ocean currents were so mild, but it did have 3 smaller moons and several satellites that orbited the planet and shone light down on everything. Izuku had to admit that the stars were breathtaking, even if his favorite constellations looked a little bit different from this corner of the universe. Everyone was asleep before Izuku could even think of trying to get some rest. His mind was too busy replaying everything that had happened on their first day and dissecting every decision he'd made. You really should rest if what you said about human brains is true. Izuku fought hard not to flinch and wake everyone that was laying on top of him, looking bewilderedly over to Showo, who'd just spoken to him unprompted for the first time. Despite his surprise at a full sentence escaping the normally stoic Draget, Izuku made sure to keep his voice low as he responded. I'm not tired. My home planet has an unstable axis, so our solar cycles and lunar cycles change in length constantly, but our solar cycles are still usually longer than the 16 blocks universally used. The lunar cycles are about the same give or take, but trying to sleep in a new strange place isn't helping. You've been studying at UA for a while now. Are you still not used to the galactic schedule? Not really, but I'm trying. Kiri's lived in space longer than me and tried to give me tips, but it's hard. The station back home has a gradual system where they slowly integrate the galactic schedule for new students, but I didn't get that. I didn't even know how long the solar and lunar cycles were until someone told me. I felt like I was going crazy when on that ship with Dadzawa and the others. Showa was quiet for a bit after that, but just before Izuku could backtrack over crossing some invisible line, Showa asked Izuku something in the most hesitant tone he'd ever heard from the Draget. What was it like? I've heard the stories from others, but what was it like for you? With a start, Izuku realized that he hadn't really talked to anyone about his experience. Everyone who was there already knew, and Kirishima was told everything by Toyo and didn't want to pry any more by asking Izuku directly. His mother didn't even know because he changed the topic every time she asked, trying to spare her feelings. He'd probably need therapy soon, but telling someone was the first step in processing everything, and Showa was as neutral a party as Izuku was likely to find. So he started talking. He told Showa about being tricked by the other kids, and then about getting captured. He went on about how everyone was scared of him at first, and he was scared too until Eri reached out to him. He talked about the rations smelling like something poison control would put a label on, and how Na's fruit was the only thing he could stomach until they figured out why he wasn't eating. He hadn't even realized that he'd fallen asleep while talking until Ida was shaking him awake for his watch. Maybe Dragons just seemed standoffish. Showa was a great listener. The morning air was so fresh. Izuku removed himself from his sleeping bag as carefully as he could after Tsu woke him up, thankful that it was a slippery enough fabric that he didn't dislodge anyone too much as he did so. He didn't want to spend an hour just unzipping the tent door, so he did it quickly to metaphorically rip off the band-aid and prayed that the noise wouldn't wake anyone up. It didn't, thankfully, and then Izuku was left standing out in the crisp, moist air of early morning Mustafa. He doubted that even Zashi was up at this hour. It was still dark, but it was just on the cusp of the sky transitioning from inky black to the kind of deep royal blue only found in its purest form before the sun crept in and muddled the sky with bright pinks and oranges. Izuku's fondest memories were of early mornings since his father used to time his video calls while both Inko and Izuku were home before work and school started for the day. The air smelled different from Earth, more pungent because of the fungus, but the dew was the same. The fire was on its last legs from the night before, but it gave Izuku a chance to remove the lidded pot settled nearby without having to use his gloves before tossing a few more branches in to feed the flames once more. The water was definitely ready for drinking, and only a little had evaporated away as steam escaped the lightly placed lid. Ida did a good job of organizing everyone's belongings, so Izuku was easily able to fill up all of the water containers before setting more water to boil for later on in the day. If the rest of their trip went smoothly, then Izuku would be glad for the break. It was a great place to learn, but school was still school. Izuku could definitely see himself surviving on Mstafu for longer than 4 solar rotations and would probably be the only one aside from Kirishima actually excited to return for their mandated yearly camping trip. The Gao ribs were definitely done now, and all Izuku had to worry about were the legs now. Just as he'd thought, the thinner portions had gotten a bit too dry to be considered anything but jerky, but he'd rather they be overcooked than under. They also made great handles to turn the meat regularly now to finish cooking the insides thoroughly. Izuku wasn't afraid to crank up the fire a bit more due to the morning dampness. The sunrise on Mstafu was decidedly different than on Earth. For one, it was far more violet than anything he'd ever seen back home, but the clouds were also different, more stagnant in alignment and wispy as well. It was still beautiful to watch, and Izuku used the time to stretch in case he and the others did anything strenuous later on in the day. His 4-block watch went by in a flash with how he kept himself busy, and all Izuku had to do was wake Ida up before the 4-eyed student was on the move, yelling at everyone to get ready for the day. It was Ida's frantic yelling and chopping arm motions that cemented Izuku's stance on taking the last night watch for the rest of this trip. Tsu was the first one out of the tent, if only to escape her classmates' obnoxious tendencies, before looking at the equipment pile. "Izuku, did you fill our water containers?" Yeah. "The water was done boiling from last night and I wanted to get started on the next batch. Sorry for touching your things without asking." Ida suddenly appeared out of thin air as if summoned. "It was very noble of you to take the initiative. Thank you for your contributions, Izuku." "It was nothing really, I just wanted to make sure that we stayed hydrated." Tsu picked up her water bottle, inspecting it for some reason. Had Izuku broken it somehow? How did you fill it without getting the outside wet? Did you wipe it down after dipping it in the pot? "Oh no, I used to help my mom cook all the time back home, so I'm pretty good at pouring things. I just picked up the pot and tipped it over enough to fill everything directly." This seemed to unsettle everyone for some reason, but thankfully no one commented on the action. Was it the fact that Izuku could aim well? Kirishima had mentioned that only humans had the ability to throw things hard and fast enough for sports like baseball to exist, and Izuku did remember Tsu struggling to throw her fishing lines as far as he had when showing her the day before. Yeah, eerie coordination, that had to be it. Zashi didn't take too long to emerge from the ship after everyone was awake, and he took statements on everyone's evening watches. He sent a brief nod to Izuku when everyone mentioned that he'd started getting camp ready before waking everyone up, and Izuku could feel a little heat on his cheeks at the praise. He wasn't trying to be considerate to earn more points, he just didn't want to wait around doing nothing for 2 hours. Still, it was nice starting the day so calmly. Izuku hoped that Kirishima was doing well with his group. Izuku was thankful that Shou actually seemed to enjoy the hard outer layers of cooked Gao meat. He was already imagining ways to make jerky with Jalen's seasoning upon his return to UA in the hopes that Bakgo might enjoy it. Kiri had taken the time to explain some of the Draget mannerisms Bakgo tended to display while around Izuku. Izuku had been woefully oblivious and had no idea that Bakgo already considered them such close friends. He would not make the same mistake of assuming another Draget's standoffish behavior would mean that a friendship couldn't thrive again. Shou had an entire front Gao leg to himself for breakfast, while Izuku enjoyed some of the stew leftovers and a bit of rib meat. It was a bit dry, but with some barbecue sauce and proper grilling, Izuku found that he might not mind it so much. Okuro and Ito were able to have some no-go fruit saved from the day prior, but Tsu surprised Izuku by also trying some of the leftover stew rather than catching a fresh fish for the morning meal. "This is actually really good, I'm sorry I didn't try some yesterday." "No problem. I know that trying new foods can be intimidating. I made sure not to add too much of the fungus because I know it has a little too much sodium for you and Shou." "That was very thoughtful of you." I'll be sure not to hesitate the next time you offer something. Izuku laughed it off, and it seemed like that was all the opening that was needed for Okuro and Ida to join in. It of course traveled to the topic of homeworlds, and Izuku couldn't get enough. Tsu had already regaled tales of her tropical home planet, but Izuku barely knew anything about the Purdy and Entilla's planets. Apparently Entilla's had large-scale cities and everything was organized in efficient ways. From how he described things, Izuku couldn't help but equate it to an ant hill or termite mound, not that he was trying to be speciesist or anything. Okuro's home planet was described as much more carefree by comparison. Purdy oftentimes gathered in flocks of similar colors. It wasn't that they shunned others, it was just how they tended to group up. Lighter-colored Purdy, as a generalization, loved living in the sun, partying in their treetop architecture. Darker-colored Purdy like Taco tended to prefer the nightlife. Many were still party animals, but Taco at least was more of an introvert if Izuku had to describe him. This explained the upbeat personalities of Okuro and Nijii. Purdy were highly social and often preened each other, and Izuku would be sure to offer to groom Okuro in the future after doing some more research into the matter. Showa was closed off again, but Izuku shrugged it off as the Draget being reserved rather than rude. After breakfast, though, it was back to work. Camp was now set up, and so today was surveying day. After sufficient food and shelter have been secured, so long as the surrounding environment isn't hazardous, it's considered a good idea to check the immediate area for other resources that can be used. So long as one didn't get lost and only left for short PRDs, getting to know the general area should be safe. Showa surprised Izuku by taking the lead on this one. Ida, Okuro, you both follow the shore that way. Izuku and I will walk around the other way. Tsu, you stay here to watch camp. Izuku was only a little confused about the groupings, but Showa was surprisingly quick to quell any doubts. Ida and Okuro should be able to run or hide from any threats that appear. Izuku and I can work together to fight off any attacks. We'll either meet in the middle or head back once it reaches mid-cycle. We'll send out search parties if a group doesn't return by the beginning of the lunar cycle. Okay, that made sense. Izuku grabbed his knife just to be sure and emptied out all non-essentials from his bag to have it just in case. Everyone looked at him strangely for bringing a bag, but no one commented on it thankfully. The islands weren't that big as far as Izuku could tell, and his bag was light so he'd barely feel it. Showa didn't speak until they were already far enough away from camp that Izuku couldn't see it past the trees anymore. Why did you fill our water containers this morning? Oh, well, I wanted to get started on another batch. It wasn't too much trouble to fill them up. I just thought it would be a nice thing to do. Showa seemed to toss the response around before asking another question. Do you often do things to be nice? I try to. Things would be really great if everyone helped without being asked. I guess it's just something I picked up from my parents. Your parents, huh? Tell me about them. A strange way of asking, but Izuku jumped at the chance to start a real conversation. Showa, as usual, was a great listener, obviously absorbing all the information Izuku was tossing his way. He seemed more interested in Izuku's father, but that made sense as his mother never went on grand adventures like he had. Izuku was suddenly very glad that Yagi had shown him all those videos. There were plenty of stories to tell. With every story Izuku told, it was more and more apparent that he was All Might's secret child. The fact that All Might was a Death Worlder was already a closely guarded secret, so it would make sense that they kept his family far removed from attention as well. Izuku had no idea that he was giving himself away so blatantly, but how could he have known? He and the others who had been captured had missed out on All Might's first few lessons in heroics, so they weren't there when everyone had asked the man for stories. Changing the placements of the actions from rescuer to victim wouldn't hide the fact that Izuku was telling some of the exact same stories that All Might had. Showa would only be a little bit bitter about losing to All Might's son. Izuku thought he was being so noble, not calling him out by name for accidentally sabotaging his escape efforts. The pang of regret still hurt when he thought about it. Izuku was obviously a terrible liar, so the frantic actions he had taken must have been genuine. Showa should not have fled in fear at the sound of a wild animal, and he should not have stayed in the trees while someone else needed help. Showa will say that his respect for Izuku rose marginally when he defended himself against present Mike. It was obvious that the teacher had misread the signs, and Showa will never admit to anyone that seeing Izuku raise his voice sent chills down his spine, and not in the same way that his ice usually did. To remove himself from the situation after being so emotional was necessary, but that didn't detract from the fact that Showa knew from experience how difficult it was to do. The urge to fight to defend one's honor was a near unbreakable chain, but Izuku had the will to walk away, and for that at least he had Showa's respect. The island was fairly small and Showa noticed no threats by the time they made contact with Okuro and Ida again. There were no new resources to be found, but the archipelago was still stocked full of forageables, so there was nothing to complain about there. Izuku continued telling stories about his parents after they'd met up with the others, but conversation drifted back to Earth and his mother. Perhaps Izuku had been trying to tell Showa his secret without directly telling him. It was an intergalactic secret after all. Izuku seemed to be full of surprises. Perhaps the meek exterior was secretly hiding his true heroic nature underneath. Kirishima was the more obvious hero student in Showa's eyes, but that could also be a ruse. Why else would another human have been brought to UA without cause after all? Of course it was to act as a distraction to hide the true would-be celebrity in their midst. Showa wished that he could hide from his family line like that. The meekness wasn't all false, Showa could tell that much, but how much was the boy playing it up? He had obviously been trained for these things, probably to take over as the new symbol of peace once his father retired. He was skillful when processing the Gao, showing that he'd done this before, and his ability to catch fish even in a foreign environment near instantly showed more of his skill set. Tsu was adapted for the water and she couldn't hunt that quickly. They were probably extremely worried when he'd been kidnapped. Who had figured out All Might's secrets? Who had the guts to use that information to try and use his son for ransom? Fools, the lot of them. Izuku hadn't even needed to be rescued. He'd rallied Showa's teacher and classmates to escape themselves within the lunar rotation of his capture. Humans, even young ones, were not to be trifled with. They were also very kind despite their strength, and it was hard to wrap his head around. The Gao, by all accounts, was Izuku's kill, and yet he'd offered to share it with everyone. He even did the work to prepare it himself, taking time and energy he could have used for other personal tasks. And he didn't cut corners. Even without adding his required Jalen powder, the stew was delicious. The boy had many accomplishments under his belt, but he was still very humble about everything. Showa gave him the perfect opportunity to tell his grand tale of escape while everyone else slept, but all the boy could talk about was how nice and helpful everyone had been during his time of need. He spoke as if he was helpless, and there was a sincere and genuine inflection to his voice that had Showa convinced that he truly believed what he was saying. Showa could see what Bakko saw in him now. He had seen the raw strength and determination that was hidden under the soft, friendly surface, and yet, the kindness wasn't a ruse either. He barely registered that some of his actions were off-putting to the others, as if whatever training he'd obviously gone through made this exercise insignificant by comparison. What sentient, Deathworlder or otherwise, shrugged off a task as arduous as lifting a heavy object and then using precise calculations to aim where the contents of a large container should go manually without support gear? As the son of a top hero, Showa could relate to seeing training tasks as irrelevant when compared to his home experiences, but Izuku's ignorance was almost unbelievable. As he watched Izuku interact with the others while they prepared for the mid-cycle meal, smiling and laughing with ease, Showa vowed that he wouldn't lose. Izuku was chosen by the current number one to take over the mantle, but Showa had a mission to complete. He would reach the top without using his father's power, just to spite the man. His mother's ability was all Showa would need to make it there, but taking notes on his competition couldn't hurt either. So, you said humans take survival trips for fun? Izuku laughed as Okuro chirped in surprise. Well, we don't always consider camping survival, but some do. I thought that camping might have been popular in space too since everyone seemed so excited for the midterm. I guess that makes sense. Maybe it's not so stranger after all, but we're hero students. What's fun about camping for civilians? Izuku lit up, excited to get into things. There's a lot. Many people live in cities, so they don't get to experience nature very often. Lots of places offer a safe environment for people to stay, which is why camping isn't always meant for survival. Many treats are reserved for camping, or at least associated with the act of camping, and there are lots of activities for younger and older people to enjoy. What kind of activities? Well, one is telling stories around a campfire. Izuku paused as he took in the situation and realized that they were indeed currently eating dinner seated around the campfire. Okuro hopped around in her seat, excited at the prospect. That sounds exciting. What kind of stories? Well, mostly scary stories. It's tradition to tell them after it gets dark, but we don't have to, of course. This isn't human camping after all. A collective shudder ran through the group. Whilst living in the dorms, Kiri had thought to bond with everyone by watching a movie. As it turns out, Jurassic Park was quite terrifying to most of his classmates, not that Izuku had realized it at the time. I'd like to hear one. Showa was as blunt as ever, but Izuku had a plan. He didn't want to scare his new friends after all, and he wasn't great at telling stories in the first place. He still wanted to be sure that everyone else would be okay though. Well, I'm not great at telling stories. I don't mind waiting until after everyone who isn't interested heads to bed first. Ida gathered everyone's attention by chopping his arms and yelling out. Nonsense. If it is a human tradition, who are we to deny such an activity? It would be culturally insensitive, so please proceed. Izuku laughed nervously at the exclamation and still turned to the girls to be completely sure they were okay. He could see a little bit of unease in their expressions, but soon nodded at him and Okuro gave a tentative thumbs up, things they had both picked up from Kiri as he explained human gestures to their dorm mates. Okay, if you're sure. Izuku took a deep breath to calm himself. There is an old story called The Cow's Head Back Home, but not everyone knows the tale. The story itself is supposedly cursed, and all written records of it have been torn apart or destroyed. It's said that only fragments still remain. The story is said to be so terrifying that anyone who hears it is doomed to die within the next several days. Rumor has it that there was a teacher who found a few of the story fragments, and while traveling on a field trip decided to use the unfinished knowledge to make up his own scary story to entertain the kids. To this day, he can't remember what he'd said. He started to tell the tale and got a few sentences in, but then he has no memory aside from waking up in their crashed transport vehicle. The students and driver were all in a catatonic state, some foaming at the mouth. He says the last thing he remembers before falling victim to the story was hearing his students beg him to stop, but he couldn't, as if in a trance. Some of the victims were coherent enough to give vague statements, but they all fell victim to the story a few days later. The teacher never told another scary story again and reportedly got rid of the cursed fragments he'd found. I only know the beginning of the story, but it starts with a village plagued by famine. Izuku couldn't continue as Okuro screamed, flapping her wings to leave the circle around the campfire. This was all that was needed to spur Ida to activate his thrusters and for Tsu to hop away herself, everyone but Showa leaving the premises before Izuku could continue. Showa would look up hazed except for his unusually wide eyes and suspicious lack of breathing. What surprised Izuku the most was the panting squawk of present Mike calling over from his observation perch. Please do not recite cursed stories during UA-sanctioned activities or on UA property. Izuku could feel his face heat up as he realized that he'd actually scared everyone. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. It won't happen again. Everyone tentatively returned to finish their meals and all Izuku could think to do was try and laugh off the situation and change the subject. Weather is generally a safe topic, right? As it turns out, Earth weather is also mildly disturbing to most species. Izuku was surprised to find that so many planets had very mild or fixed climates. Earth was considered a death world for a reason apparently, and there were so many natural phenomena that seemed to terrify the others. Even the unstable axis and natural beauties like the aurora borealis were touched upon. You mean to say that your local solar body emits waves that clash against your planet's atmosphere, causing a reaction so volatile that you can see it from the surface? Well, yes, but it's really quite beautiful. We have faith in our magnetic field, so really there's no real danger. It happens all around our planet, but you can only see it at the poles when it's dark. I can look up pictures for you when we return to UA if you'd like. Izuku should have expected the negative response after the disaster that was storytelling earlier. He's mentioned that his home planet's axis is unstable. Just thought I'd mention. Izuku turned to look at Shou with a betrayed expression, but the Dragot seemed unfazed. You never elaborated. I figured that now was an appropriate time to ask. Yes. Our planet's axis is unstable, so it rocks back and forth as we rotate. This causes our weather to shift. It really depends on where you live, but most places get several seasons varying in temperature depending on how much sunlight is able to reach the surface. It also makes our days shorter or longer based on the tilted angle. How does it affect the weather? Oko seemed almost apprehensive, but was still curious enough to ask. Well, where I live in the warmer months we get more storms, and in the colder months some places get snow. Shou perked up. Earth gets snow. Izuku nodded. In a lot of places actually. Shou seemed as excited as a usually neutral Dragot can be, actually invested in the topic now rather than just keeping tabs. Most other planets don't get snow, or when they do no other sentients live near it. My home planet has a locked orbit so half is always cold and covered in ice. Really? That's so fascinating. What's the other half like? Shou scoffed. It's very dry. Most of the water on the solar side is buried deep underground. A huge import is ice from the lunar side. We have a moon that's also locked in orbit that provides light to the lunar side and pulls the evaporated water from the solar side's agriculture back to fall as snow during the Jalen season. Izuku was near vibrating with excited energy. I love snow. It doesn't fall in my area normally, but we often travel to visit places where it does happen. Do you have fun with snow? Humans will sometimes build forts and sculpt it into different shapes. Young Dragots will sometimes create shapes, but we have homes so there's no reason to build forts. How else do humans play in snow? For us it's just a constant environment, but I can imagine that the limited time frame would make it a novelty. You're right, we have entire holidays centered around the time that snow usually falls. Well, we have snowball fights. Everyone collectively blue-screened at the comment. What? Snowball fights? Kids love them. We pick up some snow, form it into a ball, and then we throw it at someone. The snow breaks apart on impact, so it's all in good fun. Oh, right, that would sound pretty bad, wouldn't it? Ida suddenly stood and chopped his arm before Izuku could further explain himself. All right, I believe it is late enough that we should all try to sleep. Shall we rework the watch schedule or is everyone okay with how we were organized previously? I would like the final watch again if possible. No one else had any issues with their last watch schedule and so it was unanimously decided that they would use the same order for the remainder of their trip. Just like before, everyone but Izuku was able to fall asleep quickly. What shapes do humans usually create with snow? The question was innocent enough, but Izuku was grateful for the sentence starter. He began describing what snowmen were like before moving on to snow angels and ice sculptures. Really anything could be used as a model, but before he knew it he was drifting off. Shou was really nice to distract Izuku enough to fall asleep. He was a good teammate. It was day 3 and they were now officially halfway through their exercise. Izuku once again enjoyed the purple sunrise before getting ready for the day. He had breakfast prepared for everyone by the time they had to wake up, as an apology for scaring them with the cow head story. They still had no-go fruit available from previous pickings, but after Ida and Tsu also started eating the cow meat it disappeared surprisingly quickly. It wasn't hard for Izuku to catch a few fresh fish and set them up to roast though, and he even stuffed his with some of the nearby fungus for more flavor. He refilled everyone's water containers before waking Ida up and just like clockwork the Entias got everyone else up. The smell of food helped alleviate any grouchiness that came with Ida yelling so early in the morning. You cooked early cycle meals for everyone? Well, cooked is a strong word since the no-go fruit are just there, but it wasn't difficult to get things started. That is very admirable of you. As to be expected of our resident survival expert. Ida was accentuating his loud declarations with his usual chopping arm motions and Izuku felt his face warm. Expert? I'm not an expert. You don't have to be modest, you've been doing very well, Izuku. Sue was blunt as always, but that didn't stop the tea kettle noise that escaped Izuku at the praise. I'm going to start gathering rocks. Izuku had already finished his breakfast thankfully and didn't have to stay around the fire to continue the conversation. It was just breakfast, it wasn't that big of a deal. Today was signal setup day. The goal everyone needed to complete was gathering resources that could be used to help act as a visual guide for rescue operations should the SOS signals not be operational on their crashed ship. Izuku decided that his goal would be to collect large rocks to spell out a message on the shoreline, away from any trees that would obscure the view. They would build a smoky fire on their last day, the day of rescue. Unsurprisingly, Shou finished his food quickly to join him. He was the only other member that was strong enough to help lift large heavy rocks to carry back to camp. They worked in silence, but it was a comfortable silence. Shou was nice. Izuku was glad that they were becoming friends. The others finished their food as well and they began to gather more branches. A lot more branches. They would be making quite a large signal fire on their last day. They finally had enough rocks for a decent message by the time lunchtime rolled around and Izuku had taken to working in the shade once the sun was up and the morning chill had been chased away. Picking up rocks was tiring after a while and it was relatively warm on Mustafu, so the shade was refreshing. Izuku raised his arms in a nice deep stretch when he knew he was done, groaning in satisfaction as his back popped loudly, stepping out of the shade and starting to walk back towards camp. Shouzi in a quick breath and rushed over, blowing into his hands to create a pile of crunchy ice. Here, take this. He then deposited the ice into Izuku's hands, running off towards camp. What was that about? Izuku was confused, but that was also really cool. He knew in theory that ice dragons could spit a chemical that froze when in contact with common atmospheric gases, but to see it work in person was amazing. He had really great control too, knowing just how to eject his reserve to create the size and texture he desired. Shou was so cool. Izuku didn't plan on waiting around, so he continued to make his way towards camp, cradling his quickly melting gift. Everyone, including Zashi, rushed back towards him for some reason. Was there danger? They seemed pretty frantic. Shou was leading the way and hissed in his direction as they approached. Sit down, why are you still standing? What? Zashi overtook Shou, gently guiding Izuku to sit on the ground. What was going on? Shou said you hurt your back. How are you feeling? I'm fine, I promise. I just popped it, I'm not hurt. Zashi leveled Izuku with an unimpressed stare. I understand that pride may get in the way of feeling weak, but it's okay to receive help should you need it. You can't fool me, the sweat is giving you away. Please, I just want to help. Let me know where you're hurt so we can get you proper treatment. In theory, that made sense, but there was just one problem. I know that this isn't common for most other species, but humans sweat when we get hot. You're overheating? Izuku flinched at the squawk and Zashi at least looked sheepish after. No, I'm fine. I was just working in the heat. I'm hot, not overheating. The sweat is to help keep me cool, it's not dangerous for my species. Izuku then turned to Shou. That pop you heard was normal for most humans. When we stretch, air that's trapped in our joints sometimes causes cracking sounds. To demonstrate, Izuku purposefully cracked his knuckles, wiggling his fingers right after to show he still had full mobility. See? I'm unharmed. There were various looks of shock and slight disgust from the group, but Zashi still insisted. Okay, I'll believe you for now, but we're still going to run you through the ship's health scanner to find any injuries. If you're lying, you're getting pulled from the activity. Izuku held in a groan as he stood, following Zashi back to the ship. He wished that simple human mannerisms didn't freak everyone out so easily. Just as expected, the health scanner showed no signs of injuries aside from some tender muscles due to physical activity and maybe a minor scrape or two. Zashi finished his fussing once the readings were confirmed and Izuku stepped back out with him. I apologize for my reaction, but I'm glad you're okay. Please, don't hesitate to come to me if you need anything. Thanks. I'm not upset, you're just doing your duty as a teacher. Izuku decided that he was done with the conversation after that, jogging back to the others. I'm okay, see? Perfectly fine. Okuo trilled as she flew over to meet him. That's great. When your finger digits cracked, I was so worried. It sounds just like when my species' bones break. Yeah, maybe that wasn't Izuku's brightest idea, but providing an example was the best he could come up with at the time. You're still secreting liquid, is it too hot? It was a little bit warmer than it had been, but it was more the humidity that had shifted than the heat. Still, it did sound nice to cool off a bit. Izuku smiled as an idea came to him. I'm not too hot, but thanks for the concern. I think I know the perfect way to cool down. There were certainly enough tiny fish in the idle W trap to catch enough protein for the rest of their stay, so Izuku grabbed a few thin sticks and closed off the opening. He tossed in a few no-go leaves as an apology for startling the tiny fish in the trap, backing off once he was sure there would be no escapees. He was only a little self-conscious as he removed the green jumpsuit he'd chosen for his hero outfit, but he wanted dry clothes to change into when he was done. At least he had the foresight to wear shorts underneath. He'd once watched Na's acid dissolve a part of her test paper after she accidentally got startled when Dadzawa called time. He then made contingency plans for if his suit didn't fare well against her natural defense mechanism. Making sure to walk away from his usual fishing area, Izuku tested the water with his toes. Not freezing, thankfully, but it would take a few minutes of getting used to. Well, no use in taking. Well, we should be sure to tell him how great he is when he helps out a lot. Maybe if he hears it enough he'll learn how amazing he is. Tsu appreciated Okuro's enthusiasm. Later on, Tsu tried to remember to tone down her visceral reaction when Izuku stabbed sharp metal into one of the tiny bait fish directly, instead complimenting his technique and technology. His joy after was worth squashing her own feelings on the matter. Izuku did so many little things, seemingly without thinking. It was quite fascinating to see, honestly. Humans were definitely a true pack-oriented species, an uncommon phenomenon in the sentient universe. Coexisting was common, but to so readily include others in the prep for one's own survival was rare. Shou attempted to establish a hierarchy by eating most of Izuku's Gao kill, but Izuku seemed genuinely happy that the Dragid enjoyed the shared spoil. Tsu, it's your turn for watch. Thanks, have a good sleep. Tsu. Yes? What is it, Okuro? How do you feel about Izuku? Tsu thought about the question. Humans were a strange species. Their stories were terrifying and they excelled in environments they obviously weren't adapted for, but despite their bone-cracking, terrifying, strength-widening exterior, all of the humans Tsu had met so far were kind and cooperative. I'm glad that he's in our class. He's going to make a great hero. Okuro trilled happily, making sure to keep her tone quiet so the others didn't wake up. Humans were going to take the galactic frontier by storm, and Tsu was happy to be a part of that early wave. The smoky fire was built, all rocks had been placed in an SOS pattern away from the trees, and Izuku was bored out of his mind. Today was their final day on the island, and just like a real rescue they had no idea if they would be rescued soon or if UA would make them wait until the end of the solar cycle. There was nothing else to do and Izuku was getting antsy. Do you guys want to play a game? Izuku jumped as Zashi squawked from his folding perch. Sorry about that, you surprised me. Keep it non-physical, Izuku, your classmates are tired from the exercise. Izuku looked around and saw that Zashi had a point. Okuo looked downright exhausted, Ida put up a good front but was obviously a little disheveled, and while Tsu and Shou were holding up the best they too seemed pretty out for the count. How strange. Izuku hadn't thought the trip was that strenuous. Would you guys like to learn how to play tic-tac-toe? Okuo responded despite being the most likely member of their group to sleep for a week once they returned to UA. What's that? It always amazed Izuku just how interested aliens became whenever human activities were brought up because even Zashi was listening intently now. It was a good thing that tic-tac-toe was an easy enough game to explain. Izuku picked up one of the sticks they had lying around, drawing a graph into the dirt. It's a simple puzzle where you try to draw 3 shapes in a row. You play with 2 individuals and take turns trying to draw your symbols and block the other player from drawing theirs. We call this shape an X and this one an O. I'll demonstrate here. If I'm X, then I will draw an X here. Now it's my opponent's turn and they draw an O there. If we take turns like this, Then if O makes a mistake, I can put an X here and win. Zashi bobbed his head in quick approval, returning to his general observation. The others were captivated and learned very quickly. Izuku was a dirty cheat though and maliciously used the three-corner trick every time he was allowed to take his turn first. The girls quickly caught on that they couldn't win and started playing amongst themselves off to the side. The other two boys made it their mission to beat him before rescue arrived. It is not statistically possible for you to win so often. There are only so many places to draw your human symbols. Izuku laughed at Ida's outburst. It's a game from my home planet, of course I have an advantage. This is a game popular with children, I've been playing it for a long time. True skill can defeat experience if given the right circumstances. I refuse to stop playing until I can win. Shoa's Dilvoai was so solemn that it was comical and Izuku indulged him long after Ida admitted defeat and joined the girls in their game. It was nice, peaceful even. It was also a great way to pass the time because not long after there was the telltale gust that came from a ship passing nearby. Seeing the rescue craft felt great and Izuku eagerly joined the others in yelling and waving his arms to gain the pilot's attention. Of course their large message and the thick line of black smoke billowing from their wet mushroom fire helped too. Nizu himself was piloting the ship and another staff member Izuku didn't recognize followed him out once they landed. Hello, students, I hope your trip went well. Recovery Girl is here to heal any injuries you may have sustained before we return to UA. Please step up to get scanned one at a time so we can assess your physical health. If you have any mental health concerns, please let us know or visit my office anonymously should you require counseling. Quick and to the point, Izuku liked that. Izuku was fine so he let the others go first. Showa was even more standoffish than usual and Izuku felt a bit bad. Maybe he should have let the Draget win, if only once. Recovery Girl was so cool though. She was an Oruti just like Momo, except that she was shorter and had pink foliage sprouting from the top of her head and running down the length of her body. Where Momo had long willowy branches, Recovery Girl's were more rigid, and the only true protrusion she had was a bump at the very back of her head. Izuku once again distracted himself by wondering just how Oruti bodies functioned. Toyo had shown him the very basic biology for the plant species, but it wasn't translated for humans very well yet and Izuku insisted on trying to learn the terms on his own despite the scientific wording. His thoughts halted however when he really watched her in action. For Okoro and Tsu, all she did was give them gummies suited for their species' consumption to replenish energy. Ida had bumped his exoskeleton slightly while climbing the tree to escape the Gao on their first day. It was deemed a minor injury and Ida didn't even have pain receptors in that outer armor shell, but it was still a part of his body and it was still an injury. Before Izuku's very eyes, Recovery Girl placed her branches upon the slightly dented exoskeleton and it reformed. It was like magic. One moment it was caved in, the next it wiggled like the hard surface was made of rubber, and then fixed. Izuku would never get tired of just how cool aliens were sometimes. Showa was given some gummies once Ida was all fixed up and then it was Izuku's turn. As soon as he stepped up to the scanner in Nizu's ship the thing beeped with a red indicator. Everyone but Nizu and Recovery Girl jolted in surprise at the loud shrill sound of the health scanner, Zashi especially. Is he okay? Did he get injured? His poor teacher was frantic at the discovery, but Izuku really felt fine. Recovery Girl tapped her cane loudly and got everyone's attention. Calm down. I forgot to set the scanner back to review human vitals. Give me one moment. Recovery Girl fiddled with the settings, grumbling to herself as she worked, and the displays changed. Izuku couldn't understand everything, but he had caught a few things like blood contusions and tears in dermis before the settings were updated. Those were probably the few scrapes and bruises he'd picked up while running around. After resetting the machine the results came back normal. You're fine, dearie. Here, take some gummies. Izuku smiled at the small handful of candy she gave him, only half hearing her grumblings about Principal Nizu messing with some machinery as he walked away. Thank you. After eating only unseasoned wild foraged food for the last few days the gummies were amazing. Izuku was distracted enough by the sweets that he didn't notice the looks of horror on everyone else's faces as he walked back towards camp. After shoving the mouthful down, Izuku used the rest of the drinking water in his pot to put out the campfire. It wasn't until he started removing the stick trap from the water and shifting debris around that someone commented, "We have already been rescued, there is no need to resume camp activities." Ida chopped his arms quickly as he yelled over in Izuku's general direction. Izuku looked back at the group of students confused. "We have to be sure that we're not leaving behind hazards though. We can't just leave a burning fire, it could damage the ecosystem. I don't need the little fish anymore either, so it's only right that we set them free. You should never leave things behind and always try to make sure that whatever you disturb won't impact the environment. These sticks here will break down faster if we spread them out, but if we leave them in this pile it could take a while. The soil needs the nutrients more than this pile needs to exist, and it's not hard to do." Before Ida could respond, Nizu began clapping, startling everyone around him. Apologies. That was a human gesture I believe conveys my thoughts on the subject better than any words could. That was a very good assessment, young man, and you are one of the few that has now passed my extra credit test during their first year. Izuku is correct. As future heroes, it is our duty to not leave a negative impact. Whether that be physically, mentally, environmentally, or in any other capacity, we should strive to make sure that we leave the universe in a better way than we found it. Hop to it then. Nizu chittered quietly in a way that Izuku imagined was laughter as everyone scrambled from their places on the ship to rejoin the campground. Once everything was packed up, it was finally time to get in the rescue ship and head to Uezashi dock. Their escape pod within the designated ship port, and Izuku stared out the window as they took off. Camping had been fun and he couldn't wait to come back next year now that he knew what to expect. "Alright, I have spent my time observing and will have official grades with information packets on your assessments later, but I can say with confidence that all of you have passed this year's exam." Cheers rang out throughout the ship at Zashi's announcement. "It's time for this year's student vote for MVP. Remember that though you are allowed to vote for yourself, you should deeply consider who impacted your trip the most in a positive light. Please write your votes on these slips and we'll tally once everyone has finished." Izuku knew that this was coming, but it was still such a hard decision. Okao was the only one who could reach and pick the no-go fruit for her and Ida to eat, but Su had really helped out with fishing and watching over camp while they surveyed the island. Ida was always trying to keep them focused and on task, even if he was blunt about it, but then there was Shou. Shou hadn't really boasted about his abilities like Izuku was told might happen. Kiri had given Izuku a rundown of generalized Dragit behaviors after Izuku confided that he thought Bakugo disliked him, but Shou wasn't like Bakugo. Shou was quiet, always did things to help out around camp, and even helped Izuku fall asleep by offering conversation while everyone else rested. He always dropped what he was doing to help out and was really fast to get everyone when he thought Izuku was hurt. It wasn't hard to write Shou's name on his slip and place it in the box after all that. Alright. The supervising teachers will also be assigning an MVP based on all actions taken during the exam, but this year's student-voted MVP is Izuku. Izuku jumped in surprise as everyone cheered him on. "Izuku, you received 4 out of the 5 votes, the final one going to Shou." Shou meanwhile did a quick double take at that information. "Are you guys sure? You all helped so much around camp. I feel like I didn't really do all that much. I voted for Shou because we worked together the most during the trip, but it was still a hard choice to make." "Wait, you voted for Shou?" Okaro seemed flabbergasted, and the rest were in similar states. "I mean, everyone helped out a lot. We all worked together, so if I could have voted for everyone I would have. Do you all really think I did enough to get MVP? Most certainly. Your preparedness and work ethic drove us forward in our quest for survival. You went above and beyond to ensure we as a group stayed housed, fed, and properly hydrated. Ida's right, you taught us a lot. I never knew that one could hunt for fish without being in the water, and now I can teach my younger siblings when I visit home." Izuku looked from one face to another, each one expressing how proud they were of him. He finally turned to the face he believed wouldn't exaggerate. Shou huffed. "You were more useful during the trip, and you were the one that." Everyone turned to for direct orders. "You were the superior leader this time, but I won't lose to you again." Tears welled in Izuku's eyes as he realized that this was really happening. Everyone was so nice in space, and Izuku couldn't wait to hear about everyone else's trips too. Getting back felt nicer than Izuku thought it would. Kiri even fist bumped him for also getting MVP on his trip, but after everything Izuku could admit that he just wanted to get some rest. The fatigue had finally caught up with him after the excitement of their rescue. He promised his red-haired friend that he would recount his experience after getting a good night's sleep. As soon as Nizu finished his congratulatory speech to the other MVP students, Izuku heard the voice of someone he knew had missed him dearly. Izuku! Izuku caught Eri with ease, laughing at her eagerness. He barely had a moment to finish laughing before she jumped back to the ground, half dragging him towards an amused Toyo. "You're safe now, Izuku, everything's going to be better." Toyo said that Yagi's cooking food now, so when we get to the dorm, you can have as much as you want. Food sounded nice, but he still hadn't greeted her yet. "Hello, Eri. It's nice to see you again." Toyo was waiting for them at the entrance to the main hallway. "Welcome back, kid. Anything exciting happened during your trip?" Izuku scoffed, his sarcasm coming back now that he didn't have to watch his words around his alien companions. "Well, I now know what Gao tastes like." Toyo laughed, but before he could comment, Eri began to drag Izuku down the hall, eager to spend time with him again. "We have to go get Yagi's food, you can talk later, okay?" It was easy to fall to the whims of the child, and again, the thought of a nice warm meal was very appealing. "So, what was it like?" Izuku sighed. "Like poorly flavored dry pork. I didn't have any seasonings and I'm pretty sure I burned the ribs over the fire." "Well, did you skin it?" "What?" "It's pork. The only reason I can think of for why it turned out dry was if you skinned it. Whatever fat you left on probably rendered and dripped away into the fire if you did." Izuku could feel his face heat up as he realized Toyo was right. He and Kiri had mostly watched deer videos because they were easier to find for dressing out in the field, but it made sense after remembering how his mom usually bought pork from the good quality butcher, and they always came with the skin on depending on the cut. Toyo laughed at his misery. Seeing the famous astronaut Yagi Toshinori cooking in a pink apron will forever be one of the most surreal things Izuku has ever witnessed. The food smelled good though, so Izuku wasted no time in sitting at the table and grabbing a plate. It was nice. Toyo said that Kiri messaged him and insisted on staying at the student dorms for dinner, but with fewer people dinner was mild and peaceful. "I fixed your nest." There had been a lull in the conversation and Eri took that moment to speak up. "You did what?" "Your nest, I visited and fixed it while you were gone. It should be extra cozy when you get back tonight." Izuku racked his brain for what she could be talking about, but Toyo's chuckle caught his attention. "Your room. She visited your room and, tidied it up for your return." Izuku's room was already tidy, but Eri probably worked really hard to make it special for his return. He was only a little worried, but there was kindness in the gesture and Izuku was happy that Eri still thought of him that much while he was away. "Thank you, Eri, that was very kind of you." Not long after, Dadzawa arrived to take Eri back to his dorm. Eri seemed sad to leave, but Izuku assured her that he would visit her tomorrow. Finally, Izuku was able to excuse himself. He could hear the siren call of his bed. He only had enough energy to wave to the few students that were still in the common room before reaching his door. It could be worse. His bookshelf had been reorganized by color, several of the books upside down or dangerously close to falling off the shelf, a few of his trinkets had been shifted and organized in rows by size, and his blankets were in a large circular pile on his bed. Frankly, a human toddler would probably have done worse, and Izuku could see the process Eri was aiming for in her work. Heading to the bathroom, he was suddenly very glad that Yue had already ordered the safer equivalents to human hygiene products. All of his tubes and bottles were lined up on the floor near the edge of the shower, again organized by height, and all of the caps were open or missing. Hopefully Eri had only wanted to smell the products and not eat them. While the products mimicked earth goods in smell, texture, and design, they thankfully were free of any substances that could cause harm to other species. He'd had bulk items delivered for convenience, but one of his new deodorant packs was opened for some reason and one of his unopened sticks was missing. He wondered if Eri might have taken it, but he had several more, so it wasn't that big of a deal. As much as he wanted to head to bed, he knew that he was still filthy from the trip. A very quick shower was in order. The warm water felt amazing on his skin, so he guessed the shower hadn't been a terrible idea, but his bed was the real hero after all was said and done. He would fix his room in the morning, but he wouldn't change everything. Eri had worked hard on it after all. Welcome back, Redacted. How was your trip? The boy huffed and collapsed on Yagi's couch. It was a piece of cake. It took forever for everyone to leave though, you couldn't have kicked them out sooner. Yagi chuckled. You didn't have to visit me right after your return, you know. I'll still be here tomorrow and every day after for the foreseeable future. That earned a pout from Yagi's companion. Yeah, but I hardly ever get to see you. UA has been great, and I've made a lot of friends here, but I miss you, Dad. I know you visited when you could before, but it feels like I never have the chance to actually hang out now that you live here. There's always someone around that I have to avoid. Why doth he get to flaunt their Death World status while I hide away? Yagi smiled sadly, patting his boy on the shoulder. You know it's more dangerous for you. After your last molt you're finally old enough to pass for a UA student. Just a few more full rotations and you'll be a fully fledged hero. Then, after everyone knows you're reliable, you can prove that your species doesn't define. I'll be with you every step of the way, okay? But what about after? You're getting old for your species, Yagi. What'll I do when you're gone? Well, I'll let you decide when the time comes. If you truly want, I can be your last caretaker. Otherwise, we can work together to find someone for you to bond with. Rome wasn't built in a day, I know. There was a stretch of silence before Yagi joined Redacted on the couch and wrapped an arm around his torso. You're thinking too hard, my boy. The future will always be racing towards us, but we have to take the time to appreciate the present while it's here. There are 1,000,001 things that can happen, but there's no need to worry about that unnecessarily. Right here, right now, we have a little pocket of peace. I'm sitting in my living room, holding my son, and he's about to tell me all about his trip, yeah. Redacted snorted and shrugged Yagi's arm away, but sighed and relented. The Gao was pitifully underwhelming. Yagi's boisterous laugh put a smile on Redacted's face. No, really. You remember that planet where you had to pick lichen? The creature there put up way more of a fight. Yagi was still laughing, but he still responded, happy at the lighter tone. That's hardly a fair comparison. You were the only one not scared of their buried pods at the time. The boy rolled his eyes at that. Yeah, but even you called take one of those things out. Well, we didn't know that at the time. It's no wonder we were so scared. The HPSC really needs to update their threat scales. The threat scales are fine for most sentients. We're just built different, yeah? So what else happened? Well, I didn't have to hide. It was nice to stretch out my legs for once. Mom's form was great for surveying the island, and everything reminded me of when we used to visit all those planets together and just explore. Yagi's smile turned fond. Yeah, those were the days. You've been doing very well, Redacted. I'm proud of you and I just know you're going to take the universe by storm. If Redacted's species were wired to happy cry, he absolutely would have. Thanks, Dad. That means a lot. No need for that. Now I know you're anxious to spend time with me, but have patience. I'm not going anywhere and there are others who also need me. I'll always make time for my number one. I hear that the sports festival will be coming up soon, so I want you to focus on your studies and be the best version of yourself that you can be before then. I look forward to seeing you compete. I know you'll do great. Did you want to sleep here tonight? After a moment of deliberation, Redacted shook his head. My friends are all waiting for me back at the dorms. Like you said, you're not going anywhere. I'll see you in Foundational Heroics, right? Yagi nodded. Rest well, son. I will. Nita was not impressed by the Deathworlders. Even for a mammalian species they were hideous, too much exposed skin and an excess of fur in their manes. If they had been a more cold-blooded species they would still have no scales or other decorative markings and their skin looked terribly dry and sickly. Disgusting. Maybe the females of their species looked different, but every human Nita had met so far had been male, so his interest was better focused elsewhere. He'd been nervous at first, his classmates' grand stories of escape inspiring apprehension at the mention of a new alpha male rival, but Izuku was oh so very meek when he'd finally met everyone. At first he looked like an easy target, but as soon as Nita knew that Izuku was male, he was just another classmate not worth Nita's time. He almost couldn't believe it. This was a Death Worlder. This was a member of the species famed for defeating and overwhelming the strays. Nita heard that Izuku had personally taken out guards, but he didn't buy it. He made himself small, trying to hide from prying eyes. He was acting like prey, and it was frankly pathetic. Kirishima was more boisterous and outgoing, but he was still a male and Nita had no thoughts or opinions aside from hoping that he stayed out of his way. Eventually, the human scent became more familiar and Nita was able to discern the male hormones more easily. Good, no use in asking whether or not the next human he met was male or female, he would just know. Nita was annoyed when it came time for the start of the midterm. They cheated. There was no way they packed their bags that quickly, they were enormous. He tried getting an extension, Butha was the one who got chewed out, and the cheaters got off scot-free. It didn't matter that the rules didn't say anything about not packing early, he couldn't have been the only one who started packing on time like the instructions implied. And then they tried to cheat the system? There was absolutely no way that they would be able to carry their stupid oversized bags through the preliminary test. What? Did they think that just because they were new that they would get a free pass if they were pathetic enough? That the teachers would go easy on them and let them take in more than what was allowed? They probably also had electronics stashed away too. But then they didn't have trouble. He laughed at first, Bakko and Shou having left the two humans in their dust, but they never once changed pace. They finished a full lap early, keeping up a pace that Nita would struggle with even without his bag. But they were weak, right? It was supposed to be a fluke, but then they returned to the track and Nita saw for the first time what humans were really capable of. Lying. Izuku had been lying. He'd been faking his meek demeanor. Was it to better fit in? To hide just how strong he was so others would underestimate him? Whatever the case, lying was unheroic. It didn't matter that they were surprisingly strong. It didn't. Rivals. They were rivals. This feeling had to be anger at underestimating the competition. Yes, the other girls seemed to like Izuku and Kiri, they were stealing away what could be his. Nita didn't have much time to dwell on it, he had to focus on his test and he made sure that he wouldn't be on either of the humans' teams. He'd almost forgotten about everything by the time everyone returned. He didn't mean to see, but when he went back to ask more about his grade after their trip, he saw Izuku with a little deathly sprite. He couldn't read his expression, but the girls seemed happy and eager to be with him. So they were good with Young? That was admirable. An admittedly positive trait from the brutes. But he wasn't there for that. He was told he might have failed the midterm, and he was going to demand answers. Thankfully Izuku wasn't around and Kiri had retired to bed by the time he returned to the common room, but everyone was still talking about the humans. He would have let it be and scoffed at the subject, but even he was curious about their exploits. Though he refused to actually take the exam with them, listening to any weaknesses wouldn't hurt. They could swim? There was no way, they had no obvious adaptations for the water. That was terrifying, but the fact that the groups swore their humans were both able to swim meant that they weren't lying. And good hunters as well? With mere simple tools they were able to catch the local fish with ease? So they were good providers then. They just became more and more appealing with every statement. For the other females, of course. They were attractive to the other females. It's not like Nita would change his gender just because a few alpha males showed some promise as grade A sires. He was too macho for that. Yes, he was only curious about the competition, nothing more. He would not shift for the likes of a Death Worlder. Okay class, welcome back. I'm sure you all had very eventful midterms and learned a lot about survival and your own limitations, but time doesn't stop moving just because you're tired. Your course load will be light for the next few solar rotations, but afterwards we will be preparing for the next unit in your studies. The room went dark as Azawa turned off the lights and turned on a holographic projector. This is the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short. It is a building in a classified location of Mstafu that houses many segmented areas that mimic hostile weather phenomenon seen on other planets or dangerous situations that can occur during rescues. The image of the building cut away and the lights turned back on before Aizawa leveled everyone with a glare as chatter almost started to pick up. Normally we would travel to the nearby housing directly after midterms end, recuperating there before beginning the rescue course. However, due to unique circumstances, we instead return to UA. Once preparations are complete, we will travel back to the on-site Mustafa housing and you will have one solar cycle to unpack and get settled before we begin the simulations. This is not a vacation and we will spend our lightened course load going over the many different zones that exist within the USJ training facility. As we review the rescue unit, please keep in mind how you as an individual will deal with these situations as you will be tested on them in the very near future. After several moments of pause with Aizawa keeping a stern eye on everyone, he relaxed and sighed, a habit he'd picked up from Toyo. Please take this seriously as there is a very real chance you may get hurt otherwise. Take this time to self-study and skim the contents of Chapter 73 in your communications pads. Do not use other apps, you will be reprimanded if the system catches you slacking. And with that, Aizawa crawled into his large yellow sleeping bag and the class finally erupted into controlled chatter. Kiri immediately gathered Izuku's attention, which wasn't hard since they still shared a desk. That sounds really close to the Universal Studio in Japan, don't you think? Izuku laughed. Yeah, but it sounds more like one of the natural disaster simulation buildings. Have you ever visited one? Oh yeah. I used to go sometimes before I moved to the stations with my moms. After that I didn't have much time since I only returned to Earth for space summer camps, but I still remember some from when I was little. You missed out, some of the activities are only available for older teens and adults, since they're dangerous for kids. What are you two talking about? Oko was a lot more open about asking questions now that she'd spent some time working with Izuku, but Kiri was happy to answer. Oh, we have buildings similar to the USJ back on Earth, though they're kinda specific to our homeland mass. She perked up and others also got interested. Really? What do they simulate? Oh, local Earth weather. What to do in earthquakes, hurricanes, and even fires. Izuku was eager to jump in since he'd been the one to go with his mom. It was always good to know your limitations. When I was a kid, my favorite one was the earthquake simulator, but after I got older I learned to appreciate my strength. My mom is short, so she doesn't have a lot of leverage. I worked really hard to be able to open the flood door for us if we ever got trapped by a wall of water. Before anyone could comment, the classroom door opened. Miro, the Galtrix upperclassman that had greeted Izuku on his first day at U, peeked in tentatively, brightening when he saw Izuku. Sorry for the interruption, I have a message from Sir Night Eye. If Izuku could meet him at the staff lounge after lunch, that would be great. Murmurs broke out around the room. It seemed as if a few classmates were confused as to why a pro hero wanted to meet with a student, but Izuku could feel dread pool in his stomach. Izuku could only nod, forgetting that it was a more human gesture, but Miro seemed to understand, nodding back before leaving the classroom. The general chatter continued, but Izuku wasn't as invested anymore. You knew this was coming, it was always unavoidable. Izuku stared at the ground almost uncomprehendingly. Was this really it? He thought that he would have at least a little more time. Eri has shown resilience in your absence, so when you leave for your rescue training she will be escorted to her home planet where a vetted foster family is ready and waiting to accept her. You will use this time to distance yourself from Eri in a controlled environment. It will be difficult, but it must be done. For her well-being. That's right. This was all for Eri. Her attachment to Izuku was unhealthy. It was wrong, even if it felt so right. No matter how natural it felt to hold her close and think of her like family, that's not what she was. It was never meant to be. Mrei was a bit crass about it, but Izuku was aware that his relationship was the one holding everything back. Eri would never be able to move on if he didn't make the first move, but then, why was it so hard to look at Aizawa's door and find the courage to knock? The decision to wait was taken away as Mrei stepped forward, indicating that they were ready. I will observe the process. You've been debriefed on how to proceed. I trust you'll do the right thing. Azawa opened the door for the pair and the sounds of Eri's squealing laughter stabbed Izuku right through his chest. If it weren't for Eri's health, then he didn't think he could go through with this. And as it was, Eri somehow knew right when he'd arrived, running around the corner and launching herself at him full speed. He caught her as always. Soon to be never again. Izuku! His responding smile didn't reach his eyes and Eri was quick to turn her attention to Mrei, puffing up and glaring aggressively. Before she could start an outburst, Izuku preened the puffy feathers around her face. She relaxed but didn't fully untense. In that moment, looking into Eri's wide, curious eyes and seeing a future that would never be, Izuku just allowed himself a moment of peace. One last shred of calm before the storm. Hello, Eri. I'm sorry, but we're not family. You could hear a pin drop in the silence that followed, and Izuku could feel physical strain somewhere in his mind. He had to keep going, but he would make this as gentle as possible. He laid her on the ground and kneeled to her level, a gentle yet sad smile on his face. You're a really, really good kid, but I already have a family. In a few cycles, I'm going to be leaving and you can't follow me. Eri grabbed the sleeves of her outfit and squeezed her talons in what Izuku now recognized as a stress grip. No, the utterance was quiet, barely a breath, but Izuku heard all the same and fought to keep his teary eyes from spilling over. I'm so sorry. We can play together as much as you want before then, but you have to leave too. The heroes found you a great home with a brand new family, but I can't be a part of it. You have to. You're mine, I claimed you. Eri's outburst was the loudest Izuku had ever heard her, and his next words were going to kill him on the inside. So I don't have a choice? I belong to you. The words were weaker than he'd meant to deliver, but he was already choked up. Something about that made Eri freeze though, just like Mrei had said she would, and Eri scrambled back. No, you have a choice. But why wouldn't you want to stay? We can live together and we can take care of each other. Why can't we be together? Why do we have to leave each other? Eri's species didn't cry, but that didn't stop Izuku from feeling how hurt she was. It was their connection. Mrei told him that she had somehow fused their emotions together and that he would be able to feel her sorrow, but she could also feel his, so he had to be strong. She would hurt more if they were separated and he didn't cut this off. It has to be this way, Eri. UA isn't our home, and we have to go home. Thank you for everything. Thank you for fixing my nest, and I saw the gift you left for me in my little bowl. I appreciated all the time we spent together and you were my favorite friend through everything, but we're not family, and we have to go home to our families soon. Maybe someday in the future we'll meet again when we're both grown up, but we have to leave now that we're safe, okay? The heroes saved us and now we can be with our families. I know your new parents are going to be really nice and they'll love you a lot. They have to because UA helped pick them out, but I can't come with you. Beautyo saved us. We were trapped until you and Toyo came. It wasn't the heroes, it was you. You tried to save me when they were taking me away, you shared your fruit with me because the food was bad, and you put me back together when no one else could. You cared for me, it was real, I know it was. Izuku had to take a deep breath before opening his arms again. Eri immediately rocketed into him, clutching at his shirt instead of her own, undoubtedly leaving holes with her talons. I do care for you. I care for you so much and it is. I hate it too, but we have to. We can't be family, I'm a human and you're a deathfly sprite. I know we both care for each other so much, but we have to go home soon, and the universe is a very big place. I can't promise we'll meet again, but I hope we do. For now, we have to let go. Eri was trembling, but Izuku could feel the bond lessening now that he knew what to feel for. Eri, would you do me the honor of letting me visit you before we both have to leave? Just to spend a few more cycles playing together. Izuku could feel her head nod more than he saw it. Please visit me. I will every chance I get. I'll miss you, Eri. So much. Izuku held Eri close until he had to leave, preening her feathers. No one, not even the adult, spoke, and with Eri buried in his shirt Izuku let his tears fall. This was for the best. UA was the best hero school around and all of the trained adults on their case agreed, but it's still Siki. In just a few more cycles, Izuku would never get to see Eri again, but he would always remember her. Kiri didn't know what to think when he got a video call from Toyo, but he knew once he saw the man's face that it wasn't anything good. Toyo didn't look right without his signature smile. Hey Toyo, what's up? The man sighed and actually looked his age for once, which put Kiri even more on edge. No one's in danger, I can see your brain working, so I wanted to get that out of the way first. Oh thank goodness, for a minute he'd thought something happened to one of his moms. It's Izuku. Eri has to leave soon and he just started breaking his bond with her tonight. Kiri winced. He hadn't known a whole lot about deathfly sprites before he came to UA. He knew what they were called and what they looked like, but they were one of the rarer sentient species in the universe and information on them wasn't as readily available or reliable as others like dragons. He had a much better grasp on them now that he had UA records to reference and it was relevant to know. Bonds were a serious thing to them, like really serious. Toyo seemed to agree with something on Kiri's face after the news was delivered and nodded. They're still together right now, but Izuku's going to be emotionally compromised when he gets back to the dorms. Can you please make sure that there isn't anyone in the common room so he doesn't have to feel self-conscious when he returns? Kiri nodded immediately. No problem, I have this handled. Just send me a message when he's on the way, and I'll have his favorite cocoa blend ready and waiting. I'll wait for him and ask what he needs and I'll do whatever it takes, okay? Don't overwhelm him, okay? But won't, I promise. If he wants to be alone, I'll make sure that no one bothers him. Toyo sighed fondly. Okay, I trust you. You might want to get some tissues ready. I'll let you know when he leaves Azawa's dorm. I'll have more than just tissues. You worry about Eri, I'll take care of Izuku. Thank you, Kiri. The call ended and Kiri scrambled to his room. Everything that was in the way was brushed to the side and any spare blankets he could find were pulled out. His weighted blanket was well used and worn, but it came out of the closet too just in case it was needed. Izuku didn't have too much of a sweet tooth, but Kiri was a sucker for chocolate and had 5 or 6 different instant cocoa blends ready for use on bad days or movie nights. Izuku liked matcha the best, so he got that ready. Setting up his speakers, he put all of his bad day playlists near the top for Izuku to use. Everything from heavy metal to soft classical depending on the mood, and Kiri didn't know what kind of upset Izuku would be quite yet. As soon as Toyo's message came though, he left his room and started the cocoa. Thankfully not many students were there and they all agreed to head upstairs without question at his request. He played things off with a smile, but tapped his foot nervously as he waited on the couch. When Izuku returned, he looked exhausted. Kiri stood, not too quickly, and walked over with a soft smile. Hey Izuku. I made some matcha hot chocolate. Do you want to be alone right now or would you like to come to my room? I have blankets and music if you want. Izuku looked at Kiri, absolutely lost before his expression crumbled away to reveal anguish as he buried his face into his hands, crouching into a low squat. He didn't wail, he barely made a sound through the hiccups, but his breathing was erratic in the way that only happens when one is sobbing uncontrollably. Kiri crouched too, tentatively rubbing Izuku's back. Hey, everything's going to be okay, okay? Let's get you your cocoa and we can get you to a bed somewhere. Your room or mine, just lead the way, okay? Izuku looked up and just nodded, sniffling away uselessly. Kiri grabbed the cocoa from the kitchen and Izuku walked to Kiri's room. Kiri shut the door behind them quietly and placed the weighted blanket around Izuku, who was holding his cocoa and staring at the floor, still shaking with sobs. Take your time, okay? I'm here for you. You can tell me all about it or we can just sit here in silence. You can even crash here for the night if you want, but I get it, okay? You can put on whatever music you want, or I can hand you my communication pad for some YouTube, but we'll get through this. I'm here for you, bro. And Kiri wasn't sure what about that last part set Izuku off, but the crying increased and Kiri could only hand over a box of tissues and let him ride it out. Izuku did end up sleeping in Kiri's room, but Kiri still had his cot from camping and insisted on letting Izuku take the bed. Kiri woke up first, already used to the modified hours used in space, starting his morning routine as quietly as possible. He was still thinking about yesterday though. The bond must have been pretty strong if Izuku was that upset about it. Kiri. Kiri turned around mid-squat, throwing off his balance and falling backwards for it, but laughed off the stumble and smiled in Izuku's direction, having taken a cross-legged seat on the ground. "Morning, how are you feeling?" Izuku groaned and sat up, hugging his borrowed blankets close. "I hate this." Kiri nodded sympathetically. "Want to talk about it? Why does it have to be this way? I mean, I get it, I really do, but it's Sikis. I know that my mom can't adopt her, and even if she could, there's no place to watch over her, but I'm going to miss her so much. I know that Azawa and Zashi are busy and they're only watching over her because it's their job, but she really likes them too, and I can feel it. I can feel how much everyone distancing themselves is tearing her up on the inside. Eri's miserable, and there's nothing I can do but hurt her now." Kiri was no longer smiling, absorbing everything. "She's not the only one, you know." "What do you mean?" "She's not the only kid who needs help, or needs saving, or needs someone to just be there for them. I know you're new to the whole hero concept, but heroes are here to save people. It's just like back home on Earth. The police will save kids from terrible situations, but the officers don't take care of the kids after. They send them to an orphanage or a foster home. Eri isn't going to be the only kid you save if you become a hero, but you can't keep every kid that doesn't have a place to go after you're done saving them. I get it, it's Sikis, like really bad, and I can't know exactly how you're feeling, but I can offer my 2 cents on the subject. You and Eri are close, there's no denying that, but you're hurting yourself now because you know that this is the best thing for her in the long run. Deathfly sprites are sensitive, and you making sure she's not attached anymore is the best thing you can do for her. It doesn't feel very heroic, I know, but you're still her hero. You were her hero the moment you stood up to protect her, and years from now when she can understand why you're doing what you are, she's going to thank you. She'll understand, okay? I promise." And of course this set off the waterworks. Kiri had thought he'd ordered enough tissues before, but he may need to put in a bigger request next time. After Izuku had calmed down again and there had been a long enough silence, Kiri decided to broach a subject he knew many were touchy on. "You know, they do offer mental services here at UA. Toyo's been helping the school counselors on learning about human brain chemistry. He may not look like it, but Toyo does have a degree in psychology. He's still studying to get his master's in science, but his BA was in psychology because he'd always been interested in teaching. He's not a licensed therapist, but he does know how to point the school's staff in the right direction." Kiri let the silence settle again as Izuku processed the idea. "I'll think about it." Kiri smiled, standing from his impromptu seat and resuming his squats. "That's all I ask. Feel free to come back to my room whenever you're done visiting Eri, okay? I know you only have a few more days left before she has to go. Until you make your decision, I'll have Coco ready for you when you get back. Want to help me pick out some movies we can use as background noise? I know we have YouTube on our communication pads, but my vintage CD of Jaws has a scratch in just the right place that one of the most iconic screams is cut off perfectly, and Toyo let me borrow his DVD player." Izuku smiled a little at that, slowly uncurling from his spot on the bed, and Kiri hoped that things would go smoothly from here. He grew up having to say goodbye to his moms every time they switched off to work at the station, at least until her was old enough to move in with them. He knew how tough separations could be. It's a good thing that Kiri had experience. He was going to be the best friend ever. The date had finally been set and Izuku spent every minute in between class and curfew at Azawa's dorm. Slowly but surely, Eri accepted that Izuku would have to leave and that she would follow suit shortly after. To complete the facade, Izuku and Kiri would be leaving from Stafu after the rest of their class, hitching a ride with Yagi on his ship. Eri would see them off as they left UA, and once they left she would be escorted by Sir Night Eye to another designated ship for her own trip. Sure, the fact that Izuku wasn't actually going home was a little white lie, but it was the best way to put a firm deadline in place. Izuku visited Eri every day as promised, but each visit grew more and more somber as he had to reaffirm that they would be separating, and both of them could feel the thin threads binding them together pulling apart. Kiri supported Izuku as well as he could after each visit, and the boys found solace in talking about home, their families, and speculating about the future. The USJ unit sounded like it would be more and more fun the further along they read in the rescue section. It didn't matter how many distractions there were though, not on the day they finally had to leave at least. Izuku was already crying and he hadn't even said goodbye yet. Izuku! Eri rounded the corner, but instead of launching herself at him, she latched onto his pant leg. He crouched and began patting her head. Hey Eri. You'll be good, right? Eri nodded, face still buried in his leg. Izuku didn't stop his light preening. That's good. I'll always remember you, okay? No matter how far apart we are, that's one thing that we'll always have. Her grip tightened. Izuku let her take her time to calm down and let go on her own, and when she looked up at him her eyes were wide, visually conveying the emotions that were now physically muted to near nothing between them. One day, when I get bigger, I'll find you. When we're both adults, no one will tell us that we have to leave each other. Izuku smiled. I look forward to it. I'll try to grow up to be a famous hero so you can find me right away, so you just focus on growing up big and strong so we can go on adventures together. Eri smiled, but even without the bond Izuku could tell that it was more a forced motion than a natural reaction. Still, he smiled back. One of them had to be strong, even if his tears gave away how sad he really was. Goodbye, Eri. Eri's feathers puffed slightly but then fell back into place as she dutifully backed a few steps away, holding her hand up and scrunching her talons in a fist a few times, almost like a human toddler might when imitating a goodbye wave. Bye, Izuku. The utterance was soft, but Izuku heard and gave Eri a slight bow and one last meaningful look before turning away and entering Yagi's ship with the others. He didn't look back and the doors shut, blocking his view. The hysterics he'd been holding back returned in full and Kiri was the one to gently guide him to his seat. The adults gave them some privacy to fly the ship and Kiri placed his hand on Izuku's back once they were both strapped in. Hey, you did the right thing. She's going to grow up with a normal life now, and who knows, maybe you'll both be able to keep your promises, yeah. Izuku sniffled and nodded. Yeah. Okay, so step 1 is to become a famous hero so Eri can find you. Make sure that your name is all over the news. To do that, we have to do really well in school. We already have experience with crazy weather, so USJ should be a piece of cake. Izuku snorted, but smiled despite himself. We're only unpacking today, remember? They said they'd put our bags in the on-site dorms for us since we'll be later than the others, but I still don't want to face everyone like this. I get what you mean. Do you think Yagi would let us stay on the ship while you put yourself together? Izuku shrugged. His garden's pretty nice, I can ask if he could give you a tour. He had strawberries the last time we were here, but I don't know if they're still in season. 13 said that Yagi was also pretty bad at caring for them so they might not still be there. Kiri chuckled. From what Toyo said, Yagi isn't as well versed in his own garden as he thinks he is. My studies specialize in rocks and minerals since I also want to be a geologist someday, but I know enough about alien flora that I could probably give you a better tour. It's only a matter of whether or not he'll leave us unsupervised. He said that there isn't anything in his garden that's super harmful to humans, so it should be fine. It's decided then. Once we land, I'll head over to the control room and ask Yagi if we can spend some time in his garden before we disembark. You just stay here and wait for me to get back and I'll let you know what he says after. Izuku was grateful that Kirishima was taking control of asking Yagi and ensuring that he wouldn't have to face his idol with snot dripping from his nose. Thanks, Kiri, I really appreciate it. Kiri smiled broadly. No problem, dude, it's what friends are for. You have friends? Izuku hoped that Eri would make some great friends wherever she went. Lord Sage Saki, communications report that they plan to leave UA with the targeted cargo shortly. Excellent, and we have our interception course charted? Systems confirm that our route will make contact with their transport vessel. Perfect. We will reclaim what is rightfully ours soon enough. Sensei, I've finished my plan. Oh, well, do tell, Tamura. The USJ training trip. It will bring the hero students away from the fortified station, dividing their forces. There will still be 2 hero classes and several teachers. Can you guarantee your success with so many unknown players? I'll wait until only one class is present. I found an open communication line and heard that one of the classes was able to start a full solar rotation early, so on the final day there will be only one class there. But, have to say, I'm impressed. You hacked the UA communication server. Tamura grumbled. I wasn't able to breach their firewall, but someone else was. I hijacked their connection and listened in when I could. Someone else hacked UA then? Interesting. Do you know anything of them or their motives? Not important. Sensei wasn't even in the same room as Tamura, but even his silence through the screen felt disappointed, so Tamura backtracked a bit. I'm pretty sure they were after some Deathfly sprite UA had. They broke their connection after the ship holding it left the station. I'll let it slide this time, but you should always explore all avenues rather than focusing on one point. If you don't expand your radius, you'll be blind and limited in your abilities. If you can tell me exactly what your plan is, then I will do my best to request a Nomo from the doctor. Just one. A good one. Do not take our bioweapons lightly, Tamura. Should your plan be sound, you'll only need one. Should it fail, we'll only have lost one asset. Now, run your ideas by me so I can offer advice. This is ultimately your mission, Tamura. You have to do the planning yourself. Yes, Sensei. And you'll plan for the unexpected? Of course, Sensei. Good. Hiding from heroes was embarrassingly easy when no one was looking for him. Tsuzome almost felt bad for his first victim. They wouldn't know to look out for him. Perhaps some leniency could be afforded. Yes, Stain wanted to send a message. He was a murderer, but he wasn't a complete monster. He'd finally arrived at Hosu, but he had to ensure that he had an escape before he could continue his purge. A ship to leave the planet once 3 victims had been claimed, a base of operations he could fall back on for the time being, and some time and food to get back to his old physique would suffice. If he timed things just right, then he should be ready by the annual UA Sports Festival. Yes, it would also provide good cover for his first strike. Many heroes would be off-world to spectate in person, and there would be fewer witnesses on the streets while everyone watched on their holovids at home. He had much to prepare for.